The Adventure of Charles Augustus Milverton by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karina Pereira. It is years since the incidents of which I speak took place, and yet it is with diffidence that I allude to them. For a long time, even with the utmost discretion and reticence, it would have been impossible to make the facts public. But now the principal person concerned is beyond the reach of human law, and with due suppression the story may be told in such fashion as to injure no one. It records an absolutely unique experience in the career both of Mr. Sherlock Holmes and of myself. The reader will excuse me if I conceal the date or any other fact by which he might trace the actual occurrence. We had been out for one of our evening rambles, Holmes and I, and had returned about 6 o'clock on a cold, frosty winter's evening. As Holmes turned up the lamp, the light fell upon a card on the table. He glanced at it, and then, with an ejaculation of disgust, threw it on the floor. I picked it up and read: Charles Augustus Milverton, Appledore Towers, Hampstead. Agent. "Who is he?" I asked. "The worst man in London," Holmes answered, as he sat down and stretched his legs before the fire. "Is anything on the back of the card?" I turned it over. "Will call at 6:30. C.A.M." I read. He's about due. Do you feel a creeping, shrinking sensation, Watson, when you stand before the serpents in the zoo and see the slithery, gliding, venomous creatures with their deadly eyes and wicked, flattened faces? Well, that's how Milverton impresses me. I've had to do with 50 murders in my career, but the worst of them never gave me the repulsion which I have for this fellow. And yet I can't get out of doing business with him. Indeed, he is here at my invitation. But who is he? I'll tell you, Watson. He is the king of all the blackmailers. Heaven help the man, and still more the woman, whose secret and reputation come into the power of Milverton. With a smiling face and a heart of marble, he will squeeze and squeeze until he has drained them dry. The fellow is a genius in his way, and would have made his mark in some more savoury trade. His method is as follows. He allows it to be known that he is prepared to pay very high sums for letters which compromise people of wealth and position. He receives these wares not only from treacherous valets or maids, but frequently from genteel ruffians, who have gained the confidence and affection of trusting women. He deals with no niggard hand. I happen to know that he paid £700 to a footman for a note 2 lines in length, and that the ruin of a noble family was the result. Everything which is in the market goes to Milverton, and there are hundreds in this great city who turn white at his name. No one knows where his grip may fall, for he is far too rich and far too cunning to work from hand to mouth. He will hold a card back for years in order to play it at the moment when the stake is best worth winning. I have said that he is the worst man in London, and I would ask you how could one compare the ruffian who in hot blood bludgeons his mate with this man who methodically and at his leisure tortures the soul and wrings the nerves in order to add to his already swollen money bags? I had seldom heard my friend speak with such intensity of feeling. "But surely," said I, "the fellow must be within the grasp of the law?" "Technically, no doubt, but practically not. What would it profit a woman, for example, to get him a few months' imprisonment if her own ruin must immediately follow? His victims dare not hit back. If ever he blackmailed an innocent person, then indeed we should have him, but he is as cunning as the evil one. No, no, we must find other ways to fight him." And why is he here?" "Because an illustrious client has placed a piteous case in my hands. It is the Lady Eva Blackwell, the most beautiful debutante of last season. She is to be married in a fortnight to the Earl of Dovercourt. This fiend has several imprudent letters, imprudent, Watson, nothing worse, which were written to an impecunious young squire in the country. They would suffice to break off the match. Milverton will send the letters to the Earl unless a large sum of money is paid him. I have been commissioned to meet him, and to make the best terms I can." At that instant there was a clatter and a rattle in the street below. Looking down, I saw a stately carriage and pair, the brilliant lamps gleaming on the glossy haunches of the noble chestnuts. A footman opened the door, and a small, stout man in a shaggy astrakhan overcoat descended. A minute later he was in the room. Charles Augustus Milverton was a man of 50, with a large, intellectual head, a round, plump, hairless face, a perpetual frozen smile, and two keen grey eyes, which gleamed brightly from behind broad, gold-rimmed glasses. There was something of Mr. Pickwick's benevolence in his appearance, marred only by the insincerity of the fixed smile, and by the hard glitter of those restless and penetrating eyes. His voice was as smooth and suave as his countenance, as he advanced with a plump little hand extended, murmuring his regret for having missed us at his first visit. Holmes disregarded the outstretched hand and looked at him with a face of granite. Milverton's smile broadened. He shrugged his shoulders, removed his overcoat, folded it with great deliberation over the back of a chair, and then took a seat. "This gentleman," said he, with a wave in my direction. "Is it discreet? Is it right?" "Dr. Watson is my friend and partner." "Very good, Mr. Holmes. It is only in your client's interests that I protested. The matter is so very delicate. Dr. Watson has already heard of it." "Then we can proceed to business. You say that you are acting for Lady Eva. Has she empowered you to accept my terms?" "What are your terms?" £7,000. "And the alternative?" "My dear sir, it is painful for me to discuss it, but if the money is not paid on the 14th, there certainly will be no marriage on the 18th. His insufferable smile was more complacent than ever. Holmes thought for a little. "You appear to me," he said at last, "to be taking matters too much for granted. I am, of course, familiar with the contents of these letters. My client will certainly do what I may advise. I shall counsel her to tell her future husband the whole story, and to trust to his generosity." Milverton chuckled. "You evidently do not know the Earl," said he. From the baffled look upon Holmes's face, I could see clearly that he did. "What harm is there in the letters?" he asked. "They are sprightly, very sprightly," Milverton answered. "The lady was a charming correspondent, but I can assure you that the Earl of Dovercourt would fail to appreciate them. However, since you think otherwise, we will let it rest at that. It is purely a matter of business. If you think that it is in the best interests of your client that these letters should be placed in the hands of the Earl, then you would indeed be foolish to pay so large a sum of money to regain them." He rose and seized his astrakhan coat. Holmes was grey with anger and mortification. "Wait a little," he said. "You go too fast. We should certainly make every effort to avoid scandal in so delicate a matter." Milverton relapsed into his chair. "I was sure that you would see it in that light," he purred. "At the same time," Holmes continued, "Lady Eva is not a wealthy woman. I assure you that £2,000 would be a drain upon her resources, and that the sum you name is utterly beyond her power. I beg, therefore, that you will moderate your demands, and that you will return the letters at the price I indicate, which is, I assure you, the highest that you can get." Milverton's smile broadened and his eyes twinkled humorously. "I am aware that what you say is true about the lady's resources," said he. "At the same time, you must admit that the occasion of a lady's marriage is a very suitable time for her friends and relatives to make some little effort upon her behalf. They may hesitate as to an acceptable wedding present. Let me assure them that this little bundle of letters would give more joy than all the candelabra and butter dishes in London." "It is impossible," said Holmes. Dear me, how unfortunate!" cried Milverton, taking out a bulky pocket book. "I cannot help thinking that ladies are ill-advised in not making an effort. Look at this." He held up a little note with a coat of arms upon the envelope. "That belongs to... well, perhaps it is hardly fair to tell the name until tomorrow morning, but at that time it will be in the hands of the lady's husband. And all because she will not find a beggarly sum which she could get by turning her diamonds into paste. It is such a pity. Now, you remember the sudden end of the engagement between the Honourable Miss Miles and Colonel Dorking? Only 2 days before the wedding there was a paragraph in the Morning Post to say that it was all off. And why? It is almost incredible, but the absurd sum of £1,200 would have settled the whole question. Is it not pitiful? And here I find you, a man of sense, boggling about terms when your client's future and honour are at stake. You surprise me, Mr. Holmes." "What I say is true," Holmes answered. "The money cannot be found. Surely it is better for you to take the substantial sum which I offer than to ruin this woman's career, which can profit you in no way." "There you make a mistake, Mr. Holmes. An exposure would profit me indirectly to a considerable extent. I have 8 or 10 similar cases maturing. If it was circulated among them that I had made a severe example of the Lady Eva, I should find all of them much more open to reason. You see my point?" Holmes sprang from his chair. "Get behind him, Watson. Don't let him out. Now, sir, let us see the contents of that notebook." Milverton had glided as quick as a rat to the side of the room and stood with his back against the wall. Mr. Holmes," he said, turning the front of his coat and exhibiting the butt of a large revolver, which projected from the inside pocket. "I have been expecting you to do something original. This has been done so often, and what good has ever come from it? I assure you that I am armed to the teeth, and I am perfectly prepared to use my weapons, knowing that the law will support me. Besides, your supposition that I would bring the letters here in a notebook is entirely mistaken. I would do nothing so foolish. And now, gentlemen, I have 1 or 2 little interviews this evening, and it is a long drive to Hampstead." He stepped forward, took up his coat, laid his hand on his revolver, and turned to the door. I picked up a chair, but Holmes shook his head, and I laid it down again. With bow, a smile, and a twinkle, Milverton was out of the room, and a few moments after we heard the slam of the carriage door and the rattle of the wheels as he drove away. Holmes sat motionless by the fire, his hands buried deep in his trouser pockets, his chin sunk upon his breast, his eyes fixed upon the glowing embers. For half an hour he was silent and still. Then, with the gesture of a man who has taken his decision, he sprang to his feet and passed into his bedroom. A little later, a rakish young workman, with a goatee beard and a swagger, lit his clay pipe at the lamp before descending into the street. "I'll be back some time, Watson," said he, and vanished into the night. I understood that he had opened his campaign against Charles Augustus Milverton, but I little dreamed the strange shape which that campaign was destined to take. For some days Holmes came and went at all hours in this attire, but beyond the remark that his time was spent at Hampstead, and that it was not wasted, I knew nothing of what he was doing. At last, however, on a wild, tempestuous evening, when the wind screamed and rattled against the windows, he returned from his last expedition, and having removed his disguise, he sat before the fire and laughed heartily in his silent inward fashion. "You would not call me a marrying man, Watson?" "No, indeed." "You'll be interested to hear that I'm engaged." "My dear fellow, I congrat—" "To Milverton's housemaid." "Good heavens, Holmes!" "I wanted information, Watson." "Surely you have gone too far." "It was a most necessary step. I am a plumber with a rising business, Escott by name. I have walked out with her each evening, and I have talked with her. Good heavens, those talks! However, I have got all I wanted. I know Milverton's house as I know the palm of my hand." "But the girl, Holmes?" He shrugged his shoulders. "You can't help it, my dear Watson. You must play your cards as best you can when such a stake is on the table. However, I rejoice to say that I have a hated rival, who will certainly cut me out the instant that my back is turned. What a splendid night it is! You like this weather? It suits my purpose, Watson. I mean to burgle Milverton's house tonight." I had a catching of the breath, and my skin went cold at the words, which were slowly uttered in a tone of concentrated resolution. As a flash of lightning in the night shows up in an instant every detail of a wild landscape, so at one glance I seemed to see every possible result of such an action: the detection, the capture, the honored career ending in irreparable failure and disgrace, my friend himself lying at the mercy of the odious Milverton. "For heaven's sake, Holmes, think what you are doing!" I cried. "My dear fellow, I have given it every consideration. I am never precipitate in my actions, nor would I adopt so energetic and, indeed, so dangerous a course, if any other were possible. Let us look at the matter clearly and fairly. I suppose that you will admit that the action is morally justifiable, though technically criminal. To burgle his house is no more than to forcibly take his pocket-book, an action in which you were prepared to aid me." I turned it over in my mind. "Yes," I said, "it is morally justifiable so long as our object is to take no articles save those which are used for an illegal purpose." "Exactly. Since it is morally justifiable, I have only to consider the question of personal risk. Surely a gentleman should not lay much stress upon this, when a lady is in most desperate need of his help." "You will be in such a false position." "Well, that is a part of the risk. There is no other possible way of regaining those letters. The unfortunate lady has not the money, and there are none of her people in whom she would confide. Tomorrow is the last day of grace, and unless we can get the letters tonight, this villain will be as good as his word and will bring about her ruin. I must, therefore, abandon my client to her fate, or I must play this last card. Between ourselves, Watson, it's a sporting duel between this fellow Milverton and me. He had, as you saw, the best of the first exchanges, but my self-respect and my reputation are concerned to fight it to a finish. Well, I don't like it, but I suppose it must be," said I. "When do we start?" "You are not coming." "Then you are not going," said I. "I give you my word of honor, and I never broke it in my life, that I will take a cab straight to the police station and give you away, unless you let me share this adventure with you." "You can't help me." "How do you know that? You can't tell what may happen. Anyway, my resolution is taken. Other people besides you have self-respect and even reputations." Holmes had looked annoyed, but his brow cleared, and he clapped me on the shoulder. "Well, well, my dear fellow, be it so. We have shared this same room for some years, and it would be amusing if we ended by sharing the same cell. You know, Watson, I don't mind confessing to you that I have always had an idea that I would have made a highly efficient criminal. This is the chance of my lifetime in that direction. See here." He took a neat little leather case out of a drawer, and opening it, he exhibited a number of shining instruments. "This is a first-class, up-to-date burgling kit, with nickel-plated jemmy, diamond-tipped glass cutter, adaptable keys, and every modern improvement which the march of civilization demands. Here, too, is my dark lantern. Everything is in order. Have you a pair of silent shoes? I have a rubber-soled tennis shoes. Excellent! And a mask. I can make a couple out of black silk. I can see that you have a strong natural turn for this sort of thing. Very good. Do you make the masks? We shall have some cold supper before we start. It is now 9:30. At 11 we shall drive as far as Church Row. It is a quarter of an hour's walk from there to Appledore Towers. We shall be at work before midnight. Milverton is a heavy sleeper, and retires punctually at 10:30. With any luck we should be back here by 2, with Lady Eva's letters in my pocket. Holmes and I put on our dress clothes, so that we might appear to be two theatre-goers homeward bound. In Oxford Street we picked up a hansom and drove to an address in Hampstead. Here we paid off our cab, and with our great coats buttoned up, for it was bitterly cold, and the wind seemed to blow through us, we walked along the edge of the heath. "It's a business that needs delicate treatment," said Holmes. "These documents are contained in a safe in the fellow's study, and the study is the end-room of his bedchamber. On the other hand, like all these stout little men who do themselves well, he is a plethoric sleeper. Agatha, that's my fiancée, says it is a joke in the servants' hall that it's impossible to wake the master. He has a secretary who is devoted to his interests and never budges from the study all day. That's why we are going at night. Then he has a beast of a dog which roams the garden. I met Agatha late the last 2 evenings, and she locks the brute up so as to give me a clear run. This is the house, this big one in its own grounds. Through the gate, now, to the right among the laurels. We might put on our masks here, I think. You see, there is not a glimmer of light in any of the windows, and everything is working splendidly." With our black silk face coverings, which turned us into two of the most truculent figures in London, we stole up the silent, gloomy house. A sort of tiled veranda extended along one side of it, lined by the several windows and 2 doors. "That's his bedroom," Holmes whispered. "This door opens straight into the study. It would suit us best, but it is bolted as well as locked, and we should make too much noise getting in. Come round here. There's a greenhouse which opens into the drawing-room." The place was locked, but Holmes removed a circle of glass and turned the key from the inside. An instant afterwards he had closed the door behind us, and we had become felons in the eyes of the law. The thick, warm air of the conservatory and the rich, choking fragrance of exotic plants took us by the throat. He seized my hand in the darkness and led me swiftly past banks of shrubs which brushed against our faces. Holmes had remarkable powers, carefully cultivated, of seeing in the dark. Still holding my hand in one of his, he opened the door, and I was vaguely conscious that we had entered a large room in which a cigar had been smoked not long before. He felt his way among the furniture, opened another door, and closed it behind us. Putting out my hand, I felt several coats hanging from the wall, and I understood that I was in a passage. We passed along it, and Holmes very gently opened a door upon the right-hand side. Something rushed out at us, and my heart sprang into my mouth, but I could have laughed when I realized that it was the cat. A fire was burning in this new room, and again the air was heavy with tobacco smoke. Holmes entered on tiptoe, waited for me to follow, and then very gently closed the door. We were in Milverton's study, and a portiere at the farther side showed the entrance to his bedroom. It was a good fire, and the room was illuminated by it. Near the door I saw the gleam of an electric switch, but it was unnecessary, even if it had been safe, to turn it on. At one side of the fireplace was a heavy curtain which covered the bay window we had seen from outside. On the other side was the door which communicated with the veranda. A desk stood in the center, with a turning chair of shining red leather. Opposite was a large bookcase, with a marble bust of Athene on the top. In the corner, between the bookcase and the wall, there stood a tall, green safe, the firelight flashing back from the polished brass knobs upon its face. Holmes stole across and looked at it. Then he crept to the door of the bedroom and stood with slanting head, listening intently. No sound came from within. Meanwhile, it had struck me that it would be wise to secure our retreat through the outer door, so I examined it. To my amazement, it was neither locked nor bolted. I touched Holmes on the arm, and he turned his masked face in that direction. I saw him start, and he was evidently as surprised as I. "I don't like it," he whispered, putting his lips to my very ear. "I can't quite make it out. Anyhow, we have no time to lose." "Can I do anything?" "Yes, stand by the door. If you hear anyone come, bolt it on the inside, and we can get away as we came. If they come the other way, we can get through the door if our job is done, or hide behind this window's curtains if it is not. Do you understand?" I nodded and stood by the door. My first feeling of fear had passed away, and I thrilled now with a keener zest than I had ever enjoyed when we were the defenders of the law instead of its defiers. The high object of our mission, the consciousness that it was unselfish and chivalrous, the villainous character of our opponent, all added to the sporting interest of the avenger. Far from feeling guilty, I rejoiced and exulted in our dangers. With a glow of admiration, I watched Holmes unrolling his case of instruments and choosing his tool with the calm, scientific accuracy of a surgeon who performs a delicate operation. I knew that the opening of safes was a particular hobby with him, and I understood the joy which it gave him to be confronted with this green and gold monster, the dragon which held in its maw the reputations of many fair ladies. Turning up the cuffs of his dress coat, he had placed his overcoat on a chair, Holmes laid out 2 drills, a jemmy, and several skeleton keys. I stood at the center door with my eyes glancing at each of the others, ready for any emergency, though, indeed, my plans were somewhat vague as to what I should do if we were interrupted. For half an hour Holmes worked with concentrated energy, laying down one tool, picking up another, handling each with the strength and delicacy of the trained mechanic. Finally I heard a click, the broad green door swung open, and inside I had a glimpse of a number of paper packets, each tied, sealed, and inscribed. Holmes picked one out, but it was as hard to read by the flickering fire, and he drew out his little dark lantern, for it was too dangerous, with Milverton in the next room, to switch on the electric light. Suddenly I saw him halt, listen intently, and then, in an instant, he had swung the door of the safe to, picked up his coat, stuffed his tools into the pockets, and darted behind the window curtain, motioning me to do the same. It was only when I had joined him there that I heard what had alarmed his quicker senses. There was a noise somewhere within the house. A door slammed in the distance. Then a confused, dull murmur broke itself into the measured thud of heavy footsteps rapidly approaching. They were in the passage outside the room. They paused at the door. The door opened. There was a sharp snick as the electric light was turned on. The door closed once more, and the pungent reek of a strong cigar was borne to our nostrils. Then the footsteps continued backward and forward, within a few yards of us. Finally there was a creak from a chair, and the footsteps ceased. Then a key clicked in a lock, and I heard the rustle of papers. So far I had not dared to look out, but now I gently parted the division of the curtains in front of me and peeped through. From the pressure of Holmes's shoulder against mine, I knew that he was sharing my observations. Right in front of us, and almost within our reach, was the broad, rounded back of Milverton. It was evident that we had entirely miscalculated his movements, that he had never been to his bedroom, but that he had been sitting up in some smoking or billiard room in the farther wing of the house, the windows of which we had not seen. His broad, grizzled head, with its shining patch of baldness, was in the immediate foreground of our vision. He was leaning far back in the red leather chair, his legs outstretched, a long, black cigar projecting at an angle from his mouth. He wore a semi-military smoking jacket, claret-coloured, with a black velvet collar. In his hand he held a long, legal document which he was reading in an indolent fashion, blowing rings of tobacco smoke from his lips as he did so. There was no promise of a speedy departure in his composed bearing and his comfortable attitude. I felt Holmes's hand steal into mine and give me a reassuring shake, as if to say that the situation was within his powers and that he was easy in his mind. I was not sure whether he had seen what was only too obvious from my position, that the door of the safe was imperfectly closed, and that Milverton might at any moment observe it. In my own mind I had determined that if I was sure, from the rigidity of his gaze, that it had caught his eye, I would at once spring out, throw my great coat over his head, pinion him, and leave the rest to Holmes. But Milverton never looked up. He was languidly interested by the papers in his hand, and page after page was turned as he followed the argument of the lawyer. At least, I thought, when he was finished the document and the cigar, he will go to his room. But before he had reached the end of either, there came a remarkable development, which turned our thoughts into quite another channel. Several times I had observed that Milverton looked at his watch, and once he had risen and sat down again, with a gesture of impatience. The idea, however, that he might have an appointment at so strange an hour never occurred to me until a faint sound reached my ears from the veranda outside. Milverton dropped his papers and sat rigid in his chair. The sound was repeated, and then there came a gentle tap at the door. Milverton rose and opened it. "Well," said he, curtly, "you are nearly half an hour late." So this was the explanation of the unlocked door, and of the nocturnal vigil of Milverton. There was a gentle rustle of a woman's dress. I had closed the slit between the curtains as Milverton's face had turned in our direction, but now I ventured very carefully to open it once more. He had resumed his seat, the cigar still projecting at an insolent angle from the corner of his mouth. In front of him, in the full glare of the electric light, there stood a tall, slim, dark woman, a veil over her face, a mantle drawn round her chin. Her breath came quick and fast, and every inch of the lithe figure was quivering with strong emotion. "Well," said Milverton, "you made me lose a good night's rest, my dear. I hope you'll prove worth it. You couldn't come any other time, huh?" The woman shook her head. "Well, if you couldn't, you couldn't. If the Countess is a hard mistress, you have your chance to get level with her now. Bless the girl, what are you shivering about? That's right, pull yourself together. Now, let us get down to business." He took a notebook from the drawer of his desk. "You say that you have 5 letters which compromise the Countess d'Albert. You want to sell them. I want to buy them. So far so good. It only remains to fix a price. I should want to inspect the letters, of course, if they are really good specimens. Great heavens, is it you?" The woman, without a word, had raised her veil and dropped the mantle from her chin. It was a dark, handsome, clear-cut face which confronted Milverton, a face with a curved nose, strong, dark eyebrows shading hard glittering eyes, and the straight, thin-lipped mouth set in a dangerous smile. "It is I," she said, "the woman whose life you have ruined." Milverton laughed, but fear vibrated in his voice. "You are so very obstinate," said he. "Why did you drive me to such extremities? I assure you I wouldn't hurt a fly of my own accord, but every man has his business. And what was I to do? I put the price well within your means. You would not pay." "So you sent the letters to my husband, and he, the noblest gentleman that ever lived, a man whose boots I was never worthy to lace, he broke his gallant heart and died. You remember that last night when I came through that door, I begged and prayed you for mercy, and you laughed in my face as you are trying to laugh now, only your coward heart cannot keep your lips from twitching. Yes, you never thought to see me here again, but it was that night which taught me how I could meet you face to face, and alone. Well, Charles Milverton, what have you to say?" "Don't imagine that you can bully me," said he, rising to his feet. "I have only to raise my voice and I could call my servants and have you arrested. But I will make allowance for your natural anger. Leave the room at once as you came, and I will say no more." The woman stood with her hand buried in a bosom and the same deadly smile on her thin lips. "You will ruin no more lives as you have ruined mine. You will wring no more hearts as you wrung mine. I will free the world of a poisonous thing." "Take that, you hound, and that, and that, and that!" She had drawn a little gleaming revolver and emptied barrel after barrel into Milverton's body, the muzzle within 2 feet of his shirt front. He shrank away and then fell forward upon the table, coughing furiously and clawing among the papers. Then he staggered to his feet, received another shot, and rolled upon the floor. "You've done me!" he cried, and lay still. The woman looked at him intently, and ground her heel into his upturned face. She looked again, but there was no sound or movement. I heard a sharp rustle, the night air blew into the heated room, and the avenger was gone. No interference upon our part could have saved the man from his fate, but as the woman poured bullet after bullet into Milverton's shrinking body, I was about to spring out, when I felt Holmes's cold, strong grasp upon my wrist. I understood the whole argument of that firm, restraining grip, that it was no affair of ours, that justice had overtaken a villain, that we had our own duties and our own objects, which were not to be lost sight of. But hardly had the woman rushed from the room when Holmes, with swift, silent steps, was over at the other door. He turned the key in the lock. At the same instant we heard voices in the house and the sound of hurrying feet. The revolver shots had roused the household. With perfect coolness, Holmes slipped across to the safe, filled his 2 arms with bundles of letters, and put them all into the fire. Again and again he did it, until the safe was empty. Someone turned the handle and beat upon the outside of the door. Holmes looked swiftly round. The letter which had been the messenger of death for Milverton's lay, all mottled with his blood, upon the table. Holmes tossed it in among the blazing papers. Then he drew the key from the outer door, passed through after me, and locked it on the outside. "This way, Watson," said he. "We can scale the garden wall in this direction." I could not have believed that an alarm could have spread so swiftly. Looking back, the huge house was one blaze of light. The front door was open, and figures were rushing down the drive. The whole garden was alive with people, and one fellow raised a view hallo as we emerged from the veranda, and followed hard at our heels. Holmes seemed to know the grounds perfectly, and he threaded his way swiftly among a plantation of small trees, I close at his heels, and our foremost pursuer panting behind us. It was a 6-foot wall which barred our path, but he sprang to the top and over. As I did the same, I felt the hand of the man behind me grab at my ankle, but I kicked myself free and scrambled over a grass-strewn coping. I fell upon my face among some bushes, but Holmes had me on my feet in an instant, and together we dashed away across the huge expanse of Hampstead Heath. We had run 2 miles, I suppose, before Holmes at last halted and listened intently. All was absolute silence behind us. We had shaken off our pursuers and were safe. We had breakfasted and were smoking our morning pipe on the day after the remarkable experience which I have recorded, when Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard, very solemn and impressive, was ushered into our modest sitting-room. "Good morning, Mr. Holmes," said he. "Good morning. May I ask if you are very busy just now?" "Not too busy to listen to you." "I thought that perhaps, if you had nothing particular on hand, you might care to assist us in a most remarkable case, which occurred only last night at Hampstead." "Dear me," said Holmes. "What was that?" "A murder, a most dramatic and remarkable murder. I know how keen you are upon these things, and I would take it as a great favour if you would step down to Appledore Towers and give us the benefit of your advice. It is no ordinary crime. We have had our eyes upon this Mr. Milverton for some time, and, between ourselves, he was a bit of a villain. He is known to have held papers which he used for blackmailing purposes. These papers have all been burned by the murderers. No article of value was taken, as it is probable that the criminals were men of good position, whose sole object was to prevent social exposure." "Criminals," said Holmes. "Plural." "Yes, there were 2 of them. They were as nearly as possible captured red-handed. We have their footmarks, we have their description. It's 10 to 1 that we trace them. The first fellow was a bit too active, but the second was caught by the under gardener and only got away after a struggle. He was a middle-sized, strongly built man, square jaw, thick neck, moustache, a mask over his eyes." "That's rather vague," said Sherlock Holmes. "My, it might be a description of Watson." "It's true," said the inspector with amusement. "It might be a description of Watson." "Well, I'm afraid I can't help you, Lestrade," said Holmes. "The fact is that I knew this fellow Milverton, that I considered him one of the most dangerous men in London, and that I think there are certain crimes which the law cannot touch, and which therefore, to some extent, justify private revenge. No, it's no use arguing. I have made up my mind. My sympathies are with the criminals rather than with the victim, and I will not handle this case." Holmes had not said one word to me about the tragedy which he had witnessed, but I observed all the morning that he was in his most thoughtful mood, and he gave me the impression, from his vacant eyes and his abstracted manner, of a man who is striving to recall something to his memory. We were in the middle of our lunch, when he suddenly sprang to his feet. "By Jove, Watson, I've got it!" he cried. "Take your hat, come with me." He hurried at his top speed down Baker Street and along Oxford Street, until we had almost reached Regent Circus. "Here, on the left hand, there stands a shop window filled with photographs of the celebrities and beauties of the day." Holmes's eyes fixed themselves upon one of them, and following his gaze, I saw the picture of a regal and stately lady in court dress, with a high diamond tiara upon a noble head. I looked at that delicately curved nose, at the marked eyebrows, at the straight mouth, and the strong little chin beneath it. Then I caught my breath as I read the time-honoured title of the great nobleman and statesman whose wife she had been. My eyes met those of Holmes, and he put his fingers to his lips as we turned away from the window. End of The Adventure of Charles Augustus Milverton by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Recording by Karina Pereira.
Amanda Todd, The Friend of Cats, by Mary E. Wilkins. From the Ladies' Home Journal, Volume 13, Number 5, April 1896.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Reading by Matt Berard. Amanda Todd, The Friend of Cats. Amanda Todd's orbit of existence is restricted of a necessity, since she was born, brought up, and will die in this village, but there is no doubt that it is eccentric. She moves a part of her own little course, quite separate from the rest of us. Had Amanda's lines of life been cast elsewhere, where circumstances had pushed her, instead of hemming her in, she might have become the feminine apostle of a new creed, have founded a sect, or instituted a new system of female dress. As it is, she does not go to meeting, she never wears a bonnet, and she keeps cats. Amanda Todd is rising 60, and she never was married. Had she been, the close friction with another nature might have worn away some of the peculiarities of hers. She might have gone to meeting, she might have worn a bonnet, she might even have eschewed cats, but it is not probable. When peculiarities are in the grain of a person's nature, as they probably are in hers, such friction only brings them out more plainly, and it is the other person who suffers. The village men are not, as a rule, very subtle, but they have seemed to feel this instinctively. Amanda was, they say, a very pretty girl in her youth, but no young man ever dared make love to her and marry her. She had always the reputation of being an odd stick, even in the district school. She always kept by herself at recess, she never seemed to have anything in common with the other girls, and she always went home alone from singing school. Probably never in her whole life has Amanda Todd known what it is to be protected by some devoted person of the other sex through the nightly perils of our village street. There is a tradition in the village that once in her life, when she was about 25 years old, Amanda Todd had a beautiful bonnet and went to meeting. Old Mrs. Nathan Morse vouches for the reliability of it, and, moreover, she hints at a reason. When Mandy, she was about 25 years old, she says, George Henry French he come to town, and taught the district school, and he see Mandy, and told Almira Benton that he thought she was about the prettiest girl he ever laid eyes on, and Almiry she told Mandy. That was all there ever was to it. He never waited on her, never spoke to her, fur's I know, but right after that, Mandy, she had a bunnet, and she went reg'lar to meeting. 'Fore that, her mother could scarcely get her to keep a thing on her head out of doors. Allers carried her sunbonnet a dangling by the strings. Wonder she wasn't sunstruck a million times. And as for goin' to meeting, her mother, she talked and talked, but it didn't do a mite of good. I s'pose her father kind of upheld her in it. He was most as odd as Mandy. He wouldn't go to meeting unless he was driv, and he wa'n't a member. 'Nough sight ruther go out prowlin' round in the woods like a wild animal, Sabbath days, than go to meeting. Once he ketched a wildcat and tried to tame it, but he couldn't. It bit and clawed so he had to let it go. I guess Mandy gets her likin' for cats from him fast enough. Well, Mandy, she had that handsome bunnet, and she went to meeting reg'lar most a year, and she looked as pretty as a picture sittin' in the pew. The bunnet was trimmed with green gauze ribbon and had a wreath of fine pink flowers inside. Her mother was real tickled, thought Mandy had met with a change, but land, it didn't last no time. George Henry French he quit town the next year and went to Somerset to teach, and pretty soon we heard he had married a girl over there. Then Mandy, she didn't come to meeting any more. I dunno what she did with the bunnet. Stamped on it, most likely. She always had considerable temper. Anyway, I never see her wear it arterwards." Thus old Mrs. Nathan Morse tells the story, and somehow, to a reflective mind, the picture of Amanda Todd in her youth, decked in her pink wreathed bonnet, selfishly but innocently attending in the sanctuary of divine love in order to lay hands on her own little share of earthly affection, is inseparable from her as she goes now, old and bareheaded, defiantly past the meeting house when the Sabbath bells are ringing. However, if Amanda Todd had elected to go bareheaded through the village street from feminine vanity rather than eccentricity, it would have been no wonder. Not a young girl in the village has such a head of hair as Amanda. It is of a beautiful chestnut color, and there is not a gray thread in it. It is full of wonderful natural ripples, too. Not one of the village girls can equal them with her papers and crimping pins. And Amanda arranges it in two superb braids wound twice around her head. Seen from behind, Amanda's head is that of a young beauty. When she turns a little, and her harsh old profile becomes visible, there is a shock to a stranger. Amanda's father had a great shock of chestnut hair, which was seldom cut, and she inherits this adornment from him. He lived to be an old man, but that ruddy crown of his never turned gray. Amanda's mother died long ago, then her father. Ever since she has lived alone in her shingled cottage, with her cats. There were not so many cats at first. They say she started with one fine tabby who became the mother, grandmother, and great grandmother to armies of kittens. Amanda must destroy some when she can find no homes for them, otherwise she herself would be driven afield, but still the impression is of a legion. A cat is so covert, it slinks so secretly from one abiding place to another, and seems to duplicate itself with its sudden appearances, that it may account in a measure for this impression. Still, there are a great many. Nobody knows just the number. The estimate runs anywhere from 15 to 50. Counting, or trying to count, Amanda Todd's cats is a favorite amusement of the village children. "Here's another!" they shout when a pair of green eyes gleams at them from a post. But is it another, or only the same cat who has moved? Cats sit in Amanda's windows. They stare out wisely at the passers by from behind the panes, or they fold their paws on the ledge outside in the sunshine. Cats walk Amanda's ridgepole and her fence. They perch on her posts and fly to her cherry trees with bristling fur at the sight of a dog. Amanda has as deadly a hatred of dogs as have her cats. Every one which comes within stone throw of her she sends off yelping, for she is a good shot. Kittens tumble about Amanda's yard and crawl out between her fence pickets under people's feet. Amanda will never give away a kitten except to a responsible person, and is as particular as if the kitten were a human orphan and she the manager of an asylum. She will never, for any consideration, bestow one of her kittens upon a family who keeps a dog, or where there are many small children. Once she made a condition that the dog should be killed, and she may be at times inwardly disposed to banish the children. Amanda Todd is extremely persistent when she has selected a home which is perfectly satisfactory to her for a kitten. Once one was found tied into a little basket like a baby on the doorstep of a childless and humane couple who kept no dog, and there is a story that Deacon Nehemiah Stockwell found one in his overcoat pocket and never knew how it came there. It is probable that Amanda resorts to these extreme measures to save herself from either destroying her kittens or being driven out of house and home by them. However, once, when the case was reversed, Amanda herself was found wanting. When she began to grow old and the care of her pets told upon her, it occurred to her that she might adopt a little girl. Amanda has a comfortable little income, and would have been able to provide a good living for a child, as far as that goes. But the managers of the institution to whom Amanda applied made inquiries, and the result did not satisfy them. Amanda stated frankly her reason for wishing to take the child, and her intentions with regard to her. She wished the little girl to tend her cats, and assist her in caring for them. She was willing that she should attend school 4 hours per day, going after the cats had their breakfast, and returning an hour earlier to give them their supper. She was willing that she should go to meeting in the afternoon only, and she could have no other children come to visit her for fear they would maltreat the kittens. She furthermore announced her intention to make her will, giving to the girl whom she should adopt her entire property in trust for the cats, to include her own maintenance on condition that she devote her life to them as she had done. The trustees declared that they could not conscientiously commit a child to her keeping for such purposes, and the poor little girl orphan, who had the chance of devoting her life to the care of pussy cats and kittens to the exclusion of all childish followers, remained in her asylum. So Amanda to this day lives alone and manages as best she can. Nobody in the village can be induced to live with her. One forlorn old soul preferred the almshouse. "Enough I'd rather go on the town than live with all them cats," she said. It is rather unfortunate that Amanda's shingled cottage is next to the meeting house, for that, somehow, seems to render her non-church going more glaringly conspicuous, and then, too, there is a liability of indecorous proceedings on the part of the cats. They evidently do not share their mistress's dislike of the sanctuary, and find its soft pew cushions very inviting. They watch their chance to slink in when the sexton opens the meeting house. He is an old man and dim-eyed, and they are often successful. It is wise for anybody, before taking a seat in a pew, to make sure that one of Amanda's cats has not forestalled him, and often a cat flees down one flight of the pulpit stairs as the minister ascends the other. We all wonder what will become of Amanda's cats when she dies. There is a report that she has made her will and left her property in trust for the cats to somebody, but to whom? Nobody in this village is anxious for such a bequest, and whoever it may be will probably strive to repudiate it. Some day the cats will undoubtedly go by the board. Young Henry Wilson, who has a gun, will shoot some, the rest will become aliens and wanderers, but we all hope Amanda Todd will never know it. In the meantime, she is undoubtedly carrying on among us an eccentric, but none the less genuine mission. A home missionary is Amanda Todd, and we should recognize her as such in spite of her non-church going proclivities. Weak in faith though she may be, she is, perchance, as strong in love as the best of us. At least, I do not doubt that her poor little 4-footed dependents would so give evidence if they could speak. End of Amanda Todd, The Friend of Cats, by Mary E. Wilkins.
Concealed Art by P.G. Wodehouse. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Concealed Art by P.G. Wodehouse. If a fellow has lots of money and lots of time and lots of curiosity about other fellows' business, it is astonishing, don't you know, what a lot of strange affairs he can get mixed up in. Now, I have money and curiosity and all the time there is. My name's Pepper, Reggie Pepper. My uncle was the colliery owner, chappie, and he left me the dickens of a pile.
And ever since the lawyer slipped the stuff into my hand, whispering, "It's yours," life seems to have been one thing after another. For instance, the dashed rummy case of dear old Archie. I first ran into old Archie when he was studying in Paris, and when he came back to London he looked me up, and we celebrated. He always liked me because I didn't mind listening to his theories of art. For Archie, you must know, was an artist. Not an ordinary artist either, but one of those fellows you read about who are several years ahead of the times, and paint the sort of thing that people will be educated up to by about 1999 or thereabouts. Well, one day as I was sitting in the club watching the traffic coming up one way and going down the other, and thinking nothing in particular, in blew the old boy. He was looking rather worried. "Reggie, I want your advice." "You shall have it," I said. "State your point, old top." "It's like this. I'm engaged to be married. My dear old scout, a million con. Yes, I know, thanks very much, and all that. But listen." "What's the trouble? Don't you like her?" A kind of rapt expression came over his face. "Like her? Why, she's the only—" He gibbered for a spell. When he had calmed down, I said, "Well then, what's your trouble?" "Reggie," he said, "do you think a man is bound to tell his wife all about his past life?" "Oh, well," I said, "of course. I suppose she's prepared to find that a man has sowed his wild oats, don't you know, and all that sort of thing, and—" He seemed quite irritated. "Don't be a chump. It's nothing like that. Listen. When I came back to London and started to try and make a living by painting, I found that people simply wouldn't buy the sort of work I did at any price. Do you know, Reggie, I've been at it 3 years now, and I haven't sold a single picture?" I whooped in a sort of amazed way, but I should have been far more startled if he'd told me he had sold a picture. I've seen his pictures, and they are like nothing on earth. So far as I can make out what he says, they aren't supposed to be. There's one in particular, called The Coming of Summer, which I sometimes dream about when I've been hitting it up a shade too vigorously. It's all dots and splashes with a great eye staring out of the middle of the mess. It looks as if summer, just as it was on the way, had stubbed its toe on a bomb. He tells me it's his masterpiece, and that he will never do anything like it again. I should like to have that in writing. "Well, artists eat, just the same as other people," he went on, "and personally I like mine often and well cooked. Besides which, my sojourn in Paris gave me a rather nice taste in light wines. The consequence was that I came to the conclusion, after I had been back a few months, that something had to be done. Reggie, do you by any remote chance read a paper called Funny Slices?" "Every week." He gazed at me with a kind of wistful admiration. "I envy you, Reggie. Fancy being able to make a statement like that openly and without fear. Then I take it you know the Doughnut family?" "I should say I did." His voice sank almost to a whisper, and he looked over his shoulder nervously. "Reggie, I do them." "You what?" "I do them, draw them, paint them. I am the creator of the Doughnut family." I stared at him, absolutely astounded. I was simply dumb. It was the biggest surprise of my life. Why, dash it, the Doughnut family was the best thing in its line in London. There is Pa Doughnut, Ma Doughnut, Aunt Bella, Cousin Joe, and Mabel, the daughter, and they have all sorts of slapstick adventures. Pa, Ma, and Aunt Bella are pure gargoyles. Cousin Joe is a little more nearly semi-human, and Mabel is a perfect darling. I had often wondered who did them, for they were unsigned, and I had often thought what a deuced brainy fellow the chap must be. And all the time it was old Archie. I stammered as I tried to congratulate him. He winced. "Don't gargle, Reggie, there's a good fellow," he said. "My nerves are all on edge. Well, as I say, I do the doughnuts. It was that or starvation. I got the idea one night when I had a toothache, and next day I took some specimens round to an editor. He rolled in his chair, and told me to start in and go on till further notice. Since then I have done them without a break. Well, there's the position. I must go on drawing these infernal things, or I shall be penniless. The question is, am I to tell her?" "Tell her? Of course you must tell her." "Ah, but you don't know her, Reggie. Have you ever heard of Eunice Nugent?" "Not to my knowledge." "As she doesn't sprint up and down the Joyway at the Hippodrome, I didn't suppose you would." I thought this rather uncalled for, seeing that, as a matter of fact, I scarcely know a dozen of the Hippodrome chorus, but I made allowances for his state of mind. "She's a poetess," he went on, "and her work has appeared in lots of good magazines. My idea is that she would be utterly horrified if she knew, and could never be quite the same to me again. But I want you to meet her and judge for yourself. It's just possible that I am taking too morbid a view of the matter, and I want an unprejudiced outside opinion. Come and lunch with us at the Piccadilly to morrow, will you?" He was absolutely right. One glance at Miss Nugent told me that the poor old boy had got the correct idea. I hardly know how to describe the impression she made on me. On the way to the Pic, Archie had told me that what first attracted him to her was the fact that she was so utterly unlike Mabel Doughnut. But that had not prepared me for what she really was. She was kind of intense, if you know what I mean, kind of spiritual. She was perfectly pleasant and drew me out about golf and all that sort of thing, but all the time I felt that she considered me an earthly worm whose loftier soul essence had been carelessly left out of his composition at birth. She made me wish that I had never seen a musical comedy or danced on a supper table on New Year's Eve. And if that was the impression she made on me, you can understand why poor old Archie jibbed at the idea of bringing her funny slices, and pointing at the doughnuts and saying, "Me, I did it." The notion was absolutely out of the question. The shot wasn't on the board. I told Archie so directly we were alone. "Old top," I said, "you must keep it dark." "I'm afraid so, but I hate the thought of deceiving her." "You must get used to that now you're going to be a married man," I said. "The trouble is, how am I going to account for the fact that I can do myself pretty well?" "Why, tell her you have private means, of course. What's your money invested in?" "Practically all of it in B. and O. P. Rails. It is a devilish good thing. A pal of mine put me onto it." "Tell her that you have a pile of money in B. and O. P. then. She'll take it for granted it's a legacy. A spiritual girl like Miss Nugent isn't likely to inquire further." "Reggie, I believe you're right. It cuts both ways, that spiritual gag. I'll do it." They were married quietly. I held the towel for Archie, and a spectacled girl with a mouth like a rat trap, who was something to do with a woman's movement, saw fair play for Eunice. And then they went off to Scotland for their honeymoon. I wondered how the doughnuts were going to get on in old Archie's absence, but it seemed that he had buckled down to it and turned out 3 months' supply in advance. He told me that long practice had enabled him to doughnut almost without conscious effort. When he came back to London he would give an hour a week to them and do them on his head. Pretty soft. It seemed to me that the marriage was going to be a success. One gets out of touch with people when they marry. I am not much on the social call game, and for nearly 6 months I don't suppose I saw Archie more than twice or three times. When I did, he appeared sound in wind and limb, and reported that married life was all to the velvet, and that he regarded bachelors like myself as so many excrescences on the social system. He compared me, if I remember rightly, to a wart, and advocated drastic treatment. It was perhaps 7 months after he had told Eunice that he endowed her with all his worldly goods, she not suspecting what the parcel contained, that he came to me unexpectedly one afternoon with a face so long and sick looking that my finger was on the button and I was ordering brandy and soda before he had time to speak. "Reggie," he said, "an awful thing has happened. Have you seen the paper to day?" "Yes. Why?" "Did you read the Stock Exchange news? Did you see that some lunatic has been jumping around with a club and hammering the stuffing out of B and O P? This afternoon they are worth practically nothing." "By Jove! And all your money was in it. What rotten luck." Then I spotted the silver lining. "But after all, it doesn't matter so very much. What I mean is, bang go your little savings and all that sort of thing. But, after all, you're making quite a good income, so why worry?" "I might have known you would miss the point," he said. "Can't you understand the situation? This morning at breakfast Eunice got hold of the paper first. 'Archie,' she said, 'didn't you tell me all your money was in B and O P?' 'Yes,' I said. 'Why?' 'Then we're ruined.' Now do you see? If I had had time to think, I could have said that I had another chunk in something else, but I had committed myself. I have either got to tell her about those infernal doughnuts, or else conceal the fact that I had money coming in." "Great Scott! What on earth are you going to do?" "I can't think. We can struggle along in a sort of way, for it appears that she has small private means of her own. The idea at present is that we shall live on them. We're selling the car, and trying to get out of the rest of our lease up at the flat, and then we're going to look about for a cheaper place, probably down Chelsea way, so as to be near my studio. What was that stuff I've been drinking? Ring for another of the same. There's a good fellow. In fact, I think you had better keep your finger permanently on the bell. I shall want all they've got." The spectacle of a fellow human being up to his neck in the consommé is painful, of course, but there's certainly what the advertisements at the top of magazine stories call a tense human interest about it. And I'm bound to say that I saw as much as possible of poor old Archie from now on. His sad case fascinated me. It was rather thrilling to see him wrestling with New England mutton hash and draught beer down at his Chelsea flat, with all the suppressed anguish of a man who has let himself get accustomed to delicate food and vintage wines, and think that a word from him could send him whizzing back to the old life again, whenever he wished. But at what cost, as they say in the novels? That was the catch. He might hate this new order of things, but his lips were sealed. I personally came in for a good deal of quiet esteem for the way in which I stuck to him in his adversity. I don't think Eunice had thought much of me before, but now she seemed to feel that I had formed a corner in Golden Hearts. I took advantage of this to try and pave the way for a confession on poor old Archie's part. "I wonder, Archie, old top," I said one evening after we had dined on mutton hash and were sitting round trying to forget it, "I wonder you don't try another line in painting. I've heard that some of these fellows who draw for the comic papers." Mrs. Archie nipped me in the bud. "How can you suggest such a thing, Mr. Pepper? A man with Archie's genius! I know the public is not educated up to his work, but it is only a question of time. Archie suffers, like all pioneers, from being ahead of his generation. But, thank Heaven, he need not sully his genius by stooping." "No, no," I said. "Sorry, I only suggested it." After that I gave more time than ever to trying to think of a solution. Sometimes I would lie awake at night and my manner towards Wilberforce, my man, became so distrait that it almost caused a rift. He asked me one morning which suit I would wear that day, and by Jove, I said, "Oh, any of them, I don't mind." There was a most frightful silence, and I woke up to find him looking at me with such a dashed, wounded expression in his eyes that I had to tip him a couple of quid to bring him round again. Well, you can't go on straining your brain like that forever, without something breaking loose, and one night, just after I had gone to bed, I got it. Yes, by gad, absolutely got it. And I was so excited that I hopped out from under the blankets there and then and rang up old Archie on the phone. "Archie, old scout," I said, "can the missus hear what I'm saying? Well then, don't say anything to give the show away. Keep on saying, 'Yes? Hallo?' so that you can tell her it was someone on the wrong wire. I've got it, my boy. All you've got to do to solve the whole problem is to tell her you've sold one of your pictures. Make the price as big as you like. Come and lunch with me tomorrow at the club, and we'll settle the details." There was a pause, and then Archie's voice said, "Hallo? Hallo?" It might have been a bit disappointing, only there was a tremble in it which made me understand how happy I had made the old boy. I went back to bed and slept like a king. Next day we lunched together and fixed the thing up. I had never seen any one so supremely braced. We examined the scheme from every angle and there wasn't a flaw in it. The only difficulty was to hit on a plausible purchaser. Archie suggested me, but I couldn't see it. I said it would sound fishy. Eventually I had a brainwave and suggested J. Bellingwood Brackett, the American millionaire. He lives in London, and you see his name in the papers every day as having bought some painting or statue or something, so why shouldn't he buy Archie's Coming of Summer? And Archie said, "Exactly, why shouldn't he?" And if he had had any sense in his fat head, he would have done it long ago, dash him. Which shows you that dear old Archie was bracing up, for I've heard him use much the same language in happier days about a referee. He went off, crammed to the eyebrows with good food and happiness, to tell Mrs. Archie that all was well, and that the old home was saved, and that Canterbury mutton might now be definitely considered as off the bill of fare. He told me on the phone that night that he had made the price £2,000 because he needed the money, and what was 2,000 to a man who had been fleecing the widow and the orphan for 40 odd years without a break? I thought the price was a bit high, but I agreed that J. Bellingwood could afford it. And happiness, you might say, reigned supreme. I don't know when I've had such a nasty jar as I got when Wilberforce brought me the paper in bed, and I languidly opened it and this jumped out and bit at me: "Bellingwood Brackett discovers English genius. Pays stupendous price for young artist's picture. Hitherto unknown futurist. Received £2,000." Underneath there was a column, some of it about Archie, the rest about the picture, and scattered over the page were two photographs of old Archie looking more like Pa Doughnut than anything human, and a smudged reproduction of the Coming of Summer, and believe me, frightful as the original of that weird exhibit looked, the reproduction had it licked to a whisper. It was one of the ghastliest things I have ever seen. Well, after the first shock I recovered a bit. After all, it was fame for dear old Archie. As soon as I had had lunch I went down to the flat to congratulate him. He was sitting there with Mrs. Archie. He was looking a bit dazed, but she was simmering with joy. She welcomed me as the faithful friend. "Isn't it perfectly splendid, Mr. Pepper, to think that Archie's genius has at last been recognized? How quiet he kept it! I had no idea that Mr. Brackett was even interested in his work. I wonder how he heard of it." "Oh, these things get about," I said. "You can't keep a good man down." "Think of £2,000 for one picture, and the first he has ever sold!" "What beats me," I said, "is how the papers got hold of it." "Oh, I sent it to the papers," said Mrs. Archie, in an offhand way. "I wonder who did the writing up," I said. "They would do that in the office, wouldn't they?" said Mrs. Archie. "I suppose they would," I said. "They are wonders at that sort of thing." I couldn't help wishing that Archie would enter into the spirit of the thing a little more and perk up, instead of sitting there looking like a codfish. The thing seemed to have stunned the poor chappie. "After this, Archie," I said, "all you have to do is sit in your studio while the police see that the waiting line of millionaires doesn't straggle over the pavement. They'll fight." "What's that?" said Archie, starting as if someone had dug a red hot needle into his calf. It was only a ring at the bell, followed by a voice asking if Mr. Ferguson was at home. "Probably an interviewer," said Mrs. Archie. "I suppose we shall get no peace for a long time to come." The door opened and the cook came in with a card. "Renshaw Liggett," said Mrs. Archie. "I don't know him. Do you, Archie? It must be an interviewer. Ask him to come in, Julia." And he came in. My knowledge of chappies in general, after a fairly wide experience, is that some chappies seem to kind of convey an atmosphere of unpleasantness the moment you come into contact with them. Renshaw Liggett gave me this feeling directly he came in, and when he fixed me with a sinister glance and said, "Mr. Ferguson?" I felt inclined to say, "Not guilty." I backed a step or two and jerked my head towards Archie, and Renshaw turned the searchlight off me and switched it onto him. "You are Mr. Archibald Ferguson, the artist?" Archie nodded pallidly and Renshaw nodded, as much as to say that you couldn't deceive him. He produced a sheet of paper. It was the middle page of the Mail. "You authorized the publication of this?" Archie nodded again. "I represent Mr. Brackett. The publication of this most impudent fiction has caused Mr. Brackett extreme annoyance, and as it might also lead to other and more serious consequences, I must insist that a full denial be published without a moment's delay." "What do you mean?" cried Mrs. Archie. "Are you mad?" She had been standing, listening to the conversation, in a sort of trance. Now she jumped into the fight with a vim that turned Renshaw's attention to her in a second. "No, madam, I am not mad, nor, despite the interested assertions of certain parties whom I need not specify by name, is Mr. Brackett. It may be news to you, Mrs. Ferguson, that an action is even now pending in New York, whereby certain parties are attempting to show that my client, Mr. Brackett, is non compos and should be legally restrained from exercising control over his property. Their case is extremely weak, for even if we admit their contention that our client did, on the 18th of June last, attempt to walk up Fifth Avenue in his pajamas, we shall be able to show that his action was the result of an election bet. But, as the parties to whom I have alluded will undoubtedly snatch at every straw in their efforts to prove that Mr. Brackett is mentally infirm, the prejudicial effect of this publication cannot be overestimated. Unless Mr. Brackett can clear himself on the stigma of having given £2,000 for this extraordinary production of an absolutely unknown artist, the strength of his case must be seriously shaken. I may add that my client's lavish patronage of art is already one of the main planks in the platform of the parties already referred to. They adduce his extremely generous expenditure in this direction as evidence that he is incapable of a proper handling of his money. I need scarcely point out with what sinister pleasure, therefore, they must have contemplated this. And he looked at the coming of summer as if it were a black beetle. I must say, much as I disliked the blighter, I couldn't help feeling that he had right on his side. It hadn't occurred to me in quite that light before, but, considering it calmly now, I could see that a man who would disgorge 2,000 of the best for Archie's futurist masterpiece might very well step straight into the nut factory and no questions asked. Mrs. Archie came right back at him, as game as you please. I am sorry for Mr. Brackett's domestic troubles, but my husband can prove without difficulty that he did buy the picture. Can't you, dear? Archie, extremely white about the gills, looked at the ceiling and at the floor and at me and Renshaw Liggett. No, he said finally, I can't, because he didn't. Exactly, said Renshaw, and I must ask you to publish that statement in tomorrow's papers, without fail. He rose and made for the door. My client has no objection to young artists advertising themselves, realizing that this is an age of strenuous competition, but he firmly refuses to permit them to do it at his expense. Good afternoon. And he legged it, leaving behind him one of the most chunky silences I have ever been mixed up in. For the life of me, I couldn't see who was to make the next remark. I was jolly certain that it wasn't going to be me. Eventually, Mrs. Archie opened the proceedings. What does it mean? Archie turned to me with a sort of frozen calm. Reggie, would you mind stepping into the kitchen and asking Julia for this week's funny slices? I know she hasn't. He was right. She unearthed it from a cupboard. I trotted back with it to the sitting room. Archie took the paper from me and held it out to his wife, doughnuts uppermost. Look, he said. She looked. I do them. I have done them every week for 3 years. No, don't speak yet. Listen. This is where all my money came from, all the money I lost when B and OP rails went smash. And this is where the money came from to buy The Coming of Summer. It wasn't Brackett who bought it. It was myself. Mrs. Archie was devouring the doughnuts with wide open eyes. I caught a glimpse of them myself, and only just managed not to laugh, for it was the set of pictures where Pa Doughnut tries to fix the electric light, one of the very finest things dear old Archie had ever done. I don't understand, she said. I draw these things. I have sold my soul. Archie! He winced, but stuck to it bravely. Yes, I knew how you would feel about it, and that was why I didn't dare to tell you, and why we fixed up this story about old Brackett. I couldn't bear to live on you any longer, and to see you roughing it here, when we might be having all the money we wanted. Suddenly, like a boiler exploding, she began to laugh. "They're the funniest things I ever saw in my life," she gurgled. "Mr. Pepper, do look! He's trying to cut the electric wire with the scissors, and everything blazes up. And you've been hiding this from me all that time?" Archie goggled dumbly. She dived at a table and picked up a magazine, pointing to one of the advertisement pages. "Read!" she cried. "Read it aloud!" And in a shaking voice Archie read: "You think you are perfectly well, don't you? You wake up in the morning and spring out of bed and say to yourself that you have never been better in your life. You're wrong. Unless you are avoiding coffee as you would avoid the man who always tells you the smart things his little boy said yesterday, and drinking Safety First Malacine for breakfast, you cannot be perfectly well. It is a physical impossibility. Coffee contains an appreciable quantity of the deadly drug caffeine, and therefore—" "I wrote that," she said. "And I wrote the advertisement of the Spiller baby food on page 94, and the one about the preeminent breakfast sausage on page 86. Oh, Archie dear, the torments I have been through, fearing that you would some day find me out and despise me! I couldn't help it. I had no private means, and I didn't make enough out of my poetry to keep me in hats. I learned to write advertisements 4 years ago at a correspondence school, and I've been doing them ever since. And now I don't mind your knowing, now that you have told me this perfectly splendid news. Archie!" She rushed into his arms like someone charging in for a bowl of soup at a railway station buffet, and I drifted out. It seemed to me that this was a scene in which I was not on. I sidled to the door and slid forth. They didn't notice me. My experience is that nobody ever does much. End of Concealed Art by P.G. Wodehouse.
The Crushed Flower by Leonid Andreyev. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. The Crushed Flower by Leonid Andreyev. Translated by Herman Bernstein. Chapter 1. His name was Yura. He was 6 years old, and the world was to him enormous, alive, and bewitchingly mysterious. He knew the sky quite well. He knew its deep azure by day, and the white-breasted, half-silvery, half-golden clouds slowly floating by. He often watched them as he lay on his back upon the grass or upon the roof. But he did not know the stars so well, for he went to bed early. He knew well and remembered only one star, the green, bright, and very attentive star that rises in the pale sky just before you go to bed, and that seemed to be the only star so large in the whole sky. But best of all, he knew the earth in the yard, in the street, and in the garden, with all its inexhaustible wealth of stones, of velvety grass, of hot sand, and of that wonderfully varied, mysterious, and delightful dust, which grown people did not notice at all from the height of their enormous size. And in falling asleep, as the last bright image of the passing day, he took along to his dreams a bit of hot, rubbed-off stone bathed in sunshine, or a thick layer of tenderly tickling, burning dust. When he went with his mother to the center of the city along the large streets, He remembered best of all upon his return the wide flat stones upon which his steps at his feet seemed terribly small, like two little boats, and even the multitude of revolving wheels and horses' heads did not impress themselves so clearly upon his memory as this new and unusually interesting appearance of the ground. Everything was enormous to him, the fences, the dogs, and the people, but that did not at all surprise or frighten him. That only made everything particularly interesting. That transformed life into an uninterrupted miracle. According to his measures, various objects seemed to him as follows: his father, 10 yards tall; his mother, 3 yards; the neighbor's angry dog, 30 yards; their own dog, 10 yards, like Papa. Their house of 1 story was very, very tall, a mile. The distance between one side of the street and the other, 2 miles. Their garden and the trees in their garden seemed immense, infinitely tall. The city, 1,000,000. Just how much he did not know. And everything else appeared to him in the same way. He knew many people, large and small, but he knew and appreciated better the little ones with whom he could speak of everything. The grown people behaved so foolishly and asked such absurd, dull questions about things that everybody knew, that it was necessary for him also to make believe that he was foolish. He had to lisp and give nonsensical answers, and of course he felt like running away from them as soon as possible. But there were over him and around him and within him 2 entirely extraordinary persons, at once big and small, wise and foolish, at once his own and strangers, his father and mother. They must have been very good people, otherwise they would not have been his father and mother. At any rate, they were charming and unlike other people. He could say with certainty that his father was very great, terribly wise, that he possessed immense power, which made him a person to be feared somewhat, and it was interesting to talk with him about unusual things, placing his hand in father's large, strong, warm hand for safety's sake. Mamma was not so large, and sometimes she was even very small. She was very kind-hearted. She kissed tenderly. She understood very well how he felt when he had a pain in his little stomach, and only with her could he relieve his heart when he grew tired of life, of his games, or when he was the victim of some cruel injustice. And if it was unpleasant to cry in father's presence, and even dangerous to be capricious, his tears had an unusually pleasant taste in mother's presence, and filled his soul with a peculiar serene sadness, which he could find neither in his games nor in laughter, nor even in the reading of the most terrible fairy tales. It should be added that Mamma was a beautiful woman, and that everybody was in love with her. That was good, for he felt proud of it, but that was also bad, for he feared that she might be taken away. And every time one of the men, one of those enormous, invariably inimical men who were busy with themselves, looked at Mamma fixedly for a long time, Yura felt bored and uneasy. He felt like stationing himself between him and Mamma, and no matter where he went to attend to his own affairs, something was drawing him back. Sometimes Mamma would utter a bad, terrifying phrase. "Why are you forever staying around here? Go and play in your own room." There was nothing left for him to do but to go away. He would take a book along, or he would sit down to draw, but that did not always help him. Sometimes Mamma would praise him for reading, but sometimes she would say again, "You'd better go to your own room, Erotica. You see, you've spilt water on the tablecloth again. You always do some mischief with your drawing." And then she would reproach him for being perverse. But he felt worst of all when a dangerous and suspicious guest would come when Yura had to go to bed. But when he lay down in his bed, a sense of easiness came over him, and he felt as though all was ended. The lights went out, life stopped, everything slept. In all such cases with suspicious men, Yura felt vaguely but very strongly that he was replacing father in some way, and that made him somewhat like a grown man. He was in a bad frame of mind, like a grown person, but, therefore, he was unusually calculating, wise, and serious. Of course, he said nothing about this to anyone, for no one would understand him, but by the manner in which he caressed father when he arrived and sat down on his knees patronizingly, one could see in the boy a man who fulfilled his duty to the end. At times father could not understand him and would simply send him away to play or to sleep. Yura never felt offended and went away with a feeling of great satisfaction. He did not feel the need of being understood. He even feared it. At times he would not tell under any circumstances why he was crying. At times he would make believe that he was absent-minded, that he heard nothing, that he was occupied with his own affairs, but he heard and understood. And he had a terrible secret. He had noticed that these extraordinary and charming people, father and mother, were sometimes unhappy and were hiding this from everybody. Therefore he was also concealing his discovery, and gave everybody the impression that all was well. Many times he found Mamma crying somewhere in a corner in the drawing-room, or in the bedroom. His own room was next to her bedroom, and one night, very late, almost at dawn, he heard the terribly loud and angry voice of father, and the weeping voice of mother. He lay a long time holding his breath, but then he was so terrified by that unusual conversation in the middle of the night that he could not restrain himself, and he asked his nurse in a soft voice, "What are they saying?" And the nurse answered quickly in a whisper, "Sleep, sleep, they're not saying anything." "I'm coming over to your bed." "Aren't you ashamed of yourself, such a big boy?" "I'm coming over to your bed." Thus, terribly afraid lest they should be heard, they spoke in whispers and argued in the dark, and the end was that Yura moved over to nurse's bed upon her rough but cozy and warm blanket. In the morning, Papa and Mamma were very cheerful, and Yura pretended that he believed them, and it seemed that he really did believe them. But that same evening, and perhaps it was another evening, he noticed his father crying. It happened in the following way. He was passing his father's study, and the door was half open. He heard a noise, and he looked in quietly. Father lay face downward upon his couch and cried aloud. There was no one else in the room. Yura went away, turned about in his room, and came back. The door was still half open. No one but his father was in the room, and he was still sobbing. If he cried quietly, Yura could understand it, but he sobbed loudly. He moaned in a heavy voice, and his teeth were gnashing terribly. He lay there, covering the entire couch, hiding his head under his broad shoulders, sniffing heavily, and that was beyond his understanding. And on the table, on the large table covered with pencils, papers, and a wealth of other things, stood the lamp burning with a red flame and smoking. A flat, grayish-black strip of smoke was coming out and bending in all directions. Suddenly father heaved a loud sigh and stirred. Yura walked away quietly, and then all was the same as ever. No one would have learned of this, but the image of the enormous, mysterious, and charming man who was his father, and who was crying, remained in Yura's memory as something dreadful and extremely serious. And if there were things of which he did not feel like speaking, it was absolutely necessary to say nothing of this, as though it were something sacred and terrible, and in that silence he must love father all the more. But he must love so that father should not notice it, and he must give the impression that it is very jolly to live on earth. And Yura succeeded in accomplishing all this. Father did not notice that he loved him in a special manner, and it was really jolly to live on earth, so there was no need for him to make believe. The threads of his soul stretched themselves to all, to the sun, to the knife and the cane he was peeling, to the beautiful and enigmatic distance which he saw from the top of the iron roof, and it was hard for him to separate himself from all that was not himself. When the grass had a strong and fragrant odor, it seemed to him that it was he who had such a fragrant odor, and when he lay down in his bed, however strange it may seem, together with him in his little bed lay down the enormous yard, the street, the slant threads of the rain and the muddy pools, and the whole enormous, live, fascinating, mysterious world. Thus all fell asleep with him, and thus all awakened with him, and together with him they all opened their eyes. And there was one striking fact worthy of the profoundest reflection. If he placed a stick somewhere in the garden in the evening, it was there also in the morning, and the knuckle-bones which he hid in a box in the barn remained there, although it was dark, and he went to his room for the night. Because of this, he felt a natural need for hiding under his pillow all that was most valuable to him. Since things stood or lay there alone, they might also disappear of their accord, he reasoned. And in general it was so wonderful and pleasant that the nurse and the house and the sun existed not only yesterday, but every day. He felt like laughing and singing aloud when he awoke. When people asked him what his name was, he answered promptly, Yura. But some people were not satisfied with this alone, and they wanted to know his full name, and then he replied with a certain effort, Yura Mikhailovich. And after a moment's thought, he added, Yura Mikhailovich Pushkarev. Chapter 2. An unusual day arrived. It was Mother's birthday. Guests were expected in the evening. Military music was to play, and in the garden and upon the terrace party-colored lanterns were to burn, and Yura need not go to bed at 9 o'clock, but could stay up as late as he liked. Yura got up when all were still sleeping. He dressed himself and jumped out quickly with the expectation of miracles. But he was unpleasantly surprised. The rooms were in the same disorder as usual in the morning. The cook and the chambermaid were still sleeping, and the door was closed with a hook. It was hard to believe that the people would stir and commence to run about, and that the rooms would assume a holiday appearance, and he feared for the fate of the festival. It was still worse in the garden. The paths were not swept, and there was not a single lantern there. He grew very uneasy. Fortunately, Yevman, the coachman, was washing the carriage behind the barn in the backyard, and though he'd done this frequently before, and though there was nothing unusual about his appearance, Yura clearly felt something of the holiday in the decisive way in which the coachman splashed the water from the bucket with his sinewy arms, on which the sleeves of his red blouse were rolled up to his elbows. Yevman only glanced askance at Yura, and suddenly Yura seemed to have noticed for the first time his broad, black, wavy beard, and thought respectfully that Yevman was a very worthy man. He said, "Good morning, Yevman." Then all moved very rapidly. Suddenly the janitor appeared and started to sweep the paths. Suddenly the window in the kitchen was thrown open, and the women's voices were heard chattering. Suddenly the chambermaid rushed out with a little rug and started to beat it with a stick as though it were a dog. All commenced to stir, and the events, starting simultaneously in different places, rushed with such mad swiftness that it was impossible to catch up with them. While the nurse was giving Yura his tea, People were beginning to hang up the wires for the lanterns in the garden, and while the wires were being stretched in the garden, the furniture was rearranged completely in the drawing room, and while the furniture was rearranged in the drawing room, Yevman, the coachman, harnessed the horse and drove out of the yard with a certain special, mysterious mission. Yura succeeded in concentrating himself for some time with the greatest difficulty. Together with Father, he was hanging up the lanterns, and Father was charming. He laughed, jested, put Yura on the ladder. He himself climbed the thin, creaking rungs of the ladder, and finally both fell down together with the ladder upon the grass, but they were not hurt. Yura jumped up while Father remained lying on the grass, hands thrown back under his head, looking with half-closed eyes at the shining, infinite azure of the sky. Thus lying on the grass, with a serious expression on his face, apparently not in the mood for play, Father looked very much like Gulliver longing for his land of giants. Yura recalled something unpleasant, but to cheer his father up, he sat down astride upon his knees and said, "Do you remember, Father, when I was a little boy, I used to sit down on your knees and you used to shake me like a horse?" But before he had time to finish, he lay with his nose on the grass. He was lifted in the air and thrown down with force. Father had thrown him high up with his knees, according to his old habit. Yura felt offended, but Father, entirely ignoring his anger, began to tickle him under his armpits so that Yura had to laugh against his will, and then Father picked him up like a little pig by the legs and carried him to the terrace, and Mamma was frightened. "What are you doing? The blood'll rush to his head." After which Yura found himself standing on his legs, red-faced, disheveled, feeling very miserable and terribly happy at the same time. The day was rushing fast, like a cat that is chased by a dog. Like forerunners of the coming great festival, certain messengers appeared with notes. Wonderfully tasty cakes were brought. The dressmaker came and locked herself in with Mamma in the bedroom. Then 2 gentlemen arrived, then another gentleman, then a lady. Evidently the entire city was in a state of agitation. Yura examined the messengers as though they were strange people from another world, and walked before them with an air of importance as the son of the lady whose birthday was to be celebrated. He met the gentlemen, he escorted the cakes, and toward midday he was so exhausted that he suddenly started to despise life. He quarreled with the nurse and lay down in his bed face downward in order to have his revenge on her, but he fell asleep immediately. He awoke with the same feeling of hatred for life and a desire for revenge. But after having looked at things with his eyes, which he washed with cold water, he felt that both the world and life were so fascinating that they were even funny. When they dressed Yura in a red silk rustling blouse, and he thus clearly became part of the festival, and he found on the terrace a long snow-white table glittering with glass dishes, he again commenced to spin about in the whirlpool of the onrushing events. "The musicians have arrived! The musicians have arrived!" he cried, looking for Father or Mother, or for anyone who would treat the arrival of the musicians with proper seriousness. Father and Mother were sitting in the garden, in the arbor, which was thickly surrounded with wild grapes, maintaining silence. The beautiful head of Mother lay on Father's shoulder. Although Father embraced her, he seemed very serious, and he showed no enthusiasm when he was told of the arrival of the musicians. Both treated their arrival with inexplicable indifference, which called forth a feeling of sadness in Yura. But Mamma stirred and said, "Let me go. I must go." "Remember," said Father, referring to something Yura did not understand, but which resounded in his heart with a light, gnawing alarm. "Stop! Aren't you ashamed?" Mother laughed, and this laughter made Yura feel still more alarmed, especially since Father did not laugh, but maintained the same serious and mournful appearance of Gulliver pining for his native land. But soon all this was forgotten. for the wonderful festival had begun in all its glory, mystery, and grandeur. The guests came fast, and there was no longer any place at the white table which had been deserted but a while before. Voices resounded in laughter and merry jests, and the music began to play. And on the deserted paths of the garden, where but a while ago Yura had wandered alone, imagining himself a prince in quest of the sleeping princess, now appeared people with cigarettes and with loud, free speech. Yura met the first guests at the front entrance. He looked at each one carefully, and he made the acquaintance and even the friendship of some of them on the way from the corridor to the table. Thus he managed to become friendly with the officer whose name was Mitenka. A grown man whose name was Mitenka. He said so himself. Mitenka had a heavy leathered sword which was as cold as a snake, which could not be taken out. But Mitenka lied. The sword was only fastened at the handle with a silver cord, but it could be taken out very nicely, and Yura felt vexed because the stupid Mitenka, instead of carrying his sword as he always did, placed it in a corner in the hallway as a cane. But even in the corner the sword stood out alone. One could see at once that it was a sword. Another thing that displeased Yura was that another officer came with Mitenka, an officer whom Yura knew, and whose name was also Yura Mikhailovich. Yura thought that the officer must have been named so for fun. That wrong Yura Mikhailovich had visited them several times. He even came once on horseback, but most of the time he came just before little Yura had to go to bed, and little Yura went to bed while the unreal Yura Mikhailovich remained with Mama, and that caused him to feel alarmed and sad. He was afraid that Mama might be deceived. He paid no attention to the real Yura Mikhailovich, and now, walking beside Mitenka, he did not seem to realize his guilt. He adjusted his mustaches and maintained silence. He kissed Mama's hand, and that seemed repulsive to little Yura. But the stupid Mitenka also kissed Mama's hand, and thereby set everything aright. But soon the guests arrived in such numbers, and there was such a variety of them, as if they'd fallen straight from the sky, and some of them seemed to have fallen near the table, while others seemed to have fallen into the garden. Suddenly several students and ladies appeared in the path. The ladies were ordinary, but the students had holes cut at the left side of their white coats for their swords. But they did not bring their swords along, no doubt because of their pride. They were all very proud. And the ladies rushed over to Yura and began to kiss him. Then the most beautiful of the ladies, whose name was Ninochka, took Yura to the swing and swung him until she threw him down. He hurt his left leg near the knee very painfully, and even stained his little white pants in that spot. But of course he did not cry, and somehow his pain had quickly disappeared somewhere. At this time Father was leading an important-looking, bald-headed old man in the garden, and he asked Erotica, "Did you get hurt?" But as the old man also smiled and also spoke, Erotica did not kiss Father and did not even answer him. But suddenly he seemed to have lost his mind. He commenced to squeal for joy and to run around. If he had a bell as large as the whole city, he would have rung that bell. But as he had no such bell, he climbed the linden tree, which stood near the terrace, and began to show off. The guests below were laughing, and Mama was shouting, and suddenly the music began to play, and Yura soon stood in front of the orchestra, spreading his legs apart, and according to his old but long-forgotten habit, put his finger into his mouth. The sound seemed to strike at him all at once. They roared and thundered. They made his legs tingle, and they shook his jaw. They played so loudly that there was nothing but the orchestra on the whole earth. Everything else had vanished. The brass ends of some of the trumpets even spread apart and opened wide from the great roaring. Yura thought that it would be interesting to make a military helmet out of such a trumpet. Suddenly Yura grew sad. The music was still roaring, but now it was somewhere far away, while within him all became quiet, and it was growing ever more and more quiet. Heaving a deep sigh, Ura looked at the sky. It was so high. And with slow footsteps he started out to make the rounds of the holiday, of all its confused boundaries, possibilities, and distances. And everywhere he turned out to be too late. He wanted to see how the tables for card playing would be arranged, but the tables were ready, and people had been playing cards for a long time when he came up. He touched the chalk and the brush near his father, and his father immediately chased him away. What of that? What difference did it make to him? He wanted to see how they would start to dance, and he was sure that they would dance in the parlor, but they had already commenced to dance, not in the parlor, but under the linden trees. He wanted to see how they would light the lanterns, but the lanterns had all been lit already, every one of them, to the very last of the last. They lit up of themselves, like stars. Mama danced best of all. Chapter 3. Night arrived in the form of red, green, and yellow lanterns. While there were no lanterns, there was no night. And now it lay everywhere. It crawled into the bushes. It covered the entire garden with darkness as with water, and it covered the sky. Everything looked as beautiful as the very best fairy tale with colored pictures. At one place the house had disappeared entirely. Only the square window made of red light remained. And the chimney of the house was visible, and there a certain spark glistened, looked down, and seemed to think of its own affairs. What affairs do chimneys have? Various affairs. Of the people in the garden, only their voices remained. As long as someone walked near the lanterns, he could be seen. But as soon as he walked away, all seemed to melt, 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 and the voice above the ground laughed, talked, floating fearlessly in the darkness. But the officers and the students could be seen even in the dark, a white spot, and above it a small light of a cigarette and a big voice. And now the most joyous thing commenced for Ura, the fairy tale. The people and the festival and the lanterns remained on earth while he soared away, transformed into air, melting in the night like a grain of dust. The great mystery of the night became his mystery, and his little heart yearned for still more mystery. In its solitude his heart yearned for the fusion of life and death. That was Ura's second madness that evening. He became invisible. Although he could enter the kitchen as others did, he climbed with difficulty upon the roof of the cellar, over which the kitchen window was flooded with light, and he looked in. There people were roasting something, busying themselves, and did not know that he was looking at them, and yet he saw everything. Then he went away and looked at Papa's and Mama's bedroom. The room was empty, but the beds had already been made for the night, and a little image lamp was burning. He saw that. Then he looked into his own room. His own bed was also ready, waiting for him. He passed a room where they were playing cards, also as an invisible being, holding his breath and stepping so lightly as though he were soaring in the air. Only when he reached the garden in the dark, he drew a proper breath. Then he resumed his quest. He came over to people who were talking so near him that he could touch them with his hand, and yet they did not know that he was there, and they continued to speak undisturbed. He watched Ninotchka for a long time until he learned all her life. He was almost trapped. Ninotchka even exclaimed, "Yurochka, is that you?" He lay down behind a bush and held his breath. Thus Ninotchka was deceived, and she had almost caught him. To make things more mysterious, he started to crawl instead of walk. Now the alley seemed full of danger. Thus a long time went by. According to his own calculations at the time, 10 years went by, and he was still hiding and going farther away from the people. And thus he went so far that he was seized with dread. Between him and the past, when he was walking like everybody else, an abyss was formed over which it seemed to him impossible to cross. Now he would have come out into the light, but he was afraid. It was impossible. All was lost. And the music was still playing, and everybody had forgotten him, even Mamma. He was alone. There was a breath of cold from the dewy grass. The gooseberry bush scratched him. The darkness could not be pierced with his eyes, and there was no end to it. Oh, Lord! Without any definite plan, in a state of utter despair, Yura now crawled toward a mysterious, faintly blinking light. Fortunately, it turned out to be the same arbor which was covered with wild grapes, and in which Father and Mother had sat that day. He didn't recognize it at first. Yes, it was the same arbor. The lights and the lanterns everywhere had gone out, and only two were still burning. A yellow little lantern was still burning brightly, and the other, a yellow one, too, was already beginning to blink. And though there was no wind, that lantern quivered from its own blinking, and everything seemed to quiver slightly. Yura was about to get up, to go into the arbor and there begin life anew, with an imperceptible transition from the old, when suddenly he heard voices in the arbor. His mother and the wrong Yura Mikhailovich, the officer, were talking. The right Yura grew petrified in his place. His heart stood still and his breathing ceased. Mamma said, "Stop! You've lost your mind. Somebody may come in here." Yura Mikhailovich said, "And you?" Mamma said, "I'm 26 years old today. I'm old." Yura Mikhailovich said, "He does not know anything. Is it possible that he does not know anything? He does not even suspect? Listen, does he shake everybody's hand so firmly?" Mamma said, "What a question. Of course he does. That is, no, not everybody." Yura Mikhailovich said, "I feel sorry for him." Mamma said, "For him?" And she laughed strangely. Erotica understood that they were talking of him, of Erotica. But what did it all mean? Oh, Lord, and why did she laugh? Yura Mikhailovich said, "Where are you going? I will not let you go." Mamma said, "You offend me. Let me go. No, you have no right to kiss me. Let me go." They became silent. Now Erotica looked through the leaves and saw that the officer embraced and kissed Mamma. Then they spoke of something, but he understood nothing. He heard nothing. He suddenly forgot the meaning of words, and he even forgot the words which he knew and used before. He remembered but one word, "Mamma," and he whispered it uninterruptedly with his dry lips, but that word sounded so terrible, more terrible than anything, and in order not to exclaim it against his will, Yura covered his mouth with both hands, one upon the other, and thus remained until the officer and Mamma went out of the arbor. When Yura came into the room where the people were playing cards, the serious, bald-headed man was scolding Papa for something, brandishing the chalk, talking, shouting, saying that Father did not act as he should have acted, that what he'd done was impossible, that only bad people did such things, and that the old man would never again play with Father, and so on. And Father was smiling, waving his hands, attempting to say something, but the old man would not let him, and he commenced to shout more loudly. And the old man was a little fellow, while Father was big, handsome, and tall, and his smile was sad, like that of Gulliver pining for his native land of tall and handsome people. Of course, he must conceal from him. Of course he must conceal from him that which happened in the arbor, and he must love him, and he felt that he loved him so much. And with a wild cry, Ura rushed over to the bald-headed old man and began to beat him with his fists with all his strength. "Don't you dare insult him! Don't you dare insult him!" "Oh, Lord, what has happened?" Someone laughed. Someone shouted. Father caught Ura in his arms, pressed him closely, causing him pain, and cried, "Where's Mother? Call Mother." Then Ura was seized with a whirlwind of frantic tears, of desperate sobs and mortal anguish. But through his frantic tears he looked at his father to see whether he'd guessed it. And when Mother came in, he started to shout louder in order to divert any suspicion. But he did not go to her arms. He clung more closely to Father, so that Father had to carry him into his room. But it seemed that he himself did not want to part with Ura. As soon as he carried him out of the room where the guests were, he began to kiss him, and he repeated, "Oh, my dearest, oh, my dearest." And he said to Mama, who walked behind him, "Just think of the boy." Mama said, "That is all due to your whist. You were scolding each other so that the child was frightened." Father began to laugh and answered, "Yes, he does scold harshly, but Ura, oh, what a dear boy." In his room, Ura demanded that Father himself undress him. "Now you're getting cranky," said Father. "I don't know how to do it. Let Mama undress you." "But you stay here." Mama had deft fingers, and she undressed him quickly, and while she was removing his clothes, Ura held Father by the hand. He ordered the nurse out of the room. But as Father was beginning to grow angry, and he might guess what had happened in the arbor, decided to let him go. But while kissing him, he said cunningly, "He will not scold you any more, will he?" Papa smiled. Then he laughed, kissed Ura once more, and said, "No, no. And if he does, I'll throw him across the fence." "Please do," said Ura. "You can do it. You're so strong." "Yes, I'm pretty strong. But you'd better sleep. Mama will stay here with you a while." Mama said, "I will send the nurse in. I must attend to the supper." Father shouted, "There's plenty of time for that. You could stay a while with the child." But Mama insisted, "We have guests. We can't leave them that way." But Father looked at her steadfastly and shrugged his shoulders. Mama decided to stay. "Very well, then I'll stay here. But see that Maria doesn't mix up the wines." Usually it was thus. When Mama sat near Ura as he was falling asleep, she held his hand until the last moment. That is what she usually did. But now she sat as though she were all alone, as though Ura, her son, who was falling asleep, was not there at all. She folded her hands in her lap and looked into the distance. To attract her attention, Ura stirred, but Mama said briefly, "Sleep." And she continued to look. But when Ura's eyes had grown heavy and he was falling asleep with all his sorrow and his tears, Mama suddenly went down on her knees before the little bed and kissed Ura firmly, many, many times. But her kisses were wet, hot and wet. "Why are your kisses wet? Are you crying?" muttered Ura. "Yes, I am crying." "You must not cry." "Very well, I won't," answered Mother submissively. And again she kissed him firmly, firmly, frequently, frequently. Ura lifted both hands with a heavy movement, clasped his mother around the neck, and pressed his burning cheek firmly to her wet and cold cheek. She was his mother, after all. There was nothing to be done. But how painful! How bitterly painful! End of The Crushed Flower by Leonid Andreev.
The Domain of Arnheim by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Domain of Arnheim. The garden, like a lady fair, was cut, that lay as if she slumbered in delight, and to the open skies her eyes did shut. The azure fields of heaven were assembled right, in a large round, set with the flowers of light, the flowers de luce, and the round sparks of dew, that hung upon their azure leaves, did shew, like twinkling stars that sparkle in the evening blue. Giles Fletcher. From his cradle to his grave, a gale of prosperity bore my friend Ellison along. Nor do I use the word prosperity in its mere worldly sense. I mean it as synonymous with happiness. The person of whom I speak seemed born for the purpose of foreshadowing the doctrines of Turgot, Price, Priestley, and Condorcet, of exemplifying by individual instance what has been deemed the chimera of the perfectionists. In the brief existence of Ellison, I fancy that I have seen refuted the dogma that in man's very nature lies some hidden principle, the antagonist of bliss. An anxious examination of his career has given me to understand that in general, from the violation of a few simple laws of humanity arises the wretchedness of mankind, that as a species we have in our possession the as yet unwrought elements of content, and that, even now, in the present darkness and madness of all thought on the great question of the social condition, it is not impossible that man, the individual, under certain unusual and highly fortuitous conditions, may be happy. With opinions such as these my young friend too was fully imbued, and thus it is worthy of observation that the uninterrupted enjoyment which distinguished his life was, in great measure, the result of preconcert. It is indeed evident that with less of the instinctive philosophy which now and then stands so well in the stead of experience, Mr. Ellison would have found himself precipitated, by the very extraordinary success of his life, into the common vortex of unhappiness which yawns for those of preeminent endowments. But it is by no means an object to pen an essay on happiness. The ideas of my friend may be summed up in a few words. He admitted but 4 elementary principles, or more strictly conditions of bliss. That which he considered chief was, strange to say, the simple and pure physical one of free exercise in the open air. The health, he said, attainable by other means is scarcely worth the name. He instanced the ecstasies of the fox hunter, and pointed to the tillers of the earth, the only people who, as a class, can be fairly considered happier than others. His second condition was the love of woman. His third, and most difficult of realization, was the contempt of ambition. His fourth was an object of unceasing pursuit, and he held that, other things being equal, the extent of attainable happiness was in proportion to the spirituality of the object. Ellison was remarkable in the continuous profusion of good gifts lavished upon him by fortune. In personal grace and beauty he exceeded all men. His intellect was of that order to which the acquisition of knowledge is less a labour than an intuition and a necessity. His family was one of the most illustrious of the empire. His bride was the loveliest and most devoted of women. His possessions had been always ample, but on the attainment of his majority it was discovered that one of those extraordinary freaks of nature had been played in his behalf which startle the whole social world amid which they occur, and seldom fail radically to alter the moral constitution of those who are their objects. It appears that about 100 years before Mr. Ellison's coming of age, there had died in a remote province one Mr. Seabright Ellison. This gentleman had amassed a princely fortune, and having no immediate connections, conceived the whim of suffering his wealth to accumulate for a century after his decease. Minutely and sagaciously directing the various modes of investment, he bequeathed the aggregate amount to the nearest of blood bearing the name of Ellison, who should be alive at the end of the 100 years. Many attempts had been made to set aside this singular bequest. Their ex post facto character rendered them abortive. But the attention of a jealous government was aroused, and a legislative act finally obtained forbidding all similar accumulations. This act, however, did not prevent young Ellison from entering into possession on his 21st birthday, as the heir of his ancestor Seabright, of a fortune of $450 millions. An incident similar in outline to the one here imagined occurred not very long ago in England. The name of the fortunate heir was Tennyson. I first saw an account of this matter in the tour of Prince Puckler Muscow, who makes the sum inherited 90 millions of pounds, and justly observes that, in the contemplation of so vast a sum, and of the services to which it might be applied, there is something even of the sublime. To suit the views of this article I have followed the prince's statement, although a grossly exaggerated one. The germ, and in fact the commencement of the present paper was published many years ago, previous to the issue of the first number of Sue's admirable Juif Errant, which may possibly have been suggested to him by Muscow's account. When it had become known that such was the enormous wealth inherited, there were of course many speculations as to the mode of its disposal. The magnitude and the immediate availability of the sum bewildered all who thought on the topic. The possessor of any appreciable amount of money might have been imagined to perform any one of 1,000 things. With riches merely surpassing those of any citizen, it would have been easy to suppose him engaging to supreme excess in the fashionable extravagances of his time, or busying himself with political intrigue, or aiming at ministerial power, or purchasing increase of nobility, or collecting large museums of virtue, playing the munificent patron of letters, of science, of art, or endowing and bestowing his name upon extensive institutions of charity. But for the inconceivable wealth in the actual possession of the heir, these objects and all ordinary objects were felt to afford too limited a field. Recourse was had to figures, and these but sufficed to confound. It was seen that, even at 3%, the annual income of the inheritance amounted to no less than $13,500,000, which was $1,125,000 per month, or $36,986 per day, or $1,541 per hour, or $620 every minute that flew. Thus the usual track of supposition was thoroughly broken up. Men knew not what to imagine. There were some who even conceived that Mr. Ellison would divest himself of at least one half of his fortune, as of utterly superfluous opulence, enriching whole troops of his relatives by division of his superabundance. To the nearest of these he did, in fact, abandon the very unusual wealth which was his own before the inheritance. I was not surprised, however, to perceive that he had long made up his mind on a point which had occasioned so much discussion to his friends. Nor was I greatly astonished at the nature of his decision. In regard to individual charities, he had satisfied his conscience. In the possibility of any improvement, properly so called, being effected by man himself in the general condition of man, he had, I am sorry to confess it, little faith. Upon the whole, whether happily or unhappily, he was thrown back, in very great measure, upon self. In the widest and noblest sense he was a poet. He comprehended, moreover, the true character, the august aims, the supreme majesty, and the dignity of the poetic sentiment. The fullest, if not the sole proper satisfaction of this sentiment he instinctively felt to lie in the creation of novel forms of beauty. Some peculiarities, either in his early education or in the nature of his intellect, had tinged with what is termed materialism all his ethical speculations, and it was this bias, perhaps, which led him to believe that the most advantageous, at least, if not the sole legitimate field for poetic exercise, lies in the creation of novel moods of purely physical loveliness. Thus it happened he became neither musician nor poet, if we use this latter term in its everyday acceptation. Or it might have been that he neglected to become either, merely in pursuance of his idea that in contempt of ambition is to be found one of the essential principles of happiness on earth. It is not indeed possible that, while a higher order of genius is necessarily ambitious, the highest is above that which is termed ambition. And may it not thus happen that many far greater than Milton have contentedly remained mute and inglorious? I believe that the world has never seen, and that, unless through some series of accidents goading the noblest order of mind into distasteful exertion, the world will never see that full extent of triumphant execution in the richer domains of art of which the human nature is absolutely capable. Ellison became neither musician nor poet, although no man lived more profoundly enamoured of music and poetry. Under other circumstances than those which invested him, it is not impossible that he would have become a painter. Sculpture, although in its nature rigorously poetical, was too limited in its extent and consequences to have occupied at any time much of his attention. And I have now mentioned all the provinces in which the common understanding of the poetic sentiment has declared it capable of expatiating. But Ellison maintained that the richest, the truest, and most natural, if not altogether the most extensive province, had been unaccountably neglected. No definition had spoken of the landscape gardener as of the poet. Yet it seemed to my friend that the creation of the landscape garden offered to the proper muse the most magnificent of opportunities. Here, indeed, was the fairest field for the display of imagination in the endless combining of forms of novel beauty, the elements to enter into combination being, by a vast superiority, the most glorious which the earth could afford. In the multiform and multicolour of the flowers and the trees, he recognized the most direct and energetic efforts of nature at physical loveliness. And in the direction or concentration of this effort, or, more properly, in its adaptation to the eyes which were to behold it on earth, he perceived that he should be employing the best means, labouring to the greatest advantage in the fulfilment, not only of his own destiny as poet, but of the august purposes for which the Deity had implanted the poetic sentiment in man. Its adaptation to the eyes which were to behold it on earth. In his explanation of this phraseology, Mr. Ellison did much toward solving what has always seemed to me an enigma. I mean the fact, which none but the ignorant dispute, that no such combination of scenery exists in nature as the painter of genius may produce. No such paradises are to be found in reality as have glowed on the canvas of Claude. In the most enchanting of natural landscapes, there will always be found a defect or an excess, many excesses and defects. While the component parts may differ individually, the highest skill of the artist, the arrangement of these parts will always be susceptible of improvement. In short, no position can be attained on the wide surface of the natural earth from which an artistical eye looking steadily will not find matter of offence in what is termed the composition of the landscape. And yet how unintelligible is this! In all other matters we are justly instructed to regard nature as supreme. With her details we shrink from competition. Who shall presume to imitate the colours of the tulip, or to improve the proportions of the lily of the valley? The criticism which says of sculpture or portraiture that here nature is to be exalted or idealized rather than imitated is an error. No pictorial or sculptural combinations of points of human liveliness do more than approach the living and breathing beauty. In landscape alone is the principle of the critic true, and, having felt its truth here, it is but the headlong spirit of generalization which has led him to pronounce its true throughout all the domains of art. Having, I say, felt its truth here, for the feeling is no affectation or chimera. The mathematics afford no more absolute demonstrations than the sentiments of his art yields the artist. He not only believes, but positively knows, that such and such apparently arbitrary arrangements of matter constitute and alone constitute the true beauty. His reasons, however, have not yet been matured into expression. It remains for a more profound analysis than the world has yet seen, fully to investigate and express them. Nevertheless, he is confirmed in his instinctive opinions by the voice of all his brethren. Let a composition be defective, let an emendation be wrought in its mere arrangement of form, let this emendation be submitted to every artist in the world, by each will its necessity be admitted, and even far more than this, in remedy of the defective composition, each insulated member of the fraternity would have suggested the identical emendation. I repeat that in landscape arrangements alone is the physical nature susceptible of exaltation, and that, therefore, her susceptibility of improvement at this one point was a mystery I had been unable to solve. My own thoughts on the subject had rested in the idea that the primitive intention of nature would have so arranged the earth's surface as to have fulfilled at all points man's sense of perfection in the beautiful, the sublime, or the picturesque, but that this primitive intention had been frustrated by the known geological disturbances of form and colour grouping, in the correction or allaying of which lies the soul of art. The force of this idea was much weakened, however, by the necessity which it involved of considering the disturbances abnormal and unadapted to any purpose. It was Ellison who suggested that they were prognostic of death. He thus explained: admit the earthly immortality of man to have been the first intention. We have then the primitive arrangement of the earth's surface adapted to his blissful estate, as not existent but designed. The disturbances were the preparations for his subsequently conceived deathful condition. Now, said my friend, what we regard as exaltation of the landscape may be really such as respects only the moral or human point of view. Each alteration of the natural scenery may possibly effect a blemish in the picture, if we can suppose this picture viewed at large in mass from some point distant from the earth's surface, although not beyond the limits of its atmosphere. It is easily understood that what might improve a closely scrutinized detail may at the same time injure a general or more distantly observed effect. There may be a class of beings, human once, but now invisible to humanity, to whom from afar our disorder may seem order, our unpicturesqueness picturesque, in a word, the earth angels, for whose scrutiny more especially than our own, and for whose depth refined appreciation of the beautiful, may have been set in array by God, the wide landscape gardens of the hemispheres. In the course of discussion, my friend quoted some passages from a writer on landscape gardening, who has been supposed to have well treated his theme. There are properly but two styles of landscape gardening, the natural and the artificial. One seeks to recall the original beauty of the country by adapting its means to the surrounding scenery, cultivating trees in harmony with the hills or plain of the neighbouring land, detecting and bringing into practice those nice relations of size, proportion, and colour which, hid from the common observer, are revealed everywhere to the experienced student of nature. The result of the natural style of gardening is seen rather in the absence of all defects and incongruities, in the prevalence of a healthy harmony and order, than in the creation of any special wonders or miracles. The artificial style has as many varieties as there are different tastes to gratify. It has a certain general relation to the various styles of building. There are the stately avenues and retirements of Versailles, Italian terraces, and a various mixed Old English style, which bear some relation to the domestic Gothic or English Elizabethan architecture. Whatever may be said against the abuses of the artificial landscape, gardening, a mixture of pure art in a garden scene, adds to it a great beauty. This is partly pleasing to the eye by the show of order and design, and partly moral. A terrace with an old moss-covered balustrade calls up at once to the eye the fair forms that have passed there in other days. The slightest exhibition of art is an evidence of care and human interest. From what I have already observed, said Ellison, you will understand that I reject the idea here expressed of recalling the original beauty of the country. The original beauty is never so great as that which may be introduced. Of course, everything depends on the selection of a spot with capabilities. What is said about detecting and bringing into practice nice relations of size, proportion, and colour is one of those mere vaguenesses of speech which serve to veil inaccuracy of thought. The phrase quoted may mean anything or nothing and guides in no degree. That the true result of the natural style of gardening is seen rather in the absence of all defects and incongruities than in the creation of any special wonders or miracles is a proposition better suited to the grovelling apprehension of the herd than to the fervid dreams of the man of genius. The negative merit suggested appertains to the hobbling criticism which, in letters, would elevate Addison into an apotheosis. In truth, while that virtue which consists in the mere avoidance of vice appeals directly to the understanding, and can thus be circumscribed in rule, the loftier virtue which flames in creation can be apprehended in its results alone. Rule applies but to the merits of denial, to the excellences which refrain. Beyond these, the critical art can but suggest. We may be instructed to build a Cato, but we are in vain told how to conceive a Parthenon or an Inferno. The thing done, however, the wonder accomplished, and the capacity for apprehension becomes universal. The sophists of the negative school who, through inability to create, have scoffed at creation, are now found the loudest in applause. What in its chrysalis condition of principle affronted their demure reason never fails, in its maturity of accomplishment, to extort admiration for their instinct of beauty. The author's observations on the artificial style, continued Ellison, are less objectionable. A mixture of pure art in a garden scene adds to it a great beauty. This is just, as also is a reference to the sense of human interest. The principle expressed is incontrovertible, but there may be something beyond it. There may be an object in keeping with the principle, an object unattainable by the means ordinarily possessed by individuals, yet which, if attained, would lend a charm to the landscape garden far surpassing that which a sense of merely human interest could bestow. A poet, having very unusual pecuniary resources, might, while retaining the necessary idea of art or culture, or, as our author expresses it, of interest, so imbue his designs at once with extent and novelty of beauty, as to convey the sentiment of spiritual interference. It will be seen that, in bringing about such result, he secures all the advantages of interest or design, while relieving his work of the harshness or technicality of the worldly art. In the most rugged of wildernesses, in the most savage of the scenes of pure nature, there is apparent the art of a creator. Yet this art is apparent to reflection only. In no respect has it the obvious force of a feeling. Now, let us suppose this sense of the Almighty design to be one step depressed, to be brought into something like harmony or consistency with the sense of human art, to form an intermedium between the two. Let us imagine, for example, a landscape whose combined vastness and definitiveness, whose united beauty, magnificence, and strangeness, shall convey the idea of care or culture, or superintendence on the part of beings superior, yet akin to humanity. Then the sentiment of the interest is preserved, while the art intervolved is made to assume the air of an intermediate or secondary nature, a nature which is not God, nor an emanation from God, but which still is nature in the sense of the handiwork of the angels that hover between man and God. It was in devoting his enormous wealth to the embodiment of a vision such as this, in the free exercise in the open air ensured by the personal superintendence of his plans, in the unceasing object which these plans afforded, in the high spirituality of the object, in the contempt of ambition which it enabled him truly to feel, in the perennial springs with which it gratified, without possibility of satiating, that one master passion of his soul, the thirst for beauty above all, it was in the sympathy of a woman, not unwomanly, whose loveliness and love enveloped his existence in the purple atmosphere of paradise, that Ellison thought to find, and found, exemption from the ordinary cares of humanity, with a far greater amount of positive happiness than ever glowed in the rapt daydreams of this style. I despair of conveying to the reader any distinct conception of the marvels which my friend did actually accomplish. I wish to describe, but am disheartened by the difficulty of description, and hesitate between detail and generality. Perhaps the better course will be to unite the two in their extremes. Mr. Ellison's first step regarded of course the choice of a locality and scarcely had he commenced thinking on this point when the luxuriant nature of the Pacific Islands arrested his attention. In fact, he had made up his mind for a voyage to the South Seas, when a night's reflection induced him to abandon the idea. Were I misanthropic, he said, such a locale would suit me. The thoroughness of its insulation and seclusion, and the difficulty of ingress and egress, would in such case be the charm of charms. But as yet I am not Timon. I wish the composure, but not the depression of solitude. There must remain with me a certain control over the extent and duration of my repose. There will be frequent hours in which I shall need, too, the sympathy of the poetic in what I have done. Let me seek, then, a spot not far from a populous city, whose vicinity also will best enable me to execute my plans. In search of a suitable place so situated, Ellison travelled for several years, and I was permitted to accompany him. 1,000 spots with which I was enraptured he rejected without hesitation, for reasons which satisfied me, in the end, that he was right. We came at length to an elevated tableland of wonderful fertility and beauty, affording a panoramic prospect very little less in extent than that of Etna, and, in Ellison's opinion as well as my own, surpassing the far-famed view from that mountain in all the true elements of the picturesque. I am aware, said the traveller, as he drew a sigh of deep delight after gazing on this scene, entranced for nearly an hour, I know that here, in my circumstances, 9/10 of the most fastidious of men would rest content. This panorama is indeed glorious, and I would rejoice in it but for the excess of its glory. The taste of all the architects I have ever known leads them, for the sake of prospect, to put up buildings on hilltops. The error is obvious. Grandeur in any of its moods, but especially in that of extent, startles, excites, and then fatigues, depresses. For the occasional scene nothing can be better, for the constant view nothing worse, and, in the constant view, the most objectionable phase of grandeur is that of extent, the worst phase of extent that of distance. It is at war with the sentiment and with the sense of seclusion, the sentiment and sense which we seek to humour in retiring to the country. In looking from the summit of a mountain we cannot help feeling abroad in the world. The heartsick avoid distant prospects as a pestilence. It was not until toward the close of the 4th year of our search that we found a locality with which Ellison professed himself satisfied. It is of course needless to say where was the locality. The late death of my friend, in causing his domain to be thrown open to certain classes of visitors, had given to Arnheim a species of secret and subdued, if not solemn celebrity, similar in kind, although infinitely superior in degree, to that which so long distinguished Fonthill. The usual approach to Arnheim was by river. The visitor left the city in the early morning. During the forenoon he passed between shores of a tranquil and domestic beauty, on which grazed innumerable sheep, their white fleeces spotting the vivid green of rolling meadows. By degrees the idea of cultivation subsided into that of merely pastoral care. This slowly became merged in a sense of retirement, this again in a consciousness of solitude. As the evening approached, the channel grew more narrow, the banks more and more precipitous, and these latter were clothed in rich, more profuse, and more sombre foliage. The water increased in transparency. The stream took 1,000 turns, so that at no moment could its gleaming surface be seen for a greater distance than a furlong. At every instant the vessel seemed imprisoned within an enchanted circle, having insuperable and impenetrable walls of foliage, a roof of ultramarine satin, and no floor. The keel balancing itself with admirable nicety on that of a phantom bark, which, by some accident having been turned upside down, floated in constant company with a substantial one for the purpose of sustaining it. The channel now became a gorge, although the term is somewhat inapplicable, and I employ it merely because the language has no word which better represents the most striking, not the most distinctive feature of the scene. The character of gorge was maintained only in the height and parallelism of the shores. It was lost altogether in their other traits. The walls of the ravine, through which the clear water still tranquilly flowed, arose to an elevation of 100 and occasionally of 150 feet, and inclined so much toward each other as, in a great measure, to shut out the light of day, while the long plume-like moss which depended densely from the intertwining shrubberies overhead gave the whole chasm an air of funereal gloom. The windings became more frequent and intricate, and seemed often as if returning in upon themselves, so that the voyager had long lost all idea of direction. He was, moreover, enwrapped in an exquisite sense of the strange. The thought of nature still remained, but her character seemed to have undergone modification, that there was a weird symmetry, a thrilling uniformity, a wizard propriety in these her works. Not a dead branch, not a withered leaf, not a stray pebble, not a patch of the brown earth was anywhere visible. The crystal water welled up against the clean granite or the unblemished moss with a sharpness of outline that delighted while it bewildered the eye. Having threaded the mazes of this channel for some hours, the gloom deepening every moment, a sharp and unexpected turn of the vessel brought it suddenly, as if dropped from heaven, into a circular basin of a very considerable extent when compared with the width of the gorge. It was about 200 yards in diameter, and girt in at all points but one, that immediately fronting the vessel as it entered, by hills equal in general height to the walls of the chasm, although of a thoroughly different character. Their sides sloped from the water's edge at an angle of some 45 degrees, and they were clothed from base to summit, not a perceptible point escaping, in a drapery of the most gorgeous flower blossoms, scarcely a green leaf being visible among the sea of odorous and fluctuating colour. This basin was of great depth, but so transparent was the water that the bottom, which seemed to consist of a thick mass of small round alabaster pebbles, was distinctly visible by glimpses, that is to say, whenever the eye could permit itself not to see, far down in these inverted heaven, the duplicate blooming of the hills. On these latter there were no trees, nor even shrubs of any size. The impressions wrought on the observer were those of richness, warmth, colour, quietude, uniformity, softness, delicacy, daintiness, voluptuousness, and a miraculous extremeness of culture that suggested dreams of a new race of fairies, laborious, tasteful, magnificent, and fastidious. But as the eye traced upward the myriad-tinted slope from its sharp junction with the water to its vague termination amid the folds of overhanging cloud, it became indeed difficult not to fancy a panoramic cataract of rubies, sapphires, opals, and golden onyxes rolling silently out of the sky. The visitor, shooting suddenly into this bay from out of the gloom of the ravine, is delighted but astounded by the full orb of the declining sun, which he had supposed to be already far below the horizon, but which now confronts him and forms the sole termination of an otherwise limitless vista seen through another chasm-like rift in the hills. But here the voyager quits the vessel which has borne him so far, and descends into a light canoe of ivory, stained with arabesque devices in vivid scarlet, both within and without. The poop and beak of this boat arise high above the water, with sharp points, so that the general form is that of an irregular crescent. It lies on the surface of the bay with the proud grace of a swan. On its ermine floor reposes a single feathery paddle of satin wood. But no oarsman or attendant is to be seen. The guest is bidden to be of good cheer, that the fates will take care of him. The larger vessel disappears, and he is left alone in the canoe, which lies apparently motionless in the middle of the lake. While he considers what course to pursue, however, he becomes aware of a gentle movement in the fairy bark. It slowly swings itself around until its prow points toward the sun. It advances with a gentle but gradually accelerated velocity, while the slight ripples it creates seem to break about the ivory side in divinest melody, seem to offer the only possible explanation of the soothing yet melancholy music for whose unseen origin the bewildered voyager looks around in vain. The canoe steadily proceeds, and the rocky gate of the vista is approached, so that its depth can be more distinctly seen. To the right arise a chain of lofty hills rudely and luxuriantly wooded. It is observed, however, that the trait of exquisite cleanness where the bank dips into the water still prevails. There is not one token of the usual river debris. To the left the character of the scene is softer and more obviously artificial. Here the bank slopes upward from the stream in a very gentle ascent, forming a broad sward of grass of a texture resembling nothing so much as velvet, and of a brilliancy of green which would bear comparison with the tint of the purest emerald. This plateau varies in width from 10 to 300 yards, reaching from the river bank to a wall 50 feet high, which extends in an infinity of curves, but following the general direction of the river until lost in the distance to the westward. This wall is one of continuous rock, and has been formed by cutting perpendicularly the once rugged precipice of the stream's southern bank, but no trace of the labour has been suffered to remain. The chiselled stone has the hue of ages, and is profusely overhung and overspread with the ivy, the coral honeysuckle, the eglantine, and the clematis. The uniformity of the top and bottom lines of the wall is fully relieved by occasional trees of gigantic height, growing singly or in small groups both along the plateau and in the domain behind the wall, but in close proximity to it, so that frequent limbs of the black walnut especially reach over and dip their pendant extremities into the water. Farther back within the domain the vision is impeded by an impenetrable screen of foliage. These things are observed during the canoe's gradual approach to what I have called the gate of the vista. On drawing nearer to this, however, its chasm-like appearance vanishes. A new outlet from the bay is discovered to the left, in which direction the wall is also seen to sweep, still following the general course of the stream. Down this new opening the eye cannot penetrate very far, for the stream, accompanied by the wall, still bends to the left, until both are swallowed up by the leaves. The boat nevertheless glides magically into the winding channel, and here the shore opposite the wall is found to resemble that opposite the wall in the straight vista. Lofty hills rising occasionally into mountains, and covered with vegetation in wild luxuriance, still shut in the scene. Floating gently onward, but with a velocity slightly augmented, the voyager, after many short turns, finds his progress apparently barred by a gigantic gate, or rather door of burnished gold, elaborately carved and fretted, and reflecting the direct rays of the now fast sinking sun with an effulgence that seems to wreathe the whole surrounding forest in flames. This gate is inserted in the lofty wall, which here appears to cross the river at right angles. In a few moments, however, it is seen that the main body of the water still sweeps in a gentle and extensive curve to the left, the wall following it as before, while a stream of considerable volume, diverging from the principal one, makes its way with a slight ripple under the door, and is thus hidden from sight. The canoe falls into the lesser channel and approaches the gate. Its ponderous wings are slowly and musically expanded. The boat glides between them, and commences a rapid descent into a vast amphitheatre entirely begirt with purple mountains, whose bases are laved by a gleaming river throughout the full extent of their circuit. Meantime the whole paradise of Arnheim bursts upon the view. There is a gush of entrancing melody, there is an oppressive sense of strange sweet odour, there is a dream, like intermingling to the eye of tall slender eastern trees, bosky shrubberies, flocks of golden and crimson birds, lily-fringed lakes, meadows of violets, tulips, poppies, hyacinths, and tuberoses, long intertangled lines of silver streamlets, and, unspringing confusedly from amid all, a mass of semi-Gothic, semi-Saracenic architecture, sustaining itself by miracle in mid-air, glittering in the red sunlight with 100 oriels, minarets, and pinnacles, and seeming the phantom handiwork conjointly of the sylphs, of the fairies, of the genii, and of the gnomes. End of The Domain of Arnheim by Edgar Allan Poe. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Excerpts from The Madman by Khalil Gibran. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. War. One night a feast was held in the palace, and there came a man and prostrated himself before the prince, and all the feasters looked upon him, and they saw that one of his eyes was out, and that the empty socket bled. And the prince inquired of him, "What has befallen you?" And the man replied, "O prince, I am by profession a thief, and this night, because there was no moon, I went to rob the money changer's shop, and as I climbed in through the window, I made a mistake and entered the weaver's shop, and in the dark I ran into the weaver's loom, and my eye was plucked out. And now, O prince, I ask for justice upon the weaver." Then the prince sent for the weaver, and he came, and it was decreed that one of his eyes should be plucked out. "O Prince," said the weaver, "the decree is just. It is right that one of my eyes be taken. And yet, alas! both are necessary to me in order that I may see the two sides of the cloth that I weave. But I have a neighbor, a cobbler, who also has 2 eyes, and in his trade both eyes are not necessary." Then the prince sent for the cobbler, and he came, and they took out one of the cobbler's 2 eyes, and justice was satisfied. End of War. The New Pleasure. Last night I invented a new pleasure, and as I was giving it the first trial, an angel and a devil came rushing toward my house. They met at my door and fought with each other over my newly created pleasure, the one crying, "It is a sin," and the other, "It is a virtue." End of The New Pleasure. The Gravedigger. Once as I was burying one of my dead selves, the gravedigger came by and said to me, "Of all those who come here to bury, you alone I like." Said I, "You please me exceedingly, but why do you like me?" "Because," said he, "they come weeping and go weeping. You only come laughing and go laughing." End of The Gravedigger. On the Steps of the Temple. Yestereve, on the marble steps of the temple, I saw a woman sitting between 2 men. One side of her face was pale, the other was blushing. End of On the Steps of the Temple. The Blessed City. In my youth I was told that in a certain city everyone lived according to the Scriptures. And I said, "I will seek that city and the blessedness thereof." And it was far, and I made great provision for my journey. And after 40 days I beheld the city, and on the 41st day I entered into it. And lo, the whole company of the inhabitants had each but a single eye and but one hand. And I was astonished, and said to myself, "Shall they of this so holy city have but one eye and one hand?" Then I saw that they too were astonished, for they were marveling greatly at my 2 hands and my 2 eyes. And as they were speaking together, I inquired of them, saying, "Is this indeed the blessed city, where each man lives according to the Scriptures?" And they said, "Yes, this is that city." "And what," said I, "hath befallen you? And where are your right eyes and your right hands?" And all the people were moved, and they said, "Come thou, and see." And they took me to the temple in the midst of their city. And in that temple I saw the heaps of hands and eyes, all withered. And then said I, "Alas, what conqueror hath committed this cruelty upon you?" And there went a murmur amongst them. And one of their elders stood forth and said, "This doing is of ourselves. God hath made us conquerors over the evil that was in us." And he led me to a high altar, and all the people followed. And he showed me above the altar an inscription graven, and I read, "If thy right eye offend thee, pluck it out and cast it away from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that the whole body should be cast into hell. And if thy right hand offend thee, cut it off and cast it from thee. For it is profitable for thee that one of thy members should perish, and not that thy whole body should be cast into hell." Then I understood, and I turned about to all the people and cried, "Hath no man or woman among you have 2 eyes or 2 hands?" And they answered me, saying, "No, not one. There is none whole save such as are yet too young to read the Scripture and to understand its commandment." And when we had come out of the temple, I straightway left that blessed city, for I was not too young, and I could read the Scripture. End of The Blessed City. Defeat. Defeat, my solitude and my aloofness. You are dearer to me than 1,000 triumphs, and sweeter to my heart than all world glory. Defeat, my self-knowledge and my defiance. Through you I know that I am yet young and swift of foot, and not to be trapped by withering laurels. And in you I have found aloneness, and the joy of being shunned and scorned. Defeat, my shining sword and shield. In your eyes I have read that to be enthroned is to be enslaved, and to be understood is to be leveled down, and to be grasped is but to reach one's fullness, and like a ripe fruit to fall and be consumed. Defeat, my bold companion, you shall hear my songs and my cries and my silences. And none but you shall speak to me of the beating of wings, and of urging of seas, and of mountains that burn in the night, and you alone shall climb my steep and rocky soul. Defeat, my deathless courage, you and I shall laugh together with the storm, and together we shall dig graves for all that die in us, and we shall stand in the sun with a will, and we shall be dangerous. End of Defeat. The Astronomer. In the shadow of the temple, my friend and I saw a blind man sitting alone. And my friend said, "Behold, the wisest man of our land." Then I left my friend and approached the blind man and greeted him, and we conversed. After a while I said, "Forgive my question, but since when hast thou been blind?" "From my birth," he answered. Said I, "And what path of wisdom followest thou?" Said he, "I am an astronomer." Then he placed his hand upon his breast and said, "I watch all these suns and moons and stars." End of The Astronomer. Said a blade of grass. Said a blade of grass to an autumn leaf, "You make such a noise falling. You scatter all my winter dreams." Said the leaf indignant, "Low born and low dwelling, songless peevish thing, you live not in the upper air, and you cannot tell the sound of singing." Then the autumn leaf lay upon the earth and slept, and when spring came, she waked again, and she was a blade of grass. And when it was autumn and her winter sleep was upon her, and above her through all the air the leaves were falling, she muttered to herself, "Oh, these autumn leaves, they make such noise, they scatter all my winter dreams." End of Said a Blade of Grass. The Eye. Said the Eye one day, "I see beyond these valleys a mountain veiled with blue mist. Is it not beautiful?" The Ear listened, and after listening intently a while said, "But where is any mountain? I do not hear it." Then the Hand spoke and said, "I am trying in vain to feel it or touch it, and I can find no mountain." And the Nose said, "There is no mountain, I cannot smell it." Then the Eye turned the other way, and they all began to talk together about the Eye's strange delusion, and they said, "Something must be the matter with the Eye." End of The Eye. Two Learned Men. Once there lived in the ancient city of Afkar 2 learned men, who hated and belittled each other's learning, for one of them denied the existence of gods, and the other was a believer. One day the 2 men met in the marketplace, and amidst their followers they began to dispute and to argue about the existence or non-existence of the gods. And after hours of contention they parted. That evening the unbeliever went to the temple and prostrated himself before the altar, and prayed to the gods to forgive his wayward past. And that same hour the other learned man, he who had upheld the gods, burned his sacred books, for he had become an unbeliever. End of 2 Learned Men. End of Excerpts from The Madman by Khalil Gibran.
The Greatest Good of the Greatest Number by Gertrude Atherton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Greatest Good of the Greatest Number. Morton Blaine returned to New York from his brief vacation to find awaiting him a frantic note from John Schuyler, the man nearer to him than save himself, imploring him to come at once. The appeal was supplemented with the usual intimation that the service was to be rendered to God rather than to man. The note was 24 hours old. Blaine, without changing his travelling clothes, rang for a cab and was driven rapidly up the avenue. He was a man of science, not of enthusiasms, cold, unerring, brilliant. A superb intellectual machine, which never showed a fleck of rust, unremittingly polished, and enlarged with every improvement. But for one man he cherished an abiding sympathy. To that man he hastened on the slightest summons, as he hastened now. They had been intimate in boyhood, then in later years through mutual respect for each other's high abilities and ambitions. As the cab rolled over the asphalt of the avenue, Blaine glanced idly at the stream of carriages returning from the park, lifting his hat to many of the languid pretty women. He owed his minor fame to his guardianship of fashionable nerves. He could calm hysteria with a pressure of his cool, flexible hand, or a sudden modulation of his harsh voice, and women dreaded his wrath. They were those who averred that his eyes could smoke. He leaned forward and raised his hat with sudden interest. She who returned his bow was as cold in her colouring as a winter night, but possessed a strength of line and depth of eye which suggested to the analyst a power to give the world a shock did circumstance cease to run abreast of her. She was leaning back indolently in the open carriage, the sun slanting into her luminous skin, and her face locked for the benefit of the chance observer, although she conversed with the faded individual at her side. As her eyes met those of the doctor, her mouth convulsed suddenly, and a glance of mutual understanding passed between them. Then she raised her head with a defiant, almost reckless movement. Blaine reached his friend's house in a moment. The man who had summoned him was walking aimlessly up and down his library. He was unshaven. His hair and his clothing were disordered. His face had the modern beauty of strength and intellect and passion and weakness. A flash of relief illuminated it as Blaine entered. "She has been terrible," he said. "Terrible. I have not had the courage to call in anyone else, and I am worn out. She is asleep now, and I got out of the room for half an hour. The nurse is exhausted too. Do stay to-night." "I will stay. Let us go upstairs." As they reached the second landing, two handsome children romped across the hall and flung themselves upon their father. "Where have you been?" they demanded. "Why do you shut yourself up on the third floor with Mamma all the time? When will she get well?" Schuyler kissed them and bade them return to the nursery. "How long can I keep it from them?" he asked bitterly. "What an atmosphere for children, my children, to grow up in!" "If you would do as I wish, and send her where she belongs—" "I shall not. She is my wife. Moreover, concealment would then be impossible." They had reached the third floor. He inserted a key in a door, hesitated a moment, then said abruptly, "I saw in a paper that she had returned. Can it be possible? I saw her on the avenue a few moments ago." Was it the doctor's imagination, or did the goaded man at his side flash him a glance of appeal? They entered a room whose doors and windows were muffled. The furniture was solid, too solid to be moved except by muscular arms. There were no mirrors nor breakable articles of any sort. On the bed lay a woman with ragged hair and sunken yellow face, but even in her ruin indefinably elegant. Her parted lips were black and blistered within. Her shapely, skinny hands clutched the quilt with the tenacious suggestion of the eagle, that long-lived defiant bird. At the bedside sat a vigorous woman, the pallor of fatigue on her face. The creature on the bed opened her eyes. They had once been what was vaguely known as fine eyes. Now they looked like blots of ink on parchment. "Give me a drink," she said feverishly. "Water, water, water," she panted, and her tongue protruded slightly. Her husband turned away, his shoulders twitching. The nurse held a silver goblet to the woman's lips. She drank greedily, then scowled up at the doctor. "You missed it," she said. "I should be glad, for I hate you. Only you give me more relief than they. They are afraid. They tried to fool me, the idiots, but they didn't try it twice. I bit." She laughed and threw her arms above her head. The loose sleeves of her gown fell back and disclosed arms speckled as if from an explosion of gunpowder. "Just an ordinary morphine fiend," thought the doctor, "and she is the wife of John Schuyler." An hour after dinner he told the husband and nurse to go to bed. For a while he read, the woman sleeping profoundly. The house was absolutely still, or seemed to be. Had pandemonium reigned, he could hardly have heard an echo of it from this isolated room. The window was open, but looked upon roofs and backyards. No sound of carriage wheels rose to break the quiet. Despite the stillness, the doctor had to strain his ear to catch the irregular breathing of the sick woman. He had a singular feeling, although the most unimaginative of men, that this third floor, containing only himself and the woman, had been sliced from the rest of the house and hung suspended in space, independent of natural laws. It was after the book had ceased to interest him that the idea shaped itself, born of another, as yet unacknowledged, skulking in the recesses of his brain. At length he laid aside the book, and going to the bed, looked down upon the woman, coldly, reflectively, exactly as he had often watched the quivering of an animal dissected alive in the cause of science. Studying this man's face, it was impossible to imagine it agitated by any passion except thirst for knowledge. The skin was as white as marble, the profile was straight and mathematical, the mouth a straight line, the chin as square as that of a chiselled fate. The jaw was prominent, powerful, relentless. The eyes were deeply set and grey as polished steel. The large brow was luminous, very full, an index to the terrible intellect of the man. As he looked down on the woman, his thin nostrils twitched once, and his lips compressed more firmly. Then he smiled. It was an odd, almost demoniacal smile. "The physician," he said, half aloud, "has almost as much power as God. The idea strikes me that we are the personification of that useful symbol." He plunged his hands into his pockets and walked up and down the long, thickly carpeted room. "These are the facts in the case," he continued. "The one man I love and unequivocally respect is tied hand and foot to that unsexed, dehumanized morphine receptacle on the bed. She is hopeless. Every known specific has failed, must fail, for she loves the vice. He has one of the best brains of this day, prolific in brains, a distressing capacity for affection, human to the core. At the age of 42, in the maturity of his mental powers, he carries with him a constant sickening sense of humiliation. A proud man, he lives in daily fear of exposure and shame. At the age of 42, in the maturity of his manhood, he meets the woman who conquers his heart, his imagination, who compels his faith by making other women abhorrent to him, who allures and maddens with the certainty of her power to make good his ideal of her. He cannot marry her. That animal on the bed is capable of living for 20 years. So much for him. A girl of 28, whose wealth and brain and beauty and that other something that has not yet been analyzed and labelled have made her a social star, who has come to wonder, then to resent, then to yawn at the general vanity of life, is suddenly swept out of her calm orbit by a man's passion, and, with the swiftness of decision natural to her, goes to Europe. She returns in less than 3 months. For these two people there is but one sequel. The second chapter will be written the first time they are alone. Then they will go to Europe. What will be the rest of the book? First, there will be an ugly and reverberating scandal. In the course of a year or two she will compel him to return in the interest of his career. She will not be able to remain. So proud a woman could not stand the position. Again he will go with her. In a word, my friend's career will be ruined. So many novelists and reporters have written the remaining chapters of this sort of story that it is hardly worth while for me to go any further. So much for them. Let us consider the other victims, the children. A morphine mother in an asylum, a father in a strange land with a woman who is not his wife, the world cognizant of all the facts of the case. They grow up at odds with society. The result? They are morbid, warped, unnormal. In trite old English, their lives are ruined, as are all lives that have not had a fair chance. He returned abruptly to the bedside. He laid his finger on the woman's pulse. No morphine tonight, and she dies. A worthless wretch is sent where she belongs. 4 people are saved. His breast swelled. His grey eyes seemed literally to send forth smoke. They suggested some noiseless, deadly weapon of war. He exclaimed aloud, "My God, what a power to lie in the hands of one man! I stand here the arbiter of 5 destinies. It is for me to say whether 4 people shall be happy or wretched, saved or ruined. I might say with Nero, 'I am God.'" He laughed. "I am famed for my power to save where others have failed. I am famed in the comic weeklies for having ruined the business of more undertakers than any physician of my day. That has been my rule, my professional pride. I have never felt so proud as now." The woman, who had been moving restlessly for some time, twitched suddenly and uncontrollably. She opened her eyes. "Give it to me, quick!" she demanded. Her voice, always querulous, was raucous. Her eyes were wild. "No," he said deliberately. "You will have no more morphine, not a drop." She stared at him incredulously, then laughed. "Stop joking," she said roughly. "Give it to me, quick!" Quick! I am very weak." "No," he said. Then, as he continued to hold her eyes, her own gradually expanded with terror. She raised herself on one arm. "You mean that?" she asked. "Yes." He watched her critically. She would be interesting. "You are going to cure me with drastic measures, since others have failed?" "Possibly." Her eyes contracted with hatred. She had been a rather clever woman, and she believed that he was going to experiment with her. But she had also been a strong-willed woman and used to command since babyhood. "Give me that morphine," she said, imperiously. "If you don't, I'll be dead before morning." He stood imperturbable. She sprang from the bed and flung herself upon him, strong with anger and apprehension. "Give it to me!" she screamed. "Give it to me!" And she strove to bite him. He caught her by the shoulder and held her at arm's length. She writhed and struggled and cursed. Her oaths might have been learned in the gutter. She kicked at him and strove to reach him with her nails, clawing the air. She looked like a witch on a broomstick. What an exquisite bride she was, he thought, and what columns of rubbish have been printed about her and her entertainments. The woman was shrieking and struggling. "Give it to me, you brute, you fiend! I always hated you! Give it to me! I am dying! I am dying! Help! Help!" But the walls were padded, and she knew it. He permitted her to fling herself upon him, easily brushing aside her jumping fingers and snapping teeth. He knew that her agony was frightful. Her body was a network of hungry nerves. The diseased pulp of her brain had rejected every thought but one. She squirmed like an old autumn leaf about to fall. Her ugly face became tragic. The words shot from her dry, contracted throat. "Give me the morphine! Give me the morphine!" Suddenly, realizing the immutability of the man in whose power she was, she sprang from him and ran frantically about the room, uttering harsh, bleat-like cries. She pulled open the drawers of her chest, rummaging among its harmless contents, gasping, quivering, bounding, as her tortured nerves commanded. When she had littered the floor with the contents of the chest, she ran about screaming hopelessly. The doctor shuddered, but he thought of the 4 innocent people in her power, and in his. She fell in a heap on the floor, biting the carpet, striking out her arms aimlessly, tearing her nightgown into strips. Then lay quivering, a hideous, speckled, uncanny thing, who should have been embalmed and placed beside the Venus of Milo. She raised herself on her hands and crawled along the carpet, casually at first, as a man stricken in the desert may, half-consciously, continue his search for water. Then the doctor, intently watching her, saw an expression of hope leap into her bulging eyes. She scrambled past him towards the washstand. Before he could define her purpose, she had leaped up upon a goblet inadvertently left there and had broken it on the marble. He reached her just in time to save her throat. Then she looked up at him pitifully. "Give it to me." She pressed his knees to her breast. The red, burned-out tear ducts yawned. The tortured body stiffened and relaxed. Poor wretch, he thought. But what is the physical agony of a night to the mental anguish of a lifetime? Once, she gasped, or kill me. Then, as he stood implacable, kill me, kill me. He picked her up, put a fresh nightgown on her, and laid her on the bed. She remained as he placed her, too weak to move, her eyes staring at the ceiling above the big 4-posted bed. He returned to his chair and looked at his watch. She may live 2 hours, he thought, possibly 3. It is only 12. There is plenty of time. The room grew as still as the mountain top whence he had that day returned. He attempted to read, but could not. The sense of supreme power filled his brain. He was the gigantic factor in the fates of 4. Then circumstance, the outwardly wayward, the ruthlessly sequential, played him an ugly trick. His eyes, glancing idly about the room, were arrested by a big old-fashioned rocking chair. There was something familiar about it. Soon he remembered that it resembled one in which his mother used to sit. She had been an invalid, and most sinless and unworldly woman he had ever known. He recalled with a touch of the old impatience how she had irritated his active, aspiring, essentially modern mind with her cast-iron precepts of right and wrong. Her conscience flagellated her, and she had striven to develop her sons to the goodly proportion of her own. As he was naturally a truthful and upright boy, he resented her homilies mightily. "Conscience," he once broke out impatiently, "has made more women bores, more men failures, than any 10 vices in the rogue's calendar." She had looked in pale horror, and had taken refuge in an axiom. "Conscience makes cowards of us all." He moved his head with involuntary pride. The greatest achievement of civilization was the triumph of the intellect over inherited impressions. Every normal man was conscientious by instinct, however he might outrage the sturdy little judge clinging tenaciously to his bench in the victim's brain. It was only when the brain grew big with knowledge, and the will clasped it with fingers of steel, that the little judge was throttled, then cast out. Conscience. What was it like? The doctor had forgotten. He had never committed a murder nor a dishonourable act. Had the impulse of either been in him, his cleverness would have put it aside with a smile of scorn. He had never scrupled to thrust from his path whoever or whatever stood in his way, and had stridden on without a backward glance. His profession had involved many experiments that would have made quick havoc of even the ordinary man's conscience. Conscience, an awkward guest for an unsuspected murderer, for the groundling whose heredity had not been conquered by brain. Fancy being pursued by the spectre of the victim! The woman on the bed gave a start and groan that recalled him to the case in hand. He rose and walked quickly to her side. Her eyes were closed, her face was black with congested blood. He laid his finger on her pulse. It was feeble. It will not be long now, he thought. He went toward his chair. He felt a sudden distaste for it, a desire for motion. He walked up and down the room rather more rapidly than before. If I were an ordinary man, he thought, I suppose that tortured creature on the bed would haunt me to my death. Rot! A murderer I should be called if the facts were known, I suppose. Well, she is worse. Did I permit her to live, she would make the living hell of 4 people. The woman gave a sudden awful cry, the cry of a lost soul shot into the night of eternity. The stillness had been so absolute, the cry broke that stillness so abruptly and so horridly, that the doctor, strong-brained, strong-nerved as he was, gave a violent start, and the sweat started from his body. "I am a fool!" he exclaimed angrily, welcoming the sound of his voice. "But I wish to God it were day and there were noises outside." He strode hurriedly up and down the room, casting furtive glances at the bed. The night was quiet again, but still that cry rang through it and lashed his brain. He recalled the theory that sound never dies. The waves of space had yielded this to him. Good God, he thought, am I going to pieces? If I let this wretch, this criminal, die, I save 4 people. If I let her live, I ruin their lives. The life of a man of brain and pride and heart, the life of a woman of beauty and intellect and honor, the lives of 2 children of unknown potentialities, for whom the world has now a warm heart. The greatest good of the greatest number, the principle that governs civil law. Has not even the worthy individual been sacrificed to it again and again? Does it not hang the criminal dangerous to the community? And is that called murder? What am I at this moment but law epitomized? Shall I hesitate? My God, am I hesitating? Conscience, is it that? A superfluous instinct transmitted by my ancestors and coddled by a woman? Is it that which has sprung from its grave, rattling its bones? Conscience makes. Oh, shame that I should succumb when so much is at stake, that I should hesitate when the welfare of 4 human beings trembles in the balance. Conscience, that in the moment of my supreme power I should falter. He returned to the woman. He reached his finger toward her pulse, then hurriedly withdrew it and resumed his restless march. This is only a nightmare, born of the night and the horrible stillness. Tomorrow, in the world of men, it will be forgotten, and I shall rejoice. But there will be recurring hours of stillness, of solitude. Will this night repeat itself? Will that thing on the bed haunt me? Will that cry shriek in my ears? Oh, shame on my selfishness! What am I thinking of? To let that base, degraded wretch exist, that I may live peaceably with my conscience. To let 4 others go to their ruin, that I may escape a few hours of torment. That I should come to this, the greatest good of the greatest number, the greatest. Conscience makes cowards of us all. To his unutterable self-contempt and terror, he found his will for once powerless to control the work of the generations that had preceded him. His iron jaw worked spasmodically, his grey eyes looked frozen, the marble pallor of his face was suffused with a tinge of green. I despise myself, he exclaimed with fierce emphasis. I loathe myself. I will not yield. Conscience? They shall be saved, and by me, the greatest. I will maintain my intellectual supremacy, that, if nothing else, she shall die. He halted abruptly. Perhaps she was already dead. Then he could reach the door in a bound and run downstairs and out of the house, to be followed. He ran to the bed. The woman still breathed faintly. Her mouth was twisted into a sardonic and pertinent expression. His hand sought his pocket and brought forth a case. He opened it and stared at the hypodermic syringe. His trembling fingers closed about it and moved toward the woman. Then, with an effort so violent, he fancied he could hear his tense muscles creak. He straightened himself and turned his back upon the bed. At the same moment, he dropped the instrument to the floor and set his heel upon it. End of The Greatest Good of the Greatest Number by Gertrude Atherton. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
The House of the Past by Olgan and Blackwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. One night a dream came to me and brought with her an old and rusty key. She led me across fields and sweet-smelling lanes, where the hedges were already whispering to one another in the dark of the spring, till we came to a huge, gaunt house with staring windows and lofty roof, half hidden in the shadows of very early morning. I noticed that the blinds were of heavy black, and that the house seemed wrapped in absolute stillness. "This," she whispered in my ear, "is the house of the past. Come with me and we will go through some of its rooms and passages. But quickly, for I have not the key for long, and the night is very nearly over. Yet, perchance, you shall remember." The key made a dreadful noise as she turned it in the lock, and when the great door swung open into an empty hall and we went in, I heard sounds of whispering and weeping, and the rustling of clothes, as of people moving in their sleep and about to wake. Then, instantly, a spirit of intense sadness came over me, drenching me to the soul. My eyes began to burn and smart, and in my heart I became aware of a strange sensation, as of the uncoiling of something that had been asleep for ages. My whole being, unable to resist, at once surrendered itself to the spirit of deepest melancholy, and the pain of my heart, as the things moved and woke, and became in a moment of time too strong for words. As we advanced, the faint voices and sobbings fled away before us into the interior of the house, and I became conscious that the air was full of hands held aloft, of swaying garments, of drooping tresses, and of eyes so sad and wistful that the tears, which were already brimming in my own, held back for wonder at the sight of such intolerable yearning. "Do not allow this sadness to overwhelm you," whispered the dream at my side. "It is not often they wake. They sleep for years and years and years. The chambers are all full, and unless visitors such as we come to disturb them, they will never wake of their own accord. But when one stirs, the sleep of the others is troubled, and they too awake, till the motion is communicated from one room to another, and thus finally throughout the whole house. Then sometimes this sadness is too great to be borne, and the mind weakens. For this reason memory gives to them the sweetest and deepest sleep she has, and she keeps this old key rusty from little use. But listen now," she added, holding up her hand. "Do you not hear all through the house that trembling of the air, like the distant murmur of falling water? And do you not now, perhaps, remember?" Even before she spoke, I had already caught faintly the beginning of a new sound, and now, deep in the cellars beneath our feet, and from the upper regions of the great house as well, I heard the whispering and the rustling, and the inward stirring of the sleeping shadows. It rose like a chord swept softly from the huge unseen strings, stretched somewhere among the foundations of the house, and its tremblings ran gently through its walls and ceilings, and I knew that I heard the slow awakening of the ghosts of the past. Ah me! With what terrible inrushing of sadness I stood with brimming eyes and listened to the faint dead voices of the long ago. For indeed the whole house was awakening, and there presently rose to my nostrils the subtle penetrating perfume of age, of letters long preserved, with ink faded and ribbons pale, of scented tresses golden and brown, laid away, ah, how tenderly, among pressed flowers that still held the inmost delicacy of their forgotten fragrance, the scented presence of lost memories, the intoxicating incense of the past. My eyes overflowed, my heart tightened and expanded as I yielded myself up without reserve to these old influences of sound and smell. These ghosts of the past, forgotten in the tumult of more recent memories, thronged round me, took my hands in theirs, and ever whispering of what I had so long forgot, ever sighing, shaking from their hair and garments the ineffable odours of the dead ages, led me through the vast house, from room to room, from floor to floor. And the ghosts were not all equally clear to me. Some had indeed but the faintest life, and stirred me so little that they left only an indistinct, blurred impression in the air, while others gazed half reproachfully at me out of faded, colourless eyes, as if longing to recall themselves to my recollection, and then, seeing they were not recognised, floated back gently into the shadows of their room, to sleep again undisturbed until the final day, when I should not fail to know them. "Many of these have slept so long," said the dream beside me, "that they wake only with the greatest difficulty. Once awake, however, they know and remember you, even though you fail to remember them, for it is the rule in this house of the past that unless you recall them distinctly, remember precisely when you knew them, and with what particular causes in your past evolution they were associated, they cannot stay awake. Unless you remember them when your eyes meet, unless their look of recognition is returned by you, they are obliged to go back to their sleep, silent and sorrowful, their hands unpressed, their voices unheard, to sleep and dream, deathless and patient, till—" At this moment her words died away suddenly into the distance, and I became conscious of an overpowering sensation of delight and happiness. Something had touched me on the lips, and a strong, sweet fire flashed down into my heart and sent the blood rushing tumultuously through my veins. My pulses beat wildly, my skin glowed, my eyes grew tender, and the terrible sadness of the place was instantly dispelled as if by magic. Turning with a cry of joy that was at once swallowed up in the chorus of weeping and sighing round me, I looked, and instinctively stretched forth my arms in a rapture of happiness towards a vision of a face. Hair, lips, eyes, a cloth of gold lay about the fair neck, and the old perfume of the East, Ye stars, how long ago, was in her breath. Her lips were again on mine, her hair over my eyes, her arms about my neck, and the love of her ancient soul pouring into mine out of eyes still starry and undimmed. Oh, the fierce tumult, the untold wonder, if I could only remember. That subtle, mist-dispelling odour of many ages ago, once so familiar, before the hills of Atlantis were above the blue sea, or the sands had begun to form the bed of the Sphinx. Yet, wait, it comes back. I begin to remember. Curtain upon curtain rises in my soul, and I can almost see beyond. But that hideous stretch of the years, awful and sinister, thousands upon thousands. My heart shakes, and I am afraid. Another curtain rises, and a new vista, farther than the others, comes into view, interminable, running to a point among thick mists. Lo, they too are moving, rising, lightening. At last I shall see. Already I begin to recall the dusky skin, the eastern grace, the wondrous eyes that held the knowledge of Buddha and the wisdom of Christ before these had even dreamed of attainment. As a dream within a dream, it steals over me again, taking compelling possession of my whole being. The slender form, the stars in that magical eastern sky, the whispering winds among the palm trees, the murmur of the river's waves, and the music of the reeds where they bend and sigh in the shallows on the golden sand. Thousands of years ago in some aeonian distance, it fades a little and begins to pass, then seems again to rise. Ah, me! That smile of the shining teeth, those lace-veined lids. Oh, who will help me to recall? For it is too far away, too dim, and I cannot wholly remember. Though my lips are still tingling and my arms still outstretched, it again begins to fade. Already there is a look of sadness too deep for words, as she realizes that she is unrecognized. She whose mere presence could once extinguish for me the entire universe, and she goes back slowly, mournfully, silently to her dim, tremendous sleep, to dream and dream of the day when I must remember her, and she must come where she belongs. She peers at me from the end of the room where the shadows already cover her, and win her back with outstretched arms to her age-long sleep in the house of the past. Trembling all over, with the strange odour still in my nostrils and the fire in my heart, I turned away and followed my dream up a broad staircase into another part of the house. As we entered the upper corridors, I heard the wind pass singing over the roof. Its music took possession of me until I felt as though my whole body were a single heart, aching, straining, throbbing as if it would break, and all because I heard the wind singing round the house of the past. "But remember," whispered the dream, answering my unspoken wonder, "that you are listening to the song it has sung for untold ages into untold myriad ears. It carries back so appallingly far, and in that simple dirge, profound in its terrible monotony, are the associations and recollections of the joys, griefs, and struggles to all your previous existence. The wind, like the sea, speaks to the inmost memory," she added, "and that is why its voice is one of such deep spiritual sadness. It is the song of things forever incomplete, unfinished, unsatisfying." As we passed through the vaulted rooms, I noticed that no one stirred. There was no actual sound, only a general impression of deep, collective breathing, like the heave of a muffled ocean. But the rooms, I knew at once, were full to the walls, crowded, rows upon rows. And from the floors below rose ever the murmur of the weeping shadows as they returned to their sleep and settled down again in the silence, the darkness, and the dust. The dust. Ah, the dust that floated in this house of the past, so thick, so penetrating, so fine it filled the throat and eyes without pain, so fragrant it soothed the senses and stilled the heart, so soft it parched the tongue without offence, yet so silently falling, gathering, settling over everything, that the air held it like a fine mist, and the sleeping shadows wore it for their shrouds. "And these are the oldest," said my dream, "the longest asleep," pointing to the crowded rows of silent sleepers. "None here have wakened for ages, too many to count, and even if they woke you would not know them. They are like the others, all your own, but they are the memories of your earliest stages along the great path of evolution. Some day, though, they will awake, and you must know them and answer their questions, for they cannot die till they have exhausted themselves again through you who gave them birth. Ah me, I thought, only half listening to or understanding these last words. What mothers, fathers, brothers may then be asleep in this room? What faithful lovers, what true friends, what ancient enemies? And to think that some day they will step forth and confront me, and I shall meet their eyes again, claim them, know them, forgive and be forgiven, the memories of all my past. I turned to speak to the dream at my side, but she was already fading into dimness, and as I looked again, the whole house melted away into the flush of the eastern sky, and I heard the birds singing and saw the clouds overhead veiling the stars in the light of the coming day. End of The House of the Past by Organ and Blackwood.
Kazimir Stanislavovich by Von Bunin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On the yellow card with the nobleman's coronet, the young porter at the Hotel Versailles somehow managed to read the Christian name and patronymic Kazimir Stanislavovich. There followed something still more complicated and still more difficult to pronounce. The porter turned the card this way and that way in his hand, looked at the passport which the visitor had given him, shrugged his shoulders. None of those who stayed at the Versailles gave their cards. Then he threw both onto the table, and began again to examine himself in the silvery milky mirror which hung above the table, whipping his thick hair with a comb. He wore an overcoat and shiny top boots. The gold braid on his cap was greasy with age. The hotel was a bad one. Kazimir Stanislavovich left Kiev for Moscow on April 8th, Good Friday, on receiving the telegram with the one word, 10th. Somehow or another he managed to get the money for his fare, and took his seat in the second-class compartment, grey and dim, but really giving the sensation of comfort and luxury. The train was heated, and that railway carriage heat, and the smell of the heating apparatus, and the sharp tapping of the little hammers on it, reminded Kazimir Stanislavovich of other times. At times it seemed to him that winter had returned, that in the fields the white, very white drifts of snow had covered up the yellowish bristle of stubble and the large leaden pools where the wild duck swam. But often the snowstorm stopped suddenly and melted. The fields grew bright, and one felt that behind the clouds was much light, and the wet platforms of the railway stations looked black, and the rooks called from the naked poplars. At each big station, Kazimir Stanislavovich went to the refreshment room for a drink, and returned to his carriage with newspapers in his hands, but he did not read them. He only sat and sank in the deep smoke of his cigarettes, which burned and glowed, and to none of his neighbors, Odessa Jews who played cards all the time, did he say a single word. He wore an autumn overcoat, of which the pockets were worn, a very old black top hat, and new but heavy cheap boots. His hands, the typical hands of a habitual drunkard, and an old inhabitant of basements, shook when he lit a match. Everything else about him spoke of poverty and drunkenness. No cuffs, a dirty linen collar, an ancient tie, an inflamed and ravaged face, bright blue, watery eyes. His side whiskers, dyed with a bad brown dye, had an unusual appearance. He looked tired and contemptuous. The train reached Moscow next day, not at all up to time. It was 7 hours late. The weather was neither one thing nor the other, but better and drier than in Kiev, with something stirring in the air. Kazimir Stanislavovich took a cab without bargaining with the driver, and told him to drive straight to the Versailles. "I have known that hotel, my good fellow," he said, suddenly breaking his silence, "since my student days." From the Versailles, as soon as his little bag, tied with a stout rope, had been taken up to his room, he immediately went out. It was nearly evening. The air was warm, the black trees on the boulevards were turning green. Everywhere there were crowds of people, cars, and carts. Moscow was trafficking and doing business, was returning to the usual pressing work, was ending her holiday, and unconsciously welcoming the spring. A man who has lived his life and ruined it feels lonely on a spring evening on a strange, crowded city. Kazimir Stanislavovich walked the whole length of Tverskoy Boulevard. He saw once more the cast-iron figure of the musing Pushkin, the golden and lilac top of the Stratsnoy Monastery. For about an hour he sat at the Café Filippov, drank chocolate, and read old comic papers. Then he went to a cinema whose flaming sign shone from far down the Tverskoye through the darkling twilight. From the cinema he drove to a restaurant on the boulevard which he had also known in his student days. He was driven by an old man, bent in a bow, sad, gloomy, deeply absorbed in himself, in his old age, and in his dark thoughts. All the way the man painfully and wearily helped on his lazy horse with his whole being, murmuring something to it all the time, and occasionally bitterly reproaching it. And at last, when he reached the place, he allowed the load to slip from his shoulders for a moment, and gave a deep sigh as he took the money. "I did not catch the name, and thought you meant Prague," he muttered, turning his horse slowly. He seemed displeased, although the Prague was further away. "I remember the Prague too, old fellow," answered Kazimir Stanislavovitch. "You must have been driving for a long time in Moscow." "Driving?" said the old man. "I have been driving now for 51 years. "That means you may have driven me before," said Kazimir Stanislavovitch. "Perhaps I did," answered the old man dryly. "There are a lot of people in this world. One can't remember all of you." Of the old restaurant once known to Kazimir Stanislavovitch there remained only the name. Now it was a large, first-class, though vulgar restaurant. Over the entrance burned an electric globe, which illuminated with its unpleasant heliotrope light the smart, second-rate cabmen, impudent and cruel to their lean, short-winded steeds. In the damp hall stood pots of laurels and tropical plants, of the kind which one sees carried onto the platform from weddings to funerals and vice versa. From the porter's lodge several men rushed out together to Kazimir Stanislavovitch, and all of them had just the same thick curl of hair as the porter at the Versailles. In the large greenish room, decorated in the Rococo style, were a multitude of broad mirrors, and in the corner burnt a crimson icon lamp. The room was still empty, and only a few of the electric lights were on. Kazimir Stanislavovitch sat for a long time alone, doing nothing. One felt that behind the windows with their white blinds the long spring evening had not yet grown dark. One heard from the street the thudding of hoofs. In the middle of the room there was a monotonous splash-splash of the little fountain in an aquarium, round which goldfish, with their scales peeling off, lighted somehow from below, swam through the water. A waiter in white brought the dinner things, bread and a decanter of cold vodka. Kazimir Stanislavovitch began drinking the vodka, held it in his mouth before swallowing it, and having swallowed it, smelt the black bread as though with loathing. With suddenness which gave even him a start, a gramophone began to roar out through the room a mixture of Russian songs, now exaggeratingly boisterous and turbulent, now too tender, drawling, and sentimental. And Kazimir Stanislavovitch's eyes grew red, and tears filmed them at that sweet, snuffling drone of the machine. Then a gray-haired, curly, black-eyed Georgian brought him on a large iron fork a half-cooked, smelly shashlik, cut off the meat onto the plate with a kind of dissolute smartness, and with Asiatic simplicity, with his own hand sprinkled on it onions, salt, and rusty Barbary powder, while the gramophone roared out in the empty hall a cakewalk, inciting one to jerks and spasms. Then Kazimir Stanislavovitch was served cheese, fruit, red wine, coffee, mineral water, liquors. The gramophone had long ago grown silent. Instead of it there had been playing on the platform an orchestra of German women dressed in white. The lighted hall, continually filling up with people, grew hot, became dim with tobacco smoke, and heavily saturated with the smell of food. Waiters rushed about in a whirl. Drunken people ordered cigars which immediately made them sick. The head waiters showed excessive officiousness, combined with an intense realization of their own dignity. In the mirrors, in the watery gloom of their abysses, there was more and more chaotically reflected something huge, noisy, complicated. Several times Kazimir Stanislavovitch went out of the hot hall into the cool corridors, into the cool laboratory, where there was a strange smell of the sea. He walked as if on air, and on returning to his table again ordered wine. After midnight, closing his eyes and drawing the fresh night air through his nostrils into his intoxicated head, he raced in a hansom cab on rubber tires out of town to a brothel. He saw in the distance infinite chains of light, running away somewhere down a hill and then uphill again, but he saw it just as if it were not he, but someone else seeing it. In the brothel he nearly had a fight with a stout gentleman who attacked him shouting that he was known to all thinking Russia. Then he lay dressed on a broad bed covered with a satin quilt, in a little room half lighted from the ceiling by a sky-blue lantern, with a sickly smell of scented soap, and with dresses hanging from a hook on the door. Near the bed stood a dish of fruit, and the girl who had been hired to entertain Kazimir Stanislavovich, silently, greedily, with relish, ate a pear, cutting off slices with a knife, and her friend with fat bare arms, dressed only in a chemise which made her look like a little girl, was rapidly writing on the toilet table, taking no notice of them. She wrote and wept. Of what? There are lots of people in the world. One can't know everything. On the 10th of April, Kazimir Stanislavovich woke up early. Judging from the start with which he opened his eyes, one could see that he was overwhelmed by the idea that he was in Moscow. He had gotten back after 4 in the morning. He staggered down the staircase of the Versailles, but without a mistake he went straight to his room, down the long, stinking tunnel of a corridor which was lighted only at its entrance by a little lamp smoking sleepily. Outside every room stood boots and shoes, all of strangers, unknown to one another, hostile to one another. Suddenly a door opened, almost terrifying Kazimir Stanislavovich. On its threshold appeared an old man, looking like a third-rate actor, acting the memoirs of a lunatic, and Kazimir Stanislavovich saw a lamp under the green shade, and the room crowded with things, the cave of a lonely old lodger, with icons in their corner, and innumerable cigarette boxes piled one upon another, almost to the ceiling near the icons. Was that the half-crazy writer of the Lives of the Saints who had lived in the Versailles 23 years ago? Kazimir Stanislavovitch's dark room was terribly hot, with a malignant and smelly dryness. The light from the window over the door came faintly into the darkness. Kazimir Stanislavovich went behind the screen, took the top hat off his thin, greasy hair, threw his overcoat over the end of his bare bed. As soon as he lay down, everything began to turn round him, to rush into an abyss, and he fell asleep instantly. In his sleep, all the time he was conscious of the smell of the iron washstand which stood close to his face, and he dreamt of a spring day, trees in blossom, the hall of a manor house, and a number of people waiting anxiously for the bishop to arrive at any moment, and all night long he was wearied and tormented with that waiting. Now in the corridors of the Versailles, people rang, ran, called to one another. Behind the screen, through the double dusty window panes, the sun shone. It was almost hot. Kazimir Stanislavovich took off his jacket, rang the bell, and began to wash. There came in a quick-eyed boy, the page boy, with fox-colored hair on his head, and a frock coat and pink shirt. A loaf, samovar, and lemon, Kazimir Stanislavovich said without looking at him. And tea and sugar? The boy asked with Moscow sharpness. A minute later he rushed in with a boiling samovar in his hand, held out level with his shoulders. On the round table in front of the sofa he quickly put the tray with the glass in a battered brass slop basin, and thumped the samovar down on the tray. Kazimir Stanislavovich, while the tea was drawing, mechanically opened the Moscow Daily, which the page boy had brought in with the samovar. His eye fell on a report that yesterday an unknown man had been picked up unconscious. The victim was taken to a hospital, he read, and threw the paper away. He felt very bad and unsteady. He got up and opened the window. It faced the yard, and a breath of freshness and of the city came to him. There came to him the melodious shouts of hawkers, the bells of horse trams humming behind the house opposite, the blended rap-tap of the cars, the musical drones of church bells. The city had long since started in its huge, noisy life in that bright, jolly, almost spring day. Kazimir Stanislavovich squeezed the lemon into the glass of tea, and greedily drank the sour, muddy liquid. Then he again went behind the screen. The Versailles was quiet. It was pleasant and peaceful. His eye wandered leisurely over the hotel notice on the wall. A stay of 3 hours is reckoned as a full day. A mouse scuttled into the chest of drawers, rolled about a piece of sugar left there by some visitor. Thus half asleep, Kazimir Stanislavovich lay for a long time behind the screen, until the sun had gone from the room, and another freshness was wafted in from the window, the freshness of evening. Then he carefully got himself in order. He undid his bag, changed his underclothing, took out a cheap but clean handkerchief, brushed his shiny frock coat, top hat, and overcoat, took out of its torn pocket a crumpled Kiev newspaper of January 15th, and threw it away into the corner. Having dressed and combed his whiskers with a dyeing comb, he counted his money. There remained in his purse 4 rubles, 70 kopecks, and went out. Exactly at 6 o'clock he was outside a low, ancient little church in the Molchanovka. Behind the church fence, a spreading tree was just breaking into green. Children were playing there. The black stocking of one thin little girl jumping over a rope was continually coming down, and he sat there on a bench among perambulators with sleeping babies and nurses in Russian costumes. Sparrows prated all over the tree. The air was soft, all but summer. Even the dust smelled of summer. The sky above the sunset behind the houses melted into a gentle gold, and one felt that once more there was somewhere in the world joy, youth, happiness. In the church the chandeliers were already burning, and there stood the pulpit, and in front of the pulpit was spread a little carpet. Kazimir Stanislavovich cautiously took off his top hat, trying not to untidy his hair, and entered the church nervously. He went into a corner, but a corner from which he could see the couple to be married. He looked at the painted vault, raised his eyes to the cupola, and his every movement and every gasp echoed loudly through the silence. The church shone with gold. The candles sputtered expectantly, and now the priests and choir began to enter, crossing themselves with the carelessness which comes of habit. Then old women, children, smart wedding guests, and worried stewards. A noise was heard in the porch, the crunching wheels of a carriage, and everyone turned their heads towards the entrance, and the hymn burst out, "Come, my dove." Kazimir Stanislavovich became deadly pale, and his heart beat, and unconsciously he took a step forward, and close by him there passed her veil touching him, and a breath of lily of the valley, she who did not know even of his existence in the world. She passed, bending her charming head, all flowers and transparent gauze, all snow white and innocent, happy and timid, like a princess going to her first communion. Kazimir Stanislavovich hardly heard the bridegroom who came to meet her, a rather small, broad-shouldered man with yellow, close-cropped hair. During the whole ceremony only one thing was before his eyes, the bent head, and the flowers in the veil, and the little hand trembling as it held a burning candle tied with a white ribbon in a bow. About 10 o'clock he was back again in the hotel. All his overcoat smelt of the spring air. After coming out of the church, he had seen near the porch the car lined with white satin, and its window reflecting the sunset, and behind the window there flashed on him for the last time the face of her who was being carried away from him forever. After that he had wandered about in the little streets, and had come out on the Novensky Boulevard. Now slowly, and with trembling hands, he took off his overcoat, put on the table a paper bag containing 2 green cucumbers, which for some reason he had bought at a hawker's stall. They too smelt of spring even through the paper, and spring-like through the upper pane of the window, the April moon shone silvery high up in the not yet darkened sky. Kazimir Stanislavovich lit a candle, sadly illuminating his empty casual home, and sat down on the sofa, feeling on his face the freshness of evening. Thus he sat for a long time. He did not ring the bell, gave no orders, locked himself in. All this seemed suspicious to the porter who had seen him enter the room with his shuffling feet and taking the key out of the door in order to lock himself in from the inside. Several times the porter stole up on tiptoe to the door and looked through the keyhole. Kazimir Stanislavovich was sitting on the sofa, trembling and wiping his face with a handkerchief, and weeping so bitterly, so copiously, that the brown dye came off and was smeared over his face. At night he tore the cord off the blind, and seeing nothing through his tears, began to fasten it to the hook of the clothes-peg. But the guttering candle flickered, and the paper bag and terrible dark waves swam and flickered over the locked room. He was old, weak, and he himself was well aware of it. No, it was not in his power to die by his own hand. In the morning he started for the railway station about 3 hours before the train left. At the station he quietly walked about among the passengers, with his eyes on the ground and tear-stained. And he would stop unexpectedly now before one, and now before another, and in a low voice, evenly but without expression, he would say rather quickly, "For God's sake, I am in a desperate position. My fare to Bryansk, if only a few kopecks." And some passengers, trying not to look at his top hat, at the worn velvet collar of his overcoat, at the dreadful face with the faded violet whiskers, hurriedly and with confusion, gave him something. And then, rushing out of the station onto the platform, he got mixed in the crowd and disappeared into it, while in the Versailles, which for 2 days as it were belonged to him, they carried away the slop pail, opened the window to the April sun and to the fresh air, noisily moved the furniture, swept up and threw out the dust. And with the dust there fell out under the tablecloth which slid onto the floor, his torn note, which he had forgotten with the cucumbers. I begged that no one be accused of my death. I was at the wedding of my only daughter, who... End of Kazimir Stanislavovich.
The Man from Archangel by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. The Man from Archangel. On the 4th day of March, in the year 1867, I being at that time in my 25th year, I wrote down the following words in my notebook, the result of much mental perturbation and conflict. The solar system, amidst a countless number of other systems as large as itself, rolls ever so silently through space in the direction of the constellation of Hercules. The great spheres of which it is composed spin and spin through the eternal void, ceaselessly and noiselessly. Of these one of the smallest and most insignificant is that conglomeration of solid and of liquid particles which we have named the earth. It whirls onwards now, as it has done before my birth, and will do after my death, a revolving mystery, coming none know whence, and going none know whither. Upon the outer crust of this moving mass crawl many mites, of whom I, John McVitie, am one, helpless, impotent, being dragged aimlessly through space. Yet such is the state of things amongst us, that the little energy and glimmering of reason which I possess is entirely taken up with the labours which are necessary in order to procure certain metallic discs, wherewith I may purchase the chemical elements necessary to build up my ever-wasting tissues, and keep a roof over me to shelter me from the inclemency of the weather. I thus have no thought to expend upon the vital questions which surround me on every side. Yet, miserable entity as I am, I can still at times feel some degree of happiness, and am even, save the mark, puffed up occasionally with a sense of my own importance. These words, as I have said, I wrote down in my notebook, and they reflected accurately the thoughts which I found rooted far down in my soul, ever present and unaffected by the passing emotions of the hour. At last, however, came a time when my uncle McVitie of Glencairn died, the same who was at one time chairman of committees of the House of Commons. He divided his great wealth among his many nephews, and I found myself with sufficient to provide amply for my wants during the remainder of my life, and became at the same time the owner of a bleak tract of land upon the coast of Caithness, which I think the old man must have bestowed upon me in derision, for it was sandy and valueless, and he had ever a grim sense of humour. Up to this time I had been an attorney in a Midland town in England. Now I saw that I could put my thoughts into effect, and, leaving all petty and sordid aims, could elevate my mind by the study of the secrets of nature. My departure from my English home was somewhat accelerated by the fact that I had nearly slain a man in a quarrel, for my temper was fiery, and I was apt to forget my own strength when enraged. There was no legal action taken in the matter, but the papers yelped at me, and folk looked askance when I met them. It ended by my cursing them and their vile, smoke-polluted town, and hurrying to my northern possession, where I might at last find peace and an opportunity for solitary study and contemplation. I borrowed from my capital before I went, and so was able to take with me a choice collection of the most modern philosophical instruments and books, together with chemicals and such other things as I might need in my retirement. The land which I had inherited was a narrow strip, consisting mostly of sand, and extending for rather over 2 miles round the coast of Mancy Bay in Caithness. Upon this strip there had been a rambling grey stone building, When erected, or wherefore, none could tell me, and this I had repaired, so that it made a dwelling quite good enough for one of my simple tastes. One room was my laboratory, another my sitting room, and in a third, just under the sloping roof, I slung the hammock in which I always slept. There were 3 other rooms, but I left them vacant, except one which was given over to the old crone who kept house for me. Save the Youngs and the Macleods, who were fisher folk, living round at the other side of Fergus Ness, there were no other people for many miles in each direction. In front of the house was the great bay, behind it were 2 long barren hills, capped by other loftier ones beyond. There was a glen between the hills, and when the wind was from the land, it used to sweep down this with a melancholy sough, and whisper among the branches of the fir trees beneath my attic window. I dislike my fellow mortals. Justice compels me to add that they appear for the most part to dislike me. I hate their little crawling ways, their conventionalities, their deceits, their narrow rights and wrongs. They take offence at my brusque outspokenness, my disregard for their social laws, my impatience of all constraint. Among my books and my drugs in my lonely den at Mancy, I could let the great drove of the human race pass onwards with their politics and inventions and tittle-tattle, and I remained behind, stagnant and happy. Not stagnant either, for I was working in my own little groove, and making progress. I have reason to believe that Dalton's atomic theory is founded upon error, and I know that mercury is not an element. During the day I was busy with my distillations and analyses. Often I forgot my meals, and when old Madge summoned me to my tea, I found my dinner lying untouched upon the table. At night I read Bacon, Descartes, Spinoza, Kant, all those who have pried into what is unknowable. They are all fruitless and empty, barren of result, but prodigal of polysyllables, reminding me of men who, while digging for gold, have turned up many worms, and then exhibit them exultantly as being what they sought. At times a restless spirit would come upon me, and I would walk 30 or 40 miles without rest or breaking fast. On these occasions, when I used to stalk through the country villages, gaunt, unshaven, and dishevelled, the mothers would rush into the road and drag their children indoors, and the rustics would swarm out of their pot-houses to gaze at me. I believe that I was known far and wide as the mad Laird of Mancy. It was rarely, however, that I made these raids into the country, for I usually took my exercise upon my own beach, where I soothed my spirit with strong black tobacco, and made the ocean my friend and my confidant. What companion is there like the great restless throbbing sea? What human mood is there which it does not match and sympathize with? There are none so gay but that they may feel gayer when they listen to its merry turmoil, and see the long green surges racing in, with the glint of the sunbeams in their sparkling crests. But when the grey waves toss their heads in anger, and the wind screams above them, goading them on to madder and more tumultuous efforts, then the darkest minded of men feels that there is a melancholy principle in nature which is as gloomy as his own thoughts. When it was calm in the Bay of Mancy, the surface would be as clear and bright as a sheet of silver, broken only at one spot some little way from the shore, where a long black line projected out of the water, looking like the jagged back of some sleeping monster. This was the top of the dangerous ridge of rocks known to the fishermen as Ragged Reef o' Mancy. When the wind blew from the east the waves would break upon it like thunder, and the spray would be tossed far over my house and up to the hills behind. The bay itself was a bold and noble one, but too much exposed to the northern and eastern gales, and too much dreaded for its reef, to be much used by mariners. There was something of romance about this lonely spot. I have lain in my boat upon a calm day, and peering over the edge I have seen far down the flickering ghostly forms of great fish, as it seemed to me, such as a naturalist never knew, and which my imagination transformed into the genii of that desolate bay. Once, as I stood by the brink of the waters upon a quiet night, a great cry, as of a woman in hopeless grief, rose from the bosom of the deep, and swelled out upon the still air, now sinking and now rising, for a space of 30 seconds. This I heard with my own ears. In this strange spot, with the eternal hills behind me and the eternal sea in front, I worked and brooded for more than 2 years unpestered by my fellow men. By degrees I had trained my old servant into habits of silence, so that now she rarely opened her lips, though I doubt not that when twice a year she visited her relations in Wick, her tongue during those few days made up for its enforced rest. I had come almost to forget that I was a member of the human family, and to live entirely with the dead whose books I pored over, when a sudden incident occurred which threw all my thoughts into a new channel. 3 rough days in June had been succeeded by one calm and peaceful one. There was not a breath of air that evening. The sun sank down in the west behind a line of purple clouds, and the smooth surface of the bay was gashed with scarlet streaks. Along the beach the pools left by the tide showed up like gouts of blood against the yellow sand, as if some wounded giant had toilfully passed that way, and had left these red traces of his grievous hurt behind him. As the darkness closed in, certain ragged clouds which had lain low on the eastern horizon coalesced and formed a great irregular cumulus. The glass was still low, and I knew that there was mischief brewing. About 9 o'clock a dull moaning sound came up from the sea, as from a creature who, much harassed, learns that the hour of suffering has come round again. At 10 a sharp breeze sprang up from the eastward. At 11 it had increased to a gale, and by midnight the most furious storm was raging which I ever remember upon that weather-beaten coast. As I went to bed the shingle and seaweed were pattering up against my attic window, and the wind was screaming as though every gust were a lost soul. By that time the sounds of the tempest had become a lullaby to me. I knew that the grey walls of the old house would buffet it out, and for what occurred in the world outside I had small concern. Old Madge was usually as callous to such things as I was myself. It was a surprise to me when, about 3 in the morning, I was awoke by the sound of a great knocking at my door, and excited cries in the wheezy voice of my housekeeper. I sprang out of my hammock, and roughly demanded of her what was the matter. "Eh, maister, maister!" she screamed in her hateful dialect, "come doon, man, come doon! There's a muckle ship gone ashore on the reef, and puir folks are yammerin' and ca'in for help, and I doot they be adroon. Oh, maister, my vitty, come doon!" "Hold your tongue, you hag!" I shouted back in passion. "What is it to you whether they are drowned or not? Get back to your bed and leave me alone." I turned in again, and drew the blankets over me. "Those men out there," I said to myself, "have already gone through half the horrors of death. If they be saved, they will but have to go through the same once more, in the space of a few brief years. It is best, therefore, that they should pass away now, since they have suffered that anticipation which is more than the pain of dissolution." With this thought in my mind, I endeavoured to compose myself to sleep once more, for that philosophy, which had taught me to consider death as a small and trivial incident in man's eternal and ever-changing career, had also broken me of much curiosity concerning worldly matters. On this occasion I found, however, that the old leaven still fermented strongly in my soul. I tossed from side to side for some minutes, endeavouring to beat down the impulses of the moment by the rules of conduct which I had framed during months of thought. Then I heard a dull roar amid the wild shriek of the gale, and I knew that it was the sound of a signal gun. Driven by an uncontrollable impulse, I rose, dressed, and having lit my pipe, walked out onto the beach. It was pitch dark when I came outside, and the wind blew with such violence that I had to put my shoulder against it, and push my way along the shingle. My face pringled and smarted with the sting of the gravel which was blown against it, and the red ashes of my pipe streamed away behind me, dancing fantastically through the darkness. I went down to where the great waves were thundering in, and shading my eyes with my hands to keep off the salt spray, I peered out to sea. I could distinguish nothing, and yet it seemed to me that shouts and great inarticulate cries were borne to me by the blasts. Suddenly, as I gazed, I made out the glint of a light, and then the whole bay and the beach were lit up in a moment by a vivid blue glare. They were burning a coloured signal light on board of the vessel. There she lay, on her beam ends, right in the centre of the jagged reef, hurled over to such an angle that I could see all the planking of her deck. She was a large 2-masted schooner of foreign rig, and lay perhaps 180 or 200 yards from the shore. Every spar and rope and writhing piece of cordage showed up hard and clear under the livid light which sputtered and flickered from the highest portion of the forecastle. Beyond the doomed ship, out of the great darkness, came the long rolling lines of black waves, never ending, never tiring, with a petulant tuft of foam here and there upon their crests. Each, as it reached the broad circle of unnatural light, appeared to gather strength and volume, and to hurry on more impetuously until, with a roar and a jarring crash, it sprang upon its victim. Clinging to the weather shrouds, I could distinctly see some 10 or 12 frightened seamen, who, when their light revealed my presence, turned their white faces towards me, and waved their hands imploringly. I felt my gorge rise against these poor cowering worms. Why should they presume to shirk the narrow pathway along which all that is great and noble among mankind has travelled? There was one there who interested me more than they. He was a tall man who stood apart from the others, balancing himself upon the swaying wreck as though he disdained to cling to rope or bulwark. His hands were clasped behind his back, and his head was sunk upon his breast, but even in that despondent attitude there was a litheness and decision in his pose and in every motion which marked him as a man little likely to yield to despair. Indeed, I could see by his occasional rapid glances up and down and all around him, that he was weighing every chance of safety, but though he often gazed across the raging surf to where he could see my dark figure upon the beach, his self-respect, or some other reason, forbade him from imploring my help in any way. He stood, dark, silent, and inscrutable, looking down on the black sea, and waiting for whatever fortune fate might send him. It seemed to me that the problem would very soon be settled. As I looked, an enormous billow, topping all the others, and coming after them, like a driver following a flock, swept over the vessel. Her foremast snapped short off, and the men who clung to the shrouds were brushed away like a swarm of flies. With a rending, riving sound, the ship began to split in two, where the sharp back of the Mansie reef was sawing into her keel. The solitary man upon the forecastle ran rapidly across the deck, and seized hold of a white bundle, which I had already observed but failed to make out. As he lifted it up, the light fell upon it, and I saw that the object was a woman, with a spar lashed across her body and under her arms in such a way that her head should always rise above water. He bore her tenderly to the side, and seemed to speak for a minute or so to her, as though explaining the impossibility of remaining upon the ship. Her answer was a singular one. I saw her deliberately raise her hand and strike him across the face with it. He appeared to be silenced for a moment or so by this, but he addressed her again, directing her, as far as I could gather from his motions, how she should behave when in the water. She shrank away from him, but he caught her in his arms. He stood over her for a moment, and seemed to press his lips against her forehead. Then a great wave came welling up against the side of the breaking vessel, and leaning over, he placed her upon the summit of it as gently as a child might be committed to its cradle. I saw her white dress flickering among the foam on the crest of the dark billow, and then the light sank gradually lower, and the riven ship and its lonely occupant were hidden from my eyes. As I watched those things, my manhood overcame my philosophy, and I felt a frantic impulse to be up and doing. I threw my cynicism to one side as a garment which I might don again at leisure, and I rushed wildly to my boat and my sculls. She was a leaky tub, but what then? Was I, who had cast many a wistful, doubtful glance at my opium bottle, to begin now to weigh chances and to cavil at danger? I dragged her down to the sea with the strength of a maniac, and sprang in. For a moment or two it was a question whether she could live among the boiling surge, but a dozen frantic strokes took me through it, half full of water but still afloat. I was out on the unbroken waves now, at one time climbing up in the broad black breast of one, then sinking down, down on the other side, until, looking up, I could see the gleam of the foam all around me against the dark heavens. Far behind me I could hear the wild wailings of old Madge, who, seeing me start, thought no doubt that my madness had come to a climax. As I rowed I peered over my shoulder, until at last on the belly of a great wave which was sweeping towards me I distinguished the vague white outline of the woman. Stooping over, I seized her as she swept by me, and with an effort lifted her, all sodden with water, into the boat. There was no need to row back, for the next billow carried us in and threw us upon the beach. I dragged the boat out of danger, and then lifting up the woman, I carried her to the house, followed by my housekeeper, loud with congratulation and praise. Now that I had done this thing, a reaction set in upon me. I felt that my burden lived, for I heard the faint beat of her heart as I pressed my ear against her side in carrying her. Knowing this, I threw her down beside the fire which Madge had lit, with as little sympathy as though she had been a bundle of faggots. I never glanced at her to see if she were fair or no. For many years I had cared little for the face of a woman. As I lay in my hammock upstairs, however, I heard the old woman, as she chafed the warmth back into her, crooning a chorus of "Eh, the poor lassie! Eh, the bonny lassie!" from which I gathered that this piece of jetsam was both young and comely. The morning after the gale was peaceful and sunny. As I walked along the long sweep of sand I could hear the panting of the sea. It was heaving and swirling about the reef, but along the shore it rippled in gently enough. There was no sign of the schooner, nor was there any wreckage upon the beach, which did not surprise me, as I knew there was a great undertow in those waters. A couple of broad-winged gulls were hovering and skimming over the scene of the shipwreck, as though many strange things were visible to them beneath the waves. At times I could hear their raucous voices as they spoke to one another of what they saw. When I came back from my walk the woman was waiting at the door for me. I began to wish, when I saw her, that I had never saved her, for here was an end of my privacy. She was very young, at most 19, with a pale, somewhat refined face, yellow hair, merry blue eyes, and shining teeth. Her beauty was of an ethereal type. She looked so white and light and fragile, that she might have been the spirit of that storm foam from out of which I plucked her. She had wreathed some of Madge's garments round her in a way which was quaint and not unbecoming. As I strode heavily up the pathway, she put out her hands with a pretty childlike gesture, and ran down towards me, meaning, as I surmised, to thank me for having saved her, but I put her aside with a wave of my hand, and passed her. At this she seemed somewhat hurt, and the tears sprang into her eyes, but she followed me into the sitting-room, and watched me wistfully. "What country do you come from?" I asked her suddenly. She smiled when I spoke, but shook her head. "Francais?" I asked. "Deutsch? Espagnol?" Each time she shook her head, and then she rippled off into a long statement in some tongue of which I could not understand one word. After breakfast was over, however, I got a clue to her nationality. Passing along the beach once more, I saw that in a cleft of the ridge a piece of wood had been jammed. I rowed out to it in my boat, and brought it ashore. It was part of the stern-post of a boat, and on it, or rather on the piece of wood attached to it, was the word Archangel, painted in strange quaint lettering. So, I thought as I paddled slowly back, this pale damsel is a Russian. A fit subject for the White Czar, and a proper dweller on the shores of the White Sea. It seemed to me strange that one of her apparent refinement should perform so long a journey in so frail a craft. When I came back into the house, I pronounced the word "Archangel" several times in different intonations, but she did not appear to recognize it. I shut myself up in the laboratory all morning, continuing a research which I was making into the nature of the allotropic forms of carbon and of sulphur. When I came out at midday for some food, she was sitting by the table with a needle and thread, mending some rents in her clothes, which were now dry. I resented her continued presence, but I could not turn her out on the beach to shift for herself. Presently she presented a new phase of her character, pointing to herself and then to the scene of the shipwreck. She held up one finger, by which I understood her to be asking whether she was the only one saved. I nodded my head to indicate that she was. On this she sprang out of her chair with a cry of great joy, and holding the garment which she was mending over her head, and swaying it from side to side with the motion of her body, she danced as lightly as a feather all round the room, and then out through the open door into the sunshine. As she whirled round, she sang in a plaintive shrill voice some uncouth barbarous chant expressive of exultation. I called out to her, "Come in, you young fiend, come in and be silent," but she went on with her dance. Then she suddenly ran towards me, and catching my hand before I could pluck it away, she kissed it. While we were at dinner she spied one of my pencils, and taking it up she wrote the two words "Sophie Ramusine" upon a piece of paper, and then pointed to herself as a sign that that was her name. She handed the pencil to me, evidently expecting that I would be equally communicative, but I put it in my pocket as a sign that I wished to hold no intercourse with her. Every moment of my life now I regretted the unguarded precipitancy with which I had saved this woman. What was it to me whether she had lived or died? I was no young, hot-headed youth to do such things. It was bad enough to be compelled to have Madge in the house, but she was old and ugly, and could be ignored. This one was young and lively, and so fashioned as to divert attention from graver things. Where could I send her, and what could I do with her? If I sent information to Wick, it would mean that officials and others would come to me and pry and peep and chatter, a hateful thought. It was better to endure her presence than that. I soon found that there were fresh troubles in store for me. There is no place safe from the swarming, restless race of which I am a member. In the evening, when the sun was dipping down behind the hills, casting them into dark shadow, but gilding the sands and casting a great glory over the sea, I went, as is my custom, for a stroll along the beach. Sometimes on these occasions I took my book with me. I did so on this night, and stretching myself upon a sand dune, I composed myself to read. As I lay there, I suddenly became aware of a shadow which interposed itself between the sun and myself. Looking round, I saw to my great surprise a very tall, powerful man, who was standing a few yards off, and who, instead of looking at me, was ignoring my existence completely, and was gazing over my head with a stern set face at the bay and the black line of the Mansi reef. His complexion was dark, with black hair and short curling beard, a hawk-like nose, and golden earrings in his ears, the general effect being wild and somewhat noble. He wore a faded velveteen jacket, a red flannel shirt, and high sea boots coming half-way up his thighs. I recognized him at a glance as being the same man who had been left on the wreck the night before. "Hello!" I said, in an aggrieved voice. "You got ashore all right, then?" "Yes," he answered, in good English. "It was no doing of mine. The waves threw me up. I wish to God I had been allowed to drown." There was a slight foreign lisp in his accent which was rather pleasing. "Two good fishermen, who live round yonder point, pulled me out and cared for me, yet I could not honestly thank them for it." "Ho, ho!" thought I, "here is a man of my own kidney." "Why do you wish to be drowned?" I asked. "Because," he cried, throwing out his long arms with a passionate, despairing gesture, "there in that blue, smiling bay, lies my soul, my treasure, everything that I loved and lived for. "Well, well," I said, "people are ruined every day, but there's no use making a fuss about it. Let me inform you that this ground on which you walk is my ground, and that the sooner you take yourself off it the better pleased I shall be. One of you is quite enough trouble." "One of us?" he gasped. "Yes, if you could take her off with you I should be still more grateful." He gazed at me for a moment as if hardly able to realize what I said, and then, with a great cry, he ran away from me with prodigious speed and raced along the sands towards my house. Never before or since have I seen a human being run so fast. I followed as rapidly as I could, furious at this threatened invasion, but long before I reached the house he had disappeared through the open door. I heard a great scream from the inside, and as I came nearer the sound of a man's bass voice speaking rapidly and loudly. When I looked in, the girl, Sophie Ramusine, was crouching in a corner, cowering away, with fear and loathing expressed on her averted face and in every line of her shrinking form. The other, with his dark eyes flashing and his outstretched hands quivering with emotion, was pouring forth a torrent of passionate, pleading words. He made a step forward to her as I entered, but she writhed still further away, and uttered a sharp cry like that of a rabbit when the weasel has him by the throat. "Here," I said, pulling him back from her, "this is a pretty to do. What do you mean? Do you think this is a wayside inn or place of public accommodation?" "Oh, sir," he said, "excuse me. This woman is my wife, and I feared that she was drowned. You have brought me back to life." "Who are you?" I asked roughly. "I am a man from Archangel," he said simply, "a Russian man." "What is your name?" "Ourganeff." "Ourganeff? And hers is Sophie Ramusine. She is no wife of yours. She has no ring." "We are man and wife in the sight of heaven," he said solemnly, looking upwards. "We are bound by higher laws than those of earth." As he spoke, the girl slipped behind me and caught me by the other hand, pressing it as though beseeching my protection. "Give me up my wife, sir," he went on. "Let me take her away from here." "Look here, you, whatever your name is," I said sternly, "I don't want this wench here. I wish I had never seen her. If she died it would be no grief to me. But as to handing her over to you, when it is clear she fears and hates you, I won't do it. So now just clear your great body out of this, and leave me to my books. I hope I may never look upon your face again." "You won't give her up to me?" he said hoarsely. "I'll see you damned first," I answered. "Suppose I take her?" he cried, his dark face growing darker. All my tigerish blood flashed up in a moment. I picked up a little billet of wood from beside the fireplace. "Go," I said in a low voice. "Go quick, or I may do you an injury." He looked at me irresolutely for a moment, and then he left the house. He came back again in a moment, however, and stood in the doorway, looking at us. "Have a heed what you do," he said. "The woman is mine, and I shall have her. When it comes to blows, a Russian is as good a man as a Scotchman." "We shall see that," I cried, springing forward, but he was already gone, and I could see his tall form moving away through the gathering darkness. For a month or more after this things went smoothly with us. I never spoke to the Russian girl, nor did she ever address me. Sometimes when I was at work in my laboratory she would slip inside the door and sit silently there, watching me with her great eyes. At first this intrusion annoyed me, but by degrees, finding that she made no attempt to distract my attention, I suffered her to remain. Encouraged by this concession, she gradually came to move the stool on which she sat nearer and nearer to my table, until after gaining a little every day during some weeks, she at last worked her way right up to me, and used to perch herself beside me whenever I worked. In this position she used, still without ever obtruding her presence in any way, to make herself very useful by holding my pens, test tubes, or bottles, and handing me whatever I wanted, with never failing sagacity. By ignoring the fact of her being a human being, and looking upon her as a useful automatic machine, I accustomed myself to her presence so far as to miss her on the few occasions when she was not at her post. I have a habit of talking aloud to myself at times when I work, so as to fix my results better in my mind. The girl must have had a surprising memory for sounds, for she could always repeat the words which I had let fall in this way, without, of course, understanding in the least what they meant. I have often been amused at hearing her discharge a volley of chemical equations and algebraic symbols at old Madge, and then burst into a ringing laugh when the crone would shake her head, under the impression, no doubt, that she was being addressed in Russian. She never went more than a few yards from the house, and indeed never put her foot over the threshold without looking carefully out of each window, in order to be sure that there was nobody about. By this I knew that she suspected that her fellow countryman was still in the neighbourhood, and feared that he might attempt to carry her off. She did something else which was significant. I had an old revolver and some cartridges, which had been thrown away among the rubbish. She found this one day, and at once proceeded to clean it and oil it. She hung it up near the door, with the cartridges in a little bag beside it, and whenever I went for a walk she would take it down and insist upon my carrying it with me. In my absence she would always bolt the door. Apart from her apprehensions, she seemed fairly happy, busying herself in helping Madge when she was not attending upon me. She was wonderfully nimble-fingered and natty in all domestic duties. It was not long before I discovered that her suspicions were well founded, and that this man from Archangel was still lurking in the vicinity. Being restless one night, I rose and peered out of the window. The weather was somewhat cloudy, and I could barely make out the line of the sea, and the loom of my boat upon the beach. As I gazed, however, and my eyes became accustomed to the obscurity, I became aware that there was some other dark blur upon the sands, and that in front of my very door, where certainly there had been nothing of the sort the preceding night. As I stood at my diamond-paned lattice, still peering and peeping to make out what this might be, a great bank of clouds rolled slowly away from the face of the moon, and a flood of cold clear light was poured down upon the silent bay and the long sweep of its desolate shores. Then I saw what this was which haunted my doorstep. It was he, the Russian. He squatted there like a gigantic toad, with his legs doubled under him in strange Mongolian fashion, and his eyes fixed apparently upon the window of the room in which the young girl and the housekeeper slept. The light fell upon his upturned face, and I saw once more the hawk-like grace of his countenance, with the single deeply indented line of care upon his brow, and the protruding beard which marks the passionate nature. My first impulse was to shoot him as a trespasser, but, as I gazed, my resentment changed into pity and contempt. "Poor fool!" I said to myself. "It is then possible that you, whom I have seen looking open-mouthed at present death, should have your whole thoughts and ambitions centred upon this wretched slip of a girl, too, who flies from you and hates you. Most women would love you, were it but for that dark face and great handsome body of yours, and yet you must needs hanker after the one in 1,000 who will have no traffic with you." As I returned to my bed, I chuckled much to myself over this thought. I knew that my bars were strong and my bolts thick. It mattered little to me whether this strange man spent his night at my door or 100 leagues off, so long as he was gone by the morning. As I expected, when I rose and went out, there was no sign of him, nor had he left any trace of his midnight vigil. It was not long, however, before I saw him again. I had been out for a row one morning, for my head was aching, partly from prolonged stooping, and partly from the effects of a noxious drug which I had inhaled the night before. I pulled along the coast some miles, and then, feeling thirsty, I landed at a place where I knew that a fresh water stream trickled down into the sea. This rivulet passed through my land, but the mouth of it, where I found myself that day, was beyond my boundary line. I felt somewhat taken aback when, rising from the stream at which I had slaked my thirst, I found myself face to face with the Russian. I was as much a trespasser now as he was, and I could see at a glance that he knew it. "I wish to speak a few words to you," he said gravely. "Hurry up, then!" I answered, glancing at my watch. "I have no time to listen to chatter." "Chatter!" he repeated angrily. "Ah, but there! You Scotch people are strange men. Your face is hard, and your words rough, but so are those of the good fishermen with whom I stay. Yet I find that beneath it all there lie kind honest natures. No doubt you are kind and good too, in spite of your roughness." "In the name of the devil," I said, "say your say, and go your way. I am weary of the sight of you." "Can I not soften you in any way?" he cried. "Ah, see here!" He produced a small Grecian cross from inside his velvet jacket. "Look at this. Our religions may differ in form, but at least we have some common thoughts and feelings when we see this emblem." "I am not so sure of that," I answered. He looked at me thoughtfully. "You are a very strange man," he said at last. "I cannot understand you. You still stand between me and Sophie. It is a dangerous position to take, sir. Oh, believe me, before it is too late. If you did but know what I have done to gain that woman, how I have risked my body, how I have lost my soul! You are a small obstacle to some which I have surmounted, you whom a rip with a knife, or a blow from a stone, would put out of my way for ever. But God preserve me from that!" he cried wildly. "I am deep, too deep already. Anything rather than that." "You would do better to go back to your own country," I said, "than to skulk about these sand hills and disturb my leisure. When I have proof that you have gone away, I shall hand this woman over to the protection of the Russian consul at Edinburgh. Until then I shall guard her myself, and not you, nor any Muscovite that ever breathed, shall take her from me." "And what is your object in keeping me from Sophie?" he asked. "Do you imagine that I would injure her? Why, man, I would give my life freely to save her from the slightest harm. Why do you do this thing?" "I do it because it is my good pleasure to act so," I answered. "I give no man reasons for my conduct." "Look here!" he cried, suddenly blazing into fury, and advancing towards me with his shaggy mane bristling and his brown hands clenched. "If I thought you had one dishonest thought towards this girl, if for a moment I had reason to believe that you had any base motive for detaining her, as sure as there is a God in heaven, I should drag the heart out of your bosom with my hands." The very idea seemed to have put the man in a frenzy, for his face was all distorted and his hands opened and shut convulsively. I thought that he was about to spring at my throat. "Stand off!" I said, putting my hand on my pistol. "If you lay a finger on me I shall kill you." He put his hand into his pocket, and for a moment I thought he was about to produce a weapon too, but instead of that he whipped out a cigarette and lit it, breathing the smoke rapidly into his lungs. No doubt he had found by experience that this was the most effectual way of curbing his passions. "I told you," he said in a quieter voice, "that my name is Organeff, Alexis Organeff. I am a Finn by birth, but I have spent my life in every part of the world. I was one who could never be still, nor settle down to a quiet existence. After I came to own my own ship, there is hardly a port from Archangel to Australia which I have not entered. I was rough and wild and free, but there was one at home, sir, who was prim and white handed and soft tongued, skilful in little fancies and conceits which women love. This youth, by his wiles and tricks, stole from me the love of the girl whom I had ever marked as my own, and who up to that time had seemed in some sort inclined to return my passion. I had been on a voyage to Hammerfest for ivory, and coming back unexpectedly, I learned that my pride and treasure was to be married to this soft skinned boy, and that the party had actually gone to the church. In such moments, sir, something gives way in my head, and I hardly know what I do. I landed with a boat's crew, all men who had sailed with me for years, and who were as true as steel. We went up to the church. They were standing, she and he, before the priest, but the thing had not been done. I dashed between them and caught her round the waist. My men beat back the frightened bridegroom and the lookers on. We bore her down to the boat and aboard our vessel, and then getting up anchor, we sailed away across the white sea until the spires of Archangel sank down behind the horizon. She had my cabin, my room, every comfort. I slept among the men in the forecastle. I hoped that in time her aversion to me would wear away, and that she would consent to marry me in England or in France. For days and days we sailed. We saw the North Cape die away behind us, and we skirted the grey Norwegian coast, but still, in spite of every attention, she would not forgive me for tearing her from that pale-faced lover of hers. Then came this cursed storm which shattered both my ship and my hopes, and has deprived me even of the sight of the woman for whom I have risked so much. Perhaps she may learn to love me yet. You, sir," he said wistfully, "look like one who has seen much of the world. Do you not think that she may come to forget this man and to love me?" "I am tired of your story," I said, turning away. "For my part, I think you are a great fool. If you imagine that this love of yours will pass away, you had best amuse yourself as best you can until it does. If, on the other hand, it is a fixed thing, you cannot do better than cut your throat, for that is the shortest way out of it. I have no more time to waste on the matter." With this I hurried away, and walked down to the boat. I never looked round, but I heard the dull sound of his feet upon the sands as he followed me. "I have told you the beginning of my story," he said, "and you shall know the end some day. You would do well to let the girl go." I never answered him, but pushed the boat off. When I had rowed some distance out, I looked back, and saw his tall figure upon the yellow sand, as he stood gazing thoughtfully after me. When I looked again some minutes later, he had disappeared. For a long time after this, my life was as regular and as monotonous as it had been before the shipwreck. At times I hoped that the man from Archangel had gone away altogether, but certain footsteps which I saw upon the sand, and more particularly a little pile of cigarette ash which I found one day behind a hillock from which a view of the house might be obtained, warned me that, though invisible, he was still in the vicinity. My relations with the Russian girl remained the same as before. Old Madge had been somewhat jealous of her presence at first, and seemed to fear that what little authority she had would be taken away from her. By degrees, however, as she came to realize my utter indifference, she became reconciled to the situation, and, as I have said before, profited by it, as our visitor performed much of the domestic work. And now I am coming near the end of this narrative of mine, which I have written a great deal more for my own amusement than for that of any one else. The termination of the strange episode in which these two Russians had played a part was as wild and as sudden as the commencement. The events of one single night freed me from all my troubles, and left me once more alone with my books and my studies, as I had been before their intrusion. Let me endeavour to describe how this came about. I had had a long day of heavy and wearying work, so that in the evening I determined upon taking a long walk. When I emerged from the house, my attention was attracted by the appearance of the sea. It lay like a sheet of glass, so that never a ripple disturbed its surface. Yet the air was filled with that indescribable moaning sound which I have alluded to before, a sound as though the spirits of all those who lay beneath those treacherous waters were sending a sad warning of coming troubles to their brethren in the flesh. The fishermen's wives along the coast know the eerie sound, and look anxiously across the waters for the brown sails making for the land. When I heard it, I stepped back to the house and looked at the glass. It was down below 29 degrees. Then I knew that a wild night was coming upon us. Underneath the hills where I walked that evening it was dull and chill, but their summits were rosy red, and the sea was brightened by the sinking sun. There were no clouds of importance in the sky, yet the dull groaning of the sea grew louder and stronger. I saw, far to the eastward, a brig beating up for Wick, with a reef in her topsails. It was evident that her captain had read the signs of nature as I had done. Behind her a long lurid haze lay low upon the water, concealing the horizon. I had better push on, I thought to myself, or the wind may rise before I can get back. I suppose I must have been at least half a mile from the house when I suddenly stopped and listened breathlessly. My ears were so accustomed to the noises of nature the sighing of the breeze, and the sob of the waves, that any other sound made itself heard at a great distance. I waited, listening with all my ears. Yes, there it was again, a long-drawn, shrill cry of despair, ringing over the sands and echoed back from the hills behind me. A piteous appeal for aid. It came from the direction of my house. I turned and ran back homewards at the top of my speed, ploughing through the sand, racing over the shingle. In my mind there was a great dim perception of what had occurred. About a quarter of a mile from the house there is a high sand-hill, from which the whole country round is visible. When I reached the top of this, I paused for a moment. There was the old grey building, there the boat. Everything seemed to be as I had left it. Even as I gazed, however, the shrill scream was repeated, louder than before, and the next moment a tall figure emerged from my door, the figure of the Russian sailor. Over his shoulder was the white form of the young girl, and even in his haste he seemed to bear her tenderly and with gentle reverence. I could hear her wild cries, and see her desperate struggles to break away from him. Behind the couple came my housekeeper, staunch and true, as the aged dog, who can no longer bite, still snarls with toothless gums at the intruder. She staggered feebly along at the heels of the ravisher, waving her long thin arms, and hurling, no doubt, volleys of Scotch curses and imprecations at his head. I saw at a glance that he was making for the boat. A sudden hope sprang up in my mind that I might be in time to intercept him. I ran for the beach at the top of my speed. As I ran, I slipped a cartridge into my revolver. This I determined should be the last of these invasions. I was too late. By the time I reached the water's edge he was 100 yards away, making the boat spring with every stroke of his powerful arms. I uttered a wild cry of impotent anger, and stamped up and down the sands like a maniac. He turned and saw me. Rising from his seat, he made me a graceful bow, and waved his hand to me. It was not a triumphant or derisive gesture. Even my furious and distempered mind recognized it as being a solemn and courteous leave-taking. Then he settled down to his oars once more, and the little skiff shot away out over the bay. The sun had gone down now, leaving a single dull red streak upon the water, which stretched away until it blended with the purple haze on the horizon. Gradually the skiff grew smaller and smaller as it sped across this lurid band, until the shades of night gathered round it, and it became a mere blur upon the lonely sea. Then this vague gloom died away also, and darkness settled over it, a darkness which should never be raised. And why did I pace the solitary shore, hot and wrathful as a wolf whose whelp had been torn from it? Was it that I loved this Muscovite girl? No, 1,000 times no. I am not one who, for the sake of a white skin or a blue eye, would belie my own life, and change the whole tenor of my thoughts and existence. My heart was untouched, but my pride, there I had been cruelly wounded. To think that I had been unable to afford protection to the helpless one who craved it of me, and who relied on me. It was that which made my heart sick and sent the blood buzzing through my ears. That night a great wind rose up from the sea, and the wild waves shrieked upon the shore as though they would tear it back with them into the ocean. The turmoil and the uproar were congenial to my vexed spirit. All night I wandered up and down, wet with spray and rain, watching the gleam of the white breakers and listening to the outcry of the storm. My heart was bitter against the Russian. I joined my feeble pipe to the screaming of the gale. "If he would but come back again!" I cried with clenched hands. "If he would but come back!" He came back. When the light grey of morning spread over the eastern sky, and lit up the great waste of yellow, tossing waters, with the brown clouds drifting swiftly over them, then I saw him once again. A few 100 yards off along the sand there lay a long dark object, cast up by the fury of the waves. It was my boat, much shattered and splintered. A little farther on, a vague, shapeless something was washing to and fro in the shallow water, all mixed with shingle and with seaweed. I saw at a glance that it was the Russian, face downward and dead. I rushed into the water and dragged him up onto the beach. It was only when I turned him over that I discovered that she was beneath him, his dead arms encircling her, his mangled body still intervening between her and the fury of the storm. It seemed that the fierce German sea might beat the life from him, but with all its strength it was unable to tear this one-idea'd man from the woman he loved. There were signs which led me to believe that during that awful night the woman's fickle mind had come at last to learn the worth of the true heart and strong arm which struggled for her and guarded her so tenderly. Why else should her little head be nestling so lovingly on his broad breast, while her yellow hair entwined itself with his flowing beard? Why too should there be that bright smile of ineffable happiness and triumph, which death itself had not the power to banish from his dusky face? I fancy that death had been brighter to him than life had ever been. Madge and I buried them there on the shores of the desolate northern sea. They lie in one grave deep down beneath the yellow sand. Strange things may happen in the world around them. Empires may rise and may fall, dynasties may perish, great wars may come and go, but, heedless of it all, those two shall embrace each other for ever and aye, in their lonely shrine by the side of the sounding ocean. I sometimes have thought that their spirits flit like shadowy sea mews over the wild waters of the bay. No cross or symbol marks their resting place, but old Madge puts wild flowers upon it at times, and when I pass on my daily walk and see the fresh blossoms scattered over the sand, I think of the strange couple who came from afar, and broke for a little space the dull tenor of my sombre life. End of The Man from Archangel, by Arthur Conan Doyle.
Miss Harriet by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Miss Harriet by Guy de Maupassant. There were 7 of us on a drag, 4 women and 3 men. One of the latter sat on the box seat beside the coachman. We were ascending, at a snail's pace, the winding road up the steep cliff along the coast. Setting off from Étretat at break of day in order to visit the ruins of Tancarville, we were still half asleep, benumbed by the fresh air of the morning. The women, especially, who were little accustomed to these early excursions, half opened and closed their eyes every moment, nodding their heads or yawning, quite insensible to the beauties of the dawn. It was autumn. On both sides of the road stretched the bare fields, yellowed by the stubble of wheat and oats, which covered the soil like a beard that had been badly shaved. The moist earth seemed to steam. Larks were singing high up in the air, while other birds piped in the bushes. The sun rose at length in front of us, bright red on the plain of the horizon, and in proportion as it ascended, growing clearer from minute to minute, the country seemed to awake, to smile, to shake itself like a young girl leaving her bed in her white robe of vapor. The Comte d'Atreuil, who was seated on the box, cried, "Look, look, a hare!" And he extended his arm toward the left, pointing to a patch of clover. The animal scurried along, almost hidden by the clover, only its large ears showing. Then it swerved across a furrow, stopped, started off again at full speed, changed its course, stopped anew, uneasy, spying out every danger, uncertain what route to take, when suddenly it began to run with great bounds, disappearing finally in a large patch of beetroot. All the men had waked up to watch the course of the animal. René Lamanoir exclaimed, "We are not at all gallant this morning," and, regarding his neighbor, the little Baroness de Serens, who struggled against sleep, he said to her in a low tone, "You are thinking of your husband, Baroness. Reassure yourself, he will not return before Saturday, so you have still 4 days." She answered with a sleepy smile, "How stupid you are!" Then, shaking off her torpor, she added, "Now let somebody say something to make us laugh. You, Monsieur Chanal, who have the reputation of having had more love affairs than the de Richelieu, tell us a love story in which you have played a part. Anything you like." Leon Chanal, an old painter, who had once been very handsome, very strong, very proud of his physique, and very popular with women, took his long white beard in his hand and smiled. Then, after a few moments' reflection, he suddenly became serious. "Ladies, it will not be an amusing tale, for I am going to relate to you the saddest love affair of my life, and I sincerely hope that none of my friends may ever pass through a similar experience. I was 25 years of age, and was pillaging along the coast of Normandy. I call pillaging wandering about, with a knapsack on one's back, from end to end, under the pretext of making studies and sketching landscapes. I knew nothing more enjoyable than that happy-go-lucky wandering life in which one is perfectly free, without shackles of any kind, without care, without preoccupation, without thinking even of the morrow. One goes in any direction one pleases, without any guide save his fancy, without any counselor save his eyes. One stops because a running brook attracts one, because the smell of potatoes frying tickles one's olfactories on passing an inn. Sometimes it is the perfume of clematis which decides one in his choice, or the roguish glance of the servant at an inn. Do not despise me for my affection for these rustics. These girls have a soul as well as senses, not to mention firm cheeks and fresh lips, while their hearty and willing kisses have the flavor of wild fruit. Love is always love, come whence it may. A heart that beats at your approach, an eye that weeps when you go away, are things so rare, so sweet, so precious, that they must never be despised. I have had rendezvous in ditches full of primroses, behind the cow stable, and in barns among the straw, still warm from the heat of the day. I have recollections of coarse gray cloth covering supple peasant skin, and regrets for simple, frank kisses, more delicate in their unaffected sincerity than the subtle favors of charming and distinguished women. But what one loves most amid all these varied adventures in the country, the woods, the rising of the sun, the twilight, the moonlight, these are, for the painter, honeymoon trips with nature. One is alone with her in that long and quiet association. You go to sleep in the fields, amid marguerites and poppies, and when you open your eyes in the full glare of the sunlight, you descry in the distance the little village with its pointed clock tower which sounds the hour of noon. You sit down by the side of a spring which gushes out at the foot of an oak amid a growth of tall, slender weeds, glistening with life. You go down on your knees, bend forward, and drink that cold, pellucid water which wets your mustache and nose. You drink it with a physical pleasure, as though you kissed the spring, lip to lip. Sometimes, when you find a deep hole along the course of these tiny brooks, you plunge in quite naked, and you feel on your skin, from head to foot, as it were, an icy and delicious caress, the light and gentle quivering of the stream. You are gay on the hills, melancholy on the edge of ponds, inspired when the sun is setting in an ocean of blood red clouds and casts red reflections on the river. And at night under the moon which passes across the vault of heaven, you think of 1,000 strange things which would never have occurred to your mind under the brilliant light of day. So, in wandering through the same country where we are this year, I came to the little village of Benouville, on the cliff between Yport and Étretat. I came from Fécamp, following the coast, a high coast as straight as a wall, with its projecting chalk cliffs descending perpendicularly into the sea. I had walked since early morning on the short grass, smooth and yielding as a carpet, that grows on the edge of the cliff; and, singing lustily, I walked with long strides, looking sometimes at the slow circling flight of a gull, with its white curved wings outlined on the blue sky, sometimes at the brown sails of a fishing bark on the green sea. In short, I had passed a happy day, a day of liberty and of freedom from care. A little farmhouse, where travellers were lodged, was pointed out to me, a kind of inn, kept by a peasant woman, which stood in the centre of a Norman courtyard, surrounded by a double row of beeches. Leaving the coast, I reached the hamlet, which was hemmed in by great trees, and I presented myself at the house of Mother Lecachère. She was an old, wrinkled, and stern peasant woman, who seemed always to receive customers under protest, with a kind of defiance. It was the month of May. The spreading apple trees covered the court with a shower of blossoms, which rained unceasingly both upon people and upon the grass. I said, "Well, Madame Lecachère, have you a room for me?" Astonished to find that I knew her name, she answered, "That depends. Everything is let, but all the same I can find out." In 5 minutes we had come to an agreement, and I deposited my bag upon the earthen floor of a rustic room, furnished with a bed, 2 chairs, a table, and a washbowl. The room looked into the large, smoky kitchen, where the lodgers took their meals with the people of the farm and the landlady, who was a widow. I washed my hands, after which I went out. The old woman was making a chicken fricassee for dinner in the large fireplace, in which hung the iron pot black with smoke. "You have travellers, then, at the present time?" said I to her. She answered in an offended tone of voice, "I have a lady, an English lady, who has reached years of maturity. She occupies the other room." I obtained, by means of an extra 5 sous a day, the privilege of dining alone out in the yard when the weather was fine. My place was set outside the door, and I was beginning to gnaw the lean limbs of the Normandy chicken, to drink the clear cider, and to munch the hunk of white bread, which was 4 days old, but excellent. Suddenly the wooden gate which gave on the highway was opened, and a strange lady directed her steps toward the house. She was very thin, very tall, so tightly enveloped in a red Scotch plaid shawl, that one might have supposed she had no arms, if one had not seen a long hand appear just above the hips, holding a white tourist umbrella. Her face was like that of a mummy, surrounded with curls of grey hair, which tossed about at every step she took, and made me think, I know not why, of a pickled herring in curl papers. Lowering her eyes, she passed quickly in front of me and entered the house. That singular apparition cheered me. She undoubtedly was my neighbour, the English lady of mature age, of whom our hostess had spoken. I did not see her again that day. The next day, when I had settled myself to commence painting at the end of that beautiful valley which you know, and which extends as far as Étretat, I perceived, on lifting my eyes suddenly, something singular standing on the crest of the cliff. One might have said a pole decked out with flags. It was she. On seeing me, she suddenly disappeared. I re entered the house at midday for lunch, and took my seat at the general table, so as to make the acquaintance of this odd character. But she did not respond to my polite advances, was insensible even to my little attentions. I poured out water for her persistently, I passed her the dishes with great eagerness. A slight, almost imperceptible, movement of the head, and an English word, murmured so low that I did not understand it, were her only acknowledgments. I ceased occupying myself with her, although she had disturbed my thoughts. At the end of 3 days I knew as much about her as did Madame le Cacheur herself. She was called Miss Harriet. Seeking out a secluded village in which to pass the summer, she had been attracted to Benouville some 6 months before, and did not seem disposed to leave it. She never spoke at table, ate rapidly, reading all the while a small book of the Protestant propaganda. She gave a copy of it to everybody. The cure himself had received no less than 4 copies, conveyed by an urchin to whom she had paid 2 sous commission. She said sometimes to our hostess abruptly, without preparing her in the least for the declaration: "I love the Saviour more than all. I admire him in all creation. I adore him in all nature. I carry him always in my heart." And she would immediately present the old woman with one of her tracts which were destined to convert the universe. In the village she was not liked. In fact, the schoolmaster, having pronounced her an atheist, a kind of stigma attached to her. The curé, who had been consulted by Madame le Cacheur, responded: "She is a heretic, but God does not wish the death of the sinner, and I believe her to be a person of pure morals." These words, atheist, heretic, words which no one can precisely define, threw doubts into some minds. It was asserted, however, that this Englishwoman was rich, and that she had passed her life in travelling through every country in the world because her family had cast her off. Why had her family cast her off? Because of her impiety, of course. She was, in fact, one of those people of exalted principles, one of those opinionated Puritans, of which England produces so many. One of those good and insupportable old maids who haunt the tables d'hôte of every hotel in Europe, who spoil Italy, poison Switzerland, render the charming cities of the Mediterranean uninhabitable, carry everywhere their fantastic manias, their manners of petrified vestals, their indescribable toilets, and a certain odor of india rubber which makes one believe that at night they are slipped into a rubber casing. Whenever I caught sight of one of these individuals in a hotel, I fled like the birds who see a scarecrow in a field. This woman, however, appeared so very singular that she did not displease me. Madame le Cacheur, hostile by instinct to everything that was not rustic, felt in her narrow soul a kind of hatred for the ecstatic declarations of the old maid. She had found a phrase by which to describe her, a term of contempt that rose to her lips, called forth by I know not what confused and mysterious mental ratiocination. She said: "That woman is a demoniac." This epithet, applied to that austere and sentimental creature, seemed to me irresistibly droll. I myself never called her anything now but the demoniac, experiencing a singular pleasure in pronouncing aloud this word on perceiving her. One day I asked Mother le Cacheur: "Well, what is our demoniac about to day?" To which my rustic friend replied with a shocked air: "What do you think, sir? She picked up a toad which had had its paw crushed and carried it to her room, and has put it in her wash basin and bandaged it as if it were a man. If that is not profanation, I should like to know what is." On another occasion, when walking along the shore, she bought a large fish which had just been caught, simply to throw it back into the sea again. The sailor from whom she had bought it, although she paid him handsomely, now began to swear, more exasperated, indeed, than if she had put her hand into his pocket
and taken his money. For more than a month he could not speak of the circumstance without becoming furious and denouncing it as an outrage. Oh, yes, she was indeed a demoniac, this Miss Harriet, and Mother Lecacheur must have had an inspiration in thus christening her. The stable boy, who was called Sapeur, because he had served in Africa in his youth, entertained other opinions. He said with a roguish air, "She is an old hag who has seen life." If this poor woman had but known! The little kind-hearted Celeste did not wait upon her willingly, but I was never able to understand why. Probably her only reason was that she was a stranger, of another race, of a different tongue, and of another religion. She was, in fact, a demoniac. She passed her time wandering about the country, adoring and seeking God and nature. I found her one evening on her knees in a cluster of bushes. Having discovered something red through the leaves, I brushed aside the branches, and Miss Harriet at once rose to her feet, confused at having been found thus, fixing on me terrified eyes like those of an owl surprised in open day. Sometimes, when I was working among the rocks, I would suddenly descry her on the edge of the cliff like a lighthouse signal. She would be gazing in rapture at the vast sea glittering in the sunlight, and the boundless sky with its golden tints. Sometimes I would distinguish her at the end of the valley, walking quickly with her elastic English step, and I would go toward her, attracted by I know not what, simply to see her illuminated visage, her dried up, ineffable features, which seemed to glow with inward and profound happiness. I would often encounter her also in the corner of a field, sitting on the grass under the shadow of an apple tree, with her little religious booklet lying open on her knee, while she gazed out at the distance. I could not tear myself away from that quiet country neighborhood, to which I was attached by a thousand links of love for its wide and peaceful landscape. I was happy in this sequestered farm, far removed from everything, but in touch with the earth, the good, beautiful, green earth. And, must I avow it, there was, besides, a little curiosity which retained me at the residence of Mother Lecacheur. I wished to become acquainted a little with this strange Miss Harriet, and to know what transpires in the solitary souls of those wandering old Englishwomen. We became acquainted in a rather singular manner. I had just finished a study which appeared to me to be worth something, and so it was, as it sold for 10,000 francs 15 years later. It was as simple, however, as two and two make four, and was not according to academic rules. The whole right side of my canvas represented a rock, an enormous rock, covered with sea wrack, brown and yellow and red, across which the sun poured like a stream of oil. The light fell upon the rock as though it were aflame without the sun, which was at my back, being visible. That was all. A first bewildering study of blazing, gorgeous light. On the left was the sea, not the blue sea, the slate-colored sea, but a sea of jade, greenish, milky, and solid beneath the deep-colored sky. I was so pleased with my work that I danced from sheer delight as I carried it back to the inn. I would have liked the whole world to see it at once. I can remember that I showed it to a cow that was browsing by the wayside, exclaiming as I did so, "Look at that, my old beauty! You will not often see its like again." When I had reached the house, I immediately called out to Mother Lecacheur, shouting with all my might, "Hullo there, Mrs. Landlady! Come here and look at this!" The rustic approached and looked at my work with her stupid eyes, which distinguished nothing, and could not even tell whether the picture represented an ox or a house. Miss Harriet just then came home, and she passed behind me just as I was holding out my canvas at arm's length, exhibiting it to our landlady. The demoniac could not help but see it, for I took care to exhibit the thing in such a way that it could not escape her notice. She stopped abruptly, and stood motionless, astonished. It was her rock which was depicted, the one which she climbed to dream away her time undisturbed. She uttered a British "Oh!" which was at once so accentuated and so flattering that I turned round to her, smiling, and said: "This is my latest study, Mademoiselle." She murmured rapturously, comically, and tenderly: "Oh, Monsieur, you understand nature as a living thing." I colored, and was more touched by that compliment than if it had come from a queen. I was captured, conquered, vanquished. I could have embraced her, upon my honor. I took my seat at table beside her as usual. For the first time she spoke, thinking aloud. "Oh, I do love nature." I passed her some bread, some water, some wine. She now accepted these with a little smile of a mummy. I then began to talk about the scenery. After the meal we rose from the table together and walked leisurely across the courtyard. Then, attracted doubtless by the fiery glow which the setting sun cast over the surface of the sea, I opened the gate which led to the cliff, and we walked along side by side as contented as two persons might be who have just learned to understand and penetrate each other's motives and feelings. It was one of those warm, soft evenings which impart a sense of ease to flesh and spirit alike. All is enjoyment, everything charms. The balmy air, laden with the perfume of grasses and the smell of seaweed, soothes the olfactory sense with its wild fragrance, soothes the palate with its sea savor, soothes the mind with its pervading sweetness. We were now walking along the edge of the cliff, high above the boundless sea which rolled its little waves below us at a distance of 100 meters, and we drank in with open mouth and expanded chest that fresh breeze, briny from kissing the waves, that came from the ocean and passed across our faces. Wrapped in her plaid shawl, with a look of inspiration as she faced the breeze, the Englishwoman gazed fixedly at the great sun ball as it descended toward the horizon. Far off in the distance, a three-master in full sail was outlined on the blood red sky, and a steamship, somewhat nearer, passed along, leaving behind it a trail of smoke on the horizon. The red sun globe sank slowly lower and lower, and presently touched the water just behind the motionless vessel, which, in its dazzling effulgence, looked as though framed in a flame of fire. We saw it plunge, grow smaller and disappear, swallowed up by the ocean. Miss Harriet gazed in rapture at the last gleams of the dying day. She seemed longing to embrace the sky, the sea, the whole landscape. She murmured: "Oh, I love, I love." I saw a tear in her eye. She continued: "I wish I were a little bird, so that I could mount up into the firmament." She remained standing as I had often before seen her, perched on the cliff, her face as red as her shawl. I should have liked to have sketched her in my album. It would have been a caricature of ecstasy. I turned away so as not to laugh. I then spoke to her of painting as I would have done to a fellow artist. Using the technical terms common among the devotees of the profession, she listened attentively, eagerly seeking to divine the meaning of the terms, so as to understand my thoughts. From time to time she would exclaim: "Oh, I understand! I understand! It is very interesting." We returned home. The next day, on seeing me, she approached me, cordially holding out her hand, and we at once became firm friends. She was a good creature who had a kind of soul on springs, which became enthusiastic at a bound. She lacked equilibrium like all women who are spinsters at the age of 50. She seemed to be preserved in a pickle of innocence, but her heart still retained something very youthful and inflammable. She loved both nature and animals with fervor, a love like old wine fermented through age, with a sensuous love that she had never bestowed on men. One thing is certain, that the sight of a bitch nursing her puppies, a mare roaming in a meadow with a foal at its side, a bird's nest full of young ones, screaming, with their open mouths and their enormous heads, affected her perceptibly. Poor, solitary, sad, wandering beings, I love you ever since I became acquainted with Miss Harriet. I soon discovered that she had something she would like to tell me, but dare not, and I was amused by her timidity. When I started out in the morning with my knapsack on my back, she would accompany me in silence as far as the end of the village, evidently struggling to find words with which to begin a conversation. Then she would leave me abruptly and walk away quickly with her springy step. One day, however, she plucked up courage. "I would like to see how you paint pictures. Are you willing? I have been very curious." And she blushed as if she had said something very audacious. I conducted her to the bottom of the Petit Val, where I had begun a large picture. She remained standing behind me, following all my gestures with concentrated attention. Then suddenly, fearing perhaps that she was disturbing me, she said, "Thank you," and walked away. But she soon became more friendly, and accompanied me every day, her countenance exhibiting visible pleasure. She carried her camp stool under her arm, not permitting me to carry it. She would remain there for hours, silent and motionless, following with her eyes the point of my brush in its every movement. When I obtained unexpectedly just the effect I wanted by a dash of color put on with a palette knife, she involuntarily uttered a little "ah" of astonishment, of joy, of admiration. She had the most tender respect for my canvases, an almost religious respect for that human reproduction of a part of Nature's work divine. My studies appeared to her a kind of religious pictures, and sometimes she spoke to me of God, with the idea of converting me. Oh, he was a queer, good natured being, this God of hers. He was a sort of village philosopher without any great resources and without great power, for she always figured him to herself as inconsolable over injustices committed under his eyes, as though he were powerless to prevent them. She was, however, on excellent terms with him, affecting even to be the confidant of his secrets and of his troubles. She would say, "God wills," or "God does not will," just like a sergeant announcing to a recruit, "The colonel has commanded." At the bottom of her heart she deplored my ignorance of the intentions of the Eternal, which she endeavored to impart to me. Almost every day I found in my pockets, in my hat, when I lifted it from the ground, in my paint box, in my polished shoes, standing in front of my door in the morning, those little pious tracts which she no doubt received directly from Paradise. I treated her as one would an old friend, with unaffected cordiality. But I soon perceived that she had changed somewhat in her manner, though for a while I paid little attention to it. When I was painting, whether in my valley or in some country lane, I would see her suddenly appear with her rapid, springy walk. She would then sit down abruptly, out of breath, as though she had been running, or were overcome by some profound emotion. Her face would be red, that English red which is denied to the people of all other countries. Then, without any reason, she would turn ashy pale, and seem about to faint away. Gradually, however, her natural color would return, and she would begin to speak. Then, without warning, she would break off in the middle of a sentence, spring up from her seat, and walk away so rapidly and so strangely that I was at my wits' end to discover whether I had done or said anything to displease or wound her. I finally came to the conclusion that those were her normal manners, somewhat modified no doubt in my honor during the first days of our acquaintance. When she returned to the farm, after walking for hours on the windy coast, her long curls often hung straight down, as if their springs had been broken. This had hitherto seldom given her any concern, and she would come to dinner without embarrassment, all dishevelled by her sister, the breeze. But now she would go to her room and arrange the untidy locks, and when I would say with familiar gallantry, which, however, always offended her, "You are as beautiful as a star to day, Miss Harriet," a blush would immediately rise to her cheeks, the blush of a young girl, of a girl of 15. Then she would suddenly become quite reserved and cease coming to watch me paint. I thought, this is only a fit of temper, it will blow over. But it did not always blow over, and when I spoke to her, she would answer me either with affected indifference or with sullen annoyance. She became by turns rude, impatient, and nervous. I never saw her now except at meals, and we spoke but little. I concluded at length that I must have offended her in some way, and accordingly I said to her one evening, "Miss Harriet, why is it that you do not act toward me as formerly? What have I done to displease you? You are causing me much pain." She replied in a most comical tone of anger, "I am just the same with you as formerly. It is not true, not true." And she ran upstairs and shut herself up in her room. Occasionally she would look at me in a peculiar manner. I have often said to myself since then that those who are condemned to death must look thus when they are informed that their last day has come. In her eye there lurked a species of insanity, an insanity at once mystical and violent, and even more, a fever, an aggravated longing, impatient and impotent for the unattained and unattainable. Nay, it seemed to me there was also going on within her a struggle in which her heart wrestled with an unknown force that she sought to master, and even perhaps something else. But what do I know? What do I know? It was indeed a singular revelation. For some time I had commenced to work, as soon as daylight appeared, on a picture the subject of which was as follows. A deep ravine, enclosed, surmounted by two thickets of trees and vines, extended into the distance and was lost, submerged in that milky vapor, in that cloud like cotton down that sometimes floats over valleys at daybreak. And at the extreme end of that heavy transparent fog one saw, or rather surmised, that a couple of human beings were approaching, a human couple, a youth and a maiden, their arms interlaced, embracing each other, their heads inclined toward each other, their lips meeting. A first ray of the sun, glistening through the branches, pierced that fog of the dawn, illuminated it with a rosy reflection just behind the rustic lovers, framing their vague shadows in a silvery background. It was well done. Yes, indeed, well done. I was working on the declivity which led to the valley of Étretat. On this particular morning I had, by chance, the sort of floating vapor which I needed. Suddenly something rose up in front of me like a phantom. It was Miss Harriet. On seeing me she was about to flee, but I called after her, saying, come here, mademoiselle, I have a nice little picture for you." She came forward, though with seeming reluctance. I handed her my sketch. She said nothing, but stood for a long time, motionless, looking at it, and suddenly she burst into tears. She wept spasmodically, like men who have striven hard to restrain their tears, but who can do so no longer, and abandon themselves to grief. Though still resisting, I sprang to my feet, moved at the sight of a sorrow I did not comprehend, and I took her by the hand with an impulse of brusque affection, a true French impulse which acts before it reflects. She let her hands rest in mine for a few seconds, and I felt them quiver as if all her nerves were being wrenched. Then she withdrew her hands abruptly, or rather snatched them away. I recognized that tremor, for I had felt it, and I could not be deceived. Ah, the love tremor of a woman, whether she be 15 or 50 years of age, whether she be of the people or of society, goes so straight to my heart that I never have any hesitation in understanding it. Her whole frail being had trembled, vibrated, been overcome. I knew it. She walked away before I had time to say a word, leaving me as surprised as if I had witnessed a miracle, and as troubled as if I had committed a crime. I did not go to breakfast. I went to take a turn on the edge of the cliff, feeling that I would just as lief weep as laugh, looking on the adventure as both comic and deplorable, and my position as ridiculous, believing her unhappy enough to go insane. I asked myself what I ought to do. It seemed best for me to leave the place, and I immediately resolved to do so. Somewhat sad and perplexed, I wandered about until dinner time and entered the farmhouse just when the soup had been served up. I sat down at the table as usual. Miss Harriet was there, eating away solemnly, without speaking to anyone, without even lifting her eyes. Her manner and expression were, however, the same as usual. I waited patiently till the meal had been finished, when, turning toward the landlady, I said, "Well, Madame la Cachure, it will not be long now before I shall have to take my leave of you." The good woman, at once surprised and troubled, replied in her drawling voice, "My dear sir, what is it you say? You are going to leave us after I have become so accustomed to you?" I glanced at Miss Harriet out of the corner of my eye. Her countenance did not change in the least. But Celeste, the little servant, looked up at me. She was a fat girl, of about 18 years of age, rosy, fresh, as strong as a horse, and possessing the rare attribute of cleanliness. I had kissed her at odd times in out of the way corners, after the manner of travellers, nothing more. The dinner being at length over, I went to smoke my pipe under the apple trees, walking up and down from one end of the enclosure to the other. All the reflections which I had made during the day, the strange discovery of the morning, that passionate and grotesque attachment for me, the recollections which that revelation had suddenly called up, recollections at once charming and perplexing, perhaps also that look which the servant had cast on me at the announcement of my departure, all these things, mixed up and combined, put me now in a reckless humour, gave me a tickling sensation of kisses on the lips, and in my veins a something which urged me on to commit some folly. Night was coming on, casting its dark shadows under the trees, when I descried Celeste, who had gone to fasten up the poultry yard at the other end of the enclosure. I darted toward her, running so noiselessly that she heard nothing, and as she got up from closing the small trap door by which the chickens got in and out, I clasped her in my arms and rained on her coarse, fat face a shower of kisses. She struggled, laughing all the time, as she was accustomed to do in such circumstances. Why did I suddenly lose my grip on her? Why did I at once experience a shock? What was it that I heard behind me? It was Miss Harriet, who had come upon us, who had seen us, and who stood in front of us motionless as a spectre. Then she disappeared in the darkness. I was ashamed, embarrassed, more desperate at having been thus surprised by her than if she had caught me committing some criminal act. I slept badly that night. I was completely unnerved and haunted by sad thoughts. I seemed to hear loud weeping, but in this I was no doubt deceived. Moreover, I thought several times that I heard someone walking up and down in the house and opening the hall door. Toward morning I was overcome by fatigue and fell asleep. I got up late and did not go downstairs until the late breakfast, being still in a bewildered state, not knowing what kind of expression to put on. No one had seen Miss Harriet. We waited for her at table, but she did not appear. At length Mother Lecoucheur went to her room. The Englishwoman had gone out. She must have set out at break of day, as she was wont to do, in order to see the sun rise. Nobody seemed surprised at this, and we began to eat in silence. The weather was hot, very hot, one of those broiling, heavy days when not a leaf stirs. The table had been placed out of doors, under an apple tree, and from time to time Sapeur had gone to the cellar to draw a jug of cider,
Everybody was so thirsty. Celeste brought the dishes from the kitchen, a ragout of mutton with potatoes, a cold rabbit, and a salad. Afterward she placed before us a dish of strawberries, the first of the season. As I wished to wash and freshen these, I begged the servant to go and draw me a pitcher of cold water. In about 5 minutes she returned, declaring that the well was dry. She had lowered the pitcher to the full extent of the cord, and had touched the bottom, but on drawing the pitcher up again it was empty. Mother Lecoucheur, anxious to examine the thing for herself, went and looked down the hole. She returned, announcing that one could see clearly something in the well, something altogether unusual; but this, no doubt, was bundles of straw which a neighbor had thrown in out of spite. I wished to look down the well also, hoping I might be able to clear up the mystery, and I perched myself close to the brink. I perceived indistinctly a white object. What could it be? I then conceived the idea of lowering a lantern at the end of a cord. When I did so, the yellow flame danced on the layers of stone and gradually became clearer. All four of us were leaning over the opening, Sapeur and Celeste having now joined us. The lantern rested on a black and white indistinct mass, singular, incomprehensible. Sapeur exclaimed: "It is a horse! I see the hoofs! It must have got out of the meadow during the night and fallen in headlong." But suddenly a cold shiver froze me to the marrow. I first recognized a foot, then a leg sticking up. The whole body and the other leg were completely under water. I stammered out in a loud voice, trembling so violently that the lantern danced hither and thither over the slipper: "It is a woman! Who can it be? It is Miss Harriet!" Sapeur alone did not manifest horror. He had witnessed many such scenes in Africa. Mother Lecoucheur and Celeste began to utter piercing screams and ran away. But it was necessary to recover the corpse of the dead woman. I attached the young man securely by the waist to the end of the pulley rope, and lowered him very slowly, watching him disappear in the darkness. In one hand he held the lantern and a rope in the other. Soon I recognized his voice, which seemed to come from the center of the earth, saying: "Stop!" I then saw him fish something out of the water. It was the other leg. He then bound the 2 feet together and shouted anew: "Haul up!" I began to wind up, but I felt my arms crack, my muscles twitch, and I was in terror lest I should let the man fall to the bottom. When his head appeared at the brink, I asked: "Well?" as if I expected he had a message from the drowned woman. We both got on the stone slab at the edge of the well, and from opposite sides we began to haul up the body. Mother Lecoucheur and Celeste watched us from a distance, concealed from view behind the wall of the house. When they saw issuing from the hole the black slippers and white stockings of the drowned person, they disappeared. Sapeur seized the ankles, and we drew up the body of the poor woman. The head was shocking to look at, being bruised and lacerated, and the long grey hair, out of curl for evermore, hanging down tangled and disordered. "In the name of all that is holy, how lean she is!" exclaimed Sapeur in a contemptuous tone. We carried her into the room, and as the women did not put in an appearance, I, with the assistance of the stable lad, dressed the corpse for burial. I washed her disfigured face. Under the touch of my finger an eye was slightly opened and regarded me with that pale, cold look, that terrible look of a corpse which seems to come from the beyond. I braided as well as I could her dishevelled hair, and with my clumsy hands arranged on her head a novel and singular coiffure. Then I took off her dripping wet garments, bearing, not without a feeling of shame, as though I had been guilty of some profanation, her shoulders and her chest, and her long arms, as slim as the twigs of a tree. I next went to fetch some flowers, poppies, bluets, marguerites, and fresh, sweet smelling grass with which to strew her funeral couch. I then had to go through the usual formalities, as I was alone to attend to everything. A letter found in her pocket, written at the last moment, requested that her body be buried in the village in which she had passed the last days of her life. A sad suspicion weighed on my heart. Was it not on my account that she wished to be laid to rest in this place? Toward evening, all the female gossips of the locality came to view the remains of the defunct, but I would not allow a single person to enter. I wanted to be alone, and I watched beside her all night. I looked at the corpse by the flickering light of the candles, at this unhappy woman, unknown to us all, who had died in such a lamentable manner, and so far away from home. Had she left no friends, no relations behind her? What had her infancy been? What had been her life? Whence had she come thither alone, a wanderer, lost like a dog driven from home? What secrets of sufferings and of despair were sealed up in that unprepossessing body, in that poor body whose outward appearance had driven from her all affection, all love? How many unhappy beings there are! I felt that there weighed upon that human creature the eternal injustice of implacable nature. It was all over with her, without her ever having experienced, perhaps, that which sustains the greatest outcasts, to wit, the hope of being loved once. Otherwise, why should she thus have concealed herself, fled from the face of others? Why did she love everything so tenderly and so passionately, everything living that was not a man? I recognized the fact that she believed in a God, and that she hoped to receive compensation from the latter for all the miseries she had endured. She would now disintegrate, and become, in turn, a plant. She would blossom in the sun, the cattle would browse on her leaves, the birds would bear away the seeds, and through these changes she would become again human flesh. But that which is called the soul had been extinguished at the bottom of the dark well. She suffered no longer. She had given her life for that of others yet to come. Hours passed away in this silent and sinister communion with the dead. A pale light at length announced the dawn of a new day. Then a red ray streamed in on the bed, making a bar of light across the coverlet and across her hands. This was the hour she had so much loved. The awakened birds began to sing in the trees. I opened the window to its fullest extent, and drew back the curtains that the whole heavens might look in upon us, and bending over the icy corpse, I took in my hands the mutilated head, and slowly, without terror or disgust, I imprinted a kiss, a long kiss, upon those lips which had never before been kissed. Léon Chanel remained silent. The women wept. We heard on the box seat the Comte d'Auteuil blowing his nose from time to time. The coachman alone had gone to sleep. The horses, who no longer felt the sting of the whip, had slackened their pace and moved along slowly. The drag, hardly advancing at all, seemed suddenly torpid, as if it had been freighted with sorrow. End of Miss Harriet by Guy de Maupassant.
The Nose by Nikolai Gogol. Translated by Claude Field. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Philip Cryan in St. Paul, Minnesota. The Nose. 1. On the 25th of March, a very strange occurrence took place in St. Petersburg. On the Ascension Avenue, there lived a barber of the name of Ivan Yakovlevitch. He had lost his family name, and on his signboard, on which was depicted the head of a gentleman with one cheek soaped, the only inscription to be read was, "Bloodletting done here." On this particular morning he awoke pretty early. Becoming aware of the smell of fresh-baked bread, he sat up a little in bed,
and saw his wife, who had a special partiality for coffee, in the act of taking some fresh baked bread out of the oven. "Today, Praskovnya Osipovna," he said, "I do not want any coffee. I should like a fresh loaf with onions." "The blockhead may eat bread only as far as I am concerned," said his wife to herself. "Then I shall have a chance of getting some coffee," and she threw a loaf on the table. For the sake of propriety, Ivan Yakovlevitch drew a coat over his shirt, sat down at the table, shook out some salt for himself, prepared 2 onions, assumed a serious expression, and began to cut the bread. After he had cut the loaf in 2 halves, he looked, and to his great astonishment saw something whitish sticking in it. He carefully poked round it with his knife, and felt it with his finger. "Quite firmly fixed," he murmured in his beard. "What can it be?" He put in his finger and drew out a nose. Ivan Yakovlevitch at first let his hands fall from sheer astonishment. Then he rubbed his eyes and began to feel it. A nose, an actual nose, and moreover it seemed to be the nose of an acquaintance. Alarm and terror were depicted in Ivan's face, but these feelings were slight in comparison with the disgust which took possession of his wife. "Whose nose have you cut off, you monster?" she screamed, her face red with anger. "You scoundrel, you tippler! I myself will report you to the police. Such a rascal! Many customers have told me that while you were shaving them, you held them so tight by the nose that they could hardly sit still." But Ivan Yakovlevitch was more dead than alive. He saw at once that this nose could belong to no other than Kovalov, a member of the municipal committee whom he shaved every Sunday and Wednesday. "Stop, Praskovnya Osipovna. I will wrap it in a piece of cloth and place it in the corner. There it may remain for the present. Later on, I will take it away." "No, not there. Shall I endure an amputated nose in my room? You understand nothing, except how to strop a razor. You know nothing of the duties and obligations of a respectable man, you vagabond, you good-for-nothing. Am I to undertake all responsibility for you at the police office? Ah, you soap-smearer, you blockhead! Take it away where you like, but don't let it stay under my eyes." Ivan Yakovlevitch stood there flabbergasted. He thought, and knew not what he thought. "The devil knows how that happened," he said at last, scratching his head behind his ear. "Whether I came home drunk last night or not, I really don't know. But in all probability this is a quite extraordinary occurrence, for a loaf is something baked and a nose is something different. I don't understand the matter at all." And Ivan Yakovlevitch was silent. The thought that the police might find him in unlawful possession of a nose, and arrest him, robbed him of all presence of mind. Already he began to have visions of a red collar with silver braid, and of a sword, and he trembled all over. At last he finished dressing himself, and to the accompaniment of the emphatic exhortations of his spouse, he wrapped up the nose in a cloth, and issued into the street. He intended to lose it somewhere, either at somebody's door, or in a public square, or in a narrow alley. But just then, in order to complete his bad luck, he was met by an acquaintance, who showered inquiries upon him. "Hello, Ivan Yakovlevitch! Whom are you going to shave so early in the morning?" etc., so that he could find no suitable opportunity to do what he wanted. Later on he did let the nose drop, but a sentry bore down upon him with his halberd, and said, "Look out, you've let something drop." And Ivan Yakovlevitch was obliged to pick it up and put it in his pocket. A feeling of despair began to take possession of him, all the more as the streets became more thronged and the merchants began to open their shops. At last he resolved to go to the Isaac Bridge, where perhaps he might succeed in throwing it into the Neva. But my conscience is a little uneasy that I have not yet given any detailed information about Ivan Yakovlevitch, an estimable man in many ways. Like every honest Russian tradesman, Ivan Yakovlevitch was a terrible drunkard, and although he shaved other people's faces every day, his own was always unshaved. His coat, he never wore an overcoat, was quite mottled, that is, it had been black, but become brownish yellow, The collar was quite shiny, and instead of the 3 buttons, only the threads by which they had been fastened were to be seen. Ivan Yakovlevitch was a great cynic, and when Kovalov, the member of the municipal committee, said to him, as was his custom while being shaved, "Your hands always smell, Ivan Yakovlevitch," the latter answered, "What do they smell of?" "I don't know, my friend, but they smell very strong." Ivan Yakovlevitch, after taking a pinch of snuff, would then, by way of reprisal, set to work to soap him on the cheek, the upper lip, behind the ears, on the chin, and everywhere. This worthy man now stood on the Isaac Bridge. At first he looked round him, then he leant on the railings of the bridge, as though he wished to look down and see how many fish were swimming past, and secretly threw the nose, wrapped in a little piece of cloth, into the water. He felt as though a ton-weight had been lifted off him, and laughed cheerfully. Instead, however, of going to shave any officials, he turned his steps to a building, the signboard of which bore the legend, "Teas served here," in order to have a glass of punch, when suddenly he perceived at the other end of the bridge a police inspector of imposing exterior, with long whiskers, 3-cornered hat, and sword hanging at his side. He nearly fainted. But the police inspector beckoned to him with his hand and said, "Come here, my dear sir." Ivan Yakovlevitch, knowing how a gentleman should behave, took his hat off quickly, went towards the police inspector, and said, "I hope you are in the best of health." "Never mind my health. Tell me, my friend, why you were standing on the bridge." "By heaven, gracious sir, I was on the way to my customers, and only looked down to see if the river was flowing quickly." "That is a lie. You won't get out of it like that. Confess the truth." "I am willing to shave your grace 2 or even 3 times a week gratis," answered Ivan Yakovlevitch. "No, my friend, don't put yourself out. 3 barbers are busy with me already, and reckon it a high honor that I let them show me their skill. Now then, out with it. What were you doing there?" Ivan Yakovlevitch grew pale, but here the strange episode vanishes in mist, and what further happened is not known. 2. Kovalov, the member of the municipal committee, awoke fairly early that morning and made a droning noise, brr, brr, through his lips, as he always did, though he could not say why. He stretched himself and told his valet to give him a little mirror which was on the table. He wished to look at the heat boil, which had appeared on his nose the previous evening, but to his great astonishment he saw that instead of his nose, he had a perfectly smooth vacancy in his face. Thoroughly alarmed, he ordered some water to be brought, and rubbed his eyes with a towel. Sure enough, he had no longer a nose. Then he sprang out of bed and shook himself violently. No nose any more. He dressed himself, and went at once to the police superintendent. But before proceeding further, we must certainly give the reader some information about Kovalov, so that he may know what sort of a man this member of the municipal committee really was. These committee men, who obtain that title by means of certificates of learning, must not be compared with the committee men appointed for the Caucasus district, who are of quite a different kind. The learned committee man, but Russia is such a wonderful country that when one committee man is spoken of, all the others from Riga to Kamchatka refer it to themselves. The same is also true of all other titled officials. Kovalov had been a Caucasian committee man 2 years previously, and could not forget that he had occupied that position. But in order to enhance his own importance, he never called himself committee man, but major. "Listen, my dear," he used to say when he met an old woman in the street, who sold shirt-fronts, "go to my house in Sodovia Street, and ask, 'Does Major Kovalov live here?' Any child can tell you where it is." Accordingly, we will call him for the future Major Kovalov. It was his custom to take a daily walk on the Nevsky Avenue. The collar of his shirt was always remarkably clean and stiff. He wore the same style of whiskers as those that are worn by governors of districts, architects, and regimental doctors. In short, all those who have full red cheeks and play a good game of whist. These whiskers grow straight across the cheek, towards the nose. Major Kovalov wore a number of seals, on some of which were engraved armorial bearings, and others the names of the days of the week. He had come to St. Petersburg with the view of obtaining some position corresponding to his rank, if possible that of vice-governor of a province, but he was prepared to be content with that of a bailiff in some department or other. He was, moreover, not disinclined to marry, but only such a lady who could bring with her a dowry of 200,000 roubles. Accordingly, the reader can judge for himself what his sensations were when he found in his face, instead of a fairly symmetrical nose, a broad, flat vacancy. To increase his misfortune, not a single droshky was to be seen in the street, and so he was obliged to proceed on foot. He wrapped himself up in his cloak, and held his handkerchief to his face as though his nose bled. But perhaps it is all only in my imagination. It is impossible that a nose should drop off in such a silly way, he thought, and stepped into a confectioner's shop in order to look into the mirror. Fortunately, no customer was in the shop, only small shop boys were cleaning it out and putting chairs and tables straight. Others with sleepy faces were carrying fresh cakes on trays, and yesterday's newspapers stained with coffee were still lying about. "Thank God no one is here," he said to himself. "Now I can look at myself leisurely." He stepped gingerly up to a mirror and looked. "What an infernal face!" he exclaimed, and spat with disgust. "If there were only something there instead of the nose, but there's absolutely nothing." He bit his lips with vexation, left the confectioner's, and resolved, quite contrary to his habit, neither to look nor smile at anyone on the street. Suddenly he halted, as if rooted to the spot before a door, where something extraordinary happened. A carriage drew up at the entrance. The carriage door was opened, and a gentleman in uniform came out and hurried up the steps. How great was Kovalov's terror and astonishment when he saw that it was his own nose. At this extraordinary sight everything seemed to turn around with him. He felt as though he could hardly keep upright on his legs, but, though trembling all over, as though with fever, he resolved to wait till the nose should return to the carriage. After about 2 minutes the nose actually came out again. It wore a gold-embroidered uniform with a stiff high collar, trousers of chamois leather, and a sword hung at its side. The hat, adorned with a plume, showed that it held the rank of a state councillor. It was obvious that it was paying duty calls. It looked round on both sides, called to the coachman, "Drive on," and got into the carriage, which drove away. Poor Kovalov nearly lost his reason. He did not know what to think of this extraordinary procedure, and indeed, how was it possible that the nose, which only yesterday he had on his face, and which could neither walk nor drive, should wear a uniform? He ran after the carriage, which fortunately had stopped a short way off, before the Grand Bazaar of Moscow. He hurried towards it, and pressed through a crowd of beggar women with their faces bound up, leaving only 2 openings for the eyes, over whom he had formerly so often made merry. There were only a few people in front of the bazaar. Kovalov was so agitated that he could decide on nothing, and looked for the nose everywhere. At last he saw it standing before a shop. It seemed half buried in its stiff collar, and was attentively inspecting the wares displayed. "How can I get at it?" thought Kovalov. "Everything, the uniform, the hat, and so on, show that it is a state councillor. How the deuce has this happened?" He began to cough discreetly near it, but the nose paid him not the least attention. "Honorable sir," said Kovalov at last, plucking up courage. "Honorable sir." "What do you want?" asked the nose, and turned round. "It seems to me strange, most respected sir, you should know where you belong, and I find you all of a sudden... Where? Judge yourself." "Pardon me, I do not understand what you are talking about. Explain yourself more distinctly." "How shall I make my meaning plainer to him?" Then, plucking up fresh courage, he continued, "Naturally, besides, I am a major. You must admit it is not befitting that I should go about without a nose, An old apple woman on the Ascension Bridge may carry on her business without one, but since I am on the lookout for a post, besides, in many houses I am acquainted with ladies of high position, Madame Chektariev, wife of a state councillor, and many others. So you see, I do not know, honorable sir, what you—" Here the Major shrugged his shoulders. "Pardon me. If one regards the matter from the point of view of duty and honor, you will yourself understand—" "I understand nothing," answered the Nose. "I repeat, please explain yourself more distinctly." "Honorable sir," said Kovalov with dignity, "I do not know how I am to understand your words. It seems to me the matter is as clear as possible, or do you wish— But you are, after all, my own nose." The Nose looked at the Major and wrinkled its forehead. "There you are wrong, respected sir. I am myself. Besides, there can be no close relations between us. To judge by the buttons of your uniform, you must be in quite a different department to mine." So saying, the Nose turned away. Kovalov was completely puzzled. He did not know what to do, and still less what to think. At this moment he heard the pleasant rustling of a lady's dress, and there approached an elderly lady wearing a quantity of lace, and by her side her graceful daughter in a white dress, which set off her slender figure to advantage, and wearing a light straw hat. Behind the ladies marched a tall lackey with long whiskers. Kovalov advanced a few steps, adjusted his cambric collar, arranged his seals, which hung by a little gold chain, and with smiling face fixed his eyes on the graceful lady, who bowed lightly like a spring flower, and raised to her brow her little white hand with transparent fingers. He smiled still more when he spied under the brim of her hat her little round chin, and part of her cheek faintly tinted with rose color. But suddenly he sprang back as though he had been scorched. He remembered that he had nothing but an absolute blank in place of a nose, and tears started to his eyes. He turned round in order to tell the gentleman in uniform that he was only a state councillor in appearance, but really a scoundrel and a rascal, and nothing else but his own nose. But the Nose was no longer there. He had had time to go, doubtless in order to continue his visit. His disappearance plunged Kovalov into despair. He went back and stood for a moment under a colonnade, looking round him on all sides in hope of perceiving the Nose somewhere. He remembered very well that it wore a hat with a plume in it, and a gold-embroidered uniform, but he had not noticed the shape of the cloak, nor the color of the carriages and the horses, nor even whether a lackey stood behind it, and if so, what sort of livery he wore. Moreover, so many carriages were passing that it would have been difficult to recognize one, and even if he had done so, there would have been no means of stopping it. The day was fine and sunny. An immense crowd was passing to and fro in Nevsky Avenue. A variegated stream of ladies flowed along the pavement. There was his acquaintance, the Privy Councillor, whom he was accustomed to style General, especially when strangers were present. There was Iaragin, his intimate friend, who always lost in the evenings at whist, and there another major who had obtained the rank of committee-man in the Caucasus, beckoned to him. "Go to the deuce," said Kovalov, sotto voce. "Hi, coachman, drive me straight to the superintendent of police." So saying, he got into a droshky, and continued to shout all the time to the coachman, "Drive hard." "Is the police superintendent at home?" he asked, on entering the front hall. "No, sir," answered the porter. "He has just gone out." "Ah, just as I thought." "Yes," continued the porter, "he has only just gone out. If you had been a moment earlier, you would perhaps have caught him." Kovalov, still holding his handkerchief to his face, re-entered the droshky, and cried in a despairing voice, "Drive on." "Where?" asked the coachman. "Straight on." "But how? There are crossroads here. Shall I go to the right or the left?" The question made Kovalov reflect. In his situation it was necessary to have recourse to the police, not because the affair had anything to do with them directly, but because they acted more promptly than other authorities. As for demanding any explanation from the department to which the nose claimed to belong, it would, he felt, be useless. For the answers of that gentleman showed that he regarded nothing as sacred, and he might just as likely have lied in this matter as in saying that he had never seen Kovalov. But just as he was about to order the coachman to drive to the police station, the idea occurred to him that this rascally scoundrel who, at their first meeting, had behaved so disloyally towards him, might, profiting by the delay, quit the city secretly. And then all his searching would be in vain, or might last over a whole month. Finally, as though visited with a heavenly inspiration, he resolved to go directly to an advertisement office, and to advertise the loss of his nose, giving all its distinctive characteristics in detail, so that anyone who found it might bring it at once to him, or at any rate inform him where it lived. Having decided on this course, he ordered the coachman to drive to the advertisement office, and all the way he continued to punch him in the back. "Quick, scoundrel, quick!" "Yes, sir," answered the coachman, lashing his shaggy horse with the reins. At last they arrived, and Kovalov, out of breath, rushed into a little room where a grey-haired official, in an old coat and with spectacles on his nose, sat at a table holding his pen between his teeth, counting a heap of copper coins. "Who takes in the advertisements here?" exclaimed Kovalov. "At your service, sir," answered the grey-haired functionary, looking up and then fastening his eyes again on the heap of coins before him. "I wish to place an advertisement in your paper." "Have the kindness to wait a minute," answered the official, putting down figures on paper with one hand, and with the other throwing 2 balls on his calculating frame. A lackey, whose silver-laced coat showed that he served in one of the houses of the nobility, was standing by the table with a note in his hand, and speaking in a lively tone by way of showing himself sociable. "Would you believe it, sir, this little dog is really not worth 24 kopecks, and for my own part I would not give a farthing for it. But the Countess is quite gone upon it, and offers 100 roubles reward to anyone who finds it. To tell you the truth, the tastes of these people are very different from ours. They don't mind giving 500 or 1,000 roubles for a poodle or a pointer, provided it be a good one." The official listened with a serious air while counting the number of letters contained in the note. At either side of the table stood a number of housekeepers, clerks, and porters carrying notes. The writer of one wished to sell a barouche, which had been brought from Paris in 1814, and had been very little used. Others wanted to dispose of a strong droshky, which wanted 1 spring, a spirited horse 17 years old, and so on. The room where these people were collected was very small, and the air was very close. But Kovalov was not affected by it, for he had covered his face with a handkerchief, and because his nose itself was heaven knew where. "Sir, allow me to ask you, I am in a great hurry," he said at last, impatiently. In a moment. 2 roubles, 24 kopecks. 1 minute. 1 rouble, 64 kopecks," said the grey-haired official, throwing their notes back to the housekeepers and porters. "What do you wish?" he said, turning to Kovalov. "I wish," answered the latter. "I have just been swindled and cheated, and I cannot get hold of the perpetrator. I only want you to insert an advertisement to say that whoever brings this scoundrel to me will be well rewarded." "What is your name, please?" "Why do you want my name? I have many lady friends. Madame Tchektariev, wife of a state councillor. Madame Podtochina, wife of a colonel. Heaven forbid that they should get to hear of it. You can simply write committee man, or better, major." "And the man who has run away is your serf?" "Serf? If he was, it would not be such a great swindle. It is the nose which has absconded." What a strange name. And this Mr. Nose has stolen from you a considerable sum?" "Mr. Nose? Ah, you don't understand me. It is my own nose which has gone. I don't know where. The devil has played a trick on me." "How has it disappeared? I don't understand." "I can't tell you, but the important point is that now it walks about the city itself, a state councillor. That is why I want you to advertise that whoever gets hold of it should bring it as soon as possible to me. Consider, how can I live without such a prominent part of my body? It is not as if it were merely a little toe. I would only have to put my foot in my boot, and no one would notice its absence. Every Thursday I call on the wife of M. Chektariev, the state councillor. Madame Podtochina, a colonel's wife, who has a very pretty daughter, is one of my acquaintances, and what am I to do now? I cannot appear before them like this." The official compressed his lips and reflected. "No, I cannot insert an advertisement like that," he said after a long pause. "What? Why not?" "Because it might compromise the paper. Suppose everyone could advertise that his nose was lost. People already say that all sorts of nonsense and lies are inserted. But this is not nonsense. There's nothing of that sort in my case. You think so. Listen a minute. Last week there was a case very like it. An official came, just as you have done, bringing an advertisement for the insertion of which he paid 2 roubles 63 kopecks. And this advertisement simply announced the loss of a black-haired poodle. There did not seem to be anything out of the way in it, but it was really a satire. By the poodle was meant the cashier of some establishment or other. But I am not talking of a poodle, but my own nose, that is, almost myself. No, I cannot insert your advertisement, but my nose really has disappeared. That is a matter for a doctor. There are said to be people who can provide you with any kind of nose you like. But I see that you are a witty man, and like to have your little joke. But I swear to you on my word of honor, look at my face yourself." "Why put yourself out?" continued the official, taking a pinch of snuff. "All the same, if you don't mind," he added with a touch of curiosity, "I should like to have a look at it." The committee man removed the handkerchief from before his face. "It certainly does look odd," said the official. "It is perfectly flat, like a freshly fried pancake. It is hardly credible. Very well, are you going to hesitate any more? You see it is impossible to refuse to advertise my loss. I shall be particularly obliged to you, and I shall be glad that this incident has procured me the pleasure of making your acquaintance." The Major, we see, did not even shrink from a slight humiliation. "It certainly is not difficult to advertise it," replied the official, "but I don't see what good it would do you. However, if you lay so much stress on it, you should apply to someone who has a skilful pen, so that he may describe it as a curious natural freak, and publish the article in the Northern Bee." Here he took another pinch. "For the benefit of youthful readers," he wiped his nose, "or simply as a matter worthy of arousing public curiosity." The committee man felt completely discouraged. He let his eyes fall absent-mindedly on a daily paper in which theatrical performances were advertised. Reading there the name of an actress whom he knew to be pretty, he involuntarily smiled, and his hand sought his pocket to see if he had a blue ticket, for in Kovalov's opinion superior officers like himself should not take a lesser-priced seat, but the thought of his lost nose suddenly spoilt everything. The official himself seemed touched at his difficult position. Desiring to console him, he tried to express his sympathy by a few polite words. "I much regret," he said, "your extraordinary mishap. Will you not try a pinch of snuff? It clears the head, banishes depression, and is a good preventive against hemorrhoids." So saying, he reached his snuff-box out to Kovalov, skilfully concealing at the same time the cover, which was adorned with the portrait of some lady or other. This act, quite innocent in itself, exasperated Kovalov. "I don't understand what you find to joke about in the matter," he exclaimed angrily. "Don't you see that I lack precisely the essential feature for taking snuff? The devil take your snuff-box. I don't want to look at snuff now, not even the best, certainly not your vile stuff." So saying, he left the advertisement office in a state of profound irritation, and went to the commissary of police. He arrived just as his dignitary was reclining on his couch, and saying to himself with a sigh of satisfaction, "Yes, I shall make a nice little sum out of that." It might be expected, therefore, that the committee man's visit would be quite inopportune. This police commissary was a great patron of all the arts and industries. but what he liked above everything else was a cheque. "It is a thing," he used to say, "to which it is not easy to find an equivalent. It requires no food, it does not take up much room, it stays in one's pocket, and if it fails, it is not broken." The commissary accorded Kovalov a fairly frigid reception, saying that the afternoon was not the best time to come with a case, that nature required one to rest a little after eating. This showed the committee man that the commissary was acquainted with the aphorisms of the ancient sages, and that respectable people did not have their noses stolen. The last allusion was too direct. We must remember that Kovalov was a very sensitive man. He did not mind anything said against him as an individual, but he could not endure any reflection on his rank or social position. He even believed that in comedies one might allow attacks on junior officers, but never on their seniors. The commissary's reception of him hurt his feelings so much that he raised his head proudly and said with dignity, "After such insulting expressions on your part, I have nothing more to say." And he left the place. He reached his house quite wearied out. It was already growing dark. After all his fruitless search, his room seemed to him melancholy and even ugly. In the vestibule he saw his valet Ivan stretched on the leather couch and amusing himself by spitting at the ceiling, which he did very cleverly, hitting every time the same spot. His servant's equanimity enraged him. He struck him on the forehead with his hat and said, "You good-for-nothing, you are always playing the fool." Ivan rose quickly and hastened to take off his master's cloak. Once in his room, the major, tired and depressed, threw himself in an armchair, and, after sighing a while, began to soliloquize. "In heaven's name, why should such a misfortune befall me? If I had lost an arm or a leg, it would be less insupportable. But a man without a nose, devil take it, what's he good for? He is only fit to be thrown out of the window. If it had been taken from me in war, or in a duel, or if I had lost it by my own fault. But it has disappeared inexplicably. But no, it is impossible," he continued, after reflecting a few moments. "It is incredible that a nose can disappear like that, quite incredible. I must be dreaming, or suffering from some hallucination. Perhaps I swallowed by mistake, instead of water, the brandy with which I rub my chin after being shaved. That fool of an Ivan must have forgotten to take it away, and I must have swallowed it." In order to find out whether he were really drunk, the major pinched himself so hard that he involuntarily uttered a cry. The pain convinced him that he was quite wide awake. He walked slowly to the looking-glass, and at first closed his eyes, hoping to see his nose suddenly in its proper place, but on opening them he started back. "What a hideous sight!" he exclaimed. It was really incomprehensible. One might easily lose a button, a silver spoon, a watch, or something similar, but a loss like this, and in one's own dwelling. After considering all the circumstances, Major Kovalov felt inclined to suppose that the cause of all this trouble should be laid at the door of Madame Podtochina, the colonel's wife, who wished him to marry her daughter. He himself paid her court readily, but always avoided coming to the point. And when the lady one day told him point-blank that she wished him to marry her daughter, he gently drew back, declaring that he was still too young, and that he had to serve 5 more years before he would be 42. This must be the reason why the lady, in revenge, had resolved to bring him into disgrace, and had hired 2 sorceresses for that object. One thing was certain, his nose had not been cut off, no one had entered his room, and as for Ivan Yakovlevitch, he had been shaved by him on Wednesday, and during that day and the whole of Thursday his nose had been there, as he knew and well remembered. Moreover, if his nose had been cut off, he would naturally have felt pain, and doubtless the wound would not have healed so quickly, nor would the surface have been as flat as a pancake. All kinds of plans passed through his head. Should he bring a legal action against the wife of a superior officer, or should he go to her and charge her openly with her treachery? His reflections were interrupted by a sudden light which shone through all the chinks of the door, showing that Ivan had lit the wax candles in the vestibule. Soon Ivan himself came in with the lights. Kovalov quickly seized a handkerchief and covered the place where his nose had been the evening before, so that his blockhead of a servant might not gape with his mouth wide open when he saw his master's extraordinary appearance. Scarcely had Ivan returned to the vestibule than a stranger's voice was heard there. "Does Major Kovalov live here?" it asked. "Come in," said the major, rising rapidly and opening the door. He saw a police official of pleasant appearance, with grey whiskers and fairly full cheeks, the same who at the commencement of this story was standing at the end of the Isaac Bridge. "You have lost your nose?" he asked. "Exactly so." "It has just been found." "What do you say?" stammered Major Kovalov. Joy had suddenly paralyzed his tongue. He stared at the police commissary, on whose cheeks and full lips fell the flickering light of the candle. "How was it?" he asked at last. "By a very singular chance. It has been arrested just as it was getting into a carriage for Riga. Its passport had been made out some time ago in the name of an official, and what is still more strange, I myself took it at first for a gentleman. Fortunately, I had my glasses with me, and then I saw at once that it was a nose. I am short-sighted, you know, and as you stand before me I cannot distinguish your nose, your beard, or anything else. My mother-in-law can hardly see it all." Kovalov was beside himself with excitement. "Where is it? Where? I will hasten there at once." "Don't put yourself out. Knowing that you need it, I have brought it with me. Another singular thing is that the principal culprit in the matter is a scoundrel of a barber, living in the Ascension Avenue, who is now safely locked up. I had long suspected him of drunkenness and theft. Only the day before yesterday he stole some buttons in a shop. Your nose is quite uninjured." So saying, the police commissary put his hand in his pocket and brought out the nose wrapped up in paper. "Yes, yes, that is it!" exclaimed Kovalov. "Will you not stay and drink a cup of tea with me?" "I should like to very much, but I cannot. I must go at once to the House of Correction. The cost of living is very high nowadays. My mother-in-law lives with me, and there are several children. The eldest is very hopeful and intelligent, but I have no means for their education." After the commissary's departure, Kovalov remained for some time plunged in a kind of vague reverie, and did not recover full consciousness for several moments, so great was the effect of this unexpected good news. He placed the recovered nose carefully in the palm of his hand, and examined it again with the greatest attention. "Yes, this is it," he said to himself. "Here is the heat boil on the left side which came out yesterday," and he nearly laughed aloud with delight. But nothing is permanent in this world. Joy in the second moment of its arrival is already less keen than in the first, is still fainter in the third, and finishes by coalescing with our normal mental state, just as the circles which the fall of a pebble forms on the surface of water gradually die away. Kovalov began to meditate, and saw that his difficulties were not yet over. His nose had been recovered, but it had to be joined on again, in its proper place. And suppose it could not? As he put this question to himself, Kovalov grew pale. With a feeling of indescribable dread, he rushed towards his dressing-table, and stood before the mirror in order that he might not place his nose crookedly. His hands trembled. Very carefully he placed it where it had been before. Horror! It did not remain there. He held it to his mouth, and warmed it a little with his breath, and then placed it there again, but it would not hold. "Hold on, you stupid!" he said. But the nose seemed to be made of wood, and fell back on the table with a strange noise, as though it had been a cork. The major's face began to twitch feverishly. "Is it possible that it won't stick?" he asked himself, full of alarm. But however often he tried, all his efforts were in vain. He called Ivan, and sent him to fetch the doctor who occupied the finest flat in the mansion. This doctor was a man of imposing appearance, who had magnificent black whiskers, and a healthy wife. He ate fresh apples every morning, and cleaned his teeth with extreme care, using 5 different toothbrushes for 3/4 of an hour daily. The doctor came immediately. After having asked the Major when this misfortune had happened, he raised his chin and gave him a fillip with his finger, just where the nose had been, in such a way that the Major suddenly threw back his head and struck the wall with it. The doctor said that did not matter. Then, making him turn his face to the right, he felt the vacant place and said, Then he made him turn it to the left and did the same. Finally, he again gave him a fillip with his finger, so that the Major started like a horse whose teeth are being examined. After this experiment, the doctor shook his head and said, No, it cannot be done. Rather remain as you are, lest something worse happen. Certainly one could replace it at once, but I assure you the remedy would be worse than the disease. All very fine, but how am I to go on without a nose? Answered Kovalov. There is nothing worse than that. How can I show myself with such a villainous appearance? I go into good society, and this evening I am invited to 2 parties. I know several ladies, Madame Chektariev, the wife of a state councillor, Madame Podtochina, although after what she has done I don't want to have anything to do with her except through the agency of the police. I beg you, continued Kovalov in a supplicating tone, find some way or other of replacing it, even if it is not quite firm, as long as it holds at all. I can keep it in place sometimes with my hand, whenever there's any risk. Besides, I do not even dance, so that it is not likely to be injured by any sudden movement. As to your fee, be in no anxiety about that. I can well afford it. Believe me, answered the doctor in a voice which was neither too high nor too low, but soft and almost magnetic, I do not treat patients from love of gain. That would be contrary to my principles and to my art. It is true that I accept fees, but that is only not to hurt my patients' feelings by refusing them. I could certainly replace your nose, but I assure you on my word of honor it would only make matters worse. Rather let nature do her own work. Wash the place often with cold water, and I assure you that even without a nose you will be just as well as if you had one. As to the nose itself, I advise you to have it preserved in a bottle of spirits, or still better of warm vinegar mixed with 2 spoonfuls of brandy, and then you can sell it at a good price. I would be willing to take it myself, provided you do not ask too much. No, no, I shall not sell it at any price. I would rather it were lost again. Excuse me, said the doctor, taking his leave. I hoped to be useful to you, but I can do nothing more. You are at any rate convinced of my good will. So saying, the doctor left the room with a dignified air. Kovalov did not even notice his departure. Absorbed in a profound reverie, he only saw the edge of his snow-white cuffs emerging from the sleeves of his black coat. The next day he resolved, before bringing a formal action, to write to the colonel's wife and see whether she would not return to him, without further dispute, that of which she had deprived him. The letter ran as follows. To Madame Alexandra Podtochina. I hardly understand your method of action. Be sure that by adopting such a course you will gain nothing, and will certainly not succeed in making me marry your daughter. Believe me, the story of my nose has become well known. It is you and no one else who have taken the principal part in it. Its unexpected separation from the place which it occupied, its flight, and its appearances sometimes in the disguise of an official, sometimes in proper person, are nothing but the consequence of unholy spells employed by you, or by persons who, like you, are addicted to such honorable pursuits. On my part, I wish to inform you that if the above-mentioned nose is not restored today to its proper place, I shall be obliged to have recourse to legal procedure. For the rest, with all respect, I have the honor to be your humble servant, Platon Kovalov. The reply was not long in coming, and was as follows. Major Platon Kovalov, your letter has profoundly astonished me. I must confess that I had not expected such unjust reproaches on your part. I assure you that the official of whom you speak has not been at my house, either disguised or in his proper person. It is true that Philipp Ivanovitch Potenchikov has paid visits at my house, and though he has actually asked for my daughter's hand, and was a man of good breeding, respectable and intelligent, I never gave him any hope. Again, you say something about a nose. If you intend to imply by that I wish to snub you, that is, to meet you with a refusal, I am very astonished, because, as you well know, I was quite of the opposite mind. If after this you wish to ask for my daughter's hand, I should be glad to gratify you, for such has also been the object of my most fervent desire, in the hope of the accomplishment of which I remain yours most sincerely, Alexandra Podtochina. No, said Kovalov, after having reperused the letter. She is certainly not guilty. It is impossible. Such a letter could not be written by a criminal. The committee-man was experienced in such matters, for he had been often officially deputed to conduct criminal investigations while in the Caucasus. But then how and by what trick of fate has the thing happened? He said to himself with a gesture of discouragement. The devil must be at the bottom of it. Meanwhile, the rumor of this extraordinary event had spread all over the city, and, as is generally the case, not without numerous additions. At that period there was a general disposition to believe in the miraculous. The public had recently been impressed by experiments in magnetism. The story of the floating chairs in Koniuchnaya Street was still quite recent, and there was nothing astonishing in hearing soon afterwards that Major Kovalov's nose was to be seen walking every day at 3 o'clock on the Nevsky Avenue. The crowd of curious spectators which gathered there daily was enormous. On one occasion someone spread a report that the nose was in Junker's stores, and immediately the place was besieged by such a crowd that the police had to interfere and establish order. A certain speculator, with a grave whiskered face, who sold cakes at a theatre door, had some strong wooden benches made, which he placed before the window of the stores, and obligingly invited the public to stand on them and look in, at the modest charge of 24 kopecks. A veteran colonel, leaving his house earlier than usual expressly for the purpose, had the greatest difficulty in elbowing his way through the crowd, but, to his great indignation, he saw nothing in the store window but an ordinary flannel waistcoat, and a colored lithograph representing a young girl darning a stocking, while an elegant youth, in a waistcoat with large lapels, watched her from behind a tree. The picture had hung in the same place for more than 10 years. The colonel went off, growling savagely to himself. How can the fools let themselves be excited by such idiotic stories? Then another rumor got abroad to the effect that the nose of Major Kovalov was in the habit of walking not on the Nevsky Avenue, but in the Taurus Gardens. Some students of the Academy of Surgery went there on purpose to see it. A high-born lady wrote to the keeper of the gardens asking him to show her children this rare phenomenon, and to give them some suitable instruction on the occasion. All these incidents were eagerly collected by the town wits, who just then were very short of anecdotes adapted to amuse ladies. On the other hand, the minority of solid, sober people were very much displeased. One gentleman asserted with great indignation that he could not understand how, in our enlightened age, such absurdities could spread abroad, and he was astonished that the government did not direct their attention to the matter. This gentleman evidently belonged to the category of those people who wish the government to interfere in everything, even in their daily quarrels with their wives. But here the course of events is again obscured by a veil. 3. Strange events happen in this world, events which are sometimes entirely improbable. The same nose which had masqueraded as a state councillor, and caused so much sensation in the town, was found one morning in its proper place, that is, between the cheeks of Major Kovalov, as if nothing had happened. This occurred on April 7th. On awaking, the Major looked by chance into a mirror and perceived a nose. He quickly put his hand to it. It was there beyond a doubt. "Oh," exclaimed Kovalov. For sheer joy he was on the point of performing a dance barefooted across his room, but the entrance of Ivan prevented him. He told him to bring water, and after washing himself he looked again in the glass. The nose was there. Then he dried his face with a towel and looked again. Yes, there was no mistake about it. "Look here, Ivan, it seems to me that I have a heat boil on my nose," he said to his valet, and he thought to himself at the same time, "That will be a nice business if Ivan says to me, 'No, sir, not only is there no boil, but your nose itself is not there.'" But Ivan answered, "There's nothing, sir. I can see no boil on your nose." "Good, good," exclaimed the Major, and snapped his fingers with delight. At this moment the barber, Ivan Yakovlevitch, put his head in at the door, but as timidly as a cat which has just been beaten for stealing lard. "Tell me first, are your hands clean?" asked Kovalov when he saw him. "Yes, sir." "You lie. I swear they're perfectly clean, sir." "Very well, then come here." Kovalov seated himself. Yakovlevitch tied a napkin under his chin, and in the twinkling of an eye covered his beard and part of his cheeks with a copious creamy lather. "There it is," said the barber to himself, as he glanced at the nose. Then he bent his head a little and examined it from one side. "Yes, it actually is the nose. Really, when one thinks—" he continued, pursuing his mental soliloquy and still looking at it. Then quite gently, with infinite precaution, he raised 2 fingers in the air, in order to take hold of it by the extremity, as he was accustomed to do. "Now then, take care!" Kovalov exclaimed. Ivan Yakovlevitch let his arm fall, and felt more embarrassed than he had ever done in his life. At last he began to pass the razor very lightly over the Major's chin, and although it was very difficult to shave him without using the olfactory organ as a point of support, he succeeded, however, by placing his wrinkled thumb against the Major's lower jaw and cheek, thus overcoming all obstacles and bringing his task to a safe conclusion. When the barber had finished, Kovalov hastened to dress himself, took a droshky, and drove straight to the confectioner's. As he entered it, he ordered a cup of chocolate. He then stepped straight to the mirror. The nose was there. He returned joyfully, and regarded with a satirical expression 2 officers who were in the shop, one of whom possessed a nose not much larger than a waistcoat button. After that he went to the office of the department where he had applied for the post of vice-governor of a province of government bailiff. As he passed through the hall of reception, he cast a glance at the mirror. The nose was there. Then he went to pay a visit to another committee man, a very sarcastic personage, to whom he was accustomed to say, in answer to his raillery, "Yes, I know, you're the funniest fellow in St. Petersburg." On the way he said to himself, "If the Major does not burst into laughter at the sight of me, that is a most certain sign that everything is in its accustomed place." But the Major said nothing. "Very good," thought Kovalov. As he returned, he met Madame Podtochina with her daughter. He accosted them, and they responded very graciously. The conversation lasted a long time, during which he took more than one pinch of snuff, saying to himself, "No, you haven't caught me yet, coquettes that you are, and as to the daughter, I shan't marry her at all." After that, the Major resumed his walks on the Nevsky Avenue, and his visits to the theatre, as if nothing had happened. His nose also remained in its place, as if it had never quitted it. From that time he was always to be seen smiling, in a good humor, and paying attention to pretty girls. 4. Such was the occurrence which took place in the northern capital of our vast empire. On considering the account carefully, we see that there is a good deal which looks improbable about it. Not to speak of the strange disappearance of the nose, and its appearance in different places under the disguise of a councillor of state, how was it that Kovalov did not understand that one cannot decently advertise for a lost nose? I do not mean to say that he would have had to pay too much for the advertisement. That's a mere trifle, and I am not one of those who attach too much importance to money, but to advertise in such a case is not proper nor befitting. Another difficulty is, how was the nose found in the baked loaf, and how did Ivan Yakovlevitch himself— No, I don't understand it at all. But the most incomprehensible thing of all is how authors can choose such subjects for their stories. That really surpasses my understanding. In the first place, no advantage results from it for the country, and in the second place, no harm results either. All the same, when one reflects well, there really is something in the matter. Whatever may be said to the contrary, such cases do occur. Rarely, it is true, but now and then, actually. The end. This has been a reading of The Nose by Nikolai Gogol, translated by Claude Field. Read for LibriVox.org by Philip Cryan in St. Paul, Minnesota.
Paul's Case by Willa Cather. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Martin Rato. Paul's Case, A Study in Temperament by Willa Cather. It was Paul's afternoon to appear before the faculty of the Pittsburgh High School to account for his various misdemeanors. He'd been suspended a week ago, and his father had called at the principal's office and confessed his perplexity about his son. Paul entered the faculty room suave and smiling. His clothes were a trifle outgrown, and the tan velvet on the collar of his open overcoat was frayed and worn. But for all that there was something of the dandy about him, and he wore an opal pin in his neatly knotted black four-in-hand and a red carnation in his buttonhole. This latter adornment the faculty somehow felt was not properly significant of the contrite spirit befitting a boy under the ban of suspension. Paul was tall for his age and very thin, with high, cramped shoulders and a narrow chest. His eyes were remarkable for a certain hysterical brilliancy, and he continually used them in a conscious, theatrical sort of way, peculiarly offensive in a boy. The pupils were abnormally large, as though he were addicted to belladonna, but there was a glassy glitter about them which that drug does not produce. When questioned by the principal as to why he was there, Paul stated, politely enough, that he wanted to come back to school. This was a lie, but Paul was quite accustomed to lying, found it, indeed, indispensable for overcoming friction. His teachers were asked to state their respective charges against him, which they did with such a rancour and aggrievedness as evinced that this was not a usual case. Disorder and impertinence were among the offences named, yet each of his instructors felt that it was scarcely possible to put into words the real cause of the trouble, which lay in a sort of hysterically defiant manner of the boys, in the contempt which they all knew he felt for them, and which he seemingly made not the least effort to conceal. Once, when he'd been making a synopsis of a paragraph at the blackboard, his English teacher had stepped to his side and attempted to guide his hand. Paul had started back with a shudder and thrust his hands violently behind him. The astonished woman could scarcely have been more hurt and embarrassed that he struck her. The insult was so involuntary and definitely personal as to be unforgettable. In one way and another he'd made all his teachers, men and women alike, conscious of the same feeling of physical aversion. In one class he habitually sat with his hand shading his eyes. In another he always looked out the window during the recitation. In another, he made a running commentary on the lecture with humorous intention. His teachers felt this afternoon that his whole attitude was symbolized by his shrug and his flippantly red carnation flower, and they fell upon him without mercy, his English teacher leading the pack. He stood through it, smiling, his pale lips parted over his white teeth. His lips were continually twitching, and he had a habit of raising his eyebrows that was contemptuous and irritating to the last degree. Older boys than Paul had broken down and shed tears under that baptism of fire, but his set smile did not once desert him, and his only sign of discomfort was the nervous trembling of the fingers that toyed with the buttons of his overcoat, and an occasional jerking of the other hand that held his hat. Paul was always smiling, always glancing about him, seeming to feel that people might be watching him and trying to detect something. This conscious expression, since it was as far as possible from boyish mirthfulness, was usually attributed to insolence or smartness. As the inquisition proceeded, one of his instructors repeated an impertinent remark of the boy's, and the principal asked him whether he thought that a courteous speech to have made a woman. Paul shrugged his shoulders slightly, and his eyebrows twitched. "I don't know," he replied. "I didn't mean to be polite or impolite either. I guess it's a sort of way I have of saying things regardless." The principal, who was a sympathetic man, asked him whether he didn't think that a way it could be well to get rid of. Paul grinned and said he guessed so. When he was told that he could go, he bowed gracefully and went out. His bow was but a repetition of the scandalous red carnation. His teachers were in despair, and his drawing-master voiced the feeling of them all when he declared there was something about the boy which none of them understood. He added, "I don't really believe that smile of his comes altogether from insolence. There's something sort of haunted about it. The boy is not strong, for one thing. I happen to know that he was born in Colorado, only a few months before his mother died out there of a long illness. There's something wrong about the fellow." The drawing-master had come to realize that, in looking at Paul, one saw only his white teeth and the forced animation of his eyes. One warm afternoon the boy had gone to sleep at his drawing-board, and his master had noted with amazement what a white, blue-veined face it was, drawn and wrinkled like an old man's about the eyes, the lips twitching even in his sleep, and stiff with a nervous tension that drew them back from his teeth. His teachers left the building dissatisfied and unhappy, humiliated to have felt so vindictive toward a mere boy, to have uttered this feeling in cutting terms, and to have set each other on, as it were, in the gruesome game of intemperate reproach. Some of them remembered having seen a miserable street-cat set at bay by a ring of tormentors. As for Paul, he ran down the hill, whistling the soldiers' chorus from Faust, looking wildly behind him now and then to see whether some of his teachers were not there to writhe under his light-heartedness. As it was now late in the afternoon, and Paul was on duty that evening as usher at Carnegie Hall, he decided that he would not go home to supper. When he reached the concert hall, the doors were not yet open, and as it was chilly outside, he decided to go up into the picture gallery, always deserted at this hour, where there were some of Raffaelli's gay studies of Paris streets, and an airy blue Venetian scene or two that always exhilarated him. He was delighted to find no one in the gallery but the old guard, who sat in one corner, a newspaper on his knee, a black patch over one eye, and the other closed. Paul possessed himself of the piece, and walked confidently up and down, whistling under his breath. After a while he sat down before a blue Rico, and lost himself. When he bethought him to look at his watch, it was after 7 o'clock, and he rose with a start and ran downstairs, making a face at Augustus, peering out from the cast-room, and an evil gesture at the Venus de Milo as he passed her on the stairway. When Paul reached the usher's dressing-room, half a dozen boys were there already, and he began excitedly to tumble into his uniform. It was one of the few that at all approached fitting, and Paul thought it very becoming, though he knew that the tight straight coat accentuated his narrow chest, about which he was exceedingly sensitive. He was always considerably excited while he dressed, twanging all over with the tuning of the strings and the preliminary flourishes of the horns in the music-room. But tonight he seemed quite beside himself, and he teased and plagued the boys until, telling him that he was crazy, they put him down on the floor and sat on him. Somewhat calmed by his suppression, Paul dashed out to the front of the house to seat the early comers. He was a model usher. Gracious and smiling, he ran up and down the aisles. Nothing was too much trouble for him. He carried messages and brought programs as though it were his greatest pleasure in life, and all the people in his section thought him a charming boy, feeling that he remembered and admired them. As the house filled, he grew more and more vivacious and animated, and the colour came to his cheeks and lips. It was very much as though this were a great reception and Paul were the host. Just as the musicians came out to take their places, his English teacher arrived with cheques for the seats which the prominent manufacturer had taken for the season. She betrayed some embarrassment when she handed Paul the tickets, and a hauteur which subsequently made her feel very foolish. Paul was startled for a moment, and had the feeling of wanting to put her out. What business had she here among all these fine people in gay colours? He looked her over and decided that she was not appropriately dressed, and must be a fool to sit downstairs in such togs. The tickets had probably been sent her out of kindness, he reflected, as he put down a seat for her, and she had about as much right to sit there as he had. When the symphony began, Paul sank into one of the rear seats with a long sigh of relief, and lost himself as he'd done before the Rico. It was not that symphonies as such meant anything in particular to Paul, but the first sigh of the instrument seemed to free some hilarious and potent spirit within him, something that struggled there like the genie in the bottle found by the Arab fisherman. He felt a sudden zest of life. The lights danced before his eyes, and the concert hall blazed into unimaginable splendor. When the soprano soloist came on, Paul forgot even the nastiness of his teacher's being there, and gave himself up to the peculiar stimulus such personages always had for him. The soloist chanced to be a German woman, by no means in her first youth, and the mother of many children, but she wore an elaborate gown and a tiara, and, above all, she had that indefinable air of achievement, that world-shine upon her, which in Paul's eyes made her a veritable queen of romance. After a concert was over, Paul was always irritable and wretched until he got to sleep, and tonight he was even more than usually restless. He had the feeling of not being able to let down, of its being impossible to give up this delicious excitement, which was the only thing that could be called living at all. During the last number he withdrew, and after hastily changing his clothes in the dressing-room, slipped out to the side door where the soprano's carriage stood. Here he began pacing rapidly up and down the walk, waiting to see her come out. Over yonder, the Shenley, in its vacant stretch, loomed big and square through the fine rain, the windows of its 12 stories glowing like those of a lighted cardboard house under a Christmas tree. All the actors and singers of the better class stayed there when they were in the city, and a number of the big manufacturers of the place lived there in the winter. Paul had often hung about the hotel, watching the people go in and out, longing to enter and leave schoolmasters and dull care behind him forever. At last the singer came out, accompanied by the conductor, who helped her into her carriage and closed the door with a cordial Auf Wiedersehen, which set Paul to wondering whether she were not an old sweetheart of his. Paul followed the carriage over to the hotel, walking so rapidly as not to be far from the entrance when the singer alighted, and disappeared behind the swinging glass doors that were opened by a negro in a tall hat and a long coat. In the moment that the door was ajar, it seemed to Paul that he too entered. He seemed to feel himself go after her up the steps, into the warm, lighted building, into an exotic, tropical world of shiny, glistening surfaces and basking ease. He reflected upon the mysterious dishes that were brought into the dining-room, the green bottles and buckets of ice, as he'd seen them in the supper-party pictures of the Sunday World Supplement. A quick gust of wind brought the rain down with sudden vehemence, and Paul was startled to find that he was still outside in the slush of the gravel driveway, that his boots were letting in the water, and his scanty overcoat was clinging wet about him, that the lights in front of the concert hall were out, and that the rain was driving in sheets between him and the orange glow of the windows above him. There it was, what he wanted, tangibly before him, like the fairy world of a Christmas pantomime. But mocking spirits stood guard at the doors, and as the rain beat in his face, Paul wondered whether he were destined always to shiver in the black night outside, looking up at it. He turned and walked reluctantly toward the car tracks. The end had to come sometime. His father in his night-clothes at the top of the stairs, explanations that did not explain, hastily improvised fictions that were forever tripping him up, his upstairs room and its horrible yellow wallpaper, the creaking bureau with the greasy plush collar box, and over his painted wooden bed the pictures of George Washington and John Calvin, and the framed motto, "Feed my lambs," which had been worked in red worsted by his mother. Half an hour later, Paul alighted from his car and went slowly down one of the side streets off the main thoroughfare. There was a highly respectable street where all the houses were exactly alike, and where businessmen of moderate means begot and reared large families of children, all of whom went to Sabbath school and learned the shorter catechism, and were interested in arithmetic, all of whom were as exactly alike as their homes, and of a piece with the monotony in which they lived. Paul never went up Cordelia Street without a shudder of loathing. His home was next to the house of the Cumberland minister. He approached it tonight with the nerveless sense of defeat, the hopeless feeling of sinking back forever into ugliness and commonness that he'd always had when he came home. The moment he turned into Cordelia Street, he felt the waters close above his head. After each of these orgies of living, he experienced all the physical depression which follows a debauch, the loathing of respectable beds, of common food, of a house penetrated by kitchen odors, a shuddering repulsion for the flavorless, colorless mass of everyday existence, a morbid desire for cool things and soft lights and fresh flowers. The nearer he approached the house, the more absolutely unequal Paul felt to the sight of it all. His ugly sleeping chamber, the cold bathroom with the grimy zinc tub, the cracked mirror, the dripping spigots. His father at the top of the stairs, his hairy legs sticking out from his nightshirt, his feet thrust into carpet slippers. He was so much later than usual that there would certainly be inquiries and reproaches. Paul stopped short before the door. He felt that he could not be accosted by his father tonight, that he could not toss again on that miserable bed. He would not go in. He would tell his father that he had no car fare, and it was raining so hard he'd gone home with one of the boys and stayed all night. Meanwhile, he was wet and cold. He went around to the back of the house and tried one of the basement windows, found it open, raised it cautiously, and scrambled down the cellar wall to the floor. There he stood, holding his breath, terrified by the noise he had made, but the floor above him was silent and there was no creak on the stairs. He found a soap box and carried it over to the soft ring of light that streamed from the furnace door and sat down. He was horribly afraid of rats, so he did not try to sleep, but sat looking distrustfully at the dark, still terrified lest he might have awakened his father. In such reactions, after one of the experiences which made days and nights out of the dreary blanks of the calendar, when his senses were deadened, Paul's head was always singularly clear. Suppose his father had heard him getting in at the window, and had come down and shot him for a burglar. And then again, suppose his father had come down, pistol in hand, and he'd cried out in time to save himself, and his father had been horrified to think how nearly he had killed him. Then again, suppose a day should come when his father would remember that night, and wish there had been no warning cry to stay his hand. With this last supposition, Paul entertained himself until daybreak. The following Sunday was fine. The sodden November chill was broken by the last flash of autumnal summer. In the morning Paul had to go to church and Sabbath school, as always. On seasonable Sunday afternoons the burghers of Cordelia Street always sat out on their front stoops and talked to their neighbours on the next stoop, or called to those across the street in neighbourly fashion. The men usually sat on gay cushions placed upon the steps that led down to the sidewalk, while the women in their Sunday waists sat in rockers on the cramped porches, pretending to be greatly at their ease. The children played in the streets. There were so many of them that the place resembled the recreation grounds of a kindergarten. The men on the steps, all in their shirt-sleeves, their vests unbuttoned, sat with their legs well apart, their stomachs comfortably protruding, and talked of the prices of things, or told anecdotes of the sagacity of their various chiefs and overlords. They occasionally looked over the multitude of squabbling children, listened affectionately to their high-pitched nasal voices, smiling to see their own proclivities reproduced in their offspring, and interspersed their legends of the Iron Kings with remarks about their sons' progress at school, their grades in arithmetic, and the amounts they had saved in their toy banks. On this last Sunday of November, Paul sat all the afternoon on the lowest step of his stoop, staring into the street, while his sisters and their rockers were talking to the minister's daughters next door about how many shirtwaists they had made in the last week, and how many waffles someone had eaten at the last church supper. When the weather was warm, and his father was in a particularly jovial frame of mind, the girls made lemonade, which was always brought out in a red glass pitcher, ornamented with forget-me-nots in blue enamel. This the girls thought very fine, and the neighbours always joked about the suspicious colour of the pitcher. To-day Paul's father sat on the top step, talking to a young man who shifted a restless baby from knee to knee. He happened to be the young man who was daily held up to Paul as a model, and after whom it was his father's dearest hope that he would pattern. This young man was of a ruddy complexion, with a compressed red mouth and faded, near-sighted eyes, over which he wore thick spectacles with gold bows that curved about his ears. He was clerk to one of the magnates of a great steel corporation, and was looked upon in Cordelia Street as a young man with a future. There was a story that, some 5 years ago, he was now barely 26, he'd been a trifle dissipated. But in order to curb his appetites and save the loss of time and strength that a sowing of wild oats might have entailed, he'd taken his chief's advice, oft reiterated to his employees, and at 21 had married the first woman whom he could persuade to share his fortunes. She happened to be an angular schoolmistress, much older than he, who also wore thick glasses, and who now had borne him 4 children, all nearsighted, like herself. The young man was relating how his chief, now cruising in the Mediterranean, kept in touch with all the details of the business, arranging his office hours on his yacht just as though he were at home, and knocking off work enough to keep 2 stenographers busy. His father told him in turn the plan his corporation was considering of putting in an electric railway plant in Cairo. Paul snapped his teeth. He had an awful apprehension that they might spoil it all before he got there. Yet he rather liked to hear these legends of the Iron Kings that were told and retold on Sundays and holidays. These stories of palaces in Venice, yachts on the Mediterranean, and high play at Monte Carlo appealed to his fancy, and he was interested in the triumphs of these cash boys who had become famous, though he had no mind for the cash boy stage. After supper was over, and he'd helped to dry the dishes, Paul nervously asked his father whether he could go to George's to get some help in his geometry, and still more nervously asked for car fare. This latter request he had to repeat, as his father, on principle, did not like to hear requests for money, whether much or little. He asked Paul whether he could not go to some boy who lived nearer, and told him that he ought not to leave his schoolwork until Sunday, but he gave him the dime. He was not a poor man, but he had a worthy ambition to come up in the world. His only reason for allowing Paul to usher was that he thought a boy ought to be earning a little. Paul bounded upstairs, scrubbed the greasy odour of the dishwater from his hands with the ill-smelling soap he hated, and then shook over his fingers a few drops of violet water from the bottle he kept hidden in his drawer. He left the house with his geometry conspicuously under his arm, and the moment he got out of Cordelia Street and boarded a downtown car, he shook off the lethargy of 2 deadening days and began to live again. The leading juvenile of a permanent stock company which played at one of the downtown theatres was an acquaintance of Paul's, and the boy had been invited to drop in at the Sunday night rehearsals whenever he could. For more than a year Paul had spent every available moment loitering about Charlie Edwards' dressing-room. He'd won a place among Edwards' followings not only because the young actor, who could not afford to employ a dresser, often found him useful, but because he recognized in Paul something akin to what churchmen term vocation. It was at the theatre and at Carnegie Hall that Paul really lived. The rest was but a sleep and a forgetting. This was Paul's fairy tale, and it had for him all the allurement of a secret love. The moment he inhaled the gassy, painty, dusty odour behind the scenes, he breathed like a prisoner set free, and felt within him the possibility of doing or saying splendid, brilliant, poetic things. The moment the cracked orchestra beat out the overture from Martha, or jerked at the serenade from Rigoletto, all stupid and ugly things slid from him, and his senses were deliciously, yet delicately fired. Perhaps it was because, in Paul's world, the natural nearly always wore a guise of ugliness, that a certain element of artificiality seemed to him necessary in beauty. Perhaps it was because his experience of life elsewhere was so full of Sabbath school picnics, petty economies, wholesome advice as to how to succeed in life, and the inescapable odours of cooking, that he found this existence so alluring, these smartly clad men and women so attractive, that he was so moved by these starry apple orchards that bloomed perennially under the limelight. It would be difficult to put it strongly enough how convincingly the stage entrance of that theatre was for Paul the actual portal of romance. Certainly none of the company ever suspected it, least of all Charlie Edwards. It was very like the old stories that used to float about London of fabulously rich Jews who had subterranean halls there with palms and fountains and soft lamps and richly apparelled women who never saw the disenchanting light of London day. So, in the midst of that smoke-palled city, enamoured of figures and grimy toil, Paul had his secret temple, his wishing carpet, his bit of blue and white Mediterranean shore bathed in perpetual sunshine. Several of Paul's teachers had a theory that his imagination had been perverted by garish fiction, but the truth was that he scarcely ever read at all. The books at home were not such as would either tempt or corrupt a youthful mind, and as for reading the novels that some of his friends urged upon him, well, he got what he wanted much more quickly from music, any sort of music, from an orchestra to a barrel organ. He needed only the spark, the indescribable thrill that made his imagination master of his senses, and he could make plots and pictures enough of his own. It was equally true that he was not stage-struck, not at any rate in the usual acceptation of that expression. He had no desire to become an actor any more than he had to become a musician. He felt no necessity to do any of these things. What he wanted was to see, to be in the atmosphere, float on the wave of it, to be carried out blue league after blue league away from everything. After a night behind the scenes, Paul found the schoolroom more than ever repulsive. The bare floors and naked walls, the prosy men who never wore frock coats or violets in their buttonholes, the women with their dull gowns, shrill voices, and pitiful seriousness about prepositions that governed the dative. He could not bear to have the other pupils think for a moment that he took these people seriously. He must convey to them that he considered it all trivial, and was there only by way of a jest anyway. He had autographed pictures of all the members of the stock company which he showed his classmates, telling them the most incredible stories of his familiarity with these people, of his acquaintance with the soloists who came to Carnegie Hall, his suppers with them and the flowers he sent them. When these stories lost their effect and his audience grew listless, he became desperate, and would bid all the boys good-bye, announcing that he was going to travel for a while, going to Naples, to Venice, to Egypt. Then next Monday he would slip back, conscious and nervously smiling. His sister was ill, and he should have to defer his voyage until spring. Matters went steadily worse with Paul at school. In the itch to let his instructors know how heartily he despised them and their homilies, and how thoroughly he was appreciated elsewhere, he mentioned once or twice that he had no time to fool with theorems, adding, with a twitch of the eyebrows and a touch of that nervous bravado which so perplexed them, that he was helping the people down at the stock company. They were old friends of his. The upshot of the matter was that the principal went to Paul's father, and Paul was taken out of school and put to work. The manager at Carnegie Hall was told to get another usher in his stead. The doorkeeper at the theatre was warned not to admit him to the house, and Charlie Edwards remorsefully promised the boy's father not to see him again. The members of the stock company were vastly amused when some of Paul's stories reached them, especially the women. They were hard-working women, most of them supporting indigent husbands or brothers, and they laughed rather bitterly at having stirred the boy to such fervid and florid inventions. They agreed with the faculty and with his father that Paul's was a bad case. The eastbound train was ploughing through a January snowstorm. The dull dawn was beginning to show grey when the engine whistled a mile out of Newark. Paul started up from the seat where he had lain curled in uneasy slumber, rubbed the breath-misted window-glass with his hand, and peered out. The snow was whirling in curling eddies above the white bottom-lands, and the drifts lay already deep in the fields and along the fences, while here and there the long dead grass and dried weed-stalks protruded black above it. Lights shone from the scattered houses, and a gang of labourers who stood beside the track waved their lanterns. Paul had slept very little, and he felt grimy and uncomfortable. He had made the all-night journey in a day-coach, partly because he was ashamed, dressed as he was, to go into a Pullman, and partly because he was afraid of being seen there by some Pittsburgh businessman who might have noticed him in Denny and Carson's office. When the whistle awoke him, he clutched quickly at his breast pocket, glancing about him with an uncertain smile. But the little clay-bespattered Italians were still sleeping, the slatternly women across the aisle were in open-mouthed oblivion, and even the crummy, crying babies were for the nonce stilled. Paul settled back to struggle with his impatience as best he could. When he arrived at the Jersey City station, he hurried through his breakfast, manifestly ill at ease, and keeping a sharp eye about him. After he reached the 23rd Street station, he consulted a cabman, and had himself driven to a men's furnishings establishment that was just opening for the day. He spent upward of 2 hours there, buying with endless reconsidering and great care. His new street suit he put on in the fitting room. The frock coat and dress clothes he had bundled into the cab with his linen. Then he drove to a hatter's and a shoe house. His next errand was at Tiffany's, where he selected his silver and a new scarf pin. He would not wait to have his silver marked, he said. Lastly, he stopped at a trunk shop on Broadway and had his purchases packed into various traveling bags. It was a little after 1 o'clock when he drove up to the Waldorf, and after settling with the cabman went into the office. He registered from Washington, said his mother and father had been abroad, and that he'd come down to await the arrival of their steamer. He told his story plausibly, and had no trouble, since he volunteered to pay for them in advance in engaging his rooms, a sleeping room, sitting room, and bath. Not once, but 100 times, Paul had planned this entry into New York. He'd gone over every detail of it with Charlie Edwards, and in his scrapbook at home there were pages of description about New York hotels cut from the Sunday papers. When he was shown to his sitting room on the 8th floor, he saw at a glance that everything was as it should be. There was but one detail in his mental picture that the place did not realize, so he rang for the bellboy and sent him down for flowers. He moved about nervously until the boy returned, putting away his new linen and fingering it delightedly as he did so. When the flowers came, he put them hastily into water, and then tumbled into a hot bath. Presently he came out of his white bathroom, resplendent in his new silk underwear, and playing with the tassels of his red robe. The snow was whirling so fiercely outside his windows that he could scarcely see across the street, but within the air was deliciously soft and fragrant. He put the violets and jonquils on the tabouret beside the couch, and threw himself down with a long sigh, covering himself with a Roman blanket. He was thoroughly tired. He'd been in such haste, he'd stood up to such a strain, covered so much ground in the last 24 hours, that he wanted to think how it had all come about. Lulled by the sound of the wind, the warm air, and the cool fragrance of the flowers, he sank into deep, drowsy retrospection. It had been wonderfully simple. When they'd shut him out of the theatre and concert hall, when they'd taken away his bone, the whole thing was virtually determined. The rest was a mere matter of opportunity. The only thing that at all surprised him was his own courage, for he realized well enough that he'd always been tormented by fear, a sort of apprehensive dread that, of late years, as the meshes of the lies he told closed in about him, had been pulling the muscles of his body tighter and tighter. Until now he could not remember the time when he'd not been dreading something. Even when he was a little boy, it was always there, behind him, or before, or on either side. There had always been the shadowed corner, the dark place into which he dared not look, but from which something seemed always to be watching him, and Paul had done things that were not pretty to watch, he knew. But now he had a curious sense of relief, as though he had at last thrown down the gauntlet to the thing in the corner. Yet it was but a day since he'd been sulking in the traces, but yesterday afternoon that he'd been sent to the bank with Denny and Carson's deposit, as usual. But this time he was instructed to leave the book to be balanced. There was above $2,000 in checks, and nearly 1,000 in the banknotes, which he had taken from the book and quietly transferred to his pocket. At the bank he had made out a new deposit slip. His nerves had been steady enough to permit of his returning to the office, where he had finished his work, and asked for a full day's holiday tomorrow, Saturday, giving a perfectly reasonable pretext. The bank book, he knew, would not be returned before Monday or Tuesday, and his father would be out of town for the next week. From the time he slipped the bank notes into his pocket until he boarded the night train for New York, he had not known a moment's hesitation. It was not the first time Paul had steered through treacherous waters. How astonishingly easy it had all been! Here he was, the thing done, and this time there would be no awakening, no figure at the top of the stairs. He watched the snowflakes swirling by his window until he fell asleep. When he awoke, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He bounded up with a start. Half of one of his precious days gone already. He spent more than an hour in dressing, watching every stage of his toilet carefully in the mirror. Everything was quite perfect. He was exactly the kind of boy he had always wanted to be. When he went downstairs, Paul took a carriage and drove up Fifth Avenue toward the park. The snow had somewhat abated. Carriages and tradesmen's wagons were hurrying soundlessly to and fro in the winter twilight. Boys in woolen mufflers were shoveling off the doorsteps. The avenue stages made fine spots of colour against the white street. Here and there on the corners were stands with whole flower gardens blooming under glass cases, against the sides of which the snowflakes stuck and melted. Violets, roses, carnations, lilies of the valley, somehow vastly more lovely and alluring that they blossomed thus unnaturally in the snow. The park itself was a wonderful stage winter piece. When he returned, the pause of the twilight had ceased, and the tune of the streets had changed. The snow was falling faster. Lights streamed from the hotels that reared their dozen stories fearlessly up into the storm, defying the raging Atlantic winds. A long black stream of carriages poured down the avenue, intersected here and there by other streams tending horizontally. There were a score of cabs about the entrance of his hotel, and his driver had to wait. Boys in livery were running in and out of the awning stretched across the sidewalk, up and down the red velvet carpet laid from the door to the street. Above, about, within it all was the rumble and roar, the hurry and toss of thousands of human beings, as hot for pleasure as himself, and on every side of him towered the glaring affirmation of the omnipotence of wealth. The boy set his teeth and drew his shoulders together in a spasm of realization. The plot of all dramas, the text of all romances, the nerve stuff of all sensations was whirling about him like the snowflakes. He burnt like a faggot in the tempest. When Paul went down to dinner, the music of the orchestra came floating up the elevator shaft to greet him. His head whirled as he stepped into the thronged corridor, and he sank back into one of the chairs against the wall to get his breath. The lights, the chatter, the perfumes, the bewildering medley of colour. He had for a moment the feeling of not being able to stand it, but only for a moment. These were his own people, he told himself. He went slowly about the corridors, through the writing rooms, smoking rooms, reception rooms, as though he were exploring the chambers of an enchanted palace, built and peopled for him alone. When he reached the dining room, he sat down at a table near a window. The flowers, the white linen, the many-coloured wine-glasses, the gay toilettes of the women, the low popping of corks, the undulating repetitions of the Blue Danube from the orchestra, all flooded Paul's dream with bewildering radiance. When the roseate tinge of his champagne was added, that cold, precious, bubbling stuff that creamed and foamed in his glass, Paul wondered that there were honest men in the world at all. This was what all the world was fighting for, he reflected. This was what all the struggle was about. He doubted the reality of his past. Had he ever known a place called Cordelia Street, a place where fagged-looking businessmen got on the early car? Mere rivets in a machine they seemed to Paul, sickening men with combings of children's hair always hanging to their coats, and the smell of cooking in their clothes. Cordelia Street. Ah, that belonged to another time and country. Had he not always been thus? Had he not sat here night after night from as far back as he could remember, looking pensively over just such shimmering textures and slowly twirling the stem of a glass like this one between his thumb and middle finger? He rather thought he had. He was not in the least abashed or lonely. He had no special desire to meet or to know any of these people. All he demanded was the right to look on and conjecture, to watch the pageant. The mere stage properties were all he contended for. Nor was he lonely later in the evening in his lodge at the Metropolitan. He was now entirely rid of his nervous misgivings, of his forced aggressiveness, of the imperative desire to show himself different from his surroundings. He felt now that his surroundings explained him. Nobody questioned the purple. He had only to wear it passively. He had only to glance down at his attire to reassure himself that here it would be impossible for anyone to humiliate him. He found it hard to leave his beautiful sitting-room to go to bed that night, and sat long watching the raging storm from his turret window. When he went to sleep, it was with the lights turned on in his bedroom, partly because of his old timidity, and partly so that if he should wake in the night, there would be no wretched moment of doubt, no horrible suspicion of yellow wallpaper or of Washington and Calvin above his bed. Sunday morning the city was practically snowbound. Paul breakfasted late, and in the afternoon he fell in with a wild San Francisco boy, a freshman at Yale, who said he had run down for a little flyer over Sunday. The young man offered to show Paul the night side of the town, and the two boys went out together after dinner, not returning to the hotel until 7 o'clock the next morning. They had started out in the confiding warmth of a champagne friendship, but their parting in the elevator was singularly cool. The freshman pulled himself together to make his train, and Paul went to bed. He awoke at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, very thirsty and dizzy, and rang for ice water, coffee, and the Pittsburgh papers. On the part of the hotel management, Paul excited no suspicion. There was this to be said for him, that he wore his spoils with dignity, and in no way made himself conspicuous. Even under the glow of his wine he was never boisterous, though he found the stuff like a magician's wand for wonder-building. His chief greediness lay in his ears and eyes, and his excesses were not offensive ones. His dearest pleasures were the grey winter twilights in his sitting-room, his quiet enjoyment of his flowers, his clothes, his white divan, his cigarette, and his sense of power. He could not remember a time when he had felt so at peace with himself. The mere release from the necessity of petty lying every day, and every day restored his self-respect. He had never lied for pleasure, even at school, but to be noticed and admired, to assert his difference from other Cordelia Street boys, and he felt a good deal more manly, more honest even, now that he had no need for boastful pretensions, now that he could, as his actor friends used to say, dress the part. It was characteristic that remorse did not occur to him. His golden days went by without a shadow, and he made each as perfect as he could. On the 8th day after his arrival in New York, he found the whole affair exploited in the Pittsburgh papers, exploited with a wealth of detail which indicated that local news of a sensational nature was at low ebb. The firm of Denny and Carson announced that the boy's father had refunded the full amount of the theft, and that they had no intention of prosecuting. The Cumberland minister had been interviewed and expressed his hope of yet reclaiming the motherless lad, and his Sabbath school teacher declared that she would spare no effort to that end. The rumor had reached Pittsburgh that the boy had been seen in a New York hotel, and his father had gone east to find him and bring him home. Paul had just come in to dress for dinner. He sank into a chair, weak to the knees, and clasped his head in his hands. It was to be worse than jail, even. The tepid waters of Cordelia Street were to close over him finally and forever. The grey monotony stretched before him in hopeless, unrelieved years. Sabbath school, young people's meeting, the yellow-papered room, the damp dish-towels, it all rushed back upon him with a sickening vividness. He had the old feeling that the orchestra had suddenly stopped, the sinking sensation that the play was over. The sweat broke out on his face, and he sprang to his feet, looked about him with his white, conscious smile, and winked at himself in the mirror. With something of the old childish belief in miracles with which he had so often gone to class, all his lessons unlearned, Paul dressed and dashed whistling down the corridor to the elevator. He had no sooner entered the dining-room and caught the measure of the music than his remembrance was lightened by his old elastic power of claiming the moment, mounting with it and finding it all sufficient. The glare and glitter about him, the mere scenic accessories, had again, and for the last time, their old potency. He would show himself that he was game. He would finish the thing splendidly. He doubted more than ever the existence of Cordelia Street, and for the first time he drank his wine recklessly. Was he not, after all, one of those fortunate beings born to the purple? Was he not still himself, and in his own place? He drummed a nervous accompaniment to the Pagliacci music, and looked about him, telling himself over and over that it had paid. He reflected drowsily, to the swell of the music and the chill sweetness of his wine, that he might have done it more wisely. He might have caught an outbound steamer and been well out of their clutches before now. But the other side of the world had seemed too far away and too uncertain then. He could not have waited for it. His need had been too sharp. If he had to choose over again, he would do the same thing tomorrow. He looked affectionately about the dining-room, now gilded with a soft mist. Ah, it had paid indeed. Paul was awakened next morning by a painful throbbing in his head and feet. He had thrown himself across the bed without undressing, and had slept with his shoes on. His limbs and hands were lead-heavy, and his tongue and throat were parched and burnt. There came upon him one of those fateful attacks of clear-headedness that never occurred except when he was physically exhausted, and his nerves hung loose. He lay still, closed his eyes, and let the tide of things wash over him. His father was in New York, stopping at some joint or other, he told himself. The memory of successive summers on the front stoop fell upon him like a weight of black water. He had not $100 left, and he knew now more than ever that money was everything, the wall that stood between all he loathed and all he wanted. The thing was winding itself up. He had thought of that on his first glorious day in New York, and had even provided a way to snap the thread. It lay on his dressing-table now. He had got it out last night when he came blindly up from dinner, but the shiny metal hurt his eyes, and he disliked the looks of it. He rose and moved about with a painful effort, succumbing now and again to attacks of nausea. It was the old depression exaggerated. All the world had become Cordelia Street. Yet somehow he was not afraid of anything, was absolutely calm, perhaps because he had looked into the dark corner at last and knew. It was bad enough what he saw there, but somehow not so bad as his long fear of it had been. He saw everything clearly now. He had a feeling that he'd made the best of it, that he'd lived the sort of life he was meant to live, and for half an hour he sat staring at the revolver. But he told himself that it was not the way, so he went downstairs and took a cab to the ferry. When Paul arrived in Newark, he got off the train and took another cab, directing the driver to follow the Pennsylvania tracks out of the town. The snow lay heavy on the roadways and had drifted deep in the open fields. Only here and there the dead grass or dried weed stalks projected, singularly black, above it. Once well into the country, Paul dismissed the carriage and walked, floundering along the tracks, his mind a medley of irrelevant things. He seemed to hold in his brain an actual picture of everything he'd seen that morning. He remembered every feature of both his drivers, of the toothless old woman from whom he had bought the red flowers in his coat, the agent from whom he'd got his ticket, and all of his fellow passengers on the ferry. His mind, unable to cope with vital matters near at hand, worked feverishly and deftly at sorting and grouping these images. They made for him a part of the ugliness of the world, of the ache in his head, and the bitter burning on his tongue. He stooped and put a handful of snow into his mouth as he walked, but that too seemed hot. When he reached a little hillside where the tracks ran through a cut some 20 feet below him, he stopped and sat down. The carnations in his coat were drooping with the cold, he noticed, their red glory all over. It occurred to him that all the flowers he'd seen in the glass cases that first night must have gone the same way, long before this. It was only one splendid breath they had, in spite of their brave mockery at the winter outside the glass. And it was a losing game in the end, it seemed, this revolt against the homilies by which the world is run. Paul took one of the blossoms carefully from his coat and scooped a little hole in the snow, where he covered it up. Then he dozed a while from his weak condition, seemingly insensible to the cold. The sound of an approaching train awoke him, and he started to his feet, remembering only his resolution, and afraid lest he should be too late. He stood watching the approaching locomotive, his teeth chattering, his lips drawn away from them in a frightened smile. Once or twice he glanced nervously sidewise, as though he were being watched. When the right moment came, he jumped. As he fell, the folly of his haste occurred to him with merciless clearness, the vastness of what he had left undone. There flashed through his brain, clearer than ever before, the blue of Adriatic water, the yellow of Algerian sands. He felt something strike his chest, and that his body was being thrown swiftly through the air, on, immeasurably far and fast, while his limbs were gently relaxed. Then, because the picture-making mechanism was crushed, the disturbing visions flashed into black, and Paul dropped back into the immense design of things. End of Paul's Case by Willa Cather.
Rob and His Friends by Dr. John Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. 34 years ago, Bob Ainsley and I were coming up Infirmary Street from the high school, our heads together and our arms intertwisted, as only lovers and boys know how or why. When we got to the top of the street and turned north, we espied a crowd at the Tron Church. "A dog fight!" shouted Bob, and was off, and so was I, both of us all but praying that it might not be over before we got up. And is not this boy nature, and human nature too? And don't we all wish a house on fire not to be out before we see it? Dogs like fighting, old Isaac says. They delight in it, and for the best of all reasons. And boys are not cruel because they like to see the fight. they see three of the great cardinal virtues of dog or man, courage, endurance, and skill, in intense action. This is very different from a love of making dogs fight, and aggravating and making gain by their pluck. A boy, be he ever so fond himself of fighting, if he be a good boy, hates and despises all this, but he would have run off with Bob and me fast enough. It is a natural and not a wicked interest that all boys and men have in witnessing intense energy in action. Does any curious and finely ignorant woman wish to know how Bob's eye at a glance announced a dog fight to his brain? He did not, he could not see the dogs fighting. It was a flash of inference, a rapid induction. The crowd round a couple of dogs fighting is a crowd masculine mainly, with an occasional active, compassionate woman fluttering wildly round the outside and using her tongue and her hands freely upon the men as so many brutes. It is a crowd annular, compact, and mobile, a crowd centripetal, having its eyes and its heads all bent downward and inward to one common focus. Well, Bob and I are up, and find it's not over. A small thoroughbred, white bull terrier is busy throttling a large shepherd's dog, unaccustomed to war, but not to be trifled with. They are hard at it, the scientific little fellow doing his work in great style, his pastoral enemy fighting wildly, but with the sharpest of teeth and a great courage. Science and breeding, however, soon had their own. The game chicken, as the premature Bob called him, working his way up, took his final grip on poor Yarrow's throat, and he lay gasping and done for. His master, a brown, handsome, big young shepherd from Tweedsmuir, would have liked to have knocked down any man who would drink up easel and eat a crocodile for that part, if he had a chance. It was no use kicking the little dog, that would only make him hold the closer. Many were the means shouted out in mouthfuls of the best possible ways of ending it. Water, but there was none near, and many cried for it who might have got it from the well at Blackfriars Wynd. Bite the tail, and a large, vague, benevolent, middle-aged man, more desirous than wise, with some struggle got the bushy end of Yarrow's tail into his ample mouth, and bit it with all his might. This was more than enough for the much-enduring, much-perspiring shepherd, who, with a gleam of joy over his broad visage, delivered a terrific facer upon our large, vague, benevolent, middle-aged friend, who went down like a shot. Still the chicken holds, death not far off. Snuff, a pinch of snuff, observed a calm, highly dressed young buck with an eyeglass in his eye. Snuff, indeed, growled the angry crowd, affronted and glaring. Snuff, a pinch of snuff, again observes the buck, with more urgency, whereupon were produced several open boxes, and from a mull which may have been at Culloden he took a pinch, knelt down, and presented it to the nose of the chicken. The laws of physiology and of snuff take their course, the chicken sneezes, and Yarrow is free. The young pastoral giant stalks off with Yarrow in his arms, comforting him. But the bull terrier's blood is up, and his soul unsatisfied. He grips the first dog he meets, and discovering she is not a dog, in Homeric phrase, he makes a brief sort of amende and is off. The boys, with Bob and me at their head, are after him. Down Nidri Street he goes, bent on mischief. Up the Cowgate like an arrow, Bob and I and our small men panting behind. There, under the single arch of the South Bridge, is a huge mastiff, sauntering down the middle of the causeway, as if with his hands in his pockets. He is old, brindled, as big as a little Highland bull, and has the Shakespearean dewlaps shaking as he goes. The chicken makes straight at him, and fastens on his throat. To our astonishment, the great creature does nothing but stand still, hold himself up, and roar. Yes, roar! A long, serious, remonstrative roar. How is this? Bob and I are up to them. He is muzzled. The bailies had proclaimed a general muzzling, and his master, studying strength and economy mainly, had encompassed his huge jaws in a home-made apparatus constructed out of the leather of some ancient breechin. His mouth was open as far as it could, his lips curled up in rage, a sort of terrible grin, his teeth gleaming, ready, from out the darkness. The strap across his mouth tense as a bowstring, his whole frame stiff with indignation and surprise, his roar asking us all round, "Did you ever see the like of this?" He looked a statue of anger and astonishment done in Aberdeen granite. We soon had a crowd. The chicken held on. "A knife!" cried Bob, and a cobbler gave him his knife. You know the kind of knife, worn obliquely to a point and always keen. I put its edge to the tense leather. It ran before it, and then one sudden jerk of that enormous head, a sort of dirty mist about his mouth, no noise, and the bright, fierce little fellow is dropped, limp and dead. A solemn pause. This was more than any of us had bargained for. I turned the little fellow over and saw he was quite dead. The mastiff had taken him by the small of the back like a rat and broken it. He looked down at his victim, appeased, ashamed, and amazed, sniffed him all over, stared at him, and taking sudden thought, turned round and trotted off. Bob took the dead dog up and said, "John, we'll bury him after tea." "Yes," said I, and was off after the mastiff. He made up the Cowgate at a rapid swing. He had forgotten some engagement. He turned up the Candlemaker Row and stopped at the Harrow Inn. There was a carrier's cart ready to start, and a keen, thin, impatient, black-aviced little man, his hand at the gray horse's head, looking about angrily for something. "Rab, ye thief!" said he, aiming a kick at my great friend, who drew cringing up, and, avoiding the heavy shoe with more agility than dignity, and watching his master's eye, slunk dismayed under the cart, his ears down, and as much as he had of a tail down too. What a man this must be, thought I, to whom my tremendous hero turns tail. The carrier saw the muzzle hanging, cut and useless, from his neck, and I eagerly told him the story, which Bob and I always thought, and still think, Homer or King David or Sir Walter alone were worthy to rehearse. The severe little man was mitigated, and condescended to say, "Rab, my man, poor Robbie." Whereupon the stump of tail rose up, the ears were cocked, the eyes filled and were comforted. The two friends were reconciled. "Hup!" and a stroke of the whip were given to Jess, and off went the three. Bob and I buried the game chicken that night. We had not much of a tea. In the back green of his house, in Melville Street, number 17, with considerable gravity and silence, and being at the time in the Iliad, and like all boys Trojans, we of course called him Hector. 6 years have passed, a long time for a boy and a dog. Bob Ainslie is off to the wars. I'm a medical student and clerk at Minto House Hospital. Rob I saw almost every week, on the Wednesday, and we had much pleasant intimacy. I found the way to his heart by frequent scratching of his huge head and an occasional bone. When I did not notice him, he would plant himself straight before me and stand wagging that bud of a tail, and looking up, with his head a little to one side. His master I saw occasionally. He used to call me Maester John, but was as laconic as any Spartan. One fine afternoon I was leaving the hospital, when I saw the large gate open, and in walked Rob, with that great and easy saunter of his. He looked as if he was taking possession of the place, like the Duke of Wellington entering a subdued city, satiated with victory and peace. After him came Jess, now white from age, with her cart, and in it a woman carefully wrapped up. The carrier leading the horse anxiously, and looking back. When he saw me, James, for his name was James Noble, made a curt and grotesque bow, and said, "Maester John, this is the mistress. She's got a trouble in her breast, some kind o' an income we're thinking." By this time I saw the woman's face. She was sitting on a sack filled with straw, with her husband's plaid round her, and his big coat, with its large white metal buttons over her feet. I never saw a more unforgettable face, pale, serious, lonely, delicate, sweet, without being at all what we call fine. She looked 60, and had on a mutch, white as snow, with its black ribbon, her silvery smooth hair setting off her dark gray eyes such as one sees only twice or thrice in a lifetime, full of suffering, full also of the overcoming of it, her eyebrows black and delicate, and her mouth firm, patient, and contented, which few mouths ever are. As I have said, I never saw a more beautiful countenance, or one more subdued to settled quiet. "Ailie," said James, "this is Maester John, the young doctor, Rob's friend, ye ken. We often speak about you, doctor." She smiled and made a movement, but said nothing, and prepared to come down, putting her plaid aside and rising. Had Solomon in all his glory been handing down the Queen of Sheba at his palace gate, he could not have done it more daintily, more tenderly, more like a gentleman, than James the Howland carrier, when he lifted down Ailie his wife. The contrast of this small, swarthy, weather-beaten, keen, worldly face to hers, pale, subdued, and beautiful, was something wonderful. Rob looked on concerned and puzzled, but ready for anything that might turn up. Were it to strangle the nurse, the porter, or even me, Ailie and he seemed great friends. "As I was saying, she's got some kind of trouble in her breast, doctor. Will you take a look at it?" We walked into the consulting room, all four, Rob, grim and comic, willing to be happy and confidential if case should be shown, willing also to be the reverse on the same terms. Ailie sat down, undid her open gown and her lawn handkerchief round her neck, and without a word showed me her right breast. I looked at it and examined it carefully, she and James watching me, and Rob eyeing all three. What could I say? There it was, that had once been so soft, so shapely, so white, so gracious and bountiful, so full of all blessed condition, hard as a stone, a centre of horrid pain making that pale face, with its grey, lucid, reasonable eyes, and its sweet, resolved mouth, express the full measure of suffering overcome. Why was that gentle, modest, sweet woman, clean and lovable, condemned by God to bear such a burden? I got her away to bed. "May Rob and me bide?" said James. "You may, and Rob if he will behave himself." "I'se warrant he's do that, doctor." And in slunk the faithful beast. There are no such dogs now. He belonged to a lost tribe. As I have said, he was brindled and grey like Rubislaw granite, his hair short, hard, and close, like a lion's, his body thick-set, like a little bull, a sort of compressed Hercules of a dog. He must have been 90 pounds weight at least, and he had a large, blunt head, his muzzle black as night, his mouth blacker than any night, a tooth or two, being all he had, gleaming out of his jaws of darkness. His head was scarred with the records of old wounds, a sort of series of fields of battles all over it. One eye out, one ear cropped as close as was Archbishop Leighton's father's. The remaining eye had the power of two, and above it, and in constant communication with it, was a tattered rag of an ear, which was forever unfurling itself like an old flag. And then that bud of a tail, about 1 inch long, if it could in any sense be said to be long, being as broad as long. The mobility, the instantaneousness of that bud were very funny and surprising. Its expressive twinklings and winkings, the intercommunications between the eye, the ear, and it, were of the oddest and swiftest. Rob had the dignity and simplicity of great size, and having fought his way all along the road to absolute supremacy, he was as mighty in his own line as Julius Caesar or the Duke of Wellington, and had the gravity of all great fighters. You must have often observed the likeness of certain men to certain animals, and of certain dogs to men. Now, I never looked at Rob without thinking of the great Baptist preacher, Andrew Fuller. The same large, heavy, menacing, combative, sombre, honest countenance, the same deep, inevitable eye, the same look, as if of thunder asleep, but ready, neither a dog nor a man to be trifled with. Next day my master, the surgeon, examined Ailie. There could be no doubt it must kill her, and soon. If it could be removed, it might never return. It would give her speedy relief. She should have it done. She curtsied, looked at James, and said, "When?" "Tomorrow," said the kind surgeon, a man of few words. She and James and Rob and I retired. I noticed that he and she spoke little, but seemed to anticipate everything in each other. The following day at noon the students came in, hurrying up the great stair. At the first landing place, on a small, well-known blackboard, was a bit of paper fastened by wafers, and many remains of old wafers beside it. On the paper were the words, "An operation today. J.B. Clerk." Up ran the youths, eager to secure good places. In they crowded, full of interest and talk. "What's the case? Which side is it?" Don't think them heartless. They are neither better nor worse than you or I. They get over their professional horrors and enter their proper work, and in them pity as an emotion, ending in itself or at best in tears and a long-drawn breath, lessens, while pity as a motive is quickened and gains power and purpose. It is well for poor human nature that it is so. The operating theatre is crowded, much talk and fun, and all the cordiality and stir of youth. The surgeon with his staff of assistants is there. In comes Ailie. One look at her quiets and abates the eager students. That beautiful old woman is too much for them. They sit down and are dumb, and gaze at her. These rough boys feel the power of her presence. She walks in quietly but without haste, dressed in her mutch, her neckerchief, her white dimity short gown, her black bombazine petticoat, showing her white worsted stockings and her carpet shoes. Behind her was James with Rob. James sat down in the distance and took that huge, noble head between his knees. Rob looked perplexed and dangerous, forever cocking his ear and dropping it fast. Ailie stepped up on a seat and laid herself on the table, as her friend the surgeon told her, arranged herself, gave a rapid look at James, shut her eyes, rested herself on me, and took my hand. The operation was at once begun. It was necessarily slow, and chloroform, one of God's best gifts to his suffering children, was then unknown. The surgeon did his work. The pale face showed its pain, but was still and silent. Rob's soul was working within him. He saw something strange was going on. Blood flowing from his mistress, and she suffering. His ragged ear was up and importunate. He growled and gave now and then a sharp, impatient yelp. He would have liked to have done something to that man, but James had him firm, and gave him a glower from time to time, with an intimation of a possible kick. All the better for James. It kept his eye and his mind off Ailie. It's over. She is dressed. Steps gently and decently down from the table. Looks for James, and then turning to the surgeon and the students, she curtsies, and in a low, clear voice begs their pardon if she has behaved ill. The students, all of us, wept like children. The surgeon wrapped her up carefully, and resting on James and me, Ailie went to her room, and Rob followed. We put her to bed. James took off his heavy shoes, crammed with tackets, heel-capped and toe-capped, and put them carefully under the table, saying, "Maister John, I'm for nane o' your strange nurse bodies for Ailie. I'll be her nurse, and I'll gang aboot o' my stocking soles as canny as a pussy." And so he did, and handy and clever and swift and tender as any woman was that horny hand, snell, peremptory little man. Everything she got he gave her. He seldom slept, and often I saw his small, shrewd eyes out of the darkness, fixed on her. As before, they spoke little. Rob behaved well, never moving, showing us how meek and gentle he could be, and occasionally, in his sleep, letting us know that he was demolishing some adversary. He took a walk with me every day, generally to the Candlemaker Row, but he was sombre and mild, declined doing battle, though some fit cases offered, and indeed submitted to sundry indignities, and was always very ready to turn, and came faster back, and trotted up the stair with much lightness, and went straight to that door. Jess the mare had been sent with her weather-beaten cart to Howgate, and had doubtless her own dim, placid meditations and confusions on the absence of her master and Rob, and her unnatural freedom from the road and her cart. For some days Ailie did well. The wound healed by the first intention, for, as James said, "Or Ailie's skin's goer clean to beal." The students came in quiet and anxious, surrounded her bed. She said she liked to see their young, honest faces. The surgeon dressed her, and spoke to her in his own short, kind way, pitying her through his eyes. Rob and James outside the circle, Rob being now reconciled and even cordial, and having made up his mind that as yet nobody required worrying, but, as you may suppose, semper paratus. So far well, but 4 days after the operation, my patient had a sudden and long shivering, a gruesome, as she called it. I saw her soon after. Her eyes were too bright, her cheek coloured. She was restless and ashamed of being so. The balance was lost. Mischief had begun. On looking at the wound, a blush of red told the secret. Her pulse was rapid, her breath anxious and quick. She wasn't herself, as she said, and was vexed at her restlessness. We tried what we could. James did everything and was everywhere, never in the way, never out of it. Rob subsided under the table into a dark place, and was motionless, all but his eye, which followed everyone. Ailie got worse, began to wander in her mind, gently, was more demonstrative in her ways to James, rapid in her questions, and sharp at times. He was vexed, and said, "She was never that way afore. No, never." For a time she knew her head was wrong, and was always asking our pardon. The dear, gentle old woman. Then delirium set in strong, without pause. Her brain gave way, and then came that terrible spectacle. The intellectual power through words and things went sounding on a dim and perilous way. She sang bits of old songs and psalms, stopping suddenly, mingling the psalms of David with the diviner words of his Son and Lord, with homely odds and ends of ballads. Nothing more touching, or in sense more strangely beautiful, did I ever witness. Her tremulous, rapid, affectionate, eager Scotch voice, the swift, aimless, bewildered mind, the baffled utterance, the bright and perilous eye, some wild words, some household cares, something for James, the names of the dead, Rab called rapidly and in a fremmed voice, and he starting up, surprised, and slinking off as if he were to blame somehow, or had been dreaming he heard. Many eager questions and beseechings which James and I could make nothing of, and on which she seemed to set her all, and then sink back ununderstood. It was very sad, but better than many things that are not called sad. James hovered about, put out and miserable, but active and exact as ever, read to her, when there was a lull, short bits of the Psalms, prose and metre, chanting the latter in his own rude and serious way, showing great knowledge of the fit of words, bearing up like a man, and doting over her as his ain Ellie, Ailie, my woman, my ain bonny wee dawtie. The end was drawing on, the golden bowl was breaking, the silver cord was fast being loosed, that animula, blandula, vagula, hospes, comascule, was about to flee. The body and the soul, companions for 60 years, were being sundered and taking leave. She was walking, alone, through the valley of the shadow into which one day we must all enter. And yet she was not alone, for we know whose rod and staff were comforting her. One night she had fallen quiet, and as we hoped, asleep. Her eyes were shut. We put down the gas and sat watching her. Suddenly she sat up in bed, and taking a bedgown which was lying on it rolled up, she held it eagerly to her breast, to the right side. We could see her eyes bright with a surprising tenderness and joy, bending over this bundle of clothes. She held it as a woman holds her suckling child, opening out her nightgown impatiently and holding it close, brooding over it and murmuring foolish little words, as over one whom his mother comforteth, and who sucks and is satisfied. It was pitiful and strange to see her wasted, dying look, keen and yet vague, her immense love. "Preserve me!" groaned James, giving way, and then she rocked back and forth, as if to make it sleep, hushing it and wasting on it her infinite fondness. "Wae's me, doctor, I declare she's thinking it's that bairn." "What bairn?" "The only bairn we ever had, our wee Maisie. She's in the kingdom 40 years and mair." It was plain true. The pain in the breast, telling its urgent story to a bewildered, ruined brain, was misread and mistaken. It suggested to her the uneasiness of a breast full of milk, and then the child, and so again once more they were together, and she had her ain wee Maisie on her bosom. This was the close. She sank rapidly. The delirium left her, but as she whispered she was clean silly. It was the lightening before the final darkness. After having for some time lain still, her eyes shut, she said, "James." He came close to her, and lifting up her calm, clear, beautiful eyes, she gave him a long look, turned to me kindly but shortly, looked for Rob but could not see him, then turned to her husband again, as if she would never leave off looking, shut her eyes and composed herself. She lay for some time breathing quick, and passed away so gently that when we thought she was gone, James, in his old-fashioned way, held the mirror to her face. After a long pause, one small spot of dimness was breathed out. It vanished away and never returned, leaving the blank, clear darkness without a stain. What is your life? It is even as vapor, which appeareth for a little time, and then vanisheth away. Rob all this time had been full awake and motionless. He came forward beside us. Ailie's hand, which James had held, was hanging down. It was soaked with his tears. Rob licked it all over carefully, looked at her, and returned to his place under the table. James and I sat, I don't know how long, but for some time. Saying nothing, he started up abruptly, and with some noise went to the table, and putting his right fore and middle fingers each into a shoe, pulled them out and put them on, breaking one of the leather latchets, and muttering in anger, "I never did the like of that afore." I believe he never did, nor after either. "Rob," he said roughly, and pointing with his thumb to the bottom of the bed. Rob leaped up and settled himself, his head and eye to the dead face. "Maester John, you'll be waiting for me," said the carrier, and disappeared in the darkness, thundering downstairs in his heavy shoes. I ran to the front window. There he was, already round the house and out at the gate, fleeing like a shadow. I was afraid about him, and yet not afraid. So I sat down beside Rob, and being weary, fell asleep. I awoke from a sudden noise outside. It was November, and there had been a heavy fall of snow. Rob was in statu quo. He heard the noise too, and plainly knew it, but never moved. I looked out, and there at the gate in the dim morning, for the sun was not up, was Jess in the cart, a cloud of steam rising from the old mare. I did not see James. He was already at the door, and came up the stairs and met me. It was less than 3 hours since he left, and he must have posted out, who knows how, to Howgate, full 9 miles off, yoked Jess and driven her astonished into town. He had an armful of blankets, and was streaming with perspiration. He nodded to me and spread out on the floor 2 pairs of clean old blankets, having at their corners A.G. 1794, in large letters in red worsted. These were the initials of Alison Graham, and James may have looked in at her from without, himself unseen but not unthought of, when he was wat and weary, and having walked many a mile over the hills, may have seen her sitting, while all the lave were sleeping, and by the firelight working her name on the blankets for her ain James' bed. He motioned Rob down, and taking his wife in his arms, laid her in the blankets, and happed her carefully and firmly up, leaving the face uncovered, and then lifting her, he nodded again sharply to me, and with a resolved but utterly miserable face strode through the passage and downstairs, followed by Rob. I followed with a light, but he didn't need it. I went out, holding stupidly the candle in my hand in the calm, frosty air. We were soon at the gate. I could have helped him, but I saw he was not to be meddled with, and he was strong and did not need it. He laid her down as tenderly, as safely, as he had lifted her out 10 days before, as tenderly as when he had her first in his arms, when she was only A.G., sorted her, leaving that beautiful sealed face open to the heavens, and then, taking Jess by the head, he moved away. He did not notice me, neither did Rob, who presided behind the cart. I stood till they passed through the long shadow of the college, and turned up Nicholson Street. I heard the solitary cart sound through the streets and die away and come again, and I returned, thinking of that company going up Liberton Brae, then along Roslyn Muir, the morning light touching the Pentlands, and making them like onlooking ghosts, then down the hill through Auchendenny woods, past haunted Woodshouseley, and as daybreak came sweeping up the bleak Lammermuirs, and fell on his own door, the company would stop, and James would take the key and lift Ailie up again, laying her on her own bed, and having put Jess up, would return with Rob and shut the door. James buried his wife with his neighbour's mourning. Rob watched the proceedings from a distance. It was snow, and that black, ragged hole would look strange in the midst of the swelling, spotless cushion of white. James looked after everything. Then rather suddenly he fell ill, and took to bed. Was insensible when the doctor came, and soon died. A sort of low fever was prevailing in the village, and his want of sleep, his exhaustion, and his misery made him apt to take it. The grave was not difficult to reopen. A fresh fall of snow had made all things white and smooth. Rob once more looked on, and slunk home to the stable. And what of Rob? I asked for him next week at the new carrier, who got the goodwill of James' business, and was now master of Jess in her cart. "How's Rob?" He put me off, and said rather rudely, "What's your business with a dog?" I was not to be so put off. "Where's Rob?" He, getting confused and red, and intermeddling with his hair, said, "Deed, sir, Rob's deed." "Dead? What did he die of?" "Weel, sir," he said, getting redder, He didn't exactly he was killed. I had to brain him with a rack pin. There was nae doing with him. He lay in the trevis with the mear, and wouldna come out. I tempted him with kail and meat, but he would take naething, and keep me from feeding the beast. And was I girring and grupping me by the legs? I was laith to make away with the old dog. His like wasn't atween this and Thornhill, but, 'deed, sir, I could do naething else. I believed him. Fit in for Rob, quick and complete. His teeth and his friends gone, why should he keep the peace and be civil? He was buried in the Bray Face near the burn. The children of the village, his companions, who used to make very free with him and sit on his ample stomach as he lay half asleep at the door in the sun, watching the solemnity. End of Rob and His Friends, by Dr. John Brown.
Selections from The Gateless Gate by Mumon Ikai. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Case 15. Tozan's Three Blows. Tozan went to Umon. Umon asked him where he had come from. Tozan said, "From Sato village." Umon asked, "In what temple did you remain for the summer?" Tozan replied, "The temple of Hoji, south of the lake." "When did you leave there?" asked Umon, wondering how long Tozan would continue with such factual answers. "The 25th of August," answered Tozan. Umon said, "I should give you 3 blows with a stick, but today I forgive you." The next day Tozan bowed to Umon and asked, "Yesterday you forgave me 3 blows. I do not know why you thought me wrong." Umon, rebuking Tozan's spiritless responses, said, "You are good for nothing. You simply wander from one monastery to another." Before Umon's words were ended, Tozan was enlightened. Mumon's comment. Umon fed Tozan good Zen food. If Tozan can digest it, Umon may add another member to his family. In the evening, Tozan swam around in the sea of good and bad, but at dawn, Umon crushed his nutshell. After all, he wasn't so smart. Now I want to ask, did Tozan deserve the 3 blows? If you say yes, not only Tozan but every one of you deserves them. If you say no, Umon is speaking a lie. If you answer this question clearly, you can eat the same food as Tozan. The lioness teaches her cubs roughly. The cubs jump and she knocks them down. When Umon saw Tozan, his first arrow was light. His second arrow shot deep. End of Case 15. Case 19. Everyday life is the path. Joshu asked Nansen, "What is the path?" Nansen said, "Everyday life is the path." Joshu asked, "Can it be studied?" Nansen said, "If you try to study, you will be far away from it." Joshu asked, "If I do not study, how can I know it is the path?" Nansen said, "The path does not belong to the perception world, neither does it belong to the non-perception world. Cognition is a delusion, and non-cognition is senseless. If you want to reach the true path beyond doubt, place yourself in the same freedom as sky. You name it neither good nor not good." At these words, Joshu was enlightened. Mumon's comment. Nansen could melt Joshu's frozen doubts at once when Joshu asked his questions. I doubt, though, if Joshu reached the point that Nansen did. He needed 30 more years of study. In spring, hundreds of flowers. In autumn, a harvest moon. In summer, a refreshing breeze. In winter, snow will accompany you. If useless things do not hang in your mind, any season is a good season for you. End of Case 19. Case 43. Shuzan's Short Staff. Shuzan held out his short staff and said, "If you call this a short staff, you oppose its reality. If you do not call it a short staff, you ignore the fact. Now what do you wish to call this?" Mumon's comment. If you call this a short staff, you oppose its reality. If you do not call it a short staff, you ignore the fact. It cannot be expressed with words, and it cannot be expressed without words. Now say quickly what it is. Holding out the short staff, he gave an order of life or death. Positive and negative interwoven, even Buddhas and patriarchs cannot escape this attack. End of case 43. End of selections from The Gateless Gate. Recorded by John Darrell.
Send Round the Hat by Henry Lawson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Son of the Exiles. Send Round the Hat. Now this is the creed from the Book of the Bush. Should be simple and plain to a dunce. If a man's in a hole, you must pass round the hat, were he jailbird or gentleman once. Is it any harm to wake you? It was about 9 o'clock in the morning, and though it was Sunday morning, it was no harm to wake me, but the shearer had mistaken me for a deaf jackaroo, who was staying at the shanty and was something like me, and had good-naturedly shouted almost at the top of his voice, and he woke the whole shanty. Anyway, he woke 3 or 4 others who were sleeping on beds and stretchers, and one on a shakedown on the floor, in the same room. It had been a wet night, and the shanty was full of shearers from Big Billabong Shed, which had cut out the day before. My roommates had been drinking and gambling overnight, and they swore luridly at the intruder for disturbing them. He was about 6'3" or thereabout. He was loosely built, bony, sandy complexioned, and grey-eyed. He wore a good-humoured grin at most times, as I noticed later on. He was of a type of bushman that I always liked, the sort that seem to get more good-natured the longer they grow, yet are hard-knuckled and would accommodate a man who wanted to fight or thrash a bully in a good-natured way. The sort that liked to carry somebody's baby around and cut wood, carry water, and do little things for overworked married bushwomen. He wore a saddle tweed sack suit 2 sizes too small for him, and his face, neck, great hands, and bony wrists were covered with sun blotches and freckles. "I hope I ain't disturbing you," he shouted as he bent over my bunk. "But there's a cove."
"You needn't shout," I interrupted. "I'm not deaf."
"Oh, I beg your pardon," he shouted. "I didn't know I was yelling. I thought you was the deaf fella."
"Oh, that's all right," I said. "What's the trouble?"
"Wait till them other chaps has done swearing, and I'll tell you," he said. He spoke with quiet, good-natured drawl, with something of the nasal twang, but tone and drawl distinctly Australian, altogether apart from that of the Americans.
"Oh, spit it out, for Christ's sake, Longin!"
yelled one-eyed Bogan, who had been the worst swearer in a rough shed, and he fell back on his bunk as if his previous remarks had exhausted him.
"It's that there sick jackaroo that was picking up at Big Billabong," said the Giraffe. "He had a knock off the first week, and he's been here ever since. They're sending him away to hospital in Sydney by the special train. They're just going to take him up in the wagonette to the railway station, and I thought I might as well go round with the hat and get him a few bob. He's got a missus and kids in Sydney."
"You're always going round with your gory hat," growled Bogan. "You'd blanky well take it round in hell."
"That's what he's doing, Bogan," muttered Gentleman Once on the shakedown, with his face to the wall. The hat was a genuine cabbage tree, one of the sort that last a lifetime. It was well coloured, almost black in fact with weather and age, and it had a new strap round the base of the crown. I looked into it and saw a dirty £1 note and some silver. I dropped in half a crown, which was more than I could spare, for I had only been a green hand at Big Billabong.
"Thank you," he said. "Now then, you fellas, I wish you'd keep your hat on your head and your money in your pockets and your sympathy somewhere else, growled Jack Moonlight, as he raised himself painfully on his elbow and felt under his pillow for 2 half-crowns. "Here," he said, "here's 2 half-cases. Chuck 'em in and let me sleep, for God's sake." Gentleman Once, the gambler, rolled round on his shakedown, bringing his good-looking, dissipated face from the wall. He had turned in his clothes, and, with considerable exertion, he shoved his hand down into the pocket of his trousers, which were a tight fit. He brought up a roll of pound notes and could find no silver. "Here," he said to the Giraffe, "I might as well lay a quid. I'll chance it anyway. Chuck it in." "You've got rats this morning, Gentleman Once," growled the Bogan. "It ain't a blanky horse race." "Perhaps I have," said Gentleman Once, and he turned to the wall again with his head on his arm.
"Now, Bogan, you might as well chuck in something," said the Giraffe.
"What's the matter with the jackaroo?" asked the Bogan, tugging his trousers from under the mattress. Moonlight said something in a low tone. He has," said Bogan. "Well, I pity the... Here, I'll chuck in half a quid." And he dropped half a sovereign into the hat. The fourth man, who was known to his face as Barcoo Rot, and behind his back as the Mean Man, had been drinking all night, and not even Bogan's stump-splitting adjectives could rouse him. So Bogan got out of bed, and, calling on us, as blanky female cattle, to witness what he was about to do, he rolled the drunkard over, prospected his pockets till he made up 5 shillings, or a caser in bush language, and chucked them into the hat. And Barcoo Rot is probably unconscious to this day that he was ever connected with an act of charity. The Giraffe struck the deaf jackaroo in the next room. I heard the chaps cursing Long 'un for waking them, and Deaf 'un for being, as they thought at first, the indirect cause of the disturbance. I heard the Giraffe and his hat being condemned in other rooms, and cursed along the verandah where more shearers were sleeping, and after a while I turned out. The Giraffe was carefully fixing a mattress and pillows on the floor of a wagonette, and presently a man, who looked like a corpse, was carried out and lifted into the trap. As the wagonette started, the shanty keeper, a fat, soulless-looking man, put his hand in his pocket and dropped a quid into the hat which was still going round, in the hands of the Giraffe's mate, little Teddy Thompson, who was as far below medium height as the Giraffe was above it. The Giraffe took the horse's head and led him along on the most level parts of the road towards the railway station, and 2 or 3 chaps went along to help get the sick man into the train. The shearing season was over in that district, but I got a job of house painting, which was my trade, at the Great Western Hotel, a 2-storey brick place, and I stayed in Bourke for a couple of months. The Giraffe was a Victorian native from Bendigo. He was well known in Bourke, and to many shearers who came through the great dry scrubs from hundreds of miles around. He was stakeholder, drunkard's banker, peacemaker where possible, referee or second to oblige the chaps when a fight was on, big brother or uncle to most of the children in town, final court of appeal when the youngsters had a dispute over a foot race at the school picnic, referee at their fights, and he was the stranger's friend.
"The feller as knows can butt around for himself," he'd say, "but I always like to do what I can for a hard-up stranger cove. I was a green hand jackaroo once myself, and I know what it is."
"You're always bothering about other people, Giraffe," said Tom Hall, the shearers' union secretary, who was only a couple of inches shorter than the Giraffe. "There's nothing in it, you can take it from me. I ought to know."
"Well, what's a feller to do?" said the Giraffe. "I'm only hanging round here till shearing starts again, and a cove might as well be doing something. Besides, it ain't as if I was like a cove that had old people or a wife and kids to look after. I ain't got no responsibilities. A feller can't be doing nothing. Besides, I like to lend a helping hand when I can."
"Well, all I've got to say," said Tom, most of whose screw went in borrowed quids, etc. All I've got to say is that you'll get no thanks, and you might blanky well starve in the end." "There ain't no fear of me starving so long as I got me hands about me, and I ain't a cove as wants thanks," said the Giraffe. He was always helping someone or something. Now it was a bit of a dance that we was getting up for the girls. Again it was Mrs. Smith, the woman whose husband was drowned in the flood in the Bogan River last Christmas, or that there poor woman down by the Billabong. Her husband cleared out and left her with a lot of kids. Or Bill something, the bullocky, who was run over by his own wagon while he was drunk and got his leg broke. Towards the end of his spree One-Eyed Bogan broke loose and smashed nearly all the windows of the Carrier's Arms, and next morning he was fined heavily at the police court. About dinner time I encountered the Giraffe and his hat, with 2 half-crowns in it for a start. "I'm sorry to trouble you," he said, "but One-Eyed Bogan can't pay his fine, and I thought we might fix it up for him. He ain't half a bad sort of fellow when he ain't drinking. It's only when he gets too much booze in him." After shearing, the hat usually started round with the Giraffe's own dirty crumpled pound note in the bottom of it as a send-off. Later on it was half a sovereign, and so on down to half a crown and a shilling as he got short of stuff, till in the end he would borrow a few bob, which he always repaid after the next shearing, just to start the thing going. There were several yarns about him and his hat. 'Twas said that the hat had belonged to his father, whom he resembled in every respect, and it had been going round for so many years that the crown was worn as thin as paper by the quids, half-quids, cases, half-cases, bobs and tanners or sprats, to say nothing of the scrums, that had been chucked into it in its time and shaken up. They say that, when a new governor visited Bourke, the Giraffe happened to be standing on the platform close to the exit, grinning good-humouredly, and the local toady nudged him urgently and said in an awful whisper, "Take off your hat! Why don't you take off your hat?" "Why?" drawled the Giraffe. "He ain't hard up, is he?" And they fondly cherish an anecdote to the effect that, when the one man one vote bill was passed, or payment of members, or when the first Labor Party went in, I forget on which occasion they said it was, the Giraffe was carried away by the general enthusiasm, got a few beers into him, chucked a quid into his hat, and sent it round. The boys contributed by force of habit, and contributed largely because of the victory and the beer. And when the hat came back to the Giraffe, he stood holding it in front of him with both hands and stared blankly into it for a while. Then it dawned on him. "Blowed if I haven't been and gone and took up a bloomin' collection for myself," he said. He was almost a teetotaler, but he stood his shout in reason. He mostly drank ginger beer. "I ain't a feller that boozes, but I ain't got nothin' agin chaps enjoyin' themselves, so long as they don't go too far." It was common for a man on the spree to say to him, "Here's 5 quid. Look after it for me, Giraffe, will you, till I get off the booze?" His real name was Bob Brothers, and his bush names Long'un, the Giraffe, Send round the Hat, Chuck in a Bob, and Ginger Ale. Some years before, camels and Afghan drivers had been imported to the Bourke district. The camels did very well in the dry country. They went right across country and carried everything from sardines to flooring boards. And the teamsters loved the Afghans nearly as much as Sydney furniture makers love the cheap Chinese in the same line. They love 'em even as union shearers on strike love blacklegs brought up country to take their places. Now, the Giraffe was a good straight unionist, but in cases of sickness or trouble he was as apt to forget his unionism as all bushmen are, at all times and for all time, to forget their creed. So one evening the Giraffe blundered into the Carrier's Arms, of all places in the world, when it was full of teamsters. He had his hat in his hand and some small silver and coppers in it. "I say, you fellers, there's a poor sick Afghan in the camp down there along the—" A big brawny bullock driver took him firmly by the shoulders, or rather by the elbows, and ran him out before any damage was done. The Giraffe took it as he took most things, good humouredly, but about dusk he was seen slipping down to the Afghan's camp with a billy of soup.
"I believe," remarked Tom Hall, "that when the Giraffe goes to heaven, and he's the only one of us as far as I can see that has a ghost of a show, I believe that when he goes to heaven the first thing he'll do will be to take his infernal hat round amongst the angels, getting up a collection for this damned world that he left behind."
"Well, I don't think there's so much to his credit after all," said Jack Mitchell, shearer. "You see, the Giraffe's ambitious. He likes public life, and that accounts for him shoving himself forward with his collections. As for bothering about people in trouble, that's only common curiosity. He's one of those chaps that are always shoving their noses into other people's troubles. And as for looking after sick men, why, there's nothing the Giraffe likes better than pottering round a sick man and watching him and studying him. He's awfully interested in sick men, and they're pretty scarce out here. I'll tell you there's nothing he likes better, except maybe it's pottering round a corpse. I believe he'd ride 40 miles to help and sympathise and potter round a funeral. The fact of the matter is that the Giraffe is only enjoying himself with other people's troubles. That's all it is. It's only vulgar curiosity and selfishness. I set it down to ignorance, the way he was brought up."
A few days after the Afghan incident, the Giraffe and his hat had a run of luck. A German, one of a party who were building a new wooden bridge over the Big Billabong, was helping unload some girders from a truck at the railway station when a big log slipped on the skids and his leg was smashed badly. They carried him to the Carrier's Arms, which was the nearest hotel, and into a bedroom behind the bar, and sent for the doctor. The Giraffe was in evidence as usual.
"It was not that at all," said German Charlie, when they asked him if he was in much pain. "It was not that at all. I don't cares a damn for the pain. But this is the 3rd year, and I was going home this year. After the contract, and the contract just commence."
That was the burden of his song all through, between his groans. There were a good few chaps sitting quietly about the bar and verandah when the doctor arrived. The Giraffe was sitting at the end of the counter, on which he had laid his hat while he wiped his face, neck, and forehead with a big speckled sweat rag. It was a very hot day. The doctor, a good-hearted young Australian, was heard saying something. Then German Charlie, in a voice that rung with pain,
"Make that leg right, doctor, quick! This is the 3rd bloody year, and I must go home."
The doctor asked him if he was in great pain.
"Never mind the bloody pain, doctor. Never mind the bloody pain. That was nothing. Make that leg well quick, doctor. This was the last contract, and I was going home this year."
Then the words jerked out of him by physical agony.
"The girl was waiting 3 year, and by God, I must go home."
The publican, Watty Braithwaite, known as Watty Broadwaite, or, more familiarly, Watty Bothways, turned over the Giraffe's hat in a tired, bored sort of way, dropped a quid into it, and nodded resignedly at the Giraffe. The Giraffe caught up the hint and the hat with alacrity. The hat went all round town, so to speak, and as soon as his leg was firm enough not to come loose on the road, German Charlie went home. It was well known that I contributed to the Sydney Bulletin and several other papers. The Giraffe's bump of reverence was very large, and swelled especially for sick men and poets. He treated me with much more respect than is due from a bushman to a man, and with an odd sort of extra gentleness I sometimes fancied. But one day he rather surprised me.
"I'm sorry to trouble you," he said in a shamefaced way. "I don't know as you'd go in for sporting, but One-Eyed Bogan, Barcoo Rot, is going to have a bit of a scrap down the Billabong this evening, and—"
"A bit of a what?" I asked.
"A bit of a fight to the finish," he said apologetically. and the chaps is trying to fix up a fiver to put some life into the thing. There's bad blood between One-Eyed Bogan and Barcoo Rot, and it won't do them any harm to have it out.
It was a great fight, I remember. There must have been a couple of score blood-soaked handkerchiefs, or sweat rags, buried in a hole on the field of battle, and the Giraffe was busy the rest of the evening helping to patch up the principals. Later on he took up a small collection for the loser, who happened to be Barcoo Rot, in spite of the advantage of an eye. The Salvation Army lassie, who went round with the war cry, nearly always sold the Giraffe 3 copies. A new chum parson, who wanted a subscription to build or enlarge a chapel or something, sought the assistance of the Giraffe's influence with his mates.
"Well," said the Giraffe, "I ain't a church goer myself. I ain't what you might call a religious cove, but I'll be glad to do what I can to help you. I don't suppose I can do much. I ain't been to church since I was a kiddie."
The parson was shocked, but later on he learned to appreciate the Giraffe and his mates, and to love Australia for the bushman's sake, and it was he who told me the above anecdote. The Giraffe helped fix some stalls for a Catholic church bazaar, and some of the chaps chaffed him about it in the Union office.
"You'll be taking up a collection for a joss house down in the Chinaman's camp next," said Tom Hall in conclusion. "Well, I ain't got nothing agin the Roman Catholics," said the Giraffe, "and Father O'Donovan's a very decent sort of cove. He stuck up for the Unions all right in the strike, anyway." "He wouldn't be Irish if he wasn't," someone commented. "I carried swags once for 6 months with a fellow that was a Catholic, and he was a very straight fellow. And a girl I knowed turned Catholic to marry a chap that had got her into trouble, and she was always just the same to me after as she was before. Besides, I like to help everything that's going on."
Tom Hall and 1 or 2 others went out hurriedly to have a drink, but we all loved the Giraffe. He was very innocent and very humorous, especially when he meant to be most serious and philosophical.
"Some of them bush girls is regular tomboys," he said to me solemnly one day. "Some of 'em is too cheeky altogether. I remember once I was stopping at a place. They was sort of relations of mine, and they put me to sleep in a room off the verandah where there was a glass door and no blinds, and the first morning the girls—they was sort of cousins of mine—they come giggling and fooling round outside the door on the verandah, and kept me in bed till nearly 10 o'clock. I had to put me trousers on under the bedclothes in the end. But I got back on 'em the next night," he reflected.
"How did you do that, Bob?" I asked.
"Why, I went to bed in me trousers."
One day I was on a plank painting the ceiling of the bar of the Great Western Hotel. I was anxious to get the job finished. The work had been kept back most of the day by chaps handing up long beers to me and drawing my attention to the alleged fact that I was putting on the paint wrong side out. I was slapping it on over the last few boards when...
"I'm very sorry to trouble you. I always seem to be troubling you. But there's that there woman and them girls."
I looked down, about the first time I'd looked down on him, and there was the Giraffe with his hat brim up on the plank and 2 half-crowns in it. "Oh, that's all right, Bob," I said, and I dropped in half a crown. There were shearers in the bar, and presently there was some barracking. It appeared that there woman and them girls were strange women, in the local as well as the biblical sense of the word, who had come from Sydney at the end of the shearing season and had taken a cottage on the edge of the scrub on the outskirts of the town. There had been trouble this week in connection with a row at their establishment, and they had been fined, warned off by the police, and turned out by their landlord.
"This is a bit too red-hot, Giraffe," said one of the shearers. "Them has made enough out of us coves. They've got plenty of stuff, don't you fret. Let 'em go to... I'm blanked if I give a sprat." "They ain't got their fares to Sydney," said the Giraffe, "and what's more, the little un's sick, and 2 of 'em has kids in Sydney."
"How the... do you know?"
"Why, one of 'em come to me and told me all about it."
There was an involuntary guffaw. "Look here, Bob," said Billy Woods, the rouseabout secretary, kindly. "Don't you make a fool of yourself. You'll have all the chaps laughing at you. Those girls are only working you for all you're worth. I suppose one of 'em came crying and whining to you. Don't you bother about them. You don't know 'em. They can pump water at a moment's notice. You haven't had any experience with women yet, Bob."
"She didn't come whining and crying to me," said the Giraffe, dropping his twanging drawl a little. "She looked me straight in the face and told me about it."
"I say, Giraffe," said Boxer Tricks, "what have you been doing? You been down there on the nod? I'm surprised at you, Giraffe."
"And he pretends to be so gory, soft and innocent too," growled the Bogan. "We know all about you, Giraffe."
"Look here, Giraffe," said Mitchell the shearer, "I'd never have thought it of you. We all thought you the only virgin west the river. I always thought you were a moral young man. You mustn't think that because your conscience is pricking you, everyone else's is."
"I ain't had anything to do with them," said the Giraffe, drawling again. "I ain't a cove that goes in for that sort of thing. But other chaps has, and I think they might as well help 'em out of their fix." "They're a rotten crowd," said Billy Woods. "You don't know 'em, Bob. Don't bother about them. They're not worth it. Put your money in your pocket. You'll find a better use for it before next shearing."
"Better shout, Giraffe," said Boxer Tricks. Now, in spite of the Giraffe's softness, he was the hardest man in Bourke to move when he decided on what he thought was the fair thing to do. Another peculiarity of his was that on occasion, such, for instance, as saying a few words at a strike meeting, he would straighten himself, drop the twang, and rope in his drawl, so to speak.
"Well, look here, you chaps," he said now. "I don't know anything about them women. I suppose they're bad, but I don't suppose they're worse than men has made 'em. All I know is that there's 4 women turned out, without any stuff, and every woman in Bourke and the police and the law against 'em. And the fact that they is women is against 'em most of all. You don't expect 'em to hump their swags to Sydney. Why, only I ain't got the stuff I wouldn't trouble you. I'd pay their fares myself. Look," he said, lowering his voice, "there they are now, and one of the girls is crying. Don't let 'em see you looking."
I dropped softly from the plank and peeped out with the rest. They stood by the fence on the opposite side of the street, a bit up towards the railway station, with their portmanteaux and bundles at their feet. One girl leant with her arms on the fence rail and her face buried in them. Another was trying to comfort her. The third girl and the woman stood facing our way. The woman was good looking. She had a hard face, but it might have been made hard. The third girl seemed half defiant, half inclined to cry. Presently she went to the other side of the girl who was crying on the fence and put her arm around her shoulder. The woman suddenly turned her back on us and stood looking away over the paddocks. The hat went round. Billy Woods was first, then Boxer Tricks, and then Mitchell. Billy contributed with eloquent silence. "I was only joking, Giraffe," said Boxer Tricks, dredging his pockets for a couple of shillings. It was some time after the shearing, and most of the chaps were hard up.
"Oh, well," sighed Mitchell, "there's no help for it. If the Giraffe would take up a collection to import some decent girls to this God-forgotten hole, there might be some sense in it. It's bad enough for the Giraffe to undermine our religious prejudices and tempt us to take a morbid interest in sick chows and Afghans and blacklegs and widows, but when he starts mixing us up with strange women, it's time to buck." And he prospected his pockets and contributed 2 shillings, some odd pennies, and a pinch of tobacco dust.
"I don't mind helping the girls, but I'm damned if I'll give a penny to help the old," said Tom Hall.
"Well, she was a girl once herself," drawled the Giraffe.
The Giraffe went round to the other pubs and to the Union offices, and when he returned he seemed satisfied with the plate, but troubled about something else.
"I don't know what to do for them tonight," he said. "None of the pubs or boarding houses will hear of 'em, and there ain't no empty houses, and the women is all agin 'em.
"Not all," said Alice, the big handsome barmaid from Sydney. "Come here, Bob." She gave the Giraffe half a sovereign and a look for which some of us would have paid £10 had we the money and had the look been transferable. "Wait a minute, Bob," she said, and she went in to speak to the landlord. "There's an empty bedroom at the end of the store in the yard," she said when she came back. "They can camp there for tonight if they behave themselves. You'd better tell them, Bob."
"Thank you, Alice," said the Giraffe.
Next day, after work, the Giraffe and I drifted together and down by the river in the cool of the evening and sat on the edge of the steep, drought-parched bank. "I heard you saw your lady friends off this morning, Bob," I said, and was sorry I said it even before he answered.
"Oh, they ain't no friends of mine," he said. "Only 4 poor devils of women. I thought they mightn't like to stand waiting with the crowd on the platform, so I just offered to get their tickets and told them to wait round the back of the station till the bell rung. And what do you think they did, Harry?" he went on with an exasperatingly unintelligent grin. "Why, they wanted to kiss me." "Did they?" "Yes, and they would have done it too if I hadn't been so long. Why, I'm blessed if they didn't kiss me hands."
"You don't say so."
"God's truth. Somehow I didn't like to go on the platform with them after that. Besides, they was crying, and I can't stand women crying. But some of the chaps put them into an empty carriage."
He thought a moment. Then,
"There's some terrible good-hearted fellas in the world," he reflected.
I thought so too. "Bob," I said, "you're a single man. Why don't you get married and settle down?"
"Well," he said, "I ain't got no wife and kids, that's a fact. But it ain't my fault."
He may have been right about the wife. But I thought of the look that Alice had given him, and
"Girls seem to like me right enough," he said, "but it don't go no further than that. The trouble is that I'm so long and I always seem to get shook after little girls. At least there was one little girl in Bendigo that was properly gone on."
"And wouldn't she have you?"
"Well, it seems not."
"Did you ask her?"
"Oh, yes, I asked her right enough."
"Well, and what did she say?"
"She said it'd be ridiculous for her to be seen trotting alongside of a chimbley like me."
"Perhaps she didn't mean that. There are any amount of little women who like tall men."
"I thought of that too, afterwards. Perhaps she didn't mean it that way. I suppose the fact of the matter was that she didn't cotton on to me, and wanted to let me down easy. She didn't want to hurt me feelings, if you understand. She was a very good-hearted little girl. There's some terrible tall fellows where I come from, and I know two has married little girls."
He seemed a hopeless case.
"Sometimes," he said, "sometimes I wish I wasn't so blessed long." "There's that there deaf jackaroo," he reflected presently. "He's something in the same fix about girls as I am. He's too deaf and I'm too long."
"How do you make that out?" I asked. "He's got 3 girls, to my knowledge, and as for being deaf, why, he gasses more than any man in the town, and knows more of what's going on than old Mother Brindle the washerwoman."
"Well, look at that now," said the Giraffe slowly. "Who'd have thought it? He never told me he had 3 girls, and as for hearing news, I always tell him anything that's going on that I think he doesn't catch. He told me his trouble was that whenever he went out with a girl people could hear what they was saying. At least they could hear what she was saying to him and draw their own conclusions, he said. He said he went out one night with a girl and some of the chaps foxed them and heard her saying 'don't' to him and put it all around town."
"What did she say 'don't' for?" I asked.
"He didn't tell me that, but I suppose he was kissing or hugging her or something."
"Bob," I said presently, "didn't you try the little girl in Bendigo a second time?"
"No," he said. "What was the use? She was a good little girl, and I wasn't going to go bothering her. I ain't the sort of cove that goes hanging around when he isn't wanted. But somehow I couldn't stay about Bendigo after she gave me the hint, so I thought I'd come over and have a knock round on this side for a year or 2.
"And you never wrote to her?"
"No. What was the use of going pestering her with letters? I know what trouble letters give me when I have to answer one. She'd have only had to tell me the straight truth in a letter and it wouldn't have done me any good. But I've pretty well got over it by this time.
A few days later I went to Sydney. The Giraffe was the last I shook hands with from the carriage window, and he slipped something in a piece of paper into my hand.
I hope you won't be offended, he drawled. Some of the chaps thought you mightn't be too flush of stuff. You've been shouting a good deal, so they put a quid or two together. They thought it might help you to have a bit of a fly around in Sydney.
I was back in Bourke before next shearing. On the evening of my arrival, I ran against the Giraffe. He seemed strangely shaken over something, but he kept his hat on his head.
"Would you mind taking a stroll as far as the Billabong?" he said. "I've got something I'd like to tell you."
His big brown sunburnt hands trembled and shook as he took a letter from his pocket and opened it.
"I've just got a letter," he said. "A letter from that little girl at Bendigo. Seems it was all a mistake. I'd like you to read it. Somehow I feel as if I'd want to talk to a fellow, and I'd rather talk to you than any of them other chaps."
It was a good letter from a big-hearted little girl. She'd been breaking her heart for the great ass all these months. It seemed that he had left Bendigo without saying good-bye to her.
"Somehow I couldn't bring myself to it,"
he said when I taxed him with it. She had never been able to get his address until last week, and then she got it from a Bourke man who had gone south. She called him an awful long fool, which he was, without the slightest doubt, and she implored him to write and come back to her. "And will you go back, Bob?" I asked.
"My oath! I'd take the train tomorrow, only I ain't got the stuff. But I've got a stand in Big Billabong shed, and I'll soon knock a few quid together. I'll go back as soon as ever shearing's over. I'm going to ride away to her tonight."
The Giraffe was the ringer of Big Billabong shed that season. His tallies averaged 120 a day. He only sent his hat round once during shearing, and it was noticed that he hesitated at first and only contributed half a crown. But then it was a case of a man being taken from the shed by the police for wife desertion.
"It's always that way," commented Mitchell. "Those soft, good-hearted fellas always end up by getting hard and selfish. The world makes them so. It's the thought of the soft fools they've been that finds out sooner or later and makes them repent. Like as not, the Giraffe will be the meanest man out back before he's done."
When Big Billabong cut out and we got back to Bourke with our dusty swags and dirty checks, I spoke to Tom Hall. "Look here, Tom," I said, "that long fool the Giraffe has been breaking his heart for a little girl in Bendigo ever since he's been out back, and she's been breaking her heart for him, and the ass didn't know it till he got a letter from her just before Big Billabong started. He's going home tomorrow." That evening Tom stole the Giraffe's hat.
"I suppose it'll turn up in the morning," said the Giraffe. "I don't mind a lark," he added, "but it does seem a bit red hot for the chaps to collar a cove's hat and a fella going away for good perhaps in the morning."
Mitchell started the thing going with a quid.
"It's worth it," he said, "to get rid of him. We'll have some peace now. There won't be so many accidents or women in trouble when the Giraffe and his blessed hat are gone. Anyway, he's an eyesore in the town, and he's getting on my nerves for one. Come on, you sinners, chuck 'em in. We're only taking quids and half-quids."
About daylight next morning, Tom Hall slipped into the Giraffe's room at the Carrier's Arms. The Giraffe was sleeping peacefully. Tom put the hat on a chair by his side. The collection had been a record one, and, besides the packet of money in the crown of the hat, there was a silver-mounted pipe with case, the best that could be bought in Bourke, a gold brooch and several trifles, besides an ugly valentine of a long man in his shirt walking the room with a twin on each arm. Tom was about to shake the Giraffe by the shoulder when he noticed a great foot with about half a yard of big-boned ankle and shank sticking out at the bottom of the bed. The temptation was too great. Tom took up the hairbrush, and with the back of it he gave a sharp rap on the point of an ingrowing toenail and slithered. We heard the Giraffe swearing good-naturedly for a while, and then there was a pregnant silence. He was staring at the hat, we supposed. We were all up at the station to see him off. It was rather a long wait. The Giraffe edged me up to the other end of the platform. He seemed overcome.
There's some terrible good-hearted fellows in this world," he said. "You mustn't forget 'em, Harry, when you make a big name writing. I'm blessed if I don't feel as if I was just going to blubber."
I was glad he didn't. The Giraffe blubbering would have been a spectacle. I steered him back to his friends. "Ain't you going to kiss me, Bob?" said the Great Western's big handsome barmaid as the bell rang.
"Well, I don't mind kissing you, Alice," he said, wiping his mouth, "but I'm going to be married, you know."
And he kissed her fair on the mouth.
"There's nothing like getting into practice,"
he said, grinning round. We thought he was improving wonderfully, but at the last moment something troubled him.
"Look here, you chaps,"
he said hesitatingly, with his hand in his pocket.
"I don't know what I'm going to do with all this stuff. There's that there poor washerwoman that's scalded her legs lifting the boiler of clothes off the fire."
We shoved him into the carriage. He hung, about half of him, out the window, wildly waving his hat till the train disappeared in the scrub. And as I sit here writing by lamplight at midday, in the midst of a great city of shallow social sham, of hopeless squalid poverty, of ignorant selfishness, cultured or brutish, and of noble and heroic endeavour frowned down or callously neglected, I am almost aware of a burst of sunshine in the room, and a long form leaning over my chair, and
"Excuse me for troubling you. I'm always troubling you. But there's that there poor woman."
And I wish I could immortalise him.
End of Send Round the Hat by Henry Lawson.
Timothy Sampson, The Wise Man, by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Timothy Sampson, The Wise Man, by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman. From the series People of Our Neighborhood, 1898. Timothy Sampson is not a college graduate. Not more than 3 men in this village are. I never heard that he was remarkable as a boy for his standing in the district school, but he is the village sage. Nobody disputes it. The doctor, the lawyer, and the minister all have to give precedence to him. The doctor may know something about physic, the lawyer about law, and the minister about theology, but Timothy Sampson knows something about everything. The doctor's practice suffers through Timothy. If any of the neighbors or their children are ill, they are very apt to call in Timothy instead of the doctor. For one reason, they have nearly as much confidence in him. For another reason, it saves the doctor's fee. Timothy Sampson seems able to tell almost at a glance whether a child is coming down with a simple cold or the whooping cough, with measles or scarlet fever, with mumps or quinsy. He has a little stock of medicines in his kitchen, in his chimney closet. Timothy's medicine bottles, which hold a good quart apiece, are always kept replenished. Nothing is ever lacking in case of need. Most of them he concocts himself, from roots and herbs, with a judicious use of stimulants. For this last he is forced to make a slight charge when medicine is taken in large quantities. "I ask just enough to kiver the cost of the stimulants," he says, and little enough it is, only a few cents upon a quart. Timothy's ministrations are simply for humanity's sake and love of the healing art, and not for gain. He is a cobbler, a mender of the cheap rustic shoes that wear out their soles and stub their toes in our rough country roads. He used, until machine work came in vogue, to make all the shoes for the neighborhood by hand. Indeed, there are now some few conservative mothers of families who employ him twice a year to fit out their children with his coarse, faithful handiwork. Timothy owns his little cottage house, and his little garden, and his little apple orchard. He paid for them long ago with his small savings, and now he earns just enough by cobbling to pay his taxes and keep himself and his old wife in their plain and simple necessaries of life. Timothy's shoe shop forms a tiny ell of his tiny house. In it he has a little rusty box stove, which is usually red hot through the winter months, for Timothy is a chilly man. His workbench with its sagging leather seat, a rude table heaped with lasts, and 3 or 4 stools and backless chairs for callers. The hot air is stifling with leather and the reek of ancient tobacco smoke, for Timothy smokes a pipe. A strange atmosphere, it seems, for wisdom to thrive in. Often an anxious mother is seen to scuttle down the road with her shawl thrown over her head, and disappear from the eyes of neighbors in Timothy's shoe shop, and reappear with Timothy ambling at her heels. Timothy is a small, spare, old man, and he has a curious gait, but he gets over the ground rapidly when he goes on such errands. The children like Timothy. They are not afraid of him as of the doctor. Sometimes one sets up a doleful lament when the doctor is proposed, but is comforted when his mother says, "Well, I'll run over and get Timothy Sampson. I guess he'll do just about as well." The children run out their tongues quite readily for Timothy to inspect. They even stretch their mouths obediently for his potent doses. There may, however, be reasons for their preference. All of Timothy's medicines are tinctured high with flavors which are pleasant and even delectable to childish palates, and they are well sweetened. So much peppermint and sassafras and wintergreen, indeed, does Timothy infuse in his remedies, that the doctor has been known to be very sarcastic over it. "Might as well take sassafras tea and done with it," he said once with a sniff at the dregs of Timothy's medicine, when Mrs. Harrison White called him in to see her Tommy, after Timothy had attended him for 2 weeks. But the doctor was 3 weeks curing Tommy after that, and she called in Timothy the next time he was sick. Aside from the pleasant flavors of Timothy's medicines, there is another inducement for taking them. Always after taking a dose he tucks into the patient's mouth a most delicious little molasses drop made by Mrs. Timothy. She makes these drops as no one in the village can. Indeed, she holds jealously to the receipt, and cannot be coaxed to disclose it. She keeps her husband's pockets filled with the drops. For some occult reason they never seem to stick, even in hot weather. Mrs. Timothy is a tall, shy, pale old woman who scarcely ever speaks unless she is asked a direct question. There is a curious lack of active individuality about her. At times she seems like nothing so much as a sort of spiritual looking glass for the reflections of Timothy, and yet he is not an imperious or unpleasantly self-assertive man. Still, great self-confidence he undoubtedly has, and that may eliminate a weaker nature without designing to do so. Perhaps the whole village reflects Timothy more or less, after the manner of his wife. Many a tale is told of a triumph of his sagacity over the doctor's, and people listen with pride and chuckling delight. The doctor is a surly, gruff, and not very popular old man, and everybody loves to relate how "the doctor said Miss Nehemiah Stockwell had erysipelas, and doctored her for that several months, and she got worse. Then they called in Timothy Sampson on the sly, and he said just as soon as he see her, 'Twa'n't erysipelas, 'twas poison ivy, and put on a plantain leaves and castor oil, and cured her right up." Timothy Sampson's triumphs in law and theology are even greater than in medicine. He draws up wills, free of charge, which stand without a question. He collects bills with wonderful success. Everybody knows how he made Mr. Samuel Payne pay the $25.63 which he had been owing John Levitt over a year for wood. John had asked and asked, but he began to think he should never get a cent. Samuel Payne is one of the most prosperous men in the village, too. He owns the grist mill. Finally, poor John Levitt sought aid from Timothy Sampson, who bestowed it. Mrs. Samuel Payne had company to tea that afternoon, the minister and his wife, and some out of town cousins of hers who have married well. They wore stiff black silks trimmed with jet and carried gold watches. The neighbors saw them out in the yard. They had taken their seats at the tea table, which Mrs. Payne had bedecked with her best linen and china. The minister had asked the blessing, and Mrs. Payne was about to pour the tea and Mr. Payne to pass the biscuits when Timothy Sampson walked in without knocking. He bade the company good day, and then, with no preface at all, addressed Mr. Samuel Payne upon the subject of his long standing debt to John Levitt. He told him that John Levitt was a poor man and in sore need of a barrel of flour. "Poor John Levitt, he can't afford to have no sech fine company as you've got to night and give 'em no sech hot biscuits and peach sauce and frosted cake," said Timothy, pitilessly eyeing the table. "He can't have what he actally needs, 'cause you don't pay your just debt." Samuel Payne, thus admonished, turned red, then white, but said not a word, only pulled his old leather wallet stiffly out of his pocket, and poor John Levitt had his barrel of flour that night. And all the village knows how Timothy settled the dispute between Lysander Mann and Anson White. Anson's hens encroached upon Lysander's young garden. He would not shut them up, and Lysander threatened to go to law. They had hot words about it. But Timothy said to Lysander, with that inimitable shrewd wink of his handsome blue eyes, which must be seen by everybody hearing the story who knows Timothy, "Why don't you just fix up a nice little coop and some nice little nests in your yard, Lysander?" And Lysander did, and Anson shut up his hens when they took to laying eggs upon his neighbor's premises, instead of scratching up his peas and beans. When theology is in question, there is a popular belief in the village that the minister is indebted to Timothy for many a good point in his sermon. In fact, the minister, who is an old and somewhat prosy man, seldom gets credit among many of his congregation for any bright and original thought of his own. People nod meaningly at each other, as much to say, "That's Timothy Sampson." It is universally conceded that if Timothy had been properly educated he would have made a much better parson than the parson. Timothy is especially gifted in prayer, and often seems to bear the whole burden of the conference meeting upon his shoulders. He is one of the deacons, and he passes the sacramental bread and wine with the stately and solemn bearing of an apostle. Indeed, there is something which approaches the apostolic ideal in the appearance of Timothy Sampson with his handsome, benignantly beaming old face and his waving gray locks. There is only one thing which conflicts with it, and that is the twinkle of acute worldly wisdom and shrewdness in his blue eyes. One cannot imagine an apostle twinkling upon his fellow men after that fashion. Beside the wisdom comprised under the three heads of medicine, law, and theology, Timothy has more of varied kinds in stock. He is strangely weatherwise. He seems to read the clouds and the winds like the chapters of a book. We all believed he could write an almanac as good as the old farmers if he were so disposed. If the Sunday school thinks of having a picnic, Timothy is consulted, and the day he selects is invariably fair. He has even been known to name the wedding day instead of the bride. Not a woman in the village dreams of going abroad in best bonnet and gown if Timothy Sampson says it will storm. On the other hand, one sets forth in her finest array and carries no umbrella, no matter how lowering the clouds are, if Timothy gives the word that it will be fair. Timothy knows when there will be a drought and when a frost. Often we should lose our grapes or our melons, were it not for Timothy's timely warning to cover them before nightfall with old blankets and carpets. Timothy is a master gardener, and knows well how to make refractory plants bud and blossom. He grafts sour and stubborn old fruit trees into sweet and luscious bearing. He knows how to prune vines and hedges and rose bushes. Timothy always knows where the blueberries and blackberries grow thickest, and pilots the children thither, and he knows the haunt of the partridge if an invalid has a longing for delicate wild meat. Timothy's wisdom can apply itself to small matters as well as great, and fit the minutest needs of daily life. If a housewife's carpet will not go down, if her curtains will not roll up, if the stovepipe will not fit, his aid is sought and never fails. If any one of the thousand little household difficulties beset her, Timothy runs over in his shoemaker's apron and sets the matter right. If there is any matter which Timothy's wisdom can fail to cover, we have yet to find it. If this sage did not live in our village, what should we all be? Should we ever go anywhere without spoiling our best bonnets? Should we have any wisdom at all unless we paid the highest market price for it? And we could not do that, because we are all poor. What shall we do when our wise man is gathered to his fathers? We dare not contemplate that. End of Timothy Sampson, The Wise Man, by Mary E. Wilkins Freeman.
To Whom This May Come, by Edward Bellamy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. To Whom This May Come. It is now about a year since I took passage at Calcutta in the ship Adelaide for New York. We had baffling weather till New Amsterdam Island was sighted, where we took a new point of departure. 3 days later, a terrible gale struck us. 4 days we flew before it, whither no one knew, for neither sun, moon, nor stars were at any time visible, and we could take no observation. Toward midnight of the 4th day, the glare of lightning revealed the Adelaide in a hopeless position, close in upon a low-lying shore, and driving straight toward it. All around and astern, far out to sea, was such a maze of rocks and shoals that it was a miracle we had come so far. Presently the ship struck, and almost instantly went to pieces. So great was the violence of the sea. I gave myself up for lost, and was indeed already past the worst of drowning, when I was recalled to consciousness by being thrown with a tremendous shock upon the beach. I had just strength enough to drag myself above the reach of the waves, and then I fell down and knew no more. When I awoke, the storm was over. The sun, already halfway up the sky, had dried my clothing and renewed the vigour of my bruised and aching limbs. On sea or shore I saw no vestige of my ship or my companions, of whom I appeared the sole survivor. I was not, however, alone. A group of persons, apparently the inhabitants of the country, stood near, observing me with looks of friendliness, which at once freed me from apprehension as to my treatment at their hands. They were a white and handsome people, evidently of a high order of civilization, though I recognized in them the traits of no race with which I was familiar. Seeing that it was evidently their idea of etiquette to leave it to strangers to open conversation, I addressed them in English, but failed to elicit any response beyond deprecating smiles. I then accosted them successively in the French, German, Italian, Spanish, Dutch, and Portuguese tongues, but with no better results. I began to be very much puzzled as to what could possibly be the nationality of a white and evidently civilized race to which no one of the tongues of the great seafaring nations was intelligible. The oddest thing of all was the unbroken silence with which they contemplated my efforts to open communication with them. It was as if they were agreed not to give me a clue to their language by even a whisper, for while they regarded one another with looks of smiling intelligence, they did not once open their lips. But if this behaviour suggested that they were amusing themselves at my expense, That presumption was negatived by the unmistakable friendliness and sympathy which their whole bearing expressed. A most extraordinary conjecture occurred to me. Could it be that these strange people were dumb? Such a freak of nature as an entire race thus afflicted had never indeed been heard of. But who could say what wonders the unexplored vasts of the great southern ocean might thus far have hid from human ken? Now, among the scraps of useless information which lumbered my mind was an acquaintance with the deaf and dumb alphabet, and forthwith I began to spell out with my fingers some of the phrases I had already uttered to so little effect. My resort to the sign language overcame the last remnant of gravity in the already profusely smiling group. The small boys now rolled on the ground in convulsions of mirth, while the grave and revered seniors, who had hitherto kept them in check, were fain momentarily to avert their faces, and I could see their bodies shaking with laughter. The greatest clown in the world never received a more flattering tribute to his powers to amuse than had been called forth by mine to make myself understood. Naturally, however, I was not flattered, but on the contrary entirely discomfited. Angry I could not well be, for the deprecating manner in which all, excepting of course the boys, yielded to their perception of the ridiculous, and the distress they showed at their failure in self-control, made me seem the aggressor. It was as if they were very sorry for me, and ready to put themselves wholly at my service, if I would only refrain from reducing them to a state of disability by being so exquisitely absurd. Certainly this evidently amiable race had a very embarrassing way of receiving strangers. Just at this moment, when my bewilderment was fast verging on exasperation, relief came. The circle opened, and a little elderly man, who had evidently come in haste, confronted me, and bowing very politely, addressed me in English. His voice was the most pitiable abortion of a voice I had ever heard. While having all the defects and articulation of a child's who is just beginning to talk, it was not even a child's in strength of tone, being in fact a mere alteration of squeaks and whispers, inaudible a rod away. With some difficulty I was, however, able to follow him pretty nearly.
"As the official interpreter," he said, "I extend you a cordial welcome to these islands. I was sent for as soon as you were discovered, but being at some distance I was unable to arrive until this moment. I regret this, as my presence would have saved you embarrassment. My countrymen desire me to intercede with you to pardon the wholly involuntary and uncontrollable mirth provoked by your attempts to communicate with them. You see, they understood you perfectly well, but could not answer you."
"Merciful heavens!" I exclaimed, horrified to find my surmise correct. "Can it be that they are all thus afflicted? Is it possible that you are the only man among them who has the power of speech? Can it appear that, quite unintentionally, I had said something excruciatingly funny, for at my speech there arose a sound of gentle laughter from the group, now augmented to quite an assemblage which drowned the splashing of the waves on the beach at our feet. Even the interpreter smiled. "Do they think it is so amusing to be dumb?" I asked.
"They find it very amusing," replied the interpreter, "that their inability to speak should be regarded by any one as an affliction, for it is by the voluntary disuse of the organs of articulation that they have lost the power of speech, and as a consequence the ability to even understand speech."
"But," said I, somewhat puzzled by this statement, "didn't you just tell me that they understood me, though they could not reply, and are they not laughing now at what I just said?"
"It is you they understand, not your words," answered the interpreter. "Our speech now is gibberish to them, as unintelligible in itself as the growling of animals. But they know what we are saying, because they know our thoughts. You must know that these are the islands of the mind-readers."
Such were the circumstances of my introduction to this extraordinary people, The official interpreter being charged by virtue of his office with the first entertainment of shipwrecked members of the talking nations, I became his guest, and passed a number of days under his roof before going out to any considerable extent among the people. My first impression had been the somewhat oppressive one that the power to read the thoughts of others could be possessed only by beings of a superior order to man. It was the first effort of the interpreter to disabuse me of this notion. It appeared from his account that the experience of the mind-readers was a case simply of a slight acceleration, from special causes, of the course of universal human evolution, which in time was destined to lead to the disuse of speech and the substitution of direct mental vision on the part of all races. This rapid evolution of these islanders was accounted for by their peculiar origin and circumstances. Some 3 centuries before Christ, one of the Parthian kings of Persia, of the dynasty of the Arsacidae, undertook a persecution of the soothsayers and magicians in his realms. These people were credited with supernatural powers by popular prejudice, but in fact were merely persons of special gifts in the way of hypnotizing, mind-reading, thought transference, and such arts, which they exercised for their own gain. Too much in awe of the soothsayers to do them outright violence, the king resolved to banish them, and to this end put them, with their families, on ships and sent them to Ceylon. When, however, the fleet was in the neighbourhood of that island, a great storm scattered it, and one of the ships, after being driven for many days before the tempest, was wrecked upon one of an archipelago of uninhabited islands far to the south, where the survivors settled. Naturally, the posterity of the parents, possessed of such peculiar gifts, had developed extraordinary psychical powers. Having set before them the end of evolving a new and advanced order of humanity, they had aided the development of these powers by a rigid system of stirpiculture. The result was that, after a few centuries, mind-reading became so general that language fell into disuse as a means of communicating ideas. For many generations the power of speech still remained voluntary, but gradually the vocal organs had become atrophied, and for several hundred years the power of articulation had been wholly lost. Infants, for a few months after birth, did indeed still emit inarticulate cries, but at an age when in less advanced races these cries began to be articulate, the children of the mind-readers developed the power of direct vision and ceased to attempt to use the voice. The fact that the existence of the mind-readers had never been found out by the rest of the world was explained by 2 considerations. In the first place, the group of islands was small and occupied a corner of the Indian Ocean quite out of the ordinary track of ships. In the second place, the approach to the islands was rendered so desperately perilous by terrible currents, and the maze of outlying rocks and shoals, that it was next to impossible for any ship to touch their shores save as a wreck. No ship at least had ever done so in the 2000 years since the mind-readers' own arrival, and the Adelaide had made the 123rd such wreck. Apart from the motives of humanity, the mind-readers made strenuous efforts to rescue shipwrecked persons, for from them alone, through the interpreters, could they obtain information of the outside world. Little enough this proved when, as often happened, the sole survivor of the shipwreck was some ignorant sailor who had no news to communicate beyond the latest varieties of forecastle blasphemy. My hosts gracefully assured me that as a person of some little education they considered me a veritable godsend. No less a task was mine than to relate to them the history of the world for the past 2 centuries, and often did I wish for their sakes that I had made a more exact study of it. It is solely for the purpose of communicating with shipwrecked strangers of the talking nations that the office of the interpreters exists. When, as from time to time happens, a child is born with some powers of articulation, he is set apart and trained to talk in the interpreters' college. Of course, the partial atrophy of the vocal organs, from which even the best interpreters suffer, renders many of the sounds of language impossible for them. None, for instance, can pronounce V, F, or S, and as to the sound represented by th, it is 5 generations since the last interpreter lived who could utter it. But for the occasional intermarriage of shipwrecked strangers with the islanders, it is probable that the supply of interpreters would have long ere this quite failed. I imagine that the very unpleasant sensations which followed the realization that I was among people who, while inscrutable to me, knew my every thought, were very much what any one would have experienced in the same case. They were very comparable to the panic which accidental nudity causes a person among races whose custom it is to conceal the figure with drapery. I wanted to run away and hide myself. If I analyzed my feeling, it did not seem to arise so much from the consciousness of any particularly heinous secrets, as from the knowledge of a swarm of fatuous, ill-natured, and unseemly thoughts and half-thoughts concerning those around me, and concerning myself, which it was insufferable that any person should peruse in however benevolent a spirit. But while my chagrin and distress on this account were at first intense, they were also very short-lived, for almost immediately I discovered that the very knowledge that my mind was overlooked by others operated to check thoughts that might be painful to them, and that, too, without more effort of the will than a kindly person exerts to check the utterance of disagreeable remarks. As a very few lessons in the elements of courtesy cures a decent person of inconsiderate speaking, so a brief experience among the mind-readers went far in my case to check inconsiderate thinking. It must not be supposed, however, that courtesy among the mind-readers prevents them from thinking pointedly and freely concerning one another upon serious occasions, any more than the finest courtesy among the talking races restrains them from speaking to one another with entire plainness when it is desirable to do so. Indeed, among the mind-readers, politeness never can extend to the point of insincerity, as among talking nations, seeing that it is always one another's real and inmost thought that they read. I may fitly mention here, though it was not till later that I fully understood why it must necessarily be so, that one need feel far less chagrin at the complete revelation of his weaknesses to a mind-reader than at the slightest betrayal of them to one of another race. For the very reason that the mind-reader reads all your thoughts, particular thoughts are judged with reference to the general tenor of thought. Your characteristic and habitual frame of mind is what he takes account of. No one need fear being misjudged by a mind-reader on account of sentiments or emotions which are not representative of the real character or general attitude. Justice may indeed be said to be a necessary consequence of mind-reading. As regards the interpreter himself, the instinct of courtesy was not long needed to check wanton or offensive thoughts. In all my life before, I had been very slow to form friendships, but before I had been 3 days in the company of this stranger of a strange race, I had become enthusiastically devoted to him. It was impossible not to be. The peculiar joy of friendship is the sense of being understood by our friend as we are not by others, and yet of being loved in spite of the understanding. Now here was one whose every word testified to a knowledge of my secret thoughts and motives, which the oldest and nearest of my former friends had never and could never have approximated. Had such a knowledge bred in him contempt of me, I should neither have blamed him nor been at all surprised. Judge, then, whether the cordial friendliness which he showed was likely to leave me indifferent. Imagine my incredulity when he informed me that our friendship was not based upon more than ordinary mutual suitability of temperaments. The faculty of mind-reading, he explained, brought minds so close together, and so heightened sympathy, that the lowest order of friendship between mind-readers implied a mutual delight such as only rare friends enjoyed among other races. He assured me that later on, when I came to know others of his race, I should find by the far greater intensity of sympathy and affection, I should conceive for some of them how true this saying was. It may be inquired how, on beginning to mingle with the mind-readers in general, I managed to communicate with them, seeing that, while they could read my thoughts, they could not, like the interpreter, respond to them by speech. I must here explain that, while these people have no use for a spoken language, a written language is needful for purposes of record. They consequently all know how to write. Do they then write Persian? Luckily for me, no. It appears that for a long period after mind reading was fully developed, not only was spoken language disused, but also written, no records whatever having been kept during this period. The delight of the people in the newly found power of direct mind-to-mind vision, whereby pictures of the total mental state were communicated, instead of the imperfect descriptions of single thoughts which words at best could give, induced an invisible distaste for the laborious impotence of language. When, however, the first intellectual intoxication had, after several generations, somewhat sobered down, it was recognized that records of the past were desirable, and the despised medium of words was needful to preserve it. Persian had meanwhile been wholly forgotten. In order to avoid the prodigious task of inventing a complete new language, the institution of the interpreters was now set up, with the idea of acquiring through them a knowledge of some of the language of the outside world from the mariners wrecked on the islands. Owing to the fact that most of the castaway ships were English, a better knowledge of that tongue was acquired than of any other, and it was adopted as a written language of the people. As a rule, my acquaintances wrote slowly and laboriously, and yet the fact that they knew exactly what was in my mind rendered their responses so apt that, in my conversations with the slowest speller of them all, the interchange of thought was as rapid and incomparably more accurate and satisfactory than the fastest talkers attained to. It was but a very short time after that I began to extend my acquaintance among the mind-readers before I discovered how truly the interpreter had told me I should find others to whom, on account of greater natural congeniality, I should become more strongly attached than I had been to him. This was in no wise, however, because I loved him less, but them more. I would fain write particularly of some of these beloved friends, comrades of my heart, from whom I first learned the undreamed-of possibilities of human friendship, and how ravishing the satisfactions of sympathy may be. Who among those who may read this had not known that sense of a gulf fixed between soul and soul which mocks love? Who has not felt that loneliness which oppresses the heart that loves it best? Think no longer that this gulf is eternally fixed, or is any necessity of human nature. It has no existence for the race of our fellow-men which I describe, and by that fact we may be assured that eventually it will be bridged also for us. Like the touch of shoulder to shoulder, like the clasping of hands, is the contact of their minds and their sensation of sympathy. I say that I would fain speak more particularly of some of my friends, but waning strength forbids, and moreover, now that I think of it, another consideration would render any comparison of their characters rather confusing than instructive to a reader. This is the fact that, in common with the rest of the mind-readers, they had no names. Every one had indeed an arbitrary sign for his designation in records, but it had no sound value. A register of these names is kept, so they can at any time be ascertained, but it is very common to meet persons who have forgotten titles which are used solely for biographical and official purposes. For social intercourse, names are of course superfluous, for these people accost one another merely by a mental act of attention, and refer to third persons by transferring their mental pictures, something as dumb persons might by means of photographs. Something so, I say, for in the pictures of one another's personalities which the mind-readers conceive, the physical aspect, as might be expected with people who directly contemplate each other's minds and hearts, is a subordinate element. I have already told how my first qualm of morbid self-consciousness at knowing that my mind was an open book to all around me disappeared, as I learned that the very completeness of the disclosure of my thoughts and motives was a guarantee that I would be judged with a fairness and a sympathy such as even self-judgment cannot pretend to, affected as that is by so many subtle reactions. The assurance of being so judged by every one might well seem an inestimable privilege to one accustomed to a world in which not even the tenderest love is any pledge of comprehension, and yet I soon discovered that open-mindedness had a still greater profit than this. How shall I describe the delightful exhilaration of moral health and cleanness, the breezy oxygenated mental condition which resulted from the consciousness that I had absolutely nothing concealed. True, I may say that I enjoyed myself. I think surely that no one needs to have had my marvellous experience to sympathize with this portion of it. Are we not all ready to agree that this having a curtained chamber where we may go to grovel out of sight of our fellows, troubled only by a vague apprehension that God may look over the top, is the most demoralizing incident in the human condition? It is the existence within the soul of this secure refuge of lies which has always been the despair of the saint and the exaltation of the knave. It is the foul cellar which taints the whole house above, be it never so fine. What stronger testimony could there be to the instinctive consciousness that concealment is debauching, and openness our only cure, than the world-old conviction of the virtue of the confession for the soul, and that the uttermost exposing of one's worst and foulest is the first step toward moral health? The wickedest man, if he could but somehow attain to writhe himself inside out as to his soul, so that its full sickness could be seen, would feel ready for a new life. Nevertheless, owing to the utter impotence of the words to convey mental conditions in their totality, or to give other than mere distortions of them, confession is, we must admit, but a mockery of that longing for self-revelation to which it testifies. But think what health and soundness there must be for souls among a people who see in every face a conscience which, unlike their own, they cannot sophisticate, who confess one another with a glance, and shrive with a smile. Ah, friends, let me now predict, though ages may elapse before the slow event shall justify me, that in no way will the mutual vision of minds, when at last it shall be perfected, so enhance the blessedness of mankind as by rending the veil of self, and leaving no spot of darkness in the mind for lies to hide in. Then shall the soul no longer be a coal smoking among ashes, but a star in a crystal sphere. From what I have said of the delights which friendship among the mind-readers derives from perfection of the mental rapport, it may be imagined how intoxicating must be the experience when one of the friends is a woman, and the subtle attractions and correspondences of sex touch with passion the intellectual sympathy. With my first venturing into society, I had begun, to their extreme amusement, to fall in love with the women right and left. In the perfect frankness which is the condition of all intercourse among this people, these adorable women told me what I felt was only friendship, which was a very good thing, but wholly different from love, as I should well know if I were beloved. It was difficult to believe that the melting emotions which I had experienced in their company were the result merely of the friendly and kindly attitude of their minds toward mine. But when I found that I was affected in the same way by every gracious woman I met, I had to make up my mind that they must be right about it, and that I should have to adapt myself to a world in which, friendship being a passion, love must needs be nothing less than rapture. The homely proverb, "Every Jack has his Jill," may, I suppose, be taken to mean that for all men there are certain women expressly suited by mental and moral as well as by physical constitution. It is a thought painful, rather than cheering, that this may be the truth, so altogether do the chances preponderate against the ability of these elect ones to recognize each other, even if they meet, seeing that speech is so inadequate and so misleading a medium of self-revelation. But among the mind-readers, the search for one's ideal mate is a quest reasonably sure of being crowned with success, and no one dreams of wedding unless it be, for to do so, they consider, would be to throw away the choicest blessing of life, and not alone to wrong themselves and their unfound mates, but likewise those whom they themselves and those undiscovered mates might wed. Therefore, passionate pilgrims, they go from isle to isle till they find each other, and as the population of the islands is but small, the pilgrimage is not often long. When I met her first, we were in company, and I was struck by the sudden stir and the looks of touched and smiling interest with which all around turned and regarded us, the women with moistened eyes. They had read her thought when she saw me, but this I did not know, Neither was what the custom in these matters till afterward. But I knew from the moment she first fixed her eyes on me, and I felt her mind brooding upon mine, how truly I had been told by those other women that the feeling with which they had inspired me was not love. With people who become acquainted at a glance, and old friends in an hour, wooing is naturally not a long process. Indeed, it may be said that between lovers, among mind-readers, there is no wooing, but merely recognition. The day after we met, she became mine. Perhaps I cannot better illustrate how subordinate the mere physical element is in the impression which mind-readers form of their friends than by mentioning an incident that occurred some months after our union. This was my discovery, wholly by accident, that my love, in whose society I had almost constantly been, had not been the least idea what was the colour of my eyes, or whether my hair and complexion were light or dark. Of course, as soon as I asked her the question, she read the answer in my mind, but she admitted that she had previously had no distinct impression on those points. On the other hand, if in the blackest midnight I should come to her, she would not need to ask who the comer was. It is by the mind, not the eye, that these people know one another. It is really only in their relations to soulless and inanimate things that they need eyes at all. It must not be supposed that their disregard of one another's bodily aspect grows out of any ascetic sentiment. It is merely a necessary consequence of their power of directly apprehending mind, that whenever mind is closely associated with matter, the latter is comparatively neglected on account of the greater interest of the former, suffering as lesser things always do when placed in immediate contrast with greater. Art is with them confined to the inanimate, the human form having, for the reason mentioned, ceased to inspire the artist. It will be naturally and quite correctly inferred that among such a race physical beauty is not the important factor in human fortune and felicity that it elsewhere is. The absolute openness of their minds and hearts to one another makes their happiness far more dependent on the moral and mental qualities of their companions than upon their physical. A genial temperament, a wide-grasping, godlike intellect, a poet's soul, are incomparably more fascinating to them than the most dazzling combination conceivable of mere bodily graces. A woman of mind and heart has no more need of beauty to win love in these islands than a beauty elsewhere of mind or heart. I should mention here perhaps that this race, which makes so little account of physical beauty, is itself a singularly handsome one. This is owing doubtless in part to the absolute compatibility of temperaments in all the marriages, and partly also to the reaction upon the body of a state of ideal mental and moral health and placidity. Not being myself a mind-reader, the fact that my love was rarely beautiful in form and face had doubtless no little part in attracting my devotion. This of course she knew, as she knew all of my thoughts, and knowing my limitations, tolerated and forgave the element of sensuousness in my passion. But if it must have seemed to her so little worthy in comparison with the high spiritual communion which her race know as love, to me it became, by virtue of her almost superhuman relation to me, an ecstasy more ravishing surely than any lover of my race tasted before. The ache at the heart of the intensest love is the impotence of words to make it perfectly understood to its object. But my passion was without this pang, for my heart was absolutely open to her I loved. Lovers may imagine, but I cannot describe the ecstatic thrill of communion into which this consciousness transformed every tender emotion. As I considered what mutual love must be where both parties are mind-readers, I realized the high communion which my sweet companion had sacrificed for me. She might indeed comprehend her lover and his love for her, but the higher satisfaction of knowing that she was comprehended by him and her love understood, she had foregone. For that I should ever attain the power of mind-reading was out of the question, the faculty never having been developed in a single lifetime. Why my inability should move my dear companion to such depths of pity, I was not able fully to understand, until I learned that mind-reading is chiefly held desirable, not for the knowledge of others which it gives its possessors, but for the self-knowledge which is its reflex effect. Of all they see in the minds of others, that which concerns them most is a reflection of themselves, the photographs of their own characters. The most obvious consequence of the self-knowledge thus forced upon them is to render them alike incapable of self-conceit or self-depreciation. Every one must needs always think of himself as he is, being no more able to do otherwise than is a man in a hall of mirrors to cherish delusions as to his personal appearance. But self-knowledge means to the mind-readers much more than this, nothing less, indeed, than a shifting of the sense of identity. When a man sees himself in a mirror, he is compelled to distinguish between the bodily self he sees and his real self, which is within and unseen. When in turn the mind-reader comes to see the mental and moral self reflected in other minds as in mirrors, the same thing happens. He is compelled to distinguish between this mental and moral self, which has been made objective to him and can be contemplated by him as impartially as if it were another's, from the inner ego which still remains subjective, unseen, and indefinable. In this inner ego the mind-readers recognize the essential identity and being, the nominal self, the core of the soul, and the true hiding of its eternal life, to which the mind as well as the body is but the garment of a day. The effect of such a philosophy as this, which indeed with the mind-readers is rather an instinctive consciousness than a philosophy, must obviously be to impart a sense of wonderful superiority to the vicissitudes of this earthly state, and a singular serenity in the midst of the haps and mishaps which threaten or befall the personality. They did indeed appear to me, as I never dreamed men could attain to be, lords of themselves. It was because I might not hope to attain this enfranchisement from the false ego of the apparent self, without which life seemed to her race scarcely worth living, that my love so pitied me. But I must hasten on, leaving 1,000 things unsaid, to relate the lamentable catastrophe to which it is owing that, instead of being still a resident of those blessed islands, in the full enjoyment of that intimate and ravishing companionship which by contrast would forever dim the pleasures of all other human society, I recall the bright picture as a memory under other skies. Among a people who are compelled by the very constitution of their minds to put themselves in the places of others, the sympathy which is the inevitable consequence of perfect comprehension renders envy, hatred, and uncharitableness impossible. But of course there are people less genially constituted than others, and those are necessarily the objects of a certain distaste on the part of associates. Now, owing to the unhindered impact of minds upon one another, the anguish of persons so regarded, despite the tenderest consideration of those about them, is so great that they beg the grace of exile, that, being out of the way, people may think less frequently upon them. There are numerous small islets, scarcely more than rocks, lying to the north of the archipelago, and on these the unfortunates are permitted to live. Only one lives on each islet, as they cannot endure each other, even as well as the more happily constituted can endure them. From time to time, supplies of food are taken to them, and of course, any time they wish to take the risk, they are permitted to return to society. Now, as I have said, the fact which, even more than their out-of-way location, makes the islands of the mind-readers unapproachable is the violence with which the great Antarctic current, owing probably to some configuration of the ocean bed, together with the innumerable rocks and shoals, flows through and about the archipelago. Ships making the islands from the southward are caught by this current and drawn among the rocks, and to their almost certain destruction, while owing to the violence with which the current sets to the north, it is not possible to approach at all from that direction, or at least it has never been accomplished. Indeed, so powerful are the currents, that even the boats which cross the narrow straits between the main islands and the islets of the unfortunate, to carry the latter their supplies, are ferried over by cables, not trusting to oar or sail. The brother of my love had charge of one of the boats engaged in this transportation, and being desirous of visiting the islets, I accepted an invitation to accompany him on one of his trips. I know nothing of how the accident happened, but in the fiercest part of the current of one of the straits we parted from the cable and were swept out to sea. There was no question of stemming the boiling current, our utmost endeavours barely sufficing to avoid being dashed to pieces on the rocks. From the first there was no hope of our winning back to the land, and so swiftly did we drift that by noon, the accident having befallen in the morning, the islands, which are low-lying and sunk beneath the southwestern horizon. Among these mind-readers, distance is not an insuperable obstacle to the transfer of thought. My companion was in communication with our friends, and from time to time conveyed to me messages of anguish from my dear love. For being well aware of the nature of the currents and of the unapproachableness of the islands, those we had left behind, as well as we ourselves, knew well we should see each other's faces no more. For 5 days we continued to drift to the northwest, in no danger of starvation, owing to our lading of provisions, but constrained to unintermitting watch and ward by the roughness of the weather. On the 5th day my companion died from exposure and exhaustion. He died very quietly, indeed with great appearance of relief. The life of the mind-readers, while yet they are in the body, is so largely spiritual, that the idea of an existence wholly so, which seems vague and chill to us, suggests to them a state only slightly more refined than they already know on earth. After that I suppose I must have fallen into an unconscious state, from which I roused to find myself on an American ship bound for New York, surrounded by people whose only means of communicating with one another is to keep up while together a constant clatter of hissing, guttural, and explosive noises, eked out by all means of facial contortions and bodily gestures. I frequently find myself staring open-mouthed at those who address me, too much struck by their grotesque appearance to bethink myself of replying. I find that I shall not live out the voyage, and I do not care to. From my experience of the people on the ship, I can judge how I should fare on land amid the stunning babble of the nation of talkers. And my friends, God bless them, how lonely I should feel in their very presence. Nay, what satisfaction or consolation, what but bitter mockery could I ever find in such human sympathy and companionship as sufficed others and once sufficed me, I who have seen and known what I have seen and known? Ah, yes, doubtless is it far better I should die, but the knowledge of the things that I have seen I feel should not perish with me. For hope's sake, men should not miss the glimpse of the higher sun-bathed reaches of the upward path they plod. So thinking, I have written out some account of my wonderful experience, though briefer far by reason of my weakness than fits the greatness of the matter. The captain seems an honest, well-meaning man, and to him I shall confide the narrative, charging him on touching shore to see it safely in the hands of some one who will bring it to the world's ear. Note: the extent of my connection with the foregoing document is sufficiently indicated by the author himself in the final paragraph. E.B. End of To Whom This May Come, by Edward Bellamy. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Village Annals, containing Austerus and Humanus, a sympathetic tale, 1814, by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. It was in that season of the year when nature wears an universal gloom, and the pinching frost arrests the running stream in its course, and gives a massy solidity to the lake that lately curled with every breeze, that Sir Filmer Hopewell, having lost his road in the dale of Tivio, was met by two youths that swiftly skimmed the surface of the slippery brook, and sought an antidote against the inclement cold in the wholesome though dangerous exercise of skating. Of these hale and ruddy young villagers he inquired his road, or where he might meet with a lodging for the night, for the sun was declining, and the shades of evening fast encompassing the dale. They directed him to the summit of a neighboring hill, on the declivity of which there stood a small village, where probably he might meet with accommodation. Though wearied and fatigued, this information gave him vigor, and he hastened up the hill, and soon beheld the sign of the Lion and Dog, that on a lofty post invited to the village alehouse. He entered it a seasonable and salutary asylum from the wintry blast, and was conducted into a neat little parlour, with a cheerful fire. Being seated, his host quickly made his appearance, with such refreshment as his house afforded. Sir Filmer, on his first entering, immediately perceived there was character in his countenance, a quick dark eye and sharp features that gave him the appearance of intellect, which is seldom found to be belied upon further acquaintance. He therefore gave him an invitation to spend an hour or two with him, which he accepted without hesitation, and after taking a bumper to the health of his guest, entertained him with numerous anecdotes of the village. "You must, at this inclement season," said Sir Filmer, "witness many scenes of distress, and have many calls upon your humanity." "Yes," replied the worthy man, a tear glistening in his eye. "To weep with those that weep, to lighten the burden of human woe, and to administer comfort to the dejected soul, are offices to the exercise of which we have frequent calls. Having lived here for some years, and being well known, I am sometimes called to the houses of neighboring peasants, in which poverty and affliction seem to have taken up their abode. Yet believe me, sir, I never return from those houses with greater pleasure, or with more heartfelt satisfaction, than when I think I have contributed my share in wiping away the falling tear, or whispering peace to the troubled breast. Small, however, sir, as the village is, it produces two characters, as opposite almost in their natures as the darkness of a stormy night is to the splendor of meridian day. These characters, as they are unknown to you, allow me to introduce to your acquaintance, under the names of Austerus and Humanus, the former a man of callous soul, the latter one who thinks, and feels while he thinks. Austerus possesses a fortune of 3,000 pounds a year, has an elegant house, and keeps a large retinue. His lands yield abundant crops, and his flocks are heard bleating on the neighboring hills. His tenants are pretty numerous, and his dependents many. "One would imagine," said Sir Filmer, "this man was destined by Heaven, as a blessing to the part of the country in which he lives; that the families around him would hail him as their liberal benefactor, and that his domestics would bless the hour in which they entered his spacious hall." "However natural this conclusion, sir," replied the host, "it is far from being well founded. Extremely passionate, he rages and storms, and even after the storm has subsided, his face bespeaks the anger which he can ill conceal. Sour and austere, haughty and overbearing, he is dreaded by his servants, and despised by all. His tenants, whose lands are rented to the full, barely subsist, and regret the moment they were so unfortunate as to tread the ground of hard oppression, one of which, poor man, how often I have witnessed the teardrop from his eye on the approach of quarter day, when, with the spade in his hand, he ceased from toil to awaken bitter reflections over the sad state of a destitute family. But what adds an indelible stain to the character of Austerus is that he is hard-hearted to the poor, and unfeeling to the sons of distress. It is a painful truth that his cane has been lifted up over the head of poverty, as it approached his lordly door to beg a pittance. What, O hardened Austerus! Were riches given thee to indulge thy pampered carcass, and to steel thy heart against thy poorer brethren? For the shivering beggar at the gate is still thy brother. This I have frequently witnessed with a poor old woman, who travels round the country with laces and other little things, and asks the boon of the wealthy, to enable her to exist, while his children, who dare not, with his knowledge, assist her, let down trifles from their chamber window to relieve this poor old creature, bent with the winters that have passed over her head. Besides the poor, sir, the afflicted, who are tossed on the bed of sickness, implore his assistance in vain. Pity is even denied them. I ventured once to recommend to him a peasant's family in the neighborhood, on whom affliction's rod had suddenly fallen by sad accident. As they were boiling their frugal meal of potatoes, the vessel upset and scalded the father and one of the children most dreadfully. While I related these circumstances to him, a tear, somehow or other, had forced its way down my cheek. He heard me with a shocking indifference, said he would think of it, and turned away rudely from me, though I assured him, what was too true and aggravated his shame, that they resided in a corner of his own estate, and that their situation admitted of no delay. As he retired, I could perceive that he was indignant at my freedom. Here the good landlord's looks betrayed his detestation of this unfeeling conduct, and while he thought of the miseries of this unfortunate family, he exclaimed with the patriarch, Cursed be his anger, for it was fierce, and his wrath, for it was cruel. I envy not his crimson bed of state, nor his faring sumptuously every day, while he possesses an unfeeling heart and a niggardly soul. Better, says he, infinitely better is that man, who, though his share of wealth may be more scanty, is blessed with a noble, a liberal heart, and such is Humanus. Humanus honours me with his acquaintance and his confidence. I know his heart and his feelings almost as well as he knows them himself. Descended from worthy ancestors, he retains no small portion of their virtues. Possessing a moderate fortune, he has no idea of extravagance. He lives in a neat little house, adjoining a small freehold farm, which descended to him from his father, and which has been held by one family for many years, at a rent that enables them to live comfortable and to till the land with pleasure. Unlike the tenants of Austerus, this family is always cheerful, and the father, while he ploughs his fields, is frequently visited by his little prattlers, whom he looks upon with the greatest pleasure, while he stops his well-fed horses to mount them on his plough. Nor is it only among those whom Humanus is immediately connected that his benevolence is felt. He seems to walk about doing good, and is never so happy as when he sees all nature rejoice, and when, as is his custom, he is seen with his grandson feeding the parent hen and her chicks. His benign countenance seems to say, "The poor and the needy, how should I like to shelter you under my wing, as the hen sheltereth her chickens?" His charity is indeed wonderful. It often puts me to the blush, when I reflect how far I fall short of it. It was but the other day that he said, "Come, let us make a short excursion." I followed him. We entered a thatched cottage. I shall never forget the sight, or the part the good Humanus acted on that occasion. On a low bed lay the very picture of wretchedness, that seemed to say, "I fly to the grave as the end of my sorrows." The feeling Humanus, whose very soul is sympathy, with soft steps approached the bed of the sufferer, his eyes full of tears, his heart oppressed with grief. "Live," he cried. "Heaven is kind. Who can tell what happiness is in reserve for you? I go to send for the physician, and shall immediately return." Humanus hurried home to give directions to his servant, and came quickly back. His attentions were now renewed to the afflicted mother, for she was the wife of a poor thresher, who rises at the crowing of the cock, and toils till the going down of the sun, to maintain a numerous family. He now ordered some wine, which he had brought with him, to be administered with success, and the arrival of the doctor, who expressed hopes of her recovery, changed, I could perceive, the face of my friend. The joy of his heart shone forth in his countenance, and never did he appear in my eyes more worthy and more amiable. "Happy Humanus," I said to myself, "the rewards of virtue are sure. Thou already enjoyest those within thy own breast, and heaven has still greater ones in store for thee. May thy laudable example become more universal." He repeated frequently his visits to the humble dwelling, nor were those visits dropped till he saw there was little occasion for them. The wife of the poor thresher is now recovered from a dangerous fever. As much through the sympathy of good Humanus as through the skill of the physician, his tender heart prompted him to send to her aid. She now lives useful to children, and her poor little Betty is no longer seen weeping on the village green, for the distressed state of her suffering mother. The flail of the father now awakens Echo with the dawn of the morning, and he goes on with his work rejoicing, and the whole family is often heard to pray Heaven's richest blessing on the head of their compassionate friend and benefactor. Such are the charming effects of beneficence, and such the disposition of Humanus. So finished our landlord his tale, and Sir Filmer prepared for bed. I shall only ask my young reader whether, upon review of these two characters, would he be an Austerus or an Humanus? A sordid, selfish being, or one who possesses a generous, a heaven-born soul? If he would wish to be the latter, let him endeavor to make all around him happy, and frequently call to mind the distress of human life, the solitary cottage and the weeping orphan, for graceful in youth is the tear of sympathy, and benign its influence on the sons of affliction. End of Village Annals, containing Austerus and Humanus, a sympathetic tale. 1814, by Anonymous.
The Wind Blows, by Catherine Mansfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. The Wind Blows by Catherine Mansfield. Suddenly, dreadfully, she wakes up. What has happened? Something dreadful has happened. No, nothing has happened. It is only the wind shaking the house, rattling the windows, banging a piece of iron on the roof, and making her bed tremble. Leaves flutter past the window, up and away. Down in the avenue a whole newspaper wags in the air like a lost kite and falls, spiked on a pine tree. It is cold. Summer is over. It is autumn. Everything is ugly. The carts rattle by, swinging from side to side. Two Chinamen lollop along under the wooden yokes with the straining vegetable baskets. Their pigtails and blue blouses fly out in the wind. A white dog on 3 legs yelps past the gate. It is all over. What is? Oh, everything. And she begins to plait her hair with shaking fingers, not daring to look in the glass. Mother is talking to Grandmother in the hall. A perfect idiot. Imagine leaving anything out on the line in weather like this. Now my best little Tenerife work tea cloth is simply in ribbons. What is that extraordinary smell? It's the porridge burning. Oh heavens, this wind! She has a music lesson at 10 o'clock. At the thought the minor movement of the Beethoven begins to play in her head. The trills long and terrible like little rolling drums. Marie Swanson runs into the garden next door to pick the croissants before they are ruined. Her skirt flies up above her waist. She tries to beat it down, to tuck it between her legs while she stoops, but it is no use. Up it flies. All the trees and bushes beat about her. She picks as quickly as she can, but she is quite distracted. She doesn't mind what she does. She pulls the plants up by the roots and bends and twists them, stamping her foot and swearing. "For heaven's sake, keep the front door shut. Go round to the back," shouts someone. And then she hears Bogey. "Mother, you're wanted on the telephone. Telephone, Mother, it's the butcher." How hideous life is! Revolting, simply revolting. And now her hat elastic's snapped. Of course it would. She'll wear her old tam and slip out the back way. But Mother has seen. "Matilda, Matilda, come back immediately! What on earth have you got on your head? It looks like a tea cosy. And why have you got that mane of hair on your forehead?" "I can't come back, Mother. I'll be late for my lesson." "Come back immediately." She won't. She won't. She hates Mother. "Go to hell!" she shouts, running down the road. In waves, in clouds, in big round whirls, the dust comes stinging, and with it little bits of straw and chaff and manure. There is a loud, roaring sound from the trees in the gardens, and standing at the bottom of the road outside Mr. Bullen's gate, she can hear the sea sob. Ah, ah, ah! But Mr. Bullen's drawing room is as quiet as a cave. The windows are closed, the blinds half pulled, and she is not late. The girl before her has just started playing MacDowell's To an Iceberg. Mr. Bullen looks over at her and half smiles. "Sit down," he says. "Sit over there in the sofa corner, little lady." How funny he is! He doesn't exactly laugh at you, but there is just something. Oh, how peaceful it is in here! She likes this room. It smells of art serge and stale smoke and chrysanthemums. There is a big vase of them on the mantelpiece behind the pale photograph of Rubinstein. Ah, mon ami, Robert Bullen. Over the black, glittering piano hangs Solitude, a dark, tragic woman draped in white, sitting on a rock, her knees crossed, her chin on her hands. "No, no," says Mr. Bullen, and he leans over the other girl, put his arms over her shoulders, and plays the passage for her. The stupid! She's blushing.
How ridiculous! Now the girl before her has gone. The front door slams. Mr. Bullen comes back and walks up and down, very softly, waiting for her. What an extraordinary thing! Her fingers tremble so that she can't undo the knot in the music satchel. It's the wind. And her heart beats so hard she feels it must lift her blouse up and down. Mr. Bullen does not say a word. The shabby red piano seat is long enough for two people to sit side by side. Mr. Bullen sits down by her. "Shall I begin with scales?" she asks, squeezing her hands together. "I had some arpeggios too." But he does not answer. She doesn't believe he even hears. And then suddenly his fresh hand with the ring on it reaches over and opens Beethoven. "Let's have a little of the old master," he says. But why does he speak so kindly, so awfully kindly, as though they had known each other for years and years and knew everything about each other? He turns the page slowly. She watches his hand. It is a very nice hand, and always looks as though it had just been washed. "Here we are," says Mr. Bullen. Oh, that kind voice! Oh, that minor movement! Here come the little drums. Shall I take the repeat? Yes, dear child. His voice is far, far too kind. The crotchets and quavers are dancing up and down the stave like little black boys on a fence. Why is he so? She will not cry. She has nothing to cry about. What is it, dear child? Mr. Bullen takes her hands. His shoulder is there, just by her head. She leans on it ever so little, her cheek against the springy tweed. "Life is so dreadful," she murmurs, but she does not feel it's dreadful at all. He says something about waiting, and marking time, and that rare thing, a woman, but she does not hear. It is so comfortable. Forever. Suddenly the door opens and in pops Marie Swainson, hours before her time. "Take the allegretto a little faster," says Mr. Bullen, and gets up and begins to walk up and down again. "Sit in the sofa corner, little lady," he says to Marie. The wind. The wind! It's frightening to be here in her room by herself. The bed, the mirror, the white jug and basin gleam like the sky outside. It's the bed that is frightening. There it lies, sound asleep. Does mother imagine for one moment that she is going to darn all those stockings knotted up on the quilt like a coil of snakes? She's not. No, mother, I do not see why I should. The wind! The wind! There's a funny smell of soot blowing down the chimney. Hasn't any one written poems to the wind? I bring fresh flowers to the leaves and showers. What nonsense! Is that you, Bogey? Come for a walk round the esplanade, Matilda. I can't stand this any longer. Righto. I'll put on my ulster. Isn't it an awful day? Bogey's ulster is just like hers. Hooking the collar, she looks at herself in the glass. Her face is white. They have the same excited eyes and hot lips. Ah, they know those two in the glass. Good bye, dears. We shall be back soon. This is better, isn't it? Hook on, says Bogey. They cannot walk fast enough. Their heads bent, their legs just touching, they stride like one eager person through the town, down the asphalt zigzag where the fennel grows wild, and on to the esplanade. It is dusky, just getting dusky. The wind is so strong that they have to fight their way through it, rocking like two old drunkards. All the poor little bahutukawas on the esplanade are bent to the ground. Come on, come on, let's get near. Over by the breakwater the sea is very high. They pull off their hats and her hair blows across her mouth, tasting of salt. The sea is so high that the waves do not break at all. They thump against the rough stone wall and suck up the weedy, dripping steps. A fine spray skims from the water right across the esplanade. They are covered with drops. The inside of her mouth tastes wet and cold. Bogey's voice is breaking. When he speaks, he rushes up and down the scale. It's funny. It makes you laugh. And yet it just suits the day. The wind carries their voices. Away fly the sentences like little narrow ribbons. Quicker! Quicker! It is getting very dark. In the harbor the coal hulks show two lights, one high on a mast, and one from the stern. Look, Bogey! Look over there! A big black steamer with a long loop of smoke streaming, with the portholes lighted, with lights everywhere, is putting out to sea. The wind does not stop her. She cuts through the waves, making for the open gate between the pointed rocks that leads to. It's the light that makes her look so awfully beautiful and mysterious. They are on board, leaning over the rail arm in arm. Who are they? Brother and sister? Look, Bogey, there's the town. Doesn't it look small? There's the post office clock chiming for the last time. There's the esplanade where we walked that windy day. Do you remember? I cried at my music lesson that day. How many years ago? Good bye, little island. Good bye. Now the dark stretches a wing over the tumbling water. They can't see those two any more. Good bye. Good bye. Don't forget. But the ship is gone now. The wind. The wind. End of The Wind Blows by Catherine Mansfield.